5 days of hard work. He spent most of his time applying ointment to his own scenic area employees. Sigh, Brother Situ took another sip of wine, squinting with delight, and fell asleep sitting down. The others were also happily eating and drinking. After a few rounds of drinks, Su Jing stood up. To all the employees of Wanyuan Mountain, you've all worked hard during this time. A smile hung on his lips as he raised his glass. I've prepared a red envelope of 500 for each employee. It's not a lot, but on behalf of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, I sincerely thank you for your hard work. The scenic area will continue to undergo renovations and constructions, and our big family will gather more and more people. But this past month is the starting point of our collective efforts. Su will never forget. Once the red envelopes were distributed, everything Su Jing said became heartfelt words. 500 yuan for each person. Sun Huahua quickly scanned the room, although it felt like a blur. He was incredibly happy. This boss was a good choice. Jiang Tsong was the first to stand up, followed by several veteran employees like Tian Tian, Lu Qingyun and his group, and all the old and young from Fanggue. Finally, members of the Golden Sun Song and dance troupe joined in. Everyone's faces were flushed with excitement. Su Jing's smile was radiant, seemingly unconcerned about the impending scrutiny the next day. Cheers! Wanyuan Mountain will get better and better. Everyone cheered in unison, causing the echoes of the sacred mountain monkeys to rise. Wanyuan Mountain will get better and better. Laughter and the bonfire lingered for a long time. Deep within the sacred mountain, the bright moon illuminated the carp pool. The carp's spirit leaned against the stone wall, playing with a lotus leaf wine cup with her fair little hand, next to a jug from the old village head and a letter of gratitude. Her face was flushed, and her fishtail had unknowingly transformed into 2 legs, her pearly toes gently tapping the water surface, teasing the plump carp swimming around. Chapter 73, Unwelcome Guests at Night. Several departmental representatives who had arrived early in Yong'an City were gathered together for dinner. They weren't very familiar with each other, but due to their unexpectedly common destination, they quickly started chatting. In the banquet hall of the Xingxiang Hotel, toasts were exchanged, and a man at the main table stood up, smiling at everyone. Comrades, you are all elites from various parts of the country, and you have all heard the rumors about the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, he said in a deep voice. Tomorrow, when we arrive there, I hope everyone can conduct a thorough investigation. If there are any serious issues, we must gather evidence promptly and show no leniency. After everyone raised their glasses and drank together, the man sat down. Next to him, Xinzhuang looked at him with a forced smile. Isn't that a bit too harsh? He was caught in a dilemma about whether to drink or not. The person in charge of Wanyuan Mountain is a young man. I've done some research on him before. Sometimes, he just wants to create some buzz to contribute to his hometown. With such a grand inspection, won't it hurt the feelings of young entrepreneurs? Qi Meng sneered inwardly. If there's nothing wrong, there's nothing to fear. A simple-hearted, chubby man laughed and said, Secretary Shun is overthinking it. The rules at the Academy of Biological Sciences are stricter, so Qi's words sound serious. However, our cultural institute is purely here for observation. The few poems created from Wanyuan Mountain and those performance styles have deeply impressed our institute. Our colleagues are simply here to learn. Yes. A short-haired woman with a friendly smile chimed in. Our Ancient Architecture Association is also here just to take a look. If that 1,000-year-old village is genuine, we won't only refrain from making any negative comments, but we will also commend the scenic area and allocate funds and personnel for its maintenance. Xinzhuang's expression improved somewhat, but the person on his right showed no reservations. A curly-haired woman wearing glasses frowned. I have nothing more to say. If the butterflies in Butterfly Valley are real, we will definitely take some away for protection. A tall, thin man beside her coldly added. The animal protection people feel the same way. We need to check if the monkeys on Monkey Mountain are forced to perform, including their living conditions and food, and we will make a judgment on that. The smile on Xinzhuang's face was forced. He knew this group was not here with good intentions. All actions have dual aspects. If they insist on investigating strictly, it will definitely lead to problems. There must be someone behind this. Someone wants to do something about Wanyuan Mountain. Since that's the case, Xinzhuang pondered for a moment and decided to adopt a fallback strategy. Tomorrow, our Cultural Tourism Bureau will also go along. As colleagues from the supervisory department have long been eager to visit the scenic area, this is a good opportunity for us to make an assessment. Once he finished speaking, everyone exchanged glances, and the tense atmosphere immediately eased significantly. With the supervisory department involved, they would have trouble, and so would Xinzhuang. No one could do too much. It would all depend on Wanyuan Mountain itself. The atmosphere at the main table was not good, but the other tables were lively. Haha. I've been dreaming of visiting Butterfly Valley. A girl with a bright gaze and a low ponytail laughed, showing everyone her phone. In the video, countless blue and purple butterflies fluttered, dazzling to behold. Especially when the Firefly River flowed across the screen, the comments were almost overwhelming. This is it. When I saw this, I was completely stunned. The girl excitedly chattered. How could a person control butterflies? Although I know there are things that attract butterflies, making them fly according to one's will. Even as a materialist, I'm starting to believe in the divine a little bit. The man beside her was also very excited. Let us not talk about the butterflies for now. I'll just assume that person really is a reincarnation of a butterfly fairy. With a body fragrance or something like that. But do you know the difference between humans and animals? The man revealed his screensaver. It was the Monkey King standing majestically with a long stick behind its back. Look at its demeanor. Look at its skilled movements. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. If the people here really haven't forced it to perform, then this monkey is really going to become an adult. He thought for a moment and laughed mockingly. Oh no, perhaps it's going to become a deity. Everyone burst into laughter. And the people from the Biological Sciences Academy waved their hands, signaling everyone to be quiet. Then they leaned in and whispered. I heard that the higher-ups in our institute are most interested in that carp god. He pulled up a post from Dole that had been trending for a while, with likes, favorites, and comments surpassing 100,000. After 5 days of crowds, the true appearance of the carp god was finally captured clearly and posted online. The number of comments far exceeded those on other attractions in the area. Dad loves garlic. Wow, nowadays you can see anything. Even mermaids are being brought out. Destined person, that's a deity. You don't understand anything. Daylight White. No spirits allowed after the founding of the nation. I suggest we start a family. Momo. I heard that she disappears when she jumps into the water. Can anyone tell me if that's true? Pippi Dad. It's true, I swear. Guadoline's hair. Wow, that's a bit scary. Carp God number 1 believer. It should be a fake tale. Because when I went to the sacred mountain on the 4th day, the carp god I saw had human legs. Carp God number 198 maniac. Fake? Have you ever seen a fake tail that moves at the tip and has such a realistic texture? Dora B. Dream. Hee hee. Wifey. The comments seemed endless. And the man put away his phone, smiling mysteriously and somewhat proudly at everyone. In any case, our Biological Sciences Academy would bring back something, no matter the outcome. If it were really a mermaid, of course, that would be impossible, and the attraction would be shut down immediately. If it's fake, then we need to study that tail to see if it looks as real as in the video and how the technology was made. The people from the Cultural Institute next door were eating quietly, their smiles tinged with sarcasm. Go ahead and seize it, speaking so grandly. And you seem quite proud? Of the 10 departments involved, the only one without any ill intentions was their Cultural Institute. The chubby academician Zhu Hong is a moderate. He brought everyone here just to investigate the newly emerging diverse popular cultures. Understanding these cultures would open up a new topic for the nation. The prosperity and strength of national culture is their main aim. As long as it's good, even if it's crafted, it's not a big deal. Cultural arts come from the grassroots. The drinking party lasted until 10:30 p.m., and at Shun Zhuang's request, everyone finally dispersed to return to their hotels for rest. Everyone peacefully entered dreamland, preparing for the important task the next day. Chapter 74. Arrival of the inspection team on the first day after the holiday. The employees were given a break. Some lay at home sleeping, while families like Fong Gui's took their children out to play around the city. The Golden Sun dance troupe finally finished their long performance work and returned home for a good rest. Lu Qingyun pondered for a long time and decided to take his children to the county town to buy some clothes and training equipment. He had a feeling that the small attraction run by Boss Su might become even more popular in the future. He had previously thought about stepping back. But now he just hoped his team wouldn't lag behind and would perform better and better. Wanyuan Mountain was quiet, with 3 tour boats docked at the pier, waiting for the people who were about to arrive. The dusty rural road finally regained its tranquility as 2 buses swayed into the parking lot. The dilapidated entrance of the scenic area coming into view for everyone. Leaders, we've arrived at the destination. Please gather your belongings and disembark. A man standing next to the driver's seat said with a bright smile, his dark face revealing 8 white teeth in a sincere and warm expression. If Su Jing and Jiang Tsong were present, they would recognize him at a glance. This man was Wang Kai. The vehicle came to a stop, the door opened, and Wang Kai watched everyone get off before squinting his eyes and pulling out his phone. Hello, Car King, he said. The 10 places you asked about last time have been observed by the brothers, and there is indeed one location where private cars have gone. 3 of them. Where? Mountain tourism. The voice on the other end was faint, causing Wang Kai's expression to darken. These were merely his suspicions, but if they turned out to be true, it would be a rapid and severe blow to Wanyuan Mountain. Continue to observe, be sure to be cautious. I'll send a few more vehicles over to provide cover for you, and see if we can find out what's going on, Wang Kai instructed. Remaining in the vehicle while the group split up and gathered to walk towards the entrance of the scenic area. Shen Zhuang was dressed in a manner that exuded leadership today, having discreetly changed into sneakers. He glanced at the few individuals ahead who were dressed in formal attire to show off, chuckling to himself. How pompous. They'll be crying soon. At the entrance of the scenic area, Su Jing and Jiang Tsong had long been waiting, their hands and surroundings tidy, their expressions calm, seemingly unprepared for anything. When the group of leaders arrived, it became clear that they had come without any preparations. There was no welcoming ceremony or flowers to greet them. This left the accustomed flatterers feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Xinzhuang felt secretly pleased and hurried to the front to help introduce Su Jing. The young person in charge merely smiled, shook hands, and after the introductions, let everyone inside. Our facilities are simple, and the employees are on holiday today, so we'll rely on the leaders, he said, walking ahead while everyone exchanged glances. What is going on? Is this an intimidation tactic? But soon, they understood. The employees really were on holiday. They split up to board the tour boats, with Su Jing taking one, Jiang Tsong another, and after much pushing and shoving, they decided to operate the last one themselves. The inspector from the Cultural Tourism Bureau was at a loss, thinking that if it weren't for his past experience with rowing, they would have to stay at the dock waiting for Su Jing to return for them. Their boat lagged behind, looking forlorn. Meanwhile, the colleagues from the National Cultural Institute were smiling. Mr. Su Jing, right? Began the stout academician Zhu Hong. I've heard that the first sight of Wanyuan Mountain is the boatman reciting poetry, especially the complete poem at the end. With its artistic conception and charm that captivates the heart, its rhythm and meter perfectly aligned, making it a highly singable poem. He ventured. That poem. Su Jing smiled. It was written by a friend of mine. A friend? Su Jing nodded, his tone filled with admiration and pride. He was a bold and romantic person who enjoyed drinking, wandering around, and writing poetry in his free time. Zhu Hong's eyes widened slightly. Someone who could write such poetry must be quite famous. Why is it that? Oh, he didn't like flattery, so he was often suppressed and faced obstacles, eventually becoming laid back and resigned. Sometimes the two of us would travel and enjoy the scenery together. When he drank, he would write poems for me, and I would help spread them. What a guy! So moving. After a few sentences, Zhu Hong already had an image of this spirited, romantic, and free-spirited poet in his mind. If it's convenient, may I know your friend's name? Su Jing pursed his lips, chuckled for a moment, and spoke with a tone of nostalgia. His name is Li Bai. What a wonderful name. The people on the boat fell silent as Zhu Hong chewed on the name, feeling its charm more with each repetition. I must find a way to meet him. Li Bai's poetry must be extraordinary. If they could meet, he would definitely raise a cup and drink with him. The boat slowly docked, and Su Jing guided everyone off the boat. He was unaware of Zhu Hong's thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely be unable to suppress his laughter. The two of them would probably never meet again, not only separated by thousands of years, but also countless dimensions. He waited until several boats had arrived before leading everyone up the steps. Ahead lay the first attraction of the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, Mingyue Village at the foot of the Holy Spirit mountain range. Wow, no matter how much you see online, it can't compare to the overwhelming shock of standing in front of Mingyue Village. Under the massive holy mountain were layered wooden villages, with winding bluestone paths alongside slanted roof stilt houses. The blend of green and wood colors left every first-time visitor at a loss for words. But the members of the Ancient Architecture Preservation Association were not so restrained. Like hungry wolves, their eyes gleaming, they rushed forward, howling. Wow, this path definitely has some history. This wood, this carving, this door, the layout inside the house. The creaking sound of the door opening was followed by a scream as a researcher stumbled out, holding his head and repeatedly apologizing. Inside, a grandmother in a tank top and shorts held a broom, leaning against the door frame with a fierce gaze. You pervert. How dare you peek at me while I sleep? It wasn't me, I swear. Grandmother, I really didn't know. Su Jing chuckled as he helped the trembling grandmother back inside, then continued to lead everyone forward. The staff were resting, so everyone shouldn't enter the houses randomly. Those with nameplates were occupied. Chi Su frowned. You rent such nice houses in the scenic area to the staff? Pretty much, Su Jing replied, and the group was stunned. The treatment in this scenic area is so good. But just then, a few ancient architecture researchers who had run out returned, interrupting everyone's thoughts. How is it? The leader of the ancient architecture team asked in a low voice. The oldest researcher gently shook his head. It's an old building, but it's probably only about 100 years old, without any preservation value. How could that be? I thought the architectural style should be at least several hundred years old. The few of them discussed quietly, while Su Jing smiled ahead. He had already asked the system, and it had provided answers long ago. Only A-level and S-level renovations can turn this place into a true ancient village from 1,000 years ago. For now, it's just a high imitation. Since that's the case, he didn't need to worry at all. If it were authenticated as an old village, the authorities would definitely step in to cordon it off or protect it, and then there would be restrictions on access, making it impossible to enjoy the visit. The people from the Cultural Institute were also busy. They were taking photos like crazy, eager to document everything here. A subordinate quietly reported to Zhu Hong. The architectural style here was similar to that of some ethnic minorities in the southwestern mountainous areas, but it was quite distant from those regions, likely due to a few immigrants bringing their architectural style over. That person pushed up his glasses. Of course, it was also possible that the scenic area adopted that style and transformed it into its current appearance. The Cultural Institute had the largest number of visitors, considering all the cultural attributes displayed by Wanyuan Mountain. Zhu Hong not only called for the literary department, but also the architectural and folklore departments, among others. This place seemed like a small treasure chest waiting to be opened for him. If there really were treasures inside, he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Zhu Hong stepped forward, squeezing past Xin Zhuang, who was whispering with Su Jing. Su Xiaoyu, I'd like to ask about your performance. Can you tell me about the origins of the God inviting ceremony? In Chapter 75, every blade of grass and every living being belongs to the holy mountain. Su Jing led everyone around, stopping here and there, until their feet were sore from walking. They finally found a tea house to rest. He went into the kitchen to brew tea for everyone, with Jiang Tsong following in to help. Outside, several departments were weary from not yet seeing what they wanted, while only the researchers from the Cultural Institute looked satisfied. It was so enjoyable to listen. Unlike regular tour guides, this was an explanation from a program producer. Employees from the folklore department noted that the rituals, dances, and God-inviting customs he mentioned indeed had similar practices in their country's folklore. However, due to obscurity and incomplete content, they hadn't had much understanding. After listening to Su Jing's explanations, they felt enlightened. Could it be that what Su Jing performed was a direct lineage of those folk customs? Was it possible that what Mingyue village showcased was actually one of the lost Orthodox traditions? Zhu Hong nodded, and everyone took advantage of the break to record frantically. Once the rest was over, they finally set off for the Holy Mountain. Members of the Endangered Species Protection Association exchanged glances and automatically joined the larger group from the Biological Institute. A crowd rushed towards their first important destination, Liutan. Chirping sounds filled the air. In the forest, the wind rustled the leaves, and birds chirped while insects buzzed, pushing aside the hanging vines. Su Jing felt a bit nervous even though he had communicated with that person the day before. But when everyone entered Liutan and saw the rumored carp deity, they all let out a sigh of relief. A short-haired girl stood by the water pool, greeting everyone. You're here? Her expression was natural, as if this place were truly her living room. On a nearby rock, several jars of snacks and fruits were neatly arranged. On the other side, a portable stove emitted the aroma of hot tea, bubbling with steam. What about the fishtail? Qi Ming strode forward and asked with a frown. But the girl ignored him and turned to Su Jing, saying, Is this your friend? How rude. Qi Ming's expression stiffened, and a colleague behind him chuckled softly. Indeed. Coming in without even a greeting, just asking this, and that is quite disrespectful. Su Jing smiled apologetically and addressed Qi. Shaoli is not technically an employee of our scenic area. She's just helping out. After clarifying her identity to prevent Qi from pretending to assert authority, Su Jing quietly asked, Where's your fishtail? Aren't you on holiday today? It's sent for maintenance. The people behind looked skeptical. Is that true? Qi Ming was even more displeased. Knowing they were coming, she still sent things for maintenance? Wasn't that just to prevent them from seeing? Where did it go? Can it be retrieved now? Can we take a look? His unreasonable demands made the girl quiet down. She narrowed her round eyes slightly and stared at him without saying a word, even though they had the numbers on their side. There was only her on the opposite side. Yet her presence still made Qi Ming feel uneasy. Why should I show you my things? Who do you think you are? Before Qi Ming could get angry, she continued, What kind of dirt dog is making a fuss here? Haven't you seen the world? Qi Ming's eyes widened in anger, directly bringing up his background. We come from the capital. The capital? The girl stepped back in disdain, her ear-cleaning gesture looking quite pleasant. Who is so impressive from the capital? Come on, tell me, who from the capital? Qi Ming took 2 steps back in disbelief, looking at Su Jing for help. She's insulting me. Huh, Qi, don't get angry. She's been living in the mountains for a long time and isn't very worldly. Oh, so you mean I'm too worldly? Qi Ming was even angrier, but frankly, since Su Jing said she wasn't an employee and didn't belong to the scenic area, they indeed had no right to see her things, let alone take them away. Stealing things? If that got out, wouldn't the Institute lose face? If it couldn't be done openly, then they would have to resort to underhanded methods. He finally calmed down, took 2 steps back, and immediately put on an apologetic expression. Sorry, we were rude. The people behind him thought. The only one being rude here is you, right? Why drag them into this? This old fellow has no shame. Since that's the case, we won't disturb you any longer. Su Jing achieved his goal and smiled as he led everyone onward. After everyone left, the girl sat there finishing a cup of tea and a whole plate of persimmon cakes before leisurely getting up and walking over to a large stone in the corner, picking up a grayish-white small stone. The side of the small stone had a barely noticeable tiny hole, and upon closer inspection, a glimmer could be seen. Trash. Crack. The stone was crushed by her delicate hand, leaving only powder that dispersed into the air. On the way up the mountain, a man let out a scream, covering his ears. What happened? Before Xin Zhuang and the inspection team behind him could approach, the man hurriedly stood up, his hand leaving his ear, not knowing what he had pinched in his pocket. It's nothing. He smiled apologetically. I saw something and thought it was a snake. As people lost interest and continued to climb, one individual stealthily approached Qiming. The surveillance camera had been discovered. Humph, Qiming snorted coldly. Such a tiny monitor. If that girl had truly lived in the deep mountains for a long time, how could she have easily noticed it? The situation with the fishtail and the carp deity was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Once they started their performance, he would have to investigate again. Everyone was a bit tired, but they quickly arrived at Butterfly Valley. It really was the large-eyed, blue-winged butterfly. Researchers from the Biological Sciences Institute, animal protection organizations, and endangered species departments were all excited and rushed forward. Saturn yellow butterflies, dazzling red devils, 7-star butterflies, and yellow-winged 7-star butterflies. I see the purple coral star. A female researcher exclaimed, waving her hand to show off the butterfly that had landed on her fingertip. There are so many here. Everyone gathered around. And Su Jing was curious, asking the system in his mind, are there endangered butterfly species here? How would I know? The system doesn't categorize butterflies as endangered. They're all just butterflies. Oh, Su Jing looked at the researchers who were already taking out bottles to collect specimens, his smile fading slightly as he continued to ask, what will happen if they take the park's products away? The system's electronic voice was cold. Items produced by the system in the scenic area cannot leave the area. As the system's voice faded, Su Jing also walked over. Leaders, he pointed at the bottles in the researchers' hands, each containing a butterfly. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? The researchers were still immersed in their excitement and didn't pay any attention to Su Jing. One waved his hand dismissively, not even looking at Su Jing, and continued walking forward while holding the bottles. Our containers are specially made, with oxygen, so the butterflies won't suffocate. You all help me carry a few. And let's keep going. Su Jing's voice was cool as he followed behind. Every plant, tree, and living being here belongs to the sacred mountain. You didn't even ask and are just taking them away? Humph, sacred mountain. The researcher had already reached the edge of Butterfly Valley, his backpack on, with a group of colleagues following him, ready to continue climbing to see more. What's sacred mountain? As long as it's on this land, it's all national property. As an official association, we can study whatever we want. What? Not satisfied? Go complain. Let's see who can stop me. Who can stop me? The group continued onward, but suddenly felt the bottles in their hands start to tremble. Su Jing's voice came softly from behind. The sacred mountain will stop you. Bang! The butterflies inside the bottles suddenly went wild, crashing against the walls of the bottles. Harder and harder. Even if their wings got damaged, it didn't matter. And then, bang! Ah! The first butterfly exploded inside the bottle, turning into a bloody mush. Then came the second, the third. The researchers had never seen anything like this before, screaming as they dropped the glass bottles covered in blood mist. Xin Zhuang stood at the back of the crowd, suddenly turning his head sharply. The young man beside him, who he had always thought was very kind. What on earth was he doing? Everyone instantly felt a chill run down their spines, with the ground beneath them littered with the bloody remains of butterflies, while around them, the butterfly swarm danced quietly, as if nothing had happened at all. But it seems that some atmosphere is slowly spreading. Chapter 76, Returning Empty-Handed. It's dead. The researcher trembled, his lips turning white. Su Jing stood in the crowd, expressionless, watching her. Well, these endangered, protected, rare animals. They were living well, but died in your hands. The other researchers also dared not speak, glancing at their leader, only to find the leader's face was equally pale. Xin Zhuang inappropriately stepped forward and smiled as he said something out of place. Inspector Lin, please take note of the matter regarding the Endangered Animal Protection Association disregarding the warnings from the person in charge and forcibly taking the animals, which led to their deaths. Secretary Shun. The leader quickly reacted, shouting, and then immediately put on a smile, walking up to Su Jing and Xin Zhuang. This was our mistake. Don't be angry, Su Xiaoyu, we want to act rashly again. Su Jing glanced at him sideways, pursing her lips. What you should be seeking is not my forgiveness, but that of the sacred mountain. Everyone turned their gaze to the mountain top, where a person's lips were pale. What you just said, is the sacred mountain real? Su Jing looked at him, her expression unreadable, smiling. There are always some things that science cannot explain, right? She waved her hand toward the mountain, and Xin Zhuang quickly signaled everyone to follow. Let us keep going. The crowd dared not speak again. They didn't even dare to pick up the glass bottles on the ground. After the crowd disappeared, a few glass bottles slowly sank into the soil, and before long, in the depths of the flower thicket, a few vibrant butterflies flew out again. After what had just happened, everyone walked more cautiously this time. Even Qiming, who had the worst expression, remained silent. When they passed through the narrow passage, they saw the approaching group of monkeys. And the animal protection organization's members became a bit more active. They slowly approached and spoke to Su Jing. Director Su, can this monkey really wield a stick? Did you teach it? Su Jing told the truth this time. I saved the great sage when I was a child. And I didn't expect that he would become the leader of the group after growing up, and he even recognizes me. After I took over the scenic area, I often brought them fruits and vegetables, and the great sage is smart. He learned it himself. As for the other monkeys, they have been around the staff for a long time, so they don't harm or fear people. Really? Really? He didn't have the nerve to make a vow as outrageous as Wang Kai's. The animal protection members looked at Qi Meng, then at the supervisory personnel brought by Shen Zhuang, and nodded at Su Jing. If you don't mind, can we conduct a simple inspection? The inspection was quite simple. Merely to see if they would show aggressive postures, or if they had any injuries, or to tempt them with food. Unfortunately, the great sage was the monkey that communicated the most with Su Jing. It squinted its eyes, sensing that this group did not come with good intentions. So it looked foolish for a moment, and after glancing at the animal protection members, it pulled out a stick and gave the most forward, showy human a whack. Then it led its family behind the waterfall and disappeared. Hee. The animal protection members scratched their heads, not only unbothered but rather amused. Their spirits are quite good. Sure. I have no problem with that. Boss Su. Someone approached quietly. Does the sacred mountain protect the monkey tribes as well? Su Jing tilted his head back, looking incredulous. You want to take the monkeys too? The person quickly waved his hands. Fearing that the sacred mountain might get angry and the monkeys would die right in front of him, and then he would really be in trouble. No, I'm just curious. Su Jing glanced at him a couple more times before speaking lightly. The sacred mountain protects all its citizens. He cast a seemingly casual glance at the director of the Qi Alliance behind the crowd. That includes the carp pool and the carp god below the mountain. Qi Alliance, don't change the subject. What tricks did he use just now? Trying to scare him? He had handled at least 800 animals for dissection in a year. Would he be afraid of those things? He could only scare inexperienced little researchers. Everyone quickly examined all the matters, but unfortunately, the reports mentioned online, aside from the butterfly being true, none of the other claims were accurate. And since the butterfly couldn't be taken away, even if they wanted to study it, they would have to go back and report it before preparing to come again. A group of people returned empty-handed, and Shen Zhuang finally smiled, leading everyone toward the exit of the scenic area. Everyone headed to the parking lot for the bus, while Shen Zhuang stayed behind. Luckily, nothing happened today, but that butterfly. Su Jing shook his head. You don't need to ask more. It's my first time seeing it too. Shen Zhuang nodded, giving up on further questioning, then pointed out, let us forget about the rest. But don't you think the entrance of this scenic area and the parking lot need some repairs? Such a big scenic area, and it has made an appearance before the public during this year's Labor Day holiday. It's all shabby. What kind of image is that? He sighed with a smile, then remembered something. Also, about the crowd control you mentioned. Is it due to insufficient staff? Or is there another issue? He patted Su Jing on the shoulder, formally extending a friendly olive branch. If there's a problem, let me know. Although I'm just from the Cultural Tourism Bureau, I can still help with many things. You tell me, and I'll find a way. Having received the promise, Su Jing also smiled. If there are benefits, then it's not a wasted effort. Alright, let us chat later. You take everyone back to Yeoman first. I still need to handle some matters at the scenic area, so I want to see you off. He shook hands and turned to go back. Shen Zhuang smacked his lips. Why does he feel like this kid is more of a leader than he is? He returned to the car, where everyone was already packed and ready to depart. Wang Kai, sitting at the front, pressed down his hat and spoke loudly. Please fasten your seatbelts, everyone. We are about to depart. The matter he inquired about is still uncertain, but after thinking it over, he decided he should tell a Jing tonight. Better to prepare for any potential danger. In the crowd behind, Qi Meng was sitting in the corner, furiously typing on his phone. The car moved, and Wanyuan Mountain slowly shrank in the background. His eyes narrowed, filled with determination to uncover the secrets of the carp pool. Meanwhile, Su Jing returned to Wanyuan Mountain, strolled around, then went home, locked the door, and sat on the bed. The holiday is over. Let us see what changes have occurred in the system over these past few days. Ding! The system interface flashed, and a message jumped up. Congratulations. The host's reputation value has surpassed 100,000, rewarded with Lucky Spin 2. Congratulations, the host's positive reviews have surpassed 10,000, rewarded with Lucky Spin 1. This time, the reputation value breakthrough actually rewarded him twice, and the number of positive reviews surprisingly exceeded 10,000. Su Jing thought of the rich shopping mall page, and suddenly felt as if he were immensely wealthy. He had been so busy these past few days that he hadn't had the time to check how many visitors had come to the scenic area. Now, he finally had time to take a good look at the recent results. The page of personal attributes appeared. Host, Su Jing, male, physical quality. B, scenic area achievement. Some renown, scenic area renovation speed increased by 10, Scenic area reputation value, 135, 884 scenic area positive reviews, 12. 767 backpack, stabilizer X1, thunderstorm field X1, delicious rice cake X5, power bank X3, old village chief X3. 55, lottery chances, 3 evaluation. The scenic area has taken its first step and has gained some renown. The next step is crucial. Whether it can thrive and improve continuously depends on various factors. Chapter 77. Assessing the situation with 130,000 in reputation value and 120,000 in positive reviews. Along with 3 lottery chances, Su Jing felt richer than ever before. With so much reputation value in hand, what couldn't he do? Mingwe Village could definitely be upgraded again. And the Sacred Mountain could also be completely renovated. But after thinking it over, he decided to hold off on spending for now. The next renovation site was crucial, as it would determine whether Wanyuan Mountain could appear to outsiders as having development potential. If Secretary Shun could help him promote vigorously in the 2 days leading up to the May Day holiday, it was because Mingwe Village was doing well, right? Because the Sacred Mountain was doing well? If the momentum were to falter, his enthusiasm might wane as well. But if the follow-up efforts were even stronger, then it wouldn't just be him paving the way anymore. However, the man returned to the interface and clicked on the lucky spin. If he couldn't spend, could he at least try his luck? 3 chances. He used them all. The wheel spun with colorful lights, spinning for over a minute before finally stopping, leaving Su Jing feeling dizzy. Ding, ding, ding. After 3 notification sounds, 3 items appeared on the page. He clicked on all of them. But when he saw the first item, he burst out laughing. Toolman, you finally arrived. The first prize was Toolman. It finally fulfilled his urgent need for a special worker. The second prize was a special item. Sensory sharing device, advanced item within the range of the device. Based on the appearance of the scenic area, the senses of tourists will be collectively shared, including but not limited to sight, hearing, touch, taste, smell, and imagination. Applicable range, 1 square kilometer, can only be used in a single scenic area, maximum number of sensory sharing participants, 500. Cannot be destroyed, cannot leave the scenic area. Cannot be transferred. Note, the number of participants cannot exceed 500, otherwise unexpected situations may occur. Su Jing. Although he didn't know where this item could be used at the moment, just looking at the description made it clear that it was an impressive tool. A high-level item. He currently only had 2. One was the Thunderstorm magnetic field, lying rusted in his backpack, and the other was this one. However, the Thunderstorm magnetic field had usage requirements. It could only be used if the completion rate was over 70. But this one didn't have any such restrictions. This meant that, if the situation was right, he could use this item anytime. The next developed attraction definitely had to make use of it. What to do? He thought hard for a while, but found no clues, so he had to click on the third one. The third one was close. Invincible Body Potion. After drinking the potion, for 3 hours, the body is invincible, undamaged, and indestructible. After the effect ends, there will be weakness for 72 hours. Are you alright? Looking at this unexpected potion, Su Jing swallowed, took out a rice cake to eat, and put the potion into his backpack. What was the use of this? Would the attraction be bombed with nuclear weapons? Or would a whole squad come to shoot at him? In peacetime, what use was this thing to him? If he was really discovered and shot at for 3 hours without dying, he could just wait to be taken away for dissection afterward. And most importantly, weakness for 72 hours? 3 days without being able to do anything? If he really needed to use this potion, wouldn't he just be waiting to die for the next 3 days? The more he thought about it, the funnier it became. Su Jing shook his head, considering this potion as a gift from the toolman. Having a drop rate of 23 was already very high. Moreover, this time, his attribute page also had an added reputation. Somewhat famous. Don't underestimate this thing that usually doesn't show itself once it appears. It increased his modification speed by 10. If the attraction became even more famous in the future, wouldn't he gain other, even more impressive titles? At that time, traveling 1,000 miles in a day wouldn't be a dream. Closing the system, the rice cake got a bit stuck in his throat. So he took out a bottle of the old village chief's drink to wash it down. After finally swallowing it, the phone rang. Kai, what's the matter calling so late? Su Jing had just obtained something good and was in a great mood, his voice sounding quite cheerful. But the situation on the ground was different. Wang Kai's voice was serious. Jing, I need to talk about something. Wanyuan Mountain has been doing well lately, but I'm worried that something unexpected might happen, so I've been observing it closely. I mentioned before that there are many attractions in Yong'an City. Before you. The leading attraction in Yong'an was the Red Leaf Mountain Scenic Area in Hongye County outside West City. There are also attractions like Songhu Park and Sunset Town, which have maintained good visitor flow. A friend of mine noticed that there have been frequent cars going to Wanhe County from the Red Leaf Mountain Scenic Area recently, which is to the northeast of Qingshan County, in other words, upstream of your Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Su Jing listened quietly, finally furrowing his brows. So I suspect that Wan Yuan Mountain has recently taken the lead, and the people from Hongya are likely trying to create obstacles for you on the waterways. Within the scenic area of Wan Yuan Mountain, two rivers run through. One is gentle and suitable for cruise ships, which is their main route, while the other is too turbulent for their use at the moment. The several mountains in the scenic area are not continuous, and the two rivers only converge at the Holy Mountain. If there are issues with the waterways, they might have to consider closing the scenic area. However, changing the river course is not something that can be done casually. There are laws and regulations governing it. Su Jing is not a law expert, but knows that such matters cannot be handled lightly. Wang Kai smiled wryly. That is true, but the fines won't be substantial. Moreover, if someone is really determined, it's hard to immediately trace it back to the farmers in the county's rural areas. He felt even more anxious. Furthermore, as an established scenic area, Hongya has a tangled web of interests and many people backing it. Plus, the direction of that river leads to the barren mountain range behind it, which is not a crucial resource river, you understand? Understood. It implies that if something happens, resolving it won't be easy. Of course, all of this is just my speculation. I'm just sharing my thoughts with you so that you can be aware and prepare if a problem does arise. At least there will be some measures to mitigate losses. Su Jing fell silent. Wang Kai, being a local figure in Qingshan County, has been back for a while, and the help he could offer was more than Su Jing dared to imagine. But the fact that such a formidable Wang Kai felt helpless about this matter indicated that the opponent was indeed quite tricky. Well then, I'll prepare myself. After thinking for a moment, he spoke again. Since we're on this topic, Kai, can you do me a favor? Wang Kai, feeling a bit guilty for not being able to help, perked up as soon as he heard Su Jing speak. What do you need? I need a reliable construction team. My investor was very pleased with the performance during the National Day holiday, and the second funding has come through. This time it's a larger operation, requiring 2 construction teams. One has been designated, and I need you to help me find another reliable and fully equipped one. That's easy. Wang Kai chuckled. No problem. As long as the payment is stable, there are plenty of construction teams willing to work. I'll find you a few options, and you can take a look later. After a few more pleasantries, they quickly hung up. Su Jing sat on the bed, thought for a while, then succumbed to sleepiness and drifted off to sleep. In the night, dozens of kilometers away from Wan Yuan Mountain, a group of people was operating machinery, working frantically under the cover of darkness. Hurry up. We don't have much time. There are still over a dozen positions to cover. Boss, why are we digging so much? The sound of rushing water mixed with the roar of machinery, and a few men's conversations could be faintly heard. Don't ask what you shouldn't tea. I don't know either. We're just here to do the job. Well, I'm just curious. The boss took a drag from his cigarette and continued to manipulate the machinery downward. Curious? I'm curious too. But I've heard that what we're doing is just one part of the project. No one knows what it's really for. Just do the job for the money. In this day and age, there aren't many bosses who pay their employees on time. Understood. Then I'll continue. A few people stopped talking, and under the moonlight, the clanging mechanical sounds continued. Chapter 78. 1,005 days. The next day, the weather was clear. Wanyuan Mountain resumed operations. Su Jing gathered the main staff early in the morning to hold a meeting at the Visitor Management Center. First, the financial officer Sun Huahua gave a report. During the 5-day holiday, Wanyuan Mountain generated a total revenue of 53 million from ticket sales, 78 million from the souvenir shop, and 56 million from on-site consumption. After deducting costs, the park's profit was 25 million yuan. Sun Huahua spoke softly, but his words were impactful. 25 million left everyone stunned. 5 days. A net income of over 600,000. Amazing. Is the park really that profitable? Su Jing, who knew more of the inside story, was even more surprised. The souvenir costs were reported at an average of over 30. The shops operated by the employees sold at lower prices and only took a 30 commission. As for the park's utilities and maintenance, Su Jing casually reported a market price. But in reality, he spent nothing. All that money ultimately went into his pocket. This meant that during those days, he basically only paid the employees' wages and the costs for equipment. How terrifying. How much did he owe? 1 million, right? Cough, cough. Let's not worry about the 30 million for now. The 1 million could be paid back. However, there was still a month left, so there was no rush to repay it. He could use this money to renovate the park and hire some staff. After a month, he would surely be able to earn it back, right? After Sun Huahua finished, he sat down. He Yunong stood up. Currently, Wanyuan Mountain has official accounts on major platforms, with the most fans on Dole and Zaihongshu. The park's rating on a certain review site has already risen to 41 points. Only 41 points? Jiang Tsong pursed his lips. He initially thought that with so many visitors, the park would surely score above 45. Ratings don't increase easily. Along with good reviews, there are naturally bad ones. Not to mention malicious commenters and competitors. He Yunong, unfazed, continued. Currently, there are 3 main types of comments about the park online. First, discussions about the interactive gameplay at Mingyue Village, the rituals, and the use of newly appeared plush flower props. Second, questions about the deities of the Holy Mountain, their authenticity, patterns, and appearances. Meanwhile, souvenirs have become very popular, with several limited edition deity items starting to fetch high prices. Third, there are predictions about the attractions at the summit of the Holy Mountain and expectations for other attractions at Wanyuan Mountain. He Yunong scanned everyone, finally stopping at the boss's face. She hoped that the leaders would quickly respond to the third type of comments to raise public expectations. It would be best if they could open during the National Day holiday, so we would have enough time to promote and create content for the park. National Day? Su Jing chuckled to himself. If they really started renovations, with the speed of the system, it would probably be ready in a month or two. By the time of National Day, the third area would likely be unlocked. But he didn't say anything, just nodded. After He Yunong finished her report, she looked at Jiang Kong. Mr. Jiang, we need to set up an investment promotion department as soon as possible. The current popularity of the scenic area is already sufficient for promotional activities. Jiang Tsong nodded, then stood up to begin his report summary. With a background in management and rich work experience, Jiang Tsong's summary and next steps were very well prepared. He had already considered both investment and recruitment. Moreover, he proposed preparing for self-operated ghost houses in the scenic area, with one in each of the 4 zones of Mingyue Village, based on the original wooden building structures, only requiring different design styles. This task naturally fell to Su Jing, who came from a design background. Great. In this scenic area, no one should expect to be idle. Su Jing forced a smile at Jiang Tsong while the person across from him chose to cover their eyes and turn away. Not looking meant they were definitely expecting negative feedback. He Yunong, and their subordinates left the meeting to discuss specific investment details. They had no idea that the outside world was already anxious. The owner of Fengnong Tractors anxiously questioned his subordinates. How's it going? Haven't you found the contact information for the owner of Wanyuan Mountain yet? What about the others in charge? The subordinate, sipping on tea that cost the boss 20 yuan a pound, which was worse than what he bought himself, spat out the dregs. Why are you in such a hurry? We're just selling tractors. Even if we get in touch, they might not choose us anyway. TSK. The boss frowned angrily. What a load of nonsense. What if we're all from the same county? To go deeper, our ancestors might have been brothers. So what if we sell tractors? We're just trying to make a living in the county. As long as they need it, we also have dump trucks and loaders. If they ever need to move mountains or fill seas, they might just need our equipment. The boss leaned back, happily chewing on the tea dregs, and began to dream about the future. Just think. In the future, as the scenic area becomes more popular, it would be such a great thing to see big trucks coming in and out with our brand on them. The subordinate decisively stood up. The boss, now over 50, still loved to fantasize. With that time, he might as well go to the countryside and sell some tractors instead. He pushed the official account of Wanyuan Mountain to the boss. You keep an eye on it. There's an email on there. But I've sent messages many times and never received a reply. The subordinate left, and the tractor boss sat up, sincerely editing a message. Hello, we are the business department of Fengnong Group. This letter is to express our hope to establish a friendly business cooperation with your scenic area. Our scope of operations is quite broad, covering most engineering vehicles. It wasn't just him. Since Wanyuan Mountain opened, apart from a customer service number that was impossible to reach, there was only one email made public. They didn't know who the owner was, nor did they know where the staff of this scenic area were hiding. After searching for so long, they still couldn't contact the person in charge. They could only keep sending messages to the email. So when Jiang Tsong finally opened the email and saw He Yunong's categorized list, he was also taken aback. So many? In the list: investment and cooperation, brand collaboration, investors, government departments, media interviews, feedback, organized neatly. Within each category, there are hundreds of unread emails. However, what left Jiang Tsong most bewildered was the last category: donations. He Yunong couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. After many years of work, it was the first time she had seen a request for donations for a scenic area. Yes, but there are currently only 3 people. What does only mean? The fact that someone is donating is already outrageous, and now there are 3? How much are they going to donate? A total of 1.2 million. Jiang Tsong was so shocked that he went silent for 3 seconds. Having worked since childhood and earned every penny himself, he had saved up enough to barely buy a house back home. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Are they out of their minds? Is this what they call that damn perspective? Meanwhile, Su Jing received a familiar phone call. Secretary Shun? On the other end, Secretary Shun laughed heartily. I'll send you a location. Come here at 3 p.m. I have good news for you. Chapter 79. Come, let us introduce you to the county chief. When Su Jing arrived at the designated location, staff were already waiting for him. Qingshan Villa, the highest standard hotel in the county specifically for receiving government leaders, was located next to the hotel, used exclusively for tea and discussions. Su Jing followed the staff inside, where the elegant VIP room 1 was already filled with guests. Among all the officials, Su Jing only recognized Shen Zhuang. Haha, here comes our big star. Shen Zhuang stood up from the crowd and led the bewildered Su Jing to the only empty seat. He then introduced Su Jing to everyone. The person in charge of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, you all should have heard of him for a long time. Su Jing forced a smile. Shen Zhuang is really something. He didn't even give me a heads up, and look at all these important figures. However, since he was there, he might as well go along with it. He had met national leaders in his previous life while leading a team. Would he be afraid of them? If they made things difficult for him, he could just leave. Later, he could treat Shen Zhuang to a meal and slip him some laxatives. But the flattery he expected in the official circles did not happen. As soon as Shen Zhuang finished the introduction, an elderly man sitting in the main position suddenly stood up straight, walked over, and grasped Su Jing's hands tightly. With tears in his eyes. God of wealth. Huh. Everyone burst into hearty laughter, but each person looked at Su Jing with satisfaction. Shen Zhuang then began to introduce him. This is the county chief of Qingshan County. You just returned and Haven T met him yet. But you will probably see him often in the future. He then pointed to the stout man sitting next to him. This is the director of the Natural Resources and Planning Bureau. This is the director of the Transportation Bureau. This is the director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau. This is, as Shen Zhuang introduced the last person, a serious-looking middle-aged man on his left. He paused intentionally. This is Zhang Zhong, the director of the Veterans Affairs Bureau. Veterans? Su Jing's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood Shen Zhuang's meaning. This was genuine help coming. The few of them took their seats and began drinking tea. The county head started to vent his frustrations to him. Su Jing found the tea quite amusing, finally realizing why everyone was so enthusiastic towards him. The reason was simple. Qingshan County was too barren and desolate. Among the 12 counties surrounding Yong'an, Qingshan County ranked 11th. The last place had completely given up, with over 700 low-income households living off relief funds. But Qingshan County was one that didn't want to give up, but still couldn't get things right. The county had worked hard throughout the year, only to find out by the end of the year that they had lost tens of millions. Logically, as a county leader, he should at least be at a certain level, but as someone without any voice or resources, sometimes he was worse off than a deputy director in the city. The reason Shen Zhuang agreed to set up this meeting was straightforward. He saw potential in Wanyuan Mountain, in Su Jing, and in the potential of Qingshan County with Su Jing. Otherwise, how could he, a busy person with a packed schedule, spare half a day to drink tea in this small county? Thus, the county head and all the directors of the county's administrative departments expressed their heartfelt gratitude to him. Of course, there were some, like the director of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, who shyly asked if they could contribute some funds to help repair the roads in the county. Su Jing touched his pocket, which had just received hundreds of thousands, and smiled broadly. No money. He refused without hesitation. Goodness, it was like asking a calf to give birth before it even grew hair, or starting to drink blood while the pig was still alive. His small scenic area hadn't even matured yet, so how could they expect it to support a family? The director of the Housing Bureau laughed awkwardly and withdrew. He knew that although this young man was still inexperienced, he wasn't foolish. The county head also turned a blind eye to these matters. Their purpose today was simply to extend an olive branch to Su Jing, to build a good relationship, so that if they needed help later, they could speak up. The county could also help promote the area. Most importantly, if situations like the labor holiday arose again, they could coordinate better on transportation and accommodation issues with the scenic area. Su Jing naturally would not refuse goodwill. After staying for dinner, he left with Shen Zhuang. Sitting in the car, Shen Zhuang winked at him. The holiday promotion had gone well, and the Cultural and Tourism Bureau would follow up. The director from the Veterans Affairs Office mentioned that their lives were quite tough. Although there was a pension, many families were struggling with limited job opportunities and low pay in the county. Plus, most of them had injuries. If you needed employees, these individuals could be a great asset. When reporting upwards, I can also speak highly of them. After Shen Zhuang finished speaking, he waved for Su Jing to come closer. Secretary Li was driving in front, his eyes unable to stop glancing at the rearview mirror. Su Jing remained still, so Shen Zhuang had to stretch his neck to talk. Haha, it was like an old turtle. Secretary Li held back his laughter and quietly listened to their conversation. There are a few things you must take care of next. The entrance, parking lot, and the road at the scenic area must be repaired. The current status of the scenic area 2A is no longer suitable. I will get you a form when I return, and you should apply for a higher certification, as this will affect future promotions and pricing levels. After leaving some good suggestions and assistance, Shen Zhuang returned to Yong'an City under the night sky. He didn't mention that some leaders in the city wanted to meet him. Just joking. The situation in the city is complicated. Who knows what those people are up to? Su Jing is now a treasure he is relying on. It concerns his reputation this year, as long as he performs steadily and ensures quality. Just the Mingyuezhai Sacred Mountain alone can keep him afloat until the end of the year, allowing Shen Zhuang to confidently attend the provincial year-end meeting. This year, he must not come in last. After sending Shen Zhuang off, Su Jing also took advantage of the night to go home and sleep, finishing everything in one go. As night fell, the tourists at Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area were mostly dispersed, and a shadow quietly emerged from the woods. Under the moonlight, the person's face was clearly visible. It was Qi Ming, the director who had left yesterday. But today, he wore a cap and a mask, with a backpack, standing under the shadow of the trees. At the entrance of the sacred mountain, 3 or 4 people were still patrolling. According to routine, he should wait until later, when the employees leave for the day, before entering the mountain. But he couldn't wait. If that rude girl who played the coy god hit her fishtail again today, wouldn't he have wasted his effort? He had to hurry in at this moment. His eyes were fierce, filled with calculation and greed. If that fish were real, he would definitely gather evidence to report it. If that fish were fake, the clothing was valuable, and he would still take the fishtail, even if it meant stealing. He would manage to get a piece of the material. Qi Ming touched the dagger at his side, took a deep breath, and directly found a patch of sparse bushes to slip inside. The figure disappeared. A few guards stretched their bodies and yawned. "Time us about up. Let us go. Hee hee. Let us call Fong Gu when we get back. It's been a while since we had a drink." The few of them left, and the sacred mountain was quiet behind them, slowly shrouded in mist. Chapter 80. Night Raid on the Sacred Mountain. Rustling. Chattering. Crash. At the foot of the sacred mountain, in that same patch of bushes, the mist finally dissipated, and Qi Ming rushed out with a terrified expression, screaming, "What the heck? What the heck?" He forced himself to cover his mouth, drenched in cold sweat that felt icy against the wind. His head was spinning from tension and fear. Damn it. Had he encountered a ghost wall? 3 hours. A full 3 hours. He was trapped in this mountain, unable to find a way out no matter which direction he took. Mist. Mist. More mist. It was all damn mist. Along with the occasional bird calls and monkey cries, it was too frightening. The image of the butterfly that crashed into the meat jar yesterday echoed in his mind, making his breathing feel numb and swollen. That ridiculous legend of the sacred mountain, could it actually be true? How could he have walked for so long, and then suddenly reappear in the same place? He took a deep breath, brushed his tousled hair, and put his hat back on. Impossible. This is the world of science. Such things cannot exist. Mermaids are just genetically mutated beings. Butterflies are merely a result of biological perception chaos caused by magnetic fields. Monkeys are simply smart. As for the earlier illusion, it doesn't matter. Qi Ming clenched his tingling fingers and looked at the dark, towering mountain before him. He had only one purpose today, to obtain the new material skin. For this goal, he could endure any hardship. If Su Jing knew how much courage Qi Ming had after coming out of the misty realm, he would surely admire him. Determination and willpower. What couldn't he accomplish? Of course, stealing the tail of a tool person might be a bit challenging. Qi Ming had already entered the mountain. This time, he didn't take the shortcut, but carefully followed the main path up the mountain. The moonlight was deep tonight, with layers of clouds and mist, the moonlight flickering. Qi Ming kept encouraging himself along the way. But when he heard the sound of flowing water ahead, his courage surged. He had arrived. He pushed aside the hanging vines and stepped into the carp pool again. This time, he didn't go up the bridge but quietly walked around the edge of the pool. He was so excited and nervous that he didn't notice the carp in the pool had stopped approaching him, staring at him with wide eyes, as if frozen beneath the water. The night breeze was gentle. Suddenly, Qi Ming held his breath and looked down. At his feet lay a porcelain white wine cup, knocked over in the grass, slightly swaying, with crystal-clear liquids spilled everywhere. Who on earth would drink in such a place? Qi Ming ignored it and tiptoed forward, wading through the pool and around the stone wall, finally seeing what he had been longing for. His pupils dilated, and his breathing became heavy. The girl he had just seen yesterday was lying by the pool, her eyes lightly closed, breathing shallowly, seemingly already asleep. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that the enormous golden-red fish tail, rumored online, was half submerged in the water, quivering gently with her breath. Beneath the water, the magnificent tail fin emitted a golden and silver glow, more dazzling than the finest gems. Damn it! Qi Ming felt his chest burn. How could an employee be sleeping at night without taking off their outfit? Is there something wrong with their head? Or do they not need to take it off? Or can't they? Could it be that he had encountered a real mermaid? Damn it, he would be famous for eternity. Without any hesitation, Qi Ming stepped forward and grabbed the fishtail. He wanted to personally check the texture. Splash. With the unfamiliar touch, the girl seemed to wake up. The fishtail flicked up, splashing a huge wave of water that drenched Qi Ming. But standing in the mist, Qi Ming, completely soaked, looked at the girl who had directly stood up, supporting herself with her fishtail. The greed in his eyes was almost palpable. The slippery sensation seemed to linger in his hands. He had been fishing at the market for 3 days. How could he not know the feel of fish skin? His smile could not be concealed as he exclaimed, You monster. Do you really have a tail? The carp deity stood behind a mist of water, and a group of carp had somehow aligned themselves behind her. She straightened her fish tail, which vanished beneath the water, and when she stood, she was over 2 meters tall. The carp deity looked down at Qi Ming. You have angered me. Just a tail, and you dare to raid the holy mountain? Her eyes flickered as she noticed a wine cup overturned on the grass in the distance. You even wasted my fine wine. Qi Ming laughed heartily, pulling out a dagger. His voice laced with malicious intent. A tail? Then why don't you give it to me? Huh? With a splash. The mist was once again stirred by the fish tail. When the view cleared, the carp deity was sitting by the pond, holding a cup of wine to her lips. Give it to you? She said playfully, her eyes narrowing slightly, seemingly unafraid of the sharp blade before her. The way of heaven is such that for everything gained, something must be lost. You want my tail? Then what I want, can you afford to give it? Qi Ming also laughed, but as he continued, his smile faded. Time was running short. He had to obtain this monster immediately. If she truly was a mermaid, even if he killed her, the tourists wouldn't dare call the authorities. If she was a fake, he would take the materials he needed and leave. Compensation was no issue for him. He had plenty of money, and there would be people to protect him. Stop talking nonsense. Qi Ming sneered, charging forward with his knife. What I want, I will take myself. The moonlight flickered as it swept over the carp pond. Before the night fully darkened, Qi Ming only saw her sitting calmly in the water, a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth. What was she laughing at? Was she not going to dodge? Just a tail? Did she really think she was a deity? He swung his knife with even more ferocity. The night turned completely dark, but the blade glimmered sharply as it approached the cave entrance. Boom! The last thing Qi Ming saw was a flash of nearly blinding purple and white light. Ding! The loud electronic sound jolted Su Jing awake from his dream. The system interface appeared in his mind, displaying a screen full of black warnings. Warning! Warning! Tourist area props have been attacked. System punishment power activated. Beginning punishment. Punishment task completed. Please check host. What is going on? Su Jing was bewildered. Missing a sock and with messy hair, he dashed into the tourist area. Who was attacked? What triggered this? Who? What on earth happened? System bro, don't do this. It's so scary. Chapter 81. The system strikes back, passing through Mingyue village, entering the holy mountain forest, and parting the hanging vines. Su Jing stood before the carp pond, utterly astonished. What happened here? If we ignore the familiar old man lying underground, everything seems calm, with carps swimming happily, as if nothing occurred. Director Qi? What happened to him? The carp deity, holding a wine glass, sat cross-legged on the grass, shaking his head. I don't know. We were chatting happily when suddenly a lightning bolt struck him. Su Jing looked at the small circle of charred grass beneath his feet, which was slowly recovering, while Qi Ming, turned over, had a blackened face, his hair standing on end, and small wisps of smoke coming from his mouth. Brother Tongzi? You didn't actually kill him, did you? It's obvious that the rectification mentioned is the punitive measure referred to by the system. I didn't expect it could actually summon lightning. The system's voice was somewhat proud. Just joking. The system wouldn't let the host get into trouble. I merely took a little action to prevent him from causing issues at the scenic area. Well done. Su Jing praised in his heart, then suddenly slapped Qi Ming twice. You dare to come with a knife? I've been displeased with you for a long time. Old wall lamp. The carp deity, smiling, ran over, saying, I want to do it too. She twisted her wrist, lifted her left foot, and exaggeratedly leaned back as if preparing to throw a ball. Her delicate palm, with a sharp wind, paused right in front of Qi Ming. Qi Ming's eyes widened in shock. Slowly coming to his senses, he looked furious. What do you want to do? TSK. The carp deity sighed, her shoulders drooping. Uncle, do you think my hands look nice? Su Jing watched the girl leave, while Qi Ming almost fainted with anger, not doubting for a moment. If that slap had landed, it probably would have knocked the old man's head off. He held back a laugh and pretended to care, asking Qi Ming, Director Qi, how are you doing? Surprisingly, Qi Ming seemed to have lost his memory. He looked around, his old face filled with confusion. Where am I? Su Jing was taken aback, then cautiously said, You're at the Holy Mountain. Do you not remember what just happened? Holy Mountain. He looked around, then frowned as he sat up, seemingly disliking his surroundings. What am I doing here? Ugh, my head hurts and my body hurts. He seemed dazed, heading down the mountain path, while mumbling to himself. This place feels really uncomfortable. Why did I come here? Ugh, I should be in the lab drinking red wine right now. I hate this place. What? Just leaving like that? Su Jing's support was rejected, and the old man limped away, disappearing into the forest, while the knife covered in his fingerprints was left behind. Brother Tongzi is so amazing. Humph, just a small matter. I merely erased his memory and instilled some subconscious dislike for Wanyuan Mountain. So he won't want to come back. That way, future troubles can be avoided. In the system's calm electronic voice, one could faintly hear a hint of pride. Su Jing felt happy as well. These departments affiliated with the state are the most troublesome. If entangled, one would have to live in constant fear. He didn't expect the system to resolve it so easily. He could only blame himself if he hadn't entered with a knife, intending to harm and take away the system items. The punishment wouldn't have fallen on him. Indeed, evildoers must face the consequences. The cause and effect have long been predetermined. He turned to look at the deity. Although she was a tool, under the system's settings and protection, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was a divine being in this area. Are you all right? The deity turned to him, scrutinized him for a moment, and then smiled. I'm fine, but what about you? Her role was that of the deity of the carp pond in the sacred mountain. So even though she knew Su Jing was the owner of the scenic area, she was unaware of the system's ability to handle matters afterward. Even though someone had just tried to harm her, she still instinctively worried about whether she would cause trouble for Su Jing. It's okay, don't worry about me. The grass that had been struck had already returned to its original state, and the carps swam freely, with a large carp occasionally jumping out of the water, trying to elicit a smile from the deity. They were so lively that it was hard to tell they were merely a product of the system. Then you continue to drink, I won't disturb you. Su Jing shook his head and quickly left, trying to catch up with Qi Meng. The deity didn't speak further, raising her head to drink the cup of wine, repeatedly looking at her delicate hands. After a while, she sighed regretfully. If I had known, I should have just kept going. Su Jing ultimately didn't catch up with Qi Meng. How could being struck by lightning enhance one's mobility? He couldn't make sense of it, and could only obediently return home to continue sleeping. Meanwhile, Qi Meng drove out of the Wan Yuan mountain area, his mind gradually clearing. Why did I come to this place? Why do I feel like I don't remember? Am I getting old? He answered the buzzing phone beside him. Hello? What carp? What deity? You must have dialed the wrong number. I warn you, poaching is illegal. Get lost. He hung up the phone with a snap and stared at the string of numbers displayed on the screen. A ridiculous thought flashed through his mind that he might have done something wrong. But then a headache struck, and he could only stop thinking about it and hurry toward the city. On the other end of the line, a well-dressed elite hung up the phone, looking shocked. Director Qi has gone mad. He told me to get lost? A deep voice came from behind a large leather chair. You didn't get the items either? Director Qi said he didn't know what we were talking about. The voice fell silent for a moment before continuing. Let's not worry about this for now. That research fanatic has so many thoughts. He must have been pressured by someone else to say that. Call that person and tell him we are powerless here. As the peaceful night passed, Su Jing was unaware that the system had erased a major trouble for him. He simply got up early, donned his gear, and entered the park happily. Today he had an important task. This time, he didn't enter through the main gate, but took a detour across a large bridge. Sneaking through the greenery, wielding a shovel to clear away the thorny branches, and stepped inside. He had crossed the scenic area S River, and on the right side of the river, it was usually deserted. Although it was still within the scenic area, it was no different from wasteland. Su Jing walked along the abandoned forest path for quite a while before finally hearing the gentle sound of water. A small stream wound its way forward. He looked around, chose to wade through the knee-deep water, and continued along the stream. After walking for several hundred steps, the area in front of him suddenly opened up. A vast expanse of ordinary woodland appeared, filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Sunlight pouring down, and a gentle breeze made it seem less desolate. Su Jing nodded, developing some preliminary thoughts about this place. However, he didn't stop, passing through the forest and moving forward. The sound of the flowing water gradually grew louder, and mist began to envelop him. Leaving the trees behind, he encountered a rushing river ahead, with white waves surging. And in the most turbulent spots, the splashes could reach over half a meter high. Su Jing glanced at the small, dilapidated boat docked by the trees, gritted his teeth, and immediately exchanged for an advanced sailing skill in the system. System? I hope I won't drown in my own scenic area. Don't worry, the system is here. You are safe. With this reassurance, Su Jing immediately began to push the boat. Today, he aimed to travel down another river to see other scenic spots and decide on the next renovation area. Chapter 82, Area Selection Splash. The small boat took on water at an angle, and even though Su Jing had exchanged for the skill, he was still jolted by the swift current. He really wasn't suited for sailing, but he had no time for regrets, as within 3 breaths, the small boat was already swept away from the shore. Moving over 10 meters, he could only lower his body, observe the water's flow, and paddle to adjust his direction. Thus, a small dilapidated boat wobbled forward amidst the waves. Sailing was real, and observation was equally real. In the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area, a central mountain served as a boundary, with 2 major rivers flowing downstream, one rapid and one gentle, showcasing completely different scenery. Entering through the main gate of the scenic area only allowed access to the calm river on the right side. Therefore, for several years, no staff had visited the left side's rapids. Even when he first took over the scenic area, his understanding of its layout came from Uncle Shui. But this renovation was crucial, coupled with the information Wang Kai had received. Su Jing had no choice but to venture over here. At the first mountain past the rapids, Su Jing checked the system. Left 3 mountain range. Unnamed, progress 2. Attraction, Plum Garden 1. Project, Plum Viewing, half a star. Full-time staff, none. Temporary staff, none. Facilities, 1 toilet. Rumor has it that it leaks all over, and using it in winter would freeze waste. Evaluation. This mountain has an elevation of 192 m, rarely visited above the mid-slope, and is difficult to develop, having hardly been open to tourists. The System-S evaluation this time was quite mild, not criticizing him. Feeling like a spring breeze, which made Su Jing feel good. However, he didn't stop. The small boat continued forward. It was a joke, such a large mountain. Not to mention how long it would take to renovate. Just the location made it unclear how to bring tourists in. Moreover, the most crucial point was that the previous attraction was a mountain, and he didn't want to do another mountain. People can also experience aesthetic fatigue. The small boat spun on the water, and after rounding a bend, it suddenly became calmer. Su Jing immediately perked up and looked ahead. Further on was another peak of the scenic area. Peak 2. Unnamed, progress 1. Attraction, unique rock formations. Project, rock viewing, half star. Permanent staff, none. Temporary staff, none. Service facilities, none. Evaluation. This is a rather desolate stone mountain with no remarkable scenery and is difficult to develop. It was included as a bonus with the land purchase. I hope the host can make good use of it. Wow. Su Jing looked up at the rugged, unremarkable stone mountain ahead, his mouth agape. There's not even a toilet. Has this place ever been developed? It was included with the land. How generous. However, what Su Jing was really concerned about was not the mountain. As the water calmed down, he paddled vigorously and finally managed to bring the small boat to shore. This place is quite interesting. The rapids slowed down at this bend, creating a riverbank. Behind the riverbank was a large mud pit, with lush ferns growing all around, and occasionally a few large birds resting nearby. System? How deep is this mud pit? The system took a moment to check, and the page automatically displayed. Mud pit. Unnamed. Development level 0. Description. A lake filled with river mud. Average depth 678 meters. Area 369 kilometers. Evaluation. A mud pit between 2 mountain ranges. Seemingly of little use. Of little use? Su Jing chuckled. It could be quite useful. The West Lake in my previous life was only about half again as large. But this mud pit is deeper than the West Lake. Besides, it's a mud pit now, but that might change in the future. Next to the mud pit was a stretch of rocky shore. Walking up the rocky shore would lead to that stone mountain. After circling the riverbank, Su Jing continued downstream in the small boat, where the water was much calmer, and he soon reached the foot of the holy mountain. Uncle Shui happened to be bringing in the first batch of tourists, and, after seeing them off, turned around and asked curiously, "Brother Jing? How did you come from that direction?" Despite Su Jing's countless corrections on Uncle Shui's insistence to call him brother, he could only give up. He replied stiffly, "I want to check that area. You came in that little broken boat." Uncle Shui scoffed in disbelief. "This boat looks familiar, like my old broken boat version 2. Is there really a version 1 that's even worse?" Su Jing quickly shook his head, trying to dismiss the thought, and then jumped onto Uncle Shui's boat. "Perfect. Uncle Shui is taking me out." The two swayed back as they returned, and Su Jing immediately went back to his little cabin to start thinking about new attraction plans. Lost in thought, he didn't emerge until the evening, stretching as he stepped out. Jiang Tsong had been waiting for a long time. He pulled Su Jing to sit down and pulled out a thick stack of forms. "The recruitment plan has already started, and I've found the prop makers you need. As for the guest house location, I've already selected it. I'll send you the floor plan and architectural drawings. Once you design it here, we can start construction." Su Jing interrupted him, pulling out a business card. "This is the phone number of the director of the Veterans Affairs Bureau in Qing County. No need to be too formal. Just communicate normally and let him know the employee conditions we need. Many employees can find opportunities here." Jiang Tsong's eyes lit up. He was worried about where to find strong or charismatic employees. Whether for security maintenance at the scenic area, patrolling at Mingyue Village and Shengshan, or security at the souvenir shop, such talents were needed. Su Jing's connections were quite beneficial. He collected the business cards and continued speaking. Then there were some who proactively reached out. He took out a piece of paper. Within Yong'an City, 2 dance troupes expressed a friendly intention to collaborate, and 2 others from the province sent emails. Not to mention the many from the county. There was a well-known dance troupe from the southwest that was touring and happened to pass through Yong'an. They said they would like to come and see a performance if possible. Su Jing pondered. This collaboration? Did they want to come to the scenic area to work and perform, like with the Golden Sun? Jiang Tsong laughed. "What are you thinking? It's more about exchange performances. Similar to inviting external collaborations that would attract fans of those troupes or people interested in new shows to the scenic area." Su Jing nodded but was still puzzled. "Aren't our shows new?" Jiang Tsong was at a loss for words. "Of course, they are new. We are still fresh talent." Su Jing was too busy and might not have seen the comments online. The Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area had become quite popular. He took a deep breath and said, I understand now. We are currently only recruiting dance troupes with long-term cooperation intentions. As for those who want to visit, they can just buy tickets to see the show. Yes, that's the point. A long-term operating scenic area needs a solid foundation to present different programs, rather than attracting attention by constantly changing the lineup. Such tactics can be used occasionally for special events. Jiang Tsong continued. Regarding investment, there have been many applications. Perhaps because our entry fees are low and the commission is also minimal, major brands are very eager. There are also many investors. He flipped through the list and pulled out a few pages. I picked out a few interesting ones. Take a look. One is Fengnong Tractors. Although they speak grandly, I checked, and their strength is decent, mainly in the mid to low-end market, with good durability. They offered to provide their transportation fleet for us if they could advertise here. This one is our county's bottled water brand. He went on for quite a while. And Su Jing nodded frequently, mainly remembering the one selling tractors. There's no way around it. Management is really not his strong suit. There are also investors contacting us. Their equity ratio is quite suitable. No, we are not looking for investments. Jiang Tsong was taken aback and frowned in response. Why? Aren't we in debt? Having someone invest is a rare opportunity that many companies would envy. There's no other reason. Su Jing sighed. He has a system behind him. The ownership of the scenic area must be entirely in his hands. Not a single cent can be given away. Don't you remember? I have a mysterious major investor above me, and everything that can be shared has already been distributed. He could only rely on the investor to reassure Jiang Kong. Finally, that's it. He took out a piece of paper with 3 names on it. These 3 individuals have donated to us. 2 of them contributed 500,000 each, while one gave 200,000. Wang Kai mentioned that one of them is a wealthy second generation from a certain region and suggested that we could reach out. He said that once the scenic area expands, we can't just focus on operations. We also need to consider establishing good connections with capital or government entities. Since these 3 have shown goodwill, it would be beneficial to meet them when we have the time. Su Jing recognized one of the names and had some impression. Jopa. All right. He nodded and said to arrange it when possible. Then there was one last thing. Jiang Tsong also mentioned he was tired and sent a document to Su Jing. Kaizi forwarded 2 construction teams, saying they were the ones you wanted and asked you to choose one to respond to him. They could start anytime. He leaned over with a sly smile. What? Are we going to start something new again? He was just joking, but unexpectedly, Su Jing nodded seriously. He guessed right. It would start tomorrow. Chapter 83. Start of the renovation. Wang Kai was simple in appearance, but meticulous in thought. The list he provided to Su Jing included some with fewer numbers who could handle detailed work, and others with larger numbers who could manage substantial projects. Unfortunately, what Su Jing needed was just a shell. He chose the larger construction team without hesitation, and they were punctual. The next morning, a rumbling convoy rolled in from the rural dirt road. The middle-aged uncle leading the team was full of spirit. Boss Su, how should we proceed? There was no prior meeting, no blueprints, and no price negotiation discussions. Su Jing quoted a daily rate straight away, which stunned the construction team's foreman. They had encountered a big benefactor. The uncle smiled broadly, ready to roll up his sleeves and get to work. But unexpectedly, he pulled Su Jing aside, took out a map of the scenic area, and started planning. This. His finger tapped furiously on the map, almost sketching out a glorious year ahead for the foreman. However, after the boss finished gesturing, he looked up with a smile and said, for these areas, just ensure the construction safety nets are in place. Remember to secure them tightly, including overhead, to cover well. The uncle was no longer listening. His heart sank. Just putting up a net. How many days can we work? How much can we earn? Is there anything else besides this? The uncle perked up his ears to listen. There is nothing else. Woe is me. This is too much. The foreman forced a smile and began calling everyone to work. Forget it. Even a small mosquito is still meat. At least this boss pays daily and 1 T delay wages. After arranging the project details, the green safety net fabric was immediately put up. Meanwhile, batches of tourists entering the site noticed this change. Latest news. Wanyuan Mountain is under construction again. A new message interrupted the lively discussions in a microgroup with up to 400 members. Wanyuan Mountain outsiders, 469 people. Li Shun is my wife. What the hell? Is this true? Guide's armpit hair. Where is the construction? Are they going to create new scenes again? Mountain Sweeper number 1. No way. Isn't there a new scene in the Sacred Mountain? In my group, there are still people who haven't been there yet, and now there's another one? Iwa Kai Ho Hudia Sha. Wanyuan Mountain is already quite popular. I think they shouldn't create new scenes now, but rather focus on maintaining Minghua Village and the Sacred Mountain. Although I want to see new scenes, I also hope they can maintain them well. They have too few staff. And I'm worried about people crowding and hurting the butterfly spirits. Ziyanula Laudia, I agree. When I went during the May Day holiday, I heard someone talking about endangered protection. And I was so scared that someone would sneak into Butterfly Valley to steal butterflies. True Yibong. Did Ping Ping go again today? Hasn't she been there twice already? Going 3 times in such a short time? Isn't that boring? His words garnered unanimous agreement. Although Wanyuan Mountain is fun, going all the time would surely get tiresome, right? The speaker didn't show up, so everyone continued chatting. The people here are all fervent fans from the Wanyuan Mountain discussion group, each representing a fan community of over 50 people. They are like a semi-official group. When the official account promotes a short video, they can come up with 800 behind-the-scenes clips. It can be said that the increasing popularity of Wanyuan Mountain, even reaching trending search terms, is partly due to them. After a few hours, Ping Ping Wuqi finally surfaced in the group. Ping Ping Wuqi, image, JPG. Everyone clicked on the image, revealing a delicate little hand in front of the camera, clutching 12,346 colorful plush flowers of different colors. After a few seconds of silence in the group, it instantly exploded. True Yibong, no way. How do you have so many? Yinghua Dragong, 6. 6 colors of flowers. Did you collect them all? I saw that the most anyone had on the forum was 4. Li Sun Zuosha, Di Da Pongli. They VE started trading, and none have as many as you found. This is definitely a new item. In Mingyue Village, Ping Ping carefully placed the plush flowers in her backpack, still holding back a bit. Inside the backpack, there lay a white plush flower. This color has never appeared online before. However, even with 6 flowers collected, Ping Ping believed it wasn't over yet. Generally, such items have a number associated with them, and according to the mystical beliefs of the people here, it could be 7, 9, or even 12. She looked up at the top of the sacred mountain, where a faint light flickered. She had a premonition. This plush flower item is definitely meant for the mountaintop. But she wondered what kind of scenery or spirit might be up there that would require such an item. She wasn't the only one thinking this. But everyone tacitly continued to quietly gather their things. That evening, as the tourists left, the construction team arrived by boat with materials surrounding the wooden village area. And Su Jing immediately began the renovation project. Buildings in Mingyue Village. Level A customized renovation 4. Total cost 16,000 reputation points. Duration 48 hours. Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area entrance. Level A customized renovation. Cost 3,000 reputation points. Duration 72 hours. Wanyuan Mountain. Parking lot. Standardized parking lot renovation. Cost 3,000 reputation points. Duration 72 hours. Wanyuan Mountain. Ticket hall. Standardized ticket hall. Cost 1,600 reputation points. Duration 48 hours. Now comes the last one. And it's the most important one. Su Jing took a deep breath, looked at his remaining reputation points, and confirmed. Ding. A crisp sound echoed, like the sound of breaking ground. Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. The second renovation area has been selected and cannot be changed. Based on the host's ideas, the system has optimized and adjusted to produce the renovation plan. The overall renovation and upgrade of the muddy area to Laxian Lake, Level A renovation, requires 100,000 reputation points and will take 15 days. Due to the complex internal structure of the scenic spot, the duration is longer. Please be patient. Ding. The overall renovation and upgrade of the forest by the stream, Level B renovation, requires 350,000 reputation points and will take exactly 7 days. Please be patient. At this point, Su Jing had almost exhausted all the reputation points he had gained during the holiday. What remained was to handle the scenic area matters with Jiang Song and watch the changes unfold. Within the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, under the cover of the green safety net, all renovations began instantly. The noise used by the system to disguise the changes arose, and it would no longer appear silently as before. As night fell again, the moon was bright and the stars sparse. Dozens of kilometers away from Wanyuan Mountain, a man left coldly after a phone call ended, his faint words drifting in the wind. Let us begin. Release the water. Chapter 84. The underhanded tactics of Hongya Mountain. The labor holiday was completely over, and the online buzz about the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area gradually faded. The tourist flow in the scenic area stabilized at a few hundred, mostly consisting of visitors from the county or nearby urban areas, who occasionally took a day or 2 off to come and enjoy. Jiang Song's recruitment plan was progressing smoothly, as they both hoped. The county's Veterans Affairs Bureau indeed provided a large number of quality employees. Regardless of age, these individuals exuded a reassuring presence just by standing there. The only 2 who seemed less than happy were Zhao Meng and Feng Cheng. The 2 kept a watchful eye, not uttering a word. Zhao Meng, who used to stroll around Mingyue Village every day with his little sunglasses, although not doing much, unconsciously slowed down his steps and lowered his voice. Military Master. We are all good citizens. Everything felt so harmonious, the only issue being that Uncle Shui rarely took the initiative to approach Su Jing to talk. Brother Jing, there is something I'm not sure if I should mention. Go ahead, Uncle Shui. Su Jing was relaxed. They could call each other as they pleased. It was no problem. Uncle Shui frowned, his expression puzzled. According to past years, as June approaches, it should be the flood season, and the water level should be rising. Even if it hasn't reached the flood season yet, and there hasn't been much rain lately, he looked upstream and felt that the water level had noticeably dropped. Especially yesterday when he returned with tourists, he saw a section of the riverbank where the stones were exposed. If it continues to drop like this, the boat won't be able to carry passengers. If it hits the stones in the riverbed, it could be dangerous. Su Jing listened quietly, realizing that Wang Kai's speculation had turned out to be true. I will find someone to check the situation in the next few days to see what the cause is, he said. After a moment, he asked, does the other river have any impact? Uncle Shui was taken aback, then smiled wryly. Ah, the jumping river. These two rivers have different sources and aren't related. Are you thinking of using the jumping river to transport passengers? He quickly waved his hand. That won't do. Do you know the origin of the river's name? It's because people get so anxious trying to cross it that they end up jumping up and down. Hence the name Jumping River. At my age, I dare not take passengers down the boat. If the boat capsizes, people would fall in. His concerns were not unfounded. Which is also why Su Jing wanted to create a lake. With a lake to store water, the flow of the jumping river would be much steadier. And any minor bumps could just be considered part of the scenic experience. All right, Uncle Shui, you go ahead and get busy. I'll handle this matter, Su Jing said. After sending Uncle Shui off, he immediately called Jiang Tsung to head out. Wang Kai had been waiting for this to happen. So as soon as Su Jing made the call, his car arrived promptly. The situation was as follows. The participants were all spontaneously organized by the locals, most of whom lived in the mountains, involving 5 counties outside of Qing County, each with different reasons. There were farmers, planters, fishers, and those involved in irrigation, pond digging, and dam repairs. He frowned, his cheerful expression gone. Those people were likely being directed by someone. They were being fined but also stood to gain benefits. Feeling confident knowing they could exploit legal loopholes and were skilled at dragging things out. Jiang Tsung seemed a bit anxious. So, this won't be easy to resolve. Exactly. Wang Kai looked at the silent Su Jing, worried. Moreover, since that river wasn't part of the city's water supply, it flowed into the deep mountains past Wanyuan Mountain and wouldn't significantly affect residents' lives, so there were very few complaints or protests. I've inquired about this. Those counties are just laughing it off, not solving the problem immediately. It seems there are people in the city suppressing this issue. I heard your relationship with the Cultural Tourism Bureau is good. You might need to seek their help. Su Jing pondered for a moment. I'll give it a try, but I doubt Secretary Shen can solve it. If someone is really trying to target him, given the current meticulous mindset, they probably already have connections in place. Furthermore, according to Wang Kai, you suspect it's the Hongya Mountain scenic area behind this, right? Yes, Wanyuan Mountain is nice, but it has only recently gained some popularity. The Hongya Mountain scenic area has been a long-standing attraction supporting cultural tourism in Yong'an City for years. Even when the government decided to promote cultural tourism, Hongya Mountain already had a stable flow of tourists. It can be said that this scenic area has become inseparable from the construction of Yong'an City. Even if Su Jing finds Secretary Shan, he may have the intention to help, but it's likely that he won't have the capability. He raised an eyebrow. Can you find the contact information for the person in charge of the Hongya Mountain scenic area? Wang Kai chuckled awkwardly. Brother, I'm not that influential yet. But you can ask Secretary Shun. He must have it. After sending Wang Kai off, Jiang Tsung declined Su Jing's suggestion to go to the city together. If what he said is true, then I need to go back immediately and prepare a response plan, both short-term and long-term, including our current recruitment and investment plans, which may need to be reconsidered. Jiang Tsung is genuinely helping him manage the scenic area, and Su Jing feels warm in his heart, deeply appreciative. However, the transformation of Luoxian Lake is not yet complete, and the news cannot be casually shared. He can only do his best to deal with this issue for now. But as he said, when Shun Zhuang heard about this matter, his expression immediately darkened. Are you sure it's someone from the Hongya Mountain scenic area? Su Jing shook his head. I'm not certain, but I want to talk to the person in charge over there. Shun Zhuang pondered for a moment and spoke frankly. Since you've already investigated, you should know that such disputes in county towns are the hardest to handle. I can only push it forward. But you need to be prepared. He tentatively inquired, is there really no other scenic area in Wanyuan Mountain besides Minghua Village and Shangshan? If there truly aren't any. Once operations stop, the fame of the scenic area will quickly fade, and it certainly won't retain visitor traffic. He wanted to use Wanyuan Mountain for the year-end review. But that would be difficult. I'll give you the phone number, but my authority only extends to the secretary of that person in charge. If you can handle this properly, that would be best. He sighed. After all, it's an established scenic area. If they make some requests that aren't too excessive, just agree to them. Isn't this the scenic area left by your parents? It's not easy to restart it, so don't be too stubborn. Su Jing remained non-committal, picking and choosing in his office before taking 2 cans of tea back with him. In the end, he couldn't help with much. So he might as well enjoy some tea. Shun Zhuang couldn't help but laugh at him, not being able to assist directly. 2 cans of tea could be considered an apology. As for Su Jing, he immediately made a call when he got home. In a high-rise office building in Yong'an City, a well-dressed male secretary approached the desk and respectfully spoke. Mr. Chu, the person in charge of the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area is calling and wishes to speak with you. From a leather chair, a low, deep voice chuckled. No need. Tell him. The matter has already occurred. If Wanyuan Mountain can survive, there will be no further targeting of him in the future. He can create gods if needed, and surely he can come up with solutions. Chapter 85, The Ship Stops. The park closes. Su Jing hung up the phone. The other party's attitude was already quite clear. No negotiation, no resolution, no admission of fault. If Wanyuan Mountain has the capability, then figure out a way to get through the difficulties on its own. They have already dug the pit. Would they fill it back in for you? That would be exposing themselves. So their message is clear. If you can find a way to endure, you can naturally resolve it, and they will no longer take action against you in the future. Su Jing enjoyed a drink and chewed on beef, completely unfazed by any worries. Since there was no way to resolve the issue, he decided not to. Wanyuan Mountain continued its normal operations for a week until the water level dropped to a concerning level again, exposing the riverbanks. Su Jing waved his hand, signaling to stop the boats and close the park. The construction team, which had already suspended work after setting up safety nets, was called back again to repair a side entrance. This time, it involved a substantial amount of work, and they happily got to it. However, others were puzzled. Close the park? Jean Na frowned in confusion at the staff meeting. What are we going to do? They had grown accustomed to life in Minghua Village, dancing, working, singing, and enjoying every day, growing rapidly. Su Jing shrugged. What else can we do? Go home and rest. He looked around. Whether it was the people from Jinyang or the Qingyuan acrobatic troupe, or the men, women, and children around Fengui, everyone looked disheartened. What is going on? He chuckled and clapped his hands. Although there were some issues with the waterways, this closure was a good opportunity to address the park's shortcomings. We are only temporarily closing the park, not permanently. Why does everyone look so glum? Fengui, a big and burly man, looked worried. Really? I heard someone is targeting our scenic area, that the waterways are being deliberately blocked. Yes, our park is already quite remote. How long will this closure last? What if no one comes after this? Feng Chung quietly raised his hand to interject. Will we still get paid? Glares. As soon as he spoke, everyone turned to glare at him. Money, money, money. All you think about is money. Now that our jobs are at risk, you're still worried about money. Su Jing didn't mind that. Salaries will be paid as usual. It's just that Sister Na and the others will have to work a little harder. They might not be able to perform for a few days. Jean Na understood his implication. They were part of an external department and were primarily earning commissions. Now, with the park closed, they would have to find alternative ways to make a living until it reopened. But is it really necessary? She leaned back, relaxed. The money earned at Wanyuan Mountain in these days was more than what they made in the previous few months with their dance troupe. Even if they had to wait for a month or so, what would it matter? Zhao Dashua said, our young boss is smart and talented. He is not someone ordinary can match. He shouldn't keep us waiting too long. Feng Gui and the others from the Qingyuan acrobatic troupe widened their eyes, unable to hide their smiles. To be honest, during the 5 days of Labor Day, they earned more than in the previous 2 to 3 months. No wonder the ancients said, working for someone else is not as good as being your own boss. Being a boss is really profitable. Even though they didn't raise prices like other parks, the massive flow of visitors allowed them to easily earn several hundred a day. With Su Jing's salary, they had no worries about food and drink. It was just right for a holiday. The Qingyuan acrobatic troupe had even less to worry about. Let us not forget. They had their own plot of land. The fruits and vegetables they planted had grown. And now they had enough not only for themselves, but also to sell to others in the village. In summary, aside from a few busy individuals at the management center, everyone else happily went home to rest. Meanwhile, the sound of clattering keyboards filled the office of the visitor management center. The 2 newly hired customer service representatives, even with the door closed, could be heard on the phone, their voices loud as if they were shouting through a loudspeaker. What? Closed? My grandfather fought for 3 days and nights for a train ticket, and my grandmother stood up with her paralyzed legs just to go. You tell me it's closed? On what grounds? No way. What is the reason for closing? Have you asked the visitors? Don't you feel a pang of conscience? What about the money? Are you not going to earn it? The official website says the riverbed is dry. Are you kidding me? The flood season is coming. What is going on? Didn't your mountain deities get along with the river god? Where did the water go? No? I want to file a complaint. You must open the gates. I'll bring my great uncle to take you down. Just wait. I haven't saved enough for new props. No. Where will the new props be used? When will they be available? The tourists on the other end of the line were crying, cursing, earnestly reasoning, and some were silently complaining. But none could change the decision to close the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. He Yunong had been awake for 2 days and was now sitting at the computer with disheveled hair and dark circles under her eyes, typing away. Due to the upstream river being unable to operate for unknown reasons, she typed rapidly, glancing sideways. What about the new props? Where will they be used? I'll leave a hook for that later. Jiang Tsung shrugged. I don't know either. Jingge just told me it's for the mountaintop. But he didn't say what to do there. He Yunong spat in frustration. Turning back to ponder, she quickly typed again. The mountaintop offering will open on a good day. These ambiguous statements should pose no problem. He Yunong slumped in her chair, thought for a moment, and then turned back to ask, how long will this closure last? Our work will resume quickly, General Manager Su assured me. It will be restored soon. Jiang Tsung's expression was sincere. Our work will continue as usual, salaries and everything else will not be delayed. Everyone can rest assured. Everyone nodded, sighed in relief, and continued working. Jiang Tsung looked at the two young ladies in the customer service office, thought for a moment, and called Fang Gue. During this special period, everyone is out of work, so let us all come together as temporary customer service staff. We can't let these angry tourists wear out the employees. After they made the arrangements, Yuan Mountain 2, a tourist area, officially announced its closure on May 12th. Is it really closed? A deep voice from the leather chair in the executive office sounded somewhat regretful. I thought he might have some other solutions. What a pity. The secretary next to him remained unfazed, simply smiling. Let us move on to the next step. We need to ensure they can't turn things around. The secretary respectfully withdrew. The invisible smoke of conflict began. However, this time, the second round did not last for several days, and the invisible smoke soon dissipated. The owner of the leather seat looked at the secretary, who returned empty-handed, with a hint of confusion. What do you mean by no one can be poached? The secretary smiled and shook his head. Mr. Chu, not a single person can be poached. The leather seat creaked as the person sat up straight. And the secretary immediately explained. The members of the Golden Sun Dance Troupe declined our high-paying performance contract, and the Qingyan Acrobatic Troupe also turned down our invitation. Among Fang Gui's group, only one or two hesitated, but they were quickly persuaded by the others. As for the Shanmeng Travel Agency, the secretary hesitated to speak, but eventually continued. They beat up our people, and there were no cameras nearby, so the injuries couldn't be verified. The smooth execution of the previous plan left Mr. Chu surprised that this new plan had failed even before it started. Let's try again. If it doesn't work, let me know. The office fell silent with the sound of a door closing. A few kilometers away at the Shanmeng Travel Agency, Zhao Meng was sitting in a brand new office, happily eating skewers with a group of guides. Who cares about the red leaves and blue leaves? When I first approached him, he ignored me, and now I'll make him regret it. He slapped his subordinate on the shoulder. Although we focus on culture, we can't neglect martial skills. Fortunately, we haven't forgotten our core skills. Everyone, stay alert and continue to study the law. We absolutely cannot add to the burden of the people's judges. The brothers raised their beers and laughed loudly in response. Only a trusted subordinate nearby looked a bit worried and quietly said, Mango, we can talk all we want. But are we really just going to wait for Yuan Mountain? He gestured at the idol group. Our main clients are tourists from Yuan Mountain. Now that it's closed, we basically have no income. We just changed offices. What a hassle. Zhao Meng suppressed his anxiety and waved his hand. Don't worry. Boss Su has assured me that the scenic area will open soon, and he can solve this problem. No worries. Salaries will be paid as usual. I still have some money. The subordinate nodded and then returned to joking around with the others. Zhao Meng raised his drink and gazed out the window with a serious expression. Su Jing, oh Su Zong, he thought. Although Zhao Meng typically appeared to be solely profit-driven, this time he decided to trust you. He had an inkling about the situation at Yuan Mountain, and if it really didn't recover, then Su Jing would be letting a tiger return to the mountain. These brothers would have to go back to their old profession. Chapter 86. Su Jing's plan. Yuan Mountain had been closed for 3 days. Su Jing met 3 young people who had donated money to him. They seemed unconcerned about the closure and were quite enthusiastic, chatting with Su Jing about the miraculous events they had witnessed at the Holy Mountain. Implicitly, they were conveying one message: to make a friend. In light of their financial support for road repairs, Su Jing exchanged contact information with them. Later, he went on to meet with the worried county mayor and Secretary Shun. Although they helped him establish various connections, the issue of the upstream villagers blocking the water flow was not so easily resolved. As for Zhu Shou, he firmly stood by Su Jing's side. During this period of closure, he managed to keep the heat of Mingyue village alive, albeit by rehashing old tactics. However, while the popularity of Mingyue village was maintained, Yuan Mountain faced severe criticism once again. The inexplicable closure led some people to leave negative reviews for certain software, while others spontaneously organized an investigation regarding the upstream waterway. This investigation mainly took place in the group of Yuan Mountain visitors, all genuine fans who naturally sensed the targeting of Yuan Mountain. For a time, Yong'an City appeared calm on the surface, but undercurrents were surging. At the center of this swirling undercurrent, Su Jing was humming a tune. Peach leaves are pointed. Willow leaves cover the sky. A small stream that needed to be crossed a few days ago now had a delicate wooden bridge. From a distance, before even crossing the bridge, a patch of pink flowering trees came into view, just a few hundred steps from the shore. Su Jing stepped onto the bridge and walked along the stream for a while until he entered the pink grove. It turned out to be a mesmerizing peach blossom forest. As Su Jing passed through it, he couldn't hide his astonishment. Petals occasionally fell, creating a romantic pink rain. At this season, weren't there supposed to be no peach blossoms? Would what we created have any issues? The system was unimpressed. In a vast and resource-rich land, encountering a rare sight is quite normal. Besides, your carp pool and butterfly valley, are they any more normal? That made sense. Su Jing chuckled and continued to stroll, observing the recently renovated riverside forest. The peach trees were in various postures, with blossoms covering the branches, swaying in the breeze, spreading a delightful fragrance that was refreshing and not cloying, making Su Jing feel at ease. As he moved forward, beneath the peach trees, a winding path of blue stones led to a house faintly visible in the distance. Yes, just like this. Su Jing quickened his pace and walked in. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of ancient wooden doors, with an old plaque hanging above inscribed with the flowing characters Peach Blossom Temple. Pushing open the wooden doors, a blend of elegant ink fragrance and floral scent wafted towards him, revealing a front hall and back courtyard, with rockeries and ponds, and side rooms connected by long corridors. It was quite a large courtyard. But now, the courtyard was quiet, with only the sound of Su Jing's footsteps and the falling peach blossoms. It was time. Su Jing took out a small wooden puppet from his backpack and tossed it onto the ground. Come out. My. After finishing up with the peach blossom forest, Su Jing headed towards Mingyue Village. The several wooden villages surrounded by green safety nets still echoed with construction sounds. However, Su Jing knew this was a smokescreen from the system. The guest houses had long been renovated. Each guest house was formed by the joint renovation of 4 wooden villages, located in 4 areas designated as spring, summer, autumn, and winter. He wandered among them, nodding in satisfaction. Although there weren't many rooms, they were certainly much better than before. Previously, the comments under the Mingyue village mostly complained about the poor roads and the inability to stay overnight in the scenic area. This time, those issues have been resolved, which should reduce the criticisms. Returning to the central square, he opened the system. With more buildings in Mingyue village completed, the completion rate of the Sacred Spirit Mountain was also steadily increasing. Leftmost peak, Sacred Spirit Mountain, completion rate 64. He looked at the small lightning bolt in his backpack. Only 6 remained to reach the 70 standard. After noticing the increase in his prestige points over the past few days, he pondered. With a week left until the completion of the Luoxian Lake renovation, and having so much time on his hands, plus the rare opportunity of not being watched, he decided to continue the renovation of the Sacred Mountain and upgrade its completion rate to over 70. Without hesitation, he quickly ascended the Sacred Mountain. Bypassing the warning sign at the Cliff of Hope, and after another 40 minutes of climbing, he finally reached the summit platform. This naturally formed flat area seemed as if it had been smoothed by an ancient deity's sword, perfect for realizing his ultimate vision. System. Renovate the summit area of the Sacred Mountain. The system beeped, and then the electronic voice began to announce. Was this amount of prestige enough to raise the completion rate of the Sacred Mountain to 70? Not quite enough. Su Jing's shoulders slumped. However, considering that the host can unlock the second area in a month, the great system has decided to reward you. A discount. With the remaining prestige points, complete the upgrade of the summit. System. You are simply the best in the world. From today on, we are the best brothers. I eat meat, you drink soup. I wear pants, you wear the belt. I enjoy glory, you share the light. My reputation is illustrious, and you will be forever renowned. Great. The prestige points on the system interface instantly dropped to 0, and Su Jing was pushed away by an invisible mist sent back down the mountain. It was over. Su Jing touched the small lightning bolt in his hand and looked up at the sky above. In the distance of the clear blue sky, a few wispy clouds floated like ribbons. The long dry air finally became slightly moist. The rainy season was approaching. The small lightning bolt in Su Jing's hand disappeared as he strolled down the mountain path. The last scenic spot of the Sacred Mountain was ready to begin promotion. Time passed slowly. On Friday night, Zhu Shou lay on his big bed, watching the recent promotional videos in his account, feeling bored. Without the hot support from Wanyuan Mountain, these messy exploration videos barely attracted a tenth of the previous views. Wanyuan Mountain. He sighed deeply. My guide has been gone for 10 days. When will you return? Ding dong. His phone buzzed, and he rolled his eyes, wanting to swipe away the collaboration messages. But when he touched the screen, his eyes widened in surprise. What the heck? His plump body suddenly sprang into action, jumping off the bed. Guide, are you free recently? There's work to do. Chapter 87. Wanyuan Mountain reopens. Ding. Ding. Ding ding ding. Ding 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 ding. He Yuning covered her ears, terrified. throwing the mouse aside and shouting at Zhao Dashua, who was studying nearby. No, no, I don't want to see it. What is going on? Zhao Dashua looked confused, picking up the mouse to click on the flashing page at the bottom of the computer screen. What is up? I don't really know how to handle this either. The page flashed and opened in front of them. On the ticketing system's pre-sale page, small red dots were flashing wildly. With each flash, the numbers were increasing by several, or even dozens. What is happening? He Yuning anxiously bit her nails. Their official website had only released the pre-sale news. They were even selling tickets for a week later. And most importantly, the ticket price had risen to 80 yuan. What were these people doing? Going crazy over it. The opening day was on a Wednesday, and the price had gone up. How could there already be over 100 people trying to buy tickets for an inexplicable Wednesday? Not to mention Thursday, Friday, and the already sold-out weekend. Oh my gosh, she sighed as she looked at Zhao Dashua, who was focused and even smiling. University, you still don't understand. You're so happy. Do you know how many tourists we'll have to deal with? Do you know how tiring and hard it will be? Zhao Dashua shook his head. Sister Yuning, you don't understand either. What do tired and hard work mean? Do you know how much they wished for someone to recognize them when they faced a few tourists who would curse them out? One was worried while the other was happy. The only common point was that neither of them knew what the mysterious Mr. Su had been up to regarding the opening of the scenic area. Every day, he was seen coming and going in the area with large bags, shouting about how amazing it was and how it would be unprecedented. But they couldn't see anything. The only thing they could see was the gradually rising water level due to public opinion and policies. Yet even so, it still didn't meet the standards for carrying passengers. What was he so happy about? Feng Gui and others gathered in the central square, and a newly hired group of employees sat quietly nearby, waiting for their seniors to give instructions. Have you all heard? Feng Gui looked around. Ever since he had brought everyone to stay in the Minghua village, his high prestige and stable action made him the manager of the employee team at the Sacred Spirit Mountain Range. Thus, most of the work tasks were assigned and completed by him. So tonight, he gathered everyone in the central square to announce the news. As everyone has heard, in 5 days, the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area will reopen. The crowd erupted in a commotion, and Feng Gui raised his hand to quiet them down. Continuing in a deep voice, this reopening is not just for our Minghua village and Sacred Mountain. Mr. Su said he has also developed a new scenic spot. It's upstream from the jumping river. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, seeing only a bizarrely shaped rocky mountain. What is so great about that? Is there really a view worth seeing there? Can it be better than our Minghua village? Someone asked curiously. Isn't it so? The beautiful scenery of the Sacred Mountain and the Bright Moon Village is breathtaking, even after a month here. Why use fancy words? It's just beautiful. Feng Gui sighed with a smile. I don't know what the new attraction is over there. He cleared his throat. But Mr. Su said we need to send 30 people to work at the new attraction. What? Everyone immediately recoiled. Who wants to go? No one wants to go. Working right at home, bustling every day, and they can still set up stalls to earn money. If they go to the new attraction, all those benefits will be gone. Feng Gui could see everyone's thoughts at a glance and snorted coldly. What are you thinking? He slapped his thigh. When we were so poor we could barely afford a meal, who took us in, provided us with housing, paid us, and helped us with our paperwork? We must not forget our roots. Mr. Su wants us to go east, so we shouldn't be going west. Xiao Ji, sitting behind him, rubbed his forehead helplessly. Uncle Feng was excited again. The others felt a bit embarrassed by Feng Gui's scolding. Some wanted to stand up to show support, but didn't want to be outdone by others. Suddenly, the previously silent crowd stood up, and the man at the front stood tall. We can go over there. Oh. Feng Gui looked on with some respect. It was the group of veterans. But he held up his hand. You can go, but some must stay. Maintaining order and enforcing rules is your strength, but understanding human relations and guiding tourists is their expertise. Pointed out by Feng Gui. A sense of responsibility surged among the others. Are you kidding? They are all newcomers. Can they really understand Wanyuan Mountain better than them? Forgetting that they had only been here for a month, employees stood up one after another. I'll go. Me too. And I. Xiaoji also stood up. If there's a new attraction, I definitely want to check it out. Feng Gui laughed and gave him a playful smack on the head. You go to the side. Kid. Everyone's enthusiasm was ignited, and only then did Feng Gui smile and continue. We don't need that many people. Mr. Su has given the quota, and I've already thought of the candidates. He took out a piece of paper and began to call names one by one. Finally turning to the veteran who had spoken earlier. Brother Zhao Long, you can choose the remaining 20 people. Zhao Long was in charge of the veterans here. He nodded and began calling names directly. Su Jing recruited them. They all knew what abilities this scenic area needed. But since he could provide a good job, they would definitely work hard. Maintain order. Protect peace. The employees were finalized, and Zhang Tsong also called to confirm that the new equipment was on its way. Su Jing looked at the system display and moved the small lightning bolt to the top of Sacred Mountain, officially activating it. Whoosh. A purple-white light flashed instantly, so fast that no one noticed. Everyone proceeded with the final preparations in an orderly manner, and Su Jing suppressed his excited and anxious heart, waiting for the transformation to be completed, the scenic area to reopen, and for the day when tourists would enter. Within 24 hours of the official announcement, the long-silent tourist attraction sector erupted once again. Popular posts from the past were resurfaced and fervently commented on. Media outlets that had failed to secure interviews finally caught a whiff of traffic, and one by one, they began to promote the news. One of the most interesting pieces of content read, "The waterway to the scenic area has been cut off. How will the reopened Wanyuan scenic area transport its visitors?" On the surface, it was a sarcastic remark, but it drew attention to the term cut off. What is going on? Who was cut off? What was cut off? Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? I've heard that many villagers upstream have been digging ponds and channels to repair the embankment. They are working on it, but the progress is slow, and I've heard it hasn't been restored yet. Wow, I smell a conspiracy. Let me check it out. Wait for me. Not restored. How do tourists get to the attractions? I remember Mingwezhai is quite far from the entrance, right? It takes over 10 minutes by boat downstream. I don't know. I just want to know. Did they also launch a lot of new things with the reopening? Don't even think about it. The tickets are already sold out. They only released pre-sale tickets for the previous week, and there weren't many. They were snapped up long ago. Wait, I just found out about this news. Haha, that's right, I got 2 tickets. There were only 200 tickets for the first day. Sorry, I'm one of the lucky ones. Among the wildly discussed posts, one stood out. Avoid Lei Juju so, that's right. I'm lucky again. I look forward to everyone joining me on the first day entering the reopened Wanyuan Mountain. The post's popularity skyrocketed, with a group of people enviously commenting and another group frantically reporting. He cheated. He must have used some trick. Regardless, as time passed, the day for the reopening of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area arrived. Chapter 88. The amusement enthusiasts arrive on the first day. Only 200 tickets were sold. This was Jiang Tsung's idea. Firstly, due to the opening of new attractions, they needed to adjust based on visitor reactions. Secondly, Su Jing informed them just a few days before the opening that the new attractions would require another waterway. Yes, it was the jumping river that they all speculated about, but dared not confirm. Although Su Jing assured them that the water flow had decreased significantly, Jiang Tsung still made preparations and recruited several skilled boatmen. Uncle Shui scoffed at this. Old, not useful anymore. They don't even need me to row now. However, he didn't complain for too long, as Su Jing still arranged a route for them. Thus, all personnel were finally assigned. On the morning of May 21st, on the road to Wanyuan Township, Qingshan County, cars continued to drive into the parking lot. Hey! A sunglass-wearing handsome man driving glanced at the parking lot in the rearview mirror. What does it mean that the parking lot is temporarily closed? The fashionable woman in the passenger seat curiously leaned against the window. It seems the main entrance is closed. Are we supposed to enter through the side entrance? Aren't these two entrances far apart? The young man with a buzz cut in the back seat shrugged. After all, Wanyuan Mountain is quite large, so it's normal that it's far away. The group consisted of Zhou Pippi and 2 others. Although they didn't manage to get tickets in time, they were valuable donors. So after Zhou put on a pleading face, they were granted 3 advance tickets to Su Jing's event. As they followed the rural road forward, they couldn't help but laugh after crossing a large bridge. This river must be the one mentioned online that has been cut off, right? Just dirty tricks. If they can't compete with Wanyuan Mountain's strength, they resort to underhanded methods. After mocking for a bit, the car finally stopped by the roadside, where an ancient scenic area entrance stood quietly. The sign prominently featured the words Wanyuan Mountain carved in a strong font. Pippi, didn't Su say anything different about this opening compared to before? Zhou asked mysteriously, his eyes bright. Yes. He glanced at the vehicles arriving behind them and quickly urged everyone to move inside. I heard they opened a new attraction. Is it better than Minghua Village in Shengshan? Zhao Yinran's eyes lit up, but then she pouted. Impossible. It's only been 15 days. How could they create something particularly good? The friend next to her nodded in agreement. I think so too. It should just be a gimmick. Zhou's eyes flickered. Although he had his worries, after all, it was produced by Wanyuan Mountain. How bad could a new attraction be from a place that created Minghua Village and Shengshan? Stop thinking. Let's go in and see. The few of them quickly approached. The new ticket hall next door was also designed like a wooden cabin, exuding an antique charm. Inside, Zhao Dashua smiled as he verified their identities and let them in. Not long after, a chubby guy with a camera excitedly walked over. Due to his frequent visits, Zhao Dashua even recognized him. He looked at the ponytailed girl with glasses coming up behind the chubby guy, a bit curious. Did you two come together? The chubby guy, Zhu Zhou, and the girl, Ping Ping, exchanged a puzzled glance. We don't know each other. Zhu Zhou also obtained his advance ticket through connections, while Ping Ping got hers purely by being a dedicated fan. Unexpectedly, the two found themselves unexpectedly teamed up. Zhao Dashua smiled shyly. Since you both are regulars, I thought you knew each other. This piqued Ping Ping's interest. And the chubby guy's eyes lit up. After casually chatting and exchanging tickets, they quickly understood each other's identities. So you're the one who edited the promotional video for Wanyuan Mountain? That means you know the owner, right? Ping Ping's question was something Zhu Zhou wouldn't answer. But he was also somewhat surprised. Are you one of the legendary founding members of the Wanyuan Mountain fan group? I heard someone in that group collected 7 plush flowers. Is that true? Ping Ping smiled without answering, but it made Zhu Zhou understand instantly. He felt a newfound respect. My apologies, my apologies. The two hit it off perfectly. One was a super record keeper, while the other was an extraordinary seeker of tasks. They were a perfect match. Let's go? We'll go in together. The chubby and the slim figures quickly disappeared inside the entrance of the park. Zhao University remained calmly seated in the pavilion, counting the number of visitors entering. After a while, more tourists began to arrive. A man and a woman were pulling each other along. I told you I don't like places like this. Do you know I canceled our fishing friends gathering to accompany you today? And we end up in this remote mountain. I guarantee this scenic area is definitely fun. I stayed up late to snag these tickets. Today my mentor asked me to go explore historical sites, but I took a leave, haha. Although my mentor scolded me, don't worry. I have it all figured out. That is good. But you really did well this time. I heard the tickets for Wanyuan Mountain were super hard to get on the first day. Only 200 tickets were released. And I didn't expect you to actually manage to get one. Haha, as long as it makes you happy, I'm willing to do anything. The girl named Niao Niao smiled, but a flash of disgust crossed her face as she turned away. A guy who studies an obscure major. If it weren't for him getting the tickets, she wouldn't have gone out with him. Sister, do you know I make several million an hour? The art exhibition is coming up, and my work isn't fully prepared yet, and you still insist on having me accompany you to visit this scenic area. Haha, don't be mad. I know you're in a hurry, but just hang on a bit. The woman, with a graceful figure and wine-red curly hair cascading like a red wave, smiled at the slightly gaunt-looking man in front of her. I know my brother well. I heard this place has beautiful scenery and many ancient wooden buildings. I think it might help your creativity. Let us go out and relax. Her brother had been stuck in a creative block for a long time. If he kept bottling it up, he'd go crazy. He had to get out. She had a gentle expression but was firm in her actions, pulling him inside. An endless stream of tourists continued to enter. Because the scenic area had reminded visitors of the entry time in advance, by 9:31 a.m., all 200 tourists, along with 6 special early birds, had entered. As for the other 2 early birds, they rustled out from the woods. This kid. It seems he really has opened up a new scenic area. Xin Zhuang felt like a breath of fresh air. The matter of changing the river course and illegally digging water channels finally had good progress. His efforts in building connections day and night were not in vain. Fortunately, with this good progress, he could have the face to ask Su Jing for tickets to the new scenic area. Beside him, Secretary Li was excited, carrying a large backpack without feeling tired at all. This time he was just like the secretary. He had an official status now, no longer worried about being stuck. He could finally see the legendary Holy Mountain, that holy mountain which one could pass thrice without entering. What did it look like now? He looked at the old man ahead, who was laughing with his hands on his hips, shaking his head. This time, he wouldn't put laxatives in his lunch. At the end of the path was a babbling creek. Above the creek stood an ancient wooden bridge. Next to the bridge was a wooden sign. At the top of the sign was the number 1. Below were 2 lines of poetry carved in varying depths. In Wanyuan Mountain, the playful people fish for a living, following the creek, forgetting the distance of the road. Chapter 89. Peach Blossom Spring O? Secretary Shin squatted down to observe for a while, then stood up to gaze into the distance. Over there, it's all pink. Let us go. He chuckled foolishly, no longer pretending to be a leader, and pulled Secretary Xiao Li across the bridge to move forward. The same wooden sign elicited different reactions from different people. Zhou and the others took a glance and immediately gave up. They were too lazy to read modern texts, let alone understand classical literature. The chubby Zhu didn't care about anything else. As long as he saw something special, he would start snapping photos. Don't ask. He is a pioneer. Experience tells him. The things made by the guide have deep meanings. Just take the pictures. Ping Ping, however, was not as ignorant. As a meticulous college student, she carefully observed the wooden sign, quickly transcribed it into her notebook, and then looked up at the chubby boy. I feel this should be the first line of a poem. There might be more to follow. She waved her hand and nimbly moved forward. Follow me. Besides them, the fisherman glanced at the wooden sign with disdain, while the builder was busy attending to Niao Niao and hardly noticed the sign. The little painter, however, pondered for a moment, raised an eyebrow with some interest, and took a photo of the wooden sign with his phone. Let us continue walking. He took the initiative, and the red-haired sister happily followed him, leaving the wooden bridge and walking along the shimmering stream. They hadn't gone 100 meters before they saw a grove of blooming pink peach blossoms. Wow. Xin Zhuang took out his phone, his eyes wide with surprise. It's already late May. There are still peach blossoms. Xiaoli didn't say anything. He just kept snapping photos. The peach grove was vast, with winding paths, and occasionally small wooden signs stood beside the peach trees to guide the way. But these signs served more than just directional purposes. Ping Ping, with her keen eyes, squatted down and pointed at the sign labeled 3 with excitement. I guessed right. This is a poem. Wait for me to write it down. We need to find number 2. More and more people were discovering the mystery of the wooden signs. In the romantic peach grove, petals fell like fine rain, reflecting the unusually excited expressions of the visitors. Here it comes. An interactive task has appeared again. This time, the poem was not recited to them by the ferryman, but they had to piece it together themselves. The second stanza is here. Someone shouted, and nearby visitors immediately jogged over, suddenly encountering a peach blossom grove. Hundreds of steps along the banks. No mixed trees in sight. The fragrant grass is beautiful. Petals are scattered everywhere. The little painter was at the back of the crowd, contemplating the poem, then turned to look behind him. Wow! His astonishment caught everyone's attention, and they all turned back to find that what seemed like a chaotic arrangement of peach trees, viewed from a different angle, actually formed a spacious and orderly path of fallen cherry blossoms. Let us go. Ping Ping excitedly moved forward and quickly discovered the wooden sign number 3 behind a tree by the roadside. She joyfully read aloud. The tourists were quite intrigued and continued onward. She looked toward the end of the winding path, where the house was faintly visible with a resonant tone, to explore the forest. Now, even more people gathered together. Everyone could hardly contain their excitement. Here it comes. The thrill they felt upon arriving at Mingyue village resurfaced. The sense of mystery, the sense of anticipation. No one knew what lay ahead. Everyone fell silent, just moving forward with determination. The 4th wooden plaque was soon discovered. At first, it was extremely narrow, but then it opened up after walking several hundred steps. Wow! After passing the wooden plaque and turning a winding corner, the view truly opened up. Peach trees clustered together, forming an elegant, ancient-style mansion filled with the scent of books. In the open area before the courtyard, there was a table, a chair, and a teapot. An old acquaintance wearing a blue long robe and a capped hairstyle stood up, smiling warmly at everyone. Wait, is that the guide? Su Jing shrugged and stepped forward. Ever since that traveler left many years ago, this peach blossom dock hadn't seen outsiders for a long time. Are you all from the outside world? A standard task trigger phrase. Zhuzhou exclaimed excitedly. Yes, we just arrived. The guide's expression seemed both nostalgic and reminiscent as he slowly spoke. When that traveler left, he composed a poem. Does anyone know what it was? Ping Ping immediately raised her hand and handed him her notebook. Walking along the stream, forgetting the distance of the road, suddenly encountering a peach blossom grove, flanked by hundreds of steps, with no mixed trees in between, fragrant grass and beautiful flowers, falling petals everywhere. He recited quietly, his attire blending harmoniously with the peach grove courtyard, creating a unique atmosphere. Halfway through the poem, Su Jing gently frowned and covered his head. I can't remember the rest. He turned to look behind him. But I heard that there is a special person living in a place called Peach Blossom Temple here. Perhaps you can find that special person and see if he has heard of it. He stepped aside, clearing the path behind him. I can't go in there. I'll wait for you at the end of the flower path behind the courtyard. I look forward to our next meeting. Su Jing stopped talking, and everyone pursed their lips, unable to hold back any longer, and strode towards the inside. But before they could cross the threshold, the door opened, and a white-clothed attendant with a face as lovely as a peach blossom, wearing a square hat, smiled and stopped them. You outsiders probably don't know that the master of the Peach Blossom Temple has a peculiar temperament and prefers to interact only with those of like-mindedness. He held a wooden tray in his right hand, which had 4 stacks of small wooden plaques on it. The master has 4 major interests: poetry, painting, singing, and dancing. If you wish to visit, you must choose one, meet the master's requirements, and then you will qualify for the visit. The attendant, with rosy lips and bright eyes, spoke in a cunning tone. Choose one, everyone. Wow. Everyone was stunned. Different side tasks? Someone raised their hand. If we complete one, can we choose another? The attendant smiled. The master's challenges are not simple. You can only complete one at a time, and once you finish the visit, you must leave this place. Hearing his words, everyone immediately began to chatter. How do we choose? They looked around at this new scene. Just from the outside, it was clear that this house was larger than they could have imagined. Now, hearing him, could it be that there are 4 different tasks to be completed simultaneously inside? Could it be that these 4 tasks follow different routes? Zhuzhou, who originally wanted to follow Ping Ping to complete the tasks, hesitated as well. He turned his head to look at Ping Ping, who was hesitating with a small notebook among the 4 signs. Just as they were in doubt, a bony hand reached out from behind, quickly grabbing the wooden sign labeled, Painting. What is there to hesitate about? Standing in front of the crowd was the frail little painter, a hint of a carefree smile at the corner of his mouth as he strode forward. Take whatever you like. It's not like you won't come back later. The red-haired woman hurried to follow, but was stopped by the little painter. Sister, this place is interesting. Let me explore on my own. You just pick what you want to play, don't follow me. The red-haired woman was taken aback, thought for a moment, and then smiled. Since her brother was interested, she would let him have his fun. She turned her head to look at the tray, and without any hesitation, she directly picked up a dance sign and walked in confidently. After the two had made their choices, everyone else didn't think too much about it. Of course, it's not like this is their only visit. The Peach Blossom Temple, could it really run away? Soon, the figures at the entrance all entered the temple. The attendant exchanged a smile with Su Jing in the distance, winked, then turned his head to press the intercom. The first wave of visitors had entered. It could begin. Chapter 90. The Way of Poetry. Poetry, painting, song, dance. The four major side quests immediately dispersed the crowd. Xiaoli followed closely behind Xinzhuang, watching as the old man picked up a poetry sign and quickly grabbed one for himself. Ah, Brother Shun, I accidentally took the wrong one. Xiaoli held up a song sign, his smile showing no sign of regret. Little brother, can I exchange it? The attendant still smiled, but shook his head, signaling him to hurry inside. Alas, what a pity. So unfortunate. Xiaoli hurriedly tucked the sign away, sighing as he dashed off. What a joke. The old man liked poetry and painting. Naturally, he wanted to listen to the tunes. He disappeared in a flash, leaving Xinzhuang gritting his teeth in frustration, unable to do anything but turn and walk inside. Behind him, Zhu Shou thought for a moment. Since it was a task, he should choose something he was good at. Poetry and painting were too artistic. He didn't understand them at all. Dancing, looking at his 200 pounds of weight, that seemed out of reach as well. Only song was left. Having edited videos for so long, he understood various types of music better. No longer hesitating, he separated from Ping Ping, who had chosen poetry, and entered with the song sign. As for Zhou Pa and the others, they were rich second-generation kids, so they accepted it. The three of them chuckled, casually carrying the dance signs as they walked in. Good brothers, lifelong friends. Upon entering the temple, the first thing that caught their eye was an ancient Jiaobi, with intricate carvings depicting a longevity-themed landscape painting. On either side, there were two wooden signs hanging. Poetry and painting went to the left, while song and dance went to the right. Ping Ping and the little painter walked ahead of the others, and their eyes were met with a long corridor. As they moved through, a faint sound of wind could be heard, and through the hollow window views along the sides of the corridor, the scenery in the courtyard could be seen, revealing beautiful sights that appeared and disappeared. Stepping out of the corridor and entering the courtyard, the square yard fully presented itself before them. The visitors who had previously separated for song and dance were nowhere to be seen. In front of several courtyards, the gates were wide open, and a few young boys stood at the entrance, smiling brightly at everyone. I'll go first. Ping Ping stepped forward, and the young boys immediately greeted her respectfully. Only guests with a poetry plaque are allowed in this main hall. That's right. Ping Ping winked at the others behind her, then took a step inside, disappearing through the door. Wow, so it's a task area we find ourselves in. The crowd burst into laughter and quickly dispersed. Among the four courtyards, two were for poetry and two for painting. Xinzhuang squinted his eyes and immediately followed Ping Ping inside. This little girl was bold and insightful. Following her should lead to more fun. Once no one else entered the room, the young boy stood at the door and cheerfully said, "This is where the abbot reads in the morning. Sometimes, inspiration strikes, and he writes a few lines of poetry." He appeared somewhat disappointed. Unfortunately, the abbot's poems are scattered everywhere, and since we cannot read, we really can't find them. Everyone listened quietly as he explained the conditions. Then, the young boy bowed and formally began to speak. There are many rooms in the temple, and the abbot's poems are scattered all around. We need you, esteemed guests, to find the scattered lines of poetry and arrange them in order to form a complete poem. There are many poems. As long as you successfully piece together one, you will gain the visitation qualification. Wow. Ping Ping immediately saw the bright side. So, it means that this completed poem doesn't necessarily have to be done by one person, right? Everyone turned to look at the young boy, who stood there with an ambiguous smile before turning to leave. Wow. The crowd burst into laughter. This is a group task. Ping Ping exclaimed. Let us work together. Let us look for notes in this study, or maybe engravings. Stickers? Anyway, as long as we see any meaningful words, let us take pictures or collect them. There weren't many people choosing poetry. Ping Ping glanced around and saw only about 20 people. If we see the same notes, don't give up. Xinzhuang raised an eyebrow, noticing that the girl had figured something out. The young boy mentioned that we also need to arrange the poems in the correct order to pass. Each person only has one chance, so we need to prepare well. If the poem is correct but the order is wrong, it would be a pity. Everyone immediately understood. Haha, so we're looking for things, right? This is going to be fun. A few people rolled up their sleeves, grinning broadly, and started searching. Hey, those brothers. Ping Ping almost choked. Brothers, this isn't our home. Let us find what we need without messing up the place. Everyone, be careful. We don't want to get kicked out of the garden. She said this with a smile, but the brothers immediately looked embarrassed and apologized. Ping Ping's reminder made everyone more cautious. The sounds of papers rustling and screens being moved filled the air. I found one. Someone raised a crumpled piece of paper that looked like used toilet paper and read aloud. Awake from wine, I sit before the flowers. Drunk, I sleep beneath them. He perked up, and everyone else froze in their movements. Day after day, in front of the flowers and behind them, year after year, drunk and sober. He looked up. His eyes filled with shock. Even if he were illiterate, just by listening to the rhythm and rhyme, the repetition of words, he would know. This is definitely a great poem. Is there more? Shen Zhuang pushed through the crowd, rushed to the man's side, grabbed his shoulder. His expression one of ecstatic shock. Is there more? Next line. Is there more? No, that's it. He put down the paper, but others instantly erupted into chatter. Wow, this poem. I really feel like we've stepped into the residence of some ancient poetic genius. It's just too evocative. Drunk and sober year after year, savor that. Savor it again. Everyone began to discuss animatedly, eager to find more. If one line is like this, what must the whole poem be like? Shen Zhuang pondered the charm of this line, but before he could bend down to search, someone pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from beneath the inkstone. A water ring on it exuding an unknown scent. Rain beats on pear blossoms, deep closed doors, wasting youth, squandering youth. This is a line of poetry. Instantly, someone expressed doubt. This doesn't seem to match the format of the previous poem. Indeed, and the subject matter seems different too. The atmosphere among the group turned serious. What is going on? They finally realized that what they had was a jigsaw puzzle of several pieces. Meeting the requirements was far more difficult than they had imagined. Some became even more excited, frantically searching. Others felt disheartened and began to look around. But upon doing so, they were taken aback. Hey, comrades! Everyone looked up in confusion, wondering if this person had discovered something special. A Mediterranean gentleman stood there, looking up. Don't you think this hall is a bit excessively real and elegant? It dawned on everyone, and they turned to look. In the spacious hall, the calligraphy and paintings seemed casually placed, yet exuded a sense of freedom and boldness. The wooden tables and soft cushions, the four gentlemen screen, the exquisite celadone vases, all reflected the luxury of this place. The young archaeologist finally shifted his gaze from the enchanting surroundings, squinting up. Strangely, it felt like discovering a treasure while out for fun. This place indeed seems to hold some significance. Chapter 91. The Way of Painting and the Way of Song in the same courtyard. After Ping Ping and the others entered the room, the young painter led the way and turned to enter another room. A young boy stood at the door, equally fair and rosy-cheeked. Dear guests, this is the West Courtyard Calligraphy and Painting Pavilion. Our Master's paintings are unparalleled. It said that in the past. Many sought after them. However, this is not the purpose of your visit. Within the entire Peach Blossom Temple, there are 10 paintings that the Master wishes to show each of you. Each painting is numbered, and each contains certain meanings. What you need to do is arrange them in order and record the meanings within the paintings, which will naturally be useful later. After he finished speaking, he stepped back. Without a guiding figure like Ping Ping or Secretary Shun, the guests began to discuss among themselves before starting their search. But the one who called the loudest fell silent upon entering. The sandalwood incense wafted, creating a misty pool in the air. After the smoke, there was the hazy face of a young painter. He stood there in a daze, gazing at the scrolls hanging from left to right, most of which were vertical. Some were neatly hung on the wall, while others were carelessly tossed on the couch, and a few were crumpled and piled in a basket. His eyes were fixed on these artworks. Though he showed no outward expression, a storm was brewing in his heart. Who created these paintings? The brushwork and the artistic conception were so profound that he didn't even dare to comment on them. He casually looked at one piece. The young painter leaned in, examining the hasty yet bold calligraphy, murmuring to himself. A panoramic view of lakes and mountains. How many people dare to leave such large areas of blank space in a landscape painting? But upon closer inspection, one could tell that the white space was not pure white, but rather vast layers of lingering lake mist and mountain breeze. Only through the interplay of wind, clouds, and water mist could such a delicate, gauzy white be formed. Even more marvelous were the few sailboats swirling amidst the white fog, reflecting the solitude of the dark inked pavilion and 3 to 5 friends in the lower left corner. He glanced at the small boy outside the door, who seemed indifferent to everyone touching the paintings, and finally took a closer look. Ah, no wonder. Feeling the texture of the printed paper, he felt relieved. He thought, how could this great master truly allow everyone to touch his works? But as he carefully observed the scroll, he finally spotted a tiny one at the signature. The Arabic numeral was very recognizable. I found the first one. He suddenly remembered that they seemed to be on some sort of task. Everyone crowded around to take photos and began contemplating the scroll. What is this supposed to reveal to us? The blank space? Isn't the blank space impressive? Can you show a bit of culture? The discussions were lively, but the young painter, after taking his photos, immediately stepped back. Since it was a sequential task, one painting alone would surely not reveal the pattern. He needed to find more quickly. Being meticulous, he was also very efficient in searching. The only thing to watch out for was to be careful not to get too absorbed while looking. After a while, a second person raised their hand. I found it too. The young painter quickly leaned over and looked at the painting, staring blankly at the four. What does this mean? Isn't this not connected? If it were just casually placed on the table, the lower part would be hanging down, yet everyone had to carefully lift it to capture the full view. The hidden fish in the flower stream. After taking a complete photo from behind, the young painter observed it closely and his eyes brightened. He began to speculate. Next, he needed to find all the other scrolls to verify what his guess might be. The tourists, who appreciated both poetry and painting, quickly realized that they were not limited to just this room. They discovered that only a few rooms restricted entry for certain guests, while most rooms were accessible to them. As they ventured deeper and saw more, they finally realized just how vast and luxurious this peach blossom temple was. Guji had already set aside Niao Niao Mei Mei, and he, who usually had no extracurricular activities apart from attending classes, unexpectedly found something he liked in a scenic area. The courtyard was bustling with excitement. Meanwhile, people heading towards the east courtyard for the song and dance had also arrived at the venue. Zhu Shoumei happily held up a camera, while Xiaoli cheerfully nibbled on a small bun. Everyone walked into the courtyard and soon discovered their task announcer in a side room. Zhu Shou observed the little girl in front of him as she fiddled behind a screen and began to look around. Although it was a side room, it appeared spacious and elegant, with several colorful small drums placed around and a bamboo flute resting on a soft cushion. The little girl smiled as she walked out and spoke. Dear guests, you may turn on your recording devices to capture this. I will play 2 pieces of music, and your task is to identify the instruments used in these pieces. You can submit up to 5 answers for each piece. Completing the challenge for any one piece will count as passing. Wow. Zhu Shou aimed his camera at the little girl and quickly recorded what she said. Xiaoli put away his bun, focused intently, and turned on the recorder. Ding! A clear ringing sound was heard, followed by a delicate classical music melody, with the small drums playing in harmony, leaving everyone wide-eyed. It was just a prelude, but the rich array of instruments sounded together, truly astonishing them into silence. Wait, we have to find the instruments in this song. Zhu Shou was bewildered after listening. Was there anyone among the tourists who understood music? How could they possibly identify such professional sounds? The little girl nodded. The master of the temple is generous. Some sounds are both instruments and not instruments. Guests may try freely within the temple. Just provide the final answers. Master, we only need one correct answer. The little girl said before returning outside and not speaking another word. Inside, Xiaoli proactively approached Zhu Shou with a smile. I know you. He winked and leaned in to lower his voice. The promotional video for Wanyuan Mountain was made by your team. I'm from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, and I'm friends with the guide. His words instantly reassured Zhu Shou. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau? That meant they were on the same boat. Big brother, do you have any ideas? Zhu Shou chuckled. I'll definitely be at your service. Having spent a long time with Xin Zhuang, Xiaoli had naturally mastered the art of managing people. He cleared his throat and called everyone together, quickly setting up a plan. The courtyard was large, and to find the final answer, they had to work as a team. Fortunately, there was a visitor in the group who was sensitive to sounds. After thanking the heavens, they began to disperse within the Peach Blossom Temple according to their assigned tasks. As for the chubby Zhu Shou, his main task was to look for natural sounds. According to the musician, there must have been some special sounds in the music they had just heard, perhaps the sound of water or the crunching of leaves underfoot. He needed to collect as many of these as possible. Zhu Shou was excitedly running out with the camera in hand. The guide is impressive. The Moonlight Village tests individual action, but this Peach Blossom dock is all about teamwork. Awesome. So refreshing. 1 ticket for multiple games. What a bargain. He carried the camera, navigating through the large courtyard until he finally found the small scenic spot by the rockery pond. However, just as he was about to capture some audio, he heard faint sounds of wind whistling and shouts coming from a distance. What were they doing over there? The hotspot radar activated again. Zhu Shou perked up. He touched the wall as he moved towards the sound with the lens in hand. Chapter 92, The Way of Dance, Martial Arts. Hey, damn it. I missed again. I can't take it anymore. I feel like I can't hit anything. How about we switch? They hadn't returned from searching for the peach blossoms yet. Can you guys even do it? If not, switch with them. Zhu Shou stretched his neck as far as it could go, eager to see what was happening over there. Weren't they on a mission? They were frantically searching for something. But what were those people doing? Half an hour earlier, Zhou Pa and a few others were following a young boy wearing a small hat. While everyone else stopped in the courtyard and entered the house, they were led forward. Little bro, where are we going? The boy paused ahead and pointed to a massive venue, smiling. We have arrived. Zhou Pe and the others finally looked up and saw ahead. Wow, isn't this the legendary martial arts arena? It was just a bit smaller and more refined in decoration, but otherwise identical. Zhou Pe was stunned, as were Zhao Yanran and the others, including the red-haired girl who specialized in dance. Weren't they supposed to be dancing? Why were they doing martial arts instead? The young boy clasped his hands and spoke loudly. Dear guests, our master believes that a good dance requires good wine to accompany it, and his favorite is sword dance. Therefore, to gain the privilege of visiting, guests need to acquire good wine and a good sword. He pointed his finger. It is said that outside the temple, there are some unique peach blossoms on the peach trees that can be plucked without breaking and last long. The storehouse manager loves them and says 10 flowers can be exchanged for a bowl of wine. Our master usually drinks 3 bowls while dancing. He looked towards another area. As for the qualification to draw a sword, only those who are favored by the instructor and possess good martial skills can obtain it. The standard is simple. Throw a pot or shoot arrows, and if you hit 3 out of 10, you will gain the chance to draw a sword. The guests, including the young boy with bright eyes and a cheerful smile, were eager. Time waits for no one. They only had 2 hours, and if they were late, there would be even more people wanting to visit, making it harder to obtain qualifications. Everyone quickly gathered together, and Zhao Yanran raised her hand, her voice sharp and charming. This is a teamwork task. We'll split into 2 teams. Those good at archery and ring tossing will come this way, while those who are detail-oriented and quick will go outside the temple to find fake flowers. Everyone raised their eyebrows, clearly recognizing her as someone with resources. Surprised by her quick thinking, some raised doubts, but the man with a buzz cut beside her rolled his eyes. If you have objections, go play by yourself. You. The person wanted to get angry but was held back by their companion. Let's take a look first. The dissenting voices faded, and others became interested. So how do we distribute the tasks? Zhao Yanran raised an eyebrow. Archery and throwing can come to me, and for finding the peach blossom branch. She pulled over the young man with a crew cut. Go to his side. The young man pointed to himself. Aren't I joining them? Zhao Yanran squinted. Just keep an eye on them. I trust you. The crew cut guy instantly felt reassured, thumping his chest confidently. I got this, you can count on me. Zhao Yanran pushed him out, and everyone immediately began to form teams. Zhou Pe naturally stayed with Zhao Yanran, and soon a bald man walked over, scratching his scalp. Feeling a bit awkward. Can I throw rings? 2 college students also came over, saying, we usually play a bit too. Zhao Yanran looked at the group and felt unconvinced. She usually participated in a shooting club, and archery shouldn't require their help. As she thought this, a pair of long, beautiful legs stepped in front of her. Following the long legs up, she saw a slender waist, a graceful figure, and a head full of alluring wine-red curls. It was a beauty. Zhao Yanran, usually confident, couldn't help but admire the mature woman in front of her. Now this is a true goddess. But the goddess seemed gentler than she had imagined. She smiled at everyone and then stood in the line. Oh, this is interesting. The men in the line couldn't help but steal glances at her. But the red-haired lady didn't mind at all. The team quickly finalized, and the crew cut guy led the group away, while Zhou Pe and the others watched the newcomer. Guests. A coach appeared from a corner, his muscles tight and a pair of fierce eyes looking at them. But his expression held skepticism as he looked at the crowd. You all want to visit the master and engage with the dance practitioners? He seemed to be on the verge of saying, you think you all are worthy? It seemed everyone would be disappointed today. Zhao Yanran was unceremonious. Let's talk. Let us see the real skills. All right. Zhao Yanran's bold words nearly made Zhou Pe cover her mouth. After all, they were on a mission, and such bravado might lead to trouble. Of course not. The coach thought, instead feeling a sense of appreciation and stepped aside. Then give it a try. Behind him were 2 areas, one with a row of longbows and several wooden targets set up in the distance. The other area had a bronze jug, with a slender body, double ears on the side, and 4 elegantly posed cranes on its belly. A few meters away, beside a white line, stood several quivers. Throwing and archery. The arrows weigh the same, with bows divided into male and female types. Our master values fairness. Fairness. It's all about fairness. The coaches seemed to show a slight smile at the corners of their mouths. Let us see what you can do. Only 10 people stayed to play archery and throwing. They exchanged glances and immediately moved to their respective positions of expertise. Zhao Yanran and Zhou Pe didn't think much and directly stood at the archery spot. After all, he's a second-generation rich kid. He's played this kind of game a lot, and even though the distance seems farther than usual, it's still manageable. As for the bald guy, he stood by the throwing pot with a forced smile, tears welling up inside. This is the real throwing pot. It's not just a big wooden barrel on the street where you toss sticks in. This one has real ears, and the spout is smaller than his. Well, you get the idea. How do you even play this? Gritting his teeth, he picked up a bucket of arrows. Hey, coach, do we only get 1 chance each? The coach replied, all right. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. The bald guy turned his head, took an arrow, and threw it in. The arrows were heavy at the front and light at the back, with smooth fletchings. They weren't just casually made for fun. If he focused, he could figure out some patterns and have a chance to hit. But the bald guy didn't realize that out of 10 arrows, he only managed to hit one. And he failed. Come over here. Get ready to shoot. Zhao Yanran, standing behind Zhou Pa, was already familiar with the rules and wasted no opportunity, shouting loudly. As soon as one side finished, they immediately went to the other side. If both sides failed, they would immediately switch people back from the peach orchard. Oh, the red-haired girl finally looked up and showed some interest in Zhao Yanran, who was at the front. She initially thought Zhao was just a spoiled rich girl, but it turned out she had some brains. The question was whether she had the stamina. The bald guy switched to the archery team, and the next person at the throwing pot finally figured out the pattern. He examined the arrow for a moment, aimed, and spoke. The fletching is arched downward, so everyone pay attention to adjust the angle while throwing to keep the fletching parallel to the direction. That way, you can basically hit it. Whoosh. Crash. The arrow struck the pot and fell to the side. The guy awkwardly smiled, picked up another arrow, and continued shooting. He didn't believe it. It was just a little farther. The pot's opening was narrower. The coach standing nearby was a bit scarier. What was the big deal? This time, he had to win. Chapter 93. The most difficult dance path he continued to throw, and Zhou Pa next door finally gauged the weight of the arrow. He held the long bow and tried to pull it back. There was no deliberate increase in difficulty here. He turned back to Zhao Yanran and said, "It's pretty much like what we usually play." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot an arrow. It missed. The coach's snicker reached him, and Zhou Pa shrugged, not feeling embarrassed. The distance was indeed farther than what they usually played. Whoosh. Bang. The second arrow hit, but it only struck the wooden stick of the target. Zhou Pa stopped talking and became serious. The third arrow. The fourth arrow. The fifth arrow. All missed. Zhao Yanran's shoulders slumped. "Zhou Pa, are you even capable?" Seeing him useless, Zhao Yanran stopped calling him by his nickname, crossed her arms, and rolled her eyes. Zhou Pa grew quieter. Damn it. He had to hit it. He adjusted his angle again. With the target being farther away, strength and accuracy were even more crucial. This time, he pulled the bow back further. Whoosh. Thud. 3 rings. The coach's casual voice came, but it instantly made everyone cheer. He hit it. Zhou Pa took advantage of his momentum and shot 3 arrows in quick succession, all hitting the target. He beamed with joy and ran over to the throwing pot area, followed closely by Zhao Yanran. The lady's bow was lighter and had better elasticity, but the only downside was that the reduced weight shortened the range and made aiming more difficult. However, Zhao Yanran tested the bow and smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. She drew the bow and shot the arrows in one smooth motion. After missing 3 consecutive shots, she finally found her rhythm. 2 points, 4 points, 3 points, 7 points, 5 points. The coach finally showed a hint of a smile and nodded at Zhao Yanran. Not bad. 510 points was quite a decent score, especially considering that the last 2 participants either completely failed or only hit once, making her performance look even better. Zhao Yanran stood in line for the throwing pot, subtly observing the red-haired beauty ahead. It was her turn to shoot. She guessed the beauty was just for show, but it didn't matter. Having such a gorgeous presence was already pleasing to the eye. Whoosh. Thud. The first arrow barely grazed the edge of the target. The red-haired lady swiftly knocked another arrow and drew her bow again. If Zhou Pa and Zhao Yanran shot their arrows with standard form and confidence, then the red-haired lady's movements flowed like water, effortlessly graceful. Bang. Sure enough, she hit. 5 points. The second arrow also scored 5 points. Then came 6 points, 6 points, 7 points, 5 points, 7 points, and 8 points. Wow. Zhao Yanran's lips parted slightly, captivated by the display. This woman didn't seem ordinary at all. How could an average person shoot arrows with such finesse? She wasn't an Olympic champion, was she? What was going on? Zhao Yanran turned her head, feeling inexplicably annoyed, and pulled Zhou Pa, who had been struggling to hit the target, aside. Go on. You're trembling like you have Parkinson's. Let me take over. Zhou Pa scratched his head, seeing that only 1 arrow was left, shrugged, and ran off. I'll go find Taohua. You keep it up. He turned back to cheer everyone on. No one had succeeded in throwing the pot yet. Come on, everyone. The red-haired lady set down her bow and walked behind Zhao Yanran, a fragrant aura enveloping her. You can do it, she encouraged, her voice soothing. Zhao Yanran cleared her throat, feeling inexplicably flushed, and quickly began her turn at the throwing pot. She had heard that throwing pots was an ancient recreational activity, but modern versions had been simplified. She didn't expect to see the original here. However, this skill couldn't be mastered overnight. And despite Zhao Yanran's efforts to adjust her angles, she barely managed to hit 2 pots. It was down to her last shot. She gripped her arrow tightly, watching 1 arrow lodged inside the pot, while another leaned awkwardly against the edge, her heart racing. If she hit the third one, it could knock the leaning one out. It was too difficult. Unsure of what to do, she held the arrow tightly. In the next moment, a fragrant breeze brushed past her, and a hand reached out from behind, gently adjusting her arrow's angle. Aim for the left side, the voice said. What a remarkable beauty. Can beautiful women touch others casually? Zhao Yanran gritted her teeth and threw it out in the direction she adjusted. A loud sound echoed. The coach finally raised his voice. He smiled and looked at Zhao Yanran. This guest truly has some skill. It was Zhang who was disrespectful earlier. 3 in the pot and 5 in the archery. Congratulations to this guest for completing all tasks and earning 2 qualifications. Zhao Yanran laughed heartily, turned around, and jumped a couple of times with the red-haired girl. Then stood obediently to the side, her eyes sparkling. I'll wait for you to finish. Then we can go find peach branches together. The red-haired girl chuckled and stepped forward to throw. But she once again broke everyone's expectations. With initial shots hitting the target, the coach was stunned, standing aside to announce the results. This lady guest hit the pot a total of 6 times. Congratulations to her for earning the 2nd qualification. Zhao Yanran laughed so hard her eyes disappeared, her palms red from clapping. Sister, you are amazing. Unlike this bunch of useless people. Let us go. We'll go out to find peach branches. Let us switch in that bunch of people. She hurriedly pulled the red-haired girl away. Behind them, the useless bunch was left wondering what to do, wanting to retort, but unable to. Whoosh. The chubby kid pulled his head back, looking at the memory card that was almost full, quickly changing it. Damn it. This is too much fun. What to do? He didn't want to complete the task at all. He just wanted to create 4 shadow clones and follow the 4 teams to film their process of passing through. Damn it, this guide is amazing, right? What kind of event planner is this? What kind of crazy scenic area manager is this? How can they come up with so many interesting activities? Zhu Shou carefully wrapped up the memory card, finally remembering his heavy responsibility, and hurried back to the Rockery Pond area to search for sounds. Inside and outside the Peach Blossom Temple, 200 tourists were laughing with their teeth showing, busy to the point of being unrecognizable. What? You're asking about other paths? Other scenic areas? I don't know. Isn't this new scenic area enough? They are having too much fun. Besides Wanyuan Mountain, where else can they find such a strong sense of participation and interaction? Escape rooms and script killings cost 188. Here, it's only 50. It takes you on an unimaginable, wonderful journey. As for Su Jing, the man who said he would wait for tourists at the end of the small road was currently sitting in a tea house drinking tea, next to Lu Qingyun and a strange old man sitting side by side, sipping cautiously. Uncle Guan, don't be nervous. Soon you'll just be responsible for playing music. Didn't we rehearse the score several days ago? The old man looked at Lu Qingyun, then at the young man across from him, and sighed. Although we're familiar with it, this is our first time performing so formally. We're afraid of ruining the little boss's occasion and don't want to jeopardize Lu's favor. Su Jing waved his hand, smiling casually. Just focus on playing the music. Don't worry about anything else. He looked out the window, where shadows floated behind the paper screen, ethereal and illusory. Chapter 94. The unity of 4 paths. After a fiery morning, everyone wiped the sweat from their brows, relieved that they had adhered to the park's rules and entered before 9:30. Otherwise, they would have never completed the task. Regardless, in the backyard of the Peach Blossom Temple, everyone gathered in groups, passionately discussing among themselves. In the center, Ping Ping shouted loudly. We have 4 poems from the Peach Blossom Temple. Let's see who can arrange them. For the poem Rain Hits the Pear Blossoms Behind Closed Doors, which has 2 variations. Let's sort those out. The rest of the poems were a bit chaotic in terms of format, so they decided to focus on just these 2. A few people divided into groups and began to guess. Shen Zhuang approached Ping Ping and asked for one. I usually enjoy reading poetry. Can I give it a try? Ping Ping glanced at the seemingly composed middle-aged man in front of her, hesitated for a moment, and then handed one to him. You must succeed. At this moment, the young painter had clearly become the soul of the group. In front of him was a row of phones displaying the 10 paintings they had found. 2 of these were particularly special, as they had spent half an hour searching for them. One was surprisingly printed on the entrance's screen wall, and the other was on a hanging rope. They had rummaged through the entire Peach Blossom Temple, and it was only when one person accidentally knocked over the clothing rack that they finally spotted the image above. All right, now let's observe the patterns. The young painter's eyes were bright, and although his slender body seemed frail, it radiated immense energy. The most obvious point is that all these paintings feature people. Since it was the first day of the park's opening, the difficulty couldn't be too high. I suggest we approach this from 2 angles, he said, pointing at the small figures on the screens. One is the number of people, and the other is their positions. Let's summarize this and write it down. And then everyone can think of other possibilities. Everyone's expressions were strictly unified, and no one voiced any dissent. Let's get to work. On the music side, Secretary Li and the musician stood on either side. The person for the first piece, give me the name of the instrument. The second piece, give it to him. We'll review together. The atmosphere became a bit noisy. Since no one was a professional, they could only guess as best as they could. Each piece had 5 possible answers. So they formed groups of 3 to listen to each frame carefully, opting to skip rather than write something incorrect. Once the assignments were complete, Zhu Shou began his usual work. He watched as the crowd gathered in the courtyard, filling the corridors, pavilions, open spaces, and elevated platforms, moving around with his camera. He just knew. He knew that the side tasks would ultimately converge into one. All their efforts in poetry, painting, song, and dance would eventually unite. What would be summoned afterward? His chubby face was in front of the camera, excitedly spitting everywhere, only to be pushed aside by a delicate little hand. Move aside. You're blocking the way. Zhao Yinran, who pushed the camera away, chuckled and left behind the frowning Zhou Pa and the short-haired guy, following the red-haired girl ahead. The red-haired girl, holding a slender silver soft sword, wore a smile at the corner of her mouth. Behind them, a group of people carried several jars of wine, marching bravely and confidently to the center of the square. They had finally completed their mission at the last moment. Zhou Pa and his buddies had red hands from gripping tightly, while the others were panting heavily, as if they had just fought a tough battle. Although it was hard to find the fake peach blossom, with more people, they eventually managed to locate some. Throwing arrows was also challenging, but there were always a few lucky ones. So no matter what, this group of people managed to secure a few complete qualifications in the end. However, no one expected that they would be stuck at the sword drawing stage. With 6 qualifications, they could only draw the sword 6 times. Zhao Yinran went first, her little face turning red, but she couldn't draw it out. The short-haired guy laughed and quickly dashed up, only to slide down, red-faced and out of breath. Zhou Pa knew he was out of strength and specifically chose a tall, burly guy. The burly guy lived up to expectations, collapsing like a pile of mud, overwhelmed by everyone's spittle. Then, 2 even stronger men came up, but both failed. Only one chance remained. Everyone glanced at each other. Zhao Yinran tentatively looked at the coach. Bro, you really won't let us pass, right? The coach flashed a brilliant smile, revealing 14 gleaming white teeth. It was true. She swallowed. Can I buy a chance? I'll pay 1,000 for us to try a few more times. Rich people are really something. Zhang Zhong smiled even more brightly. One last chance, who will go? Now everyone fell completely silent, a faint panic spreading. After exhausting themselves for a morning, they wouldn't really leave empty-handed, would they? Just when no one dared to speak up, the red-haired girl stepped forward, her expression calm and casual. Shall I give it a try? Zhao Yinran hesitated. She quite liked this sister. If she failed, she would have to face everyone's criticism. What if she got hurt? But after the red-haired girl smiled at her, Zhao Yinran couldn't think of anything else. Go for it. If it doesn't work out, I'll compensate everyone a bit. The red-haired girl took a step forward, standing there lazily yet upright. Not sure how much strength she used, she simply pulled lightly. The sword came out easily. Is that it? The scene fell silent. Only the coach's laughter echoed. Congratulations to all guests for being assisted by this heroic woman. He stepped back and waved his hand. You all passed, please come inside. The master is waiting for you. Zhou Po's neck bulged with veins, jumping in disbelief, then finally burst into laughter. That assistant is too ruthless. Everyone thought the sword would require great strength to draw, but instead, it was so easy. Going against the grain? Still rebellious. What do they want to tell them? Nevertheless, everyone gathered around the red-haired girl, laughing as if they had won a victory, only to merge with the other tourists. What is going on? Zhou Pa moved to the front. Where's the master? How do we meet him? The old man at the entrance chuckled. Once all 4 guests confirmed, the old man led everyone inside. Is that it? Secretary Xiao Li was the first to raise his hand. The path of song has ended. The little painter followed closely. The path of painting is also complete. Secretary Shen patted Ping Ping's shoulder. Hurry up. My secretary has finished, and I haven't tea. I'm embarrassed. Ping Ping scowled and brushed the old man's hand aside, hesitating for a moment before submitting her answer. We're done too. Zhao Yinran and her group, carrying wine and swords, looked at the old man and nodded. The old man smiled kindly. In that case, everyone, please follow me. Chapter 95. The master appears through the main hall. Behind layers of curtains, there was a long screen. The old man pushed the screen aside, revealing a secret passage behind it. Is there still another hurdle? The old man signaled everyone to enter. Ping Ping and Zhu Shou finally reunited, leading the way forward but stopped after a few steps. What's wrong? There are still people behind who haven't come in, blocked outside, unaware of what is happening. Ping Ping looked back with a worried expression. There's a fork in the path. Is this really a secret passage? The tourists who had experienced the Mingwe village event felt a sense of fear of being controlled by the guide. Ping Ping didn't dare to wander off. With so many people, it would be hard to regroup if they got separated. News spread quickly, and soon the crowd was buzzing. But just as people chattered, those from the path of painting brightened up. Everyone turned to look at the little painter, who seemed to have an idea and stepped forward. We might have a solution. Oh, Ping Ping was taken aback. Didn't they just arrive here? How could they know? The little painter unfolded a piece of paper, swiping through the photos he had taken, explaining to Ping Ping and the others. Our task is to find the pattern in the painting. We had speculated before that the pattern could be numbers or directions. That old man took the answers for the paths of poetry and song, and also took away the props for the path of dance, but didn't he take ours? I think its use lies here. He finally determined the type of answer, raised his head to look ahead, and gritted his teeth. Go this way. The front of the line was mostly made up of the key figures from each path. After hearing his analysis, no one had any objections, and the group slowly began to move. At the first fork, then the second and third, even winding through the fourth and fifth, after passing the last fork. They finally saw the only exit ahead. Wow, they actually succeeded. Zhou Pa excitedly patted the little painter on the shoulder, and the red-haired girl looked on with a mix of concern and amusement. Zhu Shou reinserted a battery, holding the camera tightly and focusing intently. Ping Ping adjusted her glasses. Her excitement barely contained. As everyone reached the end, for wooden doors slowly opened, revealing an extremely spacious grand hall before them. The room was surrounded by wooden doors and windows, with cool mats spread across the floor. Flower stands and incense burners were placed in the corners, emitting a gentle fragrance that finally allowed everyone to relax. Come in, find a place to sit and rest. We should be able to meet the host soon. Shun Zhuang greeted everyone, his gaze scanning the surroundings. He quickly moved to a spot and sat cross-legged. Secretary Xiao Li immediately smiled and sat down beside him. It was a joke. Others might not recognize him, but he certainly did. This old fox had traveled extensively over the years and must have had some guesses about the layout of the room, so he had taken the best position early on. Zhu Shou didn't know Secretary Shan, but he recognized Secretary Xiao Li. Ping Ping didn't know Secretary Xiao Li, but she knew Zhu Shou. The three from Zhou didn't know Zhu Shou, but they could tell that those sitting over there were all key figures in their respective fields. In the blink of an eye, this group of influential individuals sat in a row, while other visitors looked at them and then around, feeling puzzled but somehow following suit, sitting in a very orderly square formation. In the back, Lu Qingyun watched the surveillance and smacked his lips. He had to admit, these people were quite perceptive. The direction they sat in was indeed the correct one. Now that the audience was seated, the show was about to begin. He lowered his voice, pressed down on the intercom, and said, "Everyone take your places, prepare, music start." In the spacious, elegant room, everyone sat on the floor, with those at the back huddled together, exchanging curious discussions about each other's tasks. The front row, however, remained calm, waiting for the performance to start. In the next moment, soft drum beats began to sound, followed by a man's gentle singing echoing throughout the room. A spring breeze knocks on the door, a magpie calls. And I cherish myself. I don't see the opponent, yet their moves decide the universe. I drunkenly entrust this body. The hum flowed like water, raising everyone's eyebrows. It was a tune they hadn't heard before, but the melody was quite pleasant. Was this background music? The singing grew louder, and the music became even more enchanting. A pot of smoke cooking the dusk, an old teacup floating and sinking. The gentle breeze asks no one, wiping away all dust, toasting the stars with you. Suddenly, the music stopped, and the singing abruptly ceased. Everyone looked around in confusion, only to hear an old voice from beyond the door. "Host, the guests have arrived." Then, there was a light laugh from another man. "Then let us meet." With a whoosh, the four wooden doors opened wide. Before they could marvel at the beautiful scene, a woman's operatic voice soared through the air. "The bright moon has no predecessor. It illuminates the ancient and modern. The awakened ones. Why must young lords and sons ask about wasting my youth?" Outside the ancient wooden house, through the window, a huge peach tree leaned out, its branches adorned with beautiful pink and white blossoms. Under the peach tree, a man dressed in a blue garment, with long hair cascading like a waterfall, stood with his back to them, leisurely leaning against a carved table. He elegantly raised a wine cup and drank it in one gulp, while a long, melodious tune resonated. As the peach blossoms danced in the air, the man slowly turned around, resting his chin on his knee, smiling with a relaxed and content expression. The sunlight fell upon him, illuminating him like a deity. Ping gasped, the sorrowful and haunting melody echoing in her ears. Why must the sons of noble families ask? Harmony and dust are the same. As the tune and music gradually faded, only the occasional sound of a gouging plucked at the strings of everyone's hearts. Oh my, Zhu Shou's drool had soaked his pants. The abbot of the Peach Blossom Temple, with an ethereal presence, could he not be a peach blossom fairy? Shun Zhuang also clutched his heart, exhaling heavily. Just a few lines of song and a few phrases of drama, yet he inexplicably felt heartache for the talented abbot before him. Why was he hiding in such a place? Was this song composed by him for himself? Before the crowd could stir, the man raised his arm and turned to retrieve a piece of paper from the table. "I heard you've pieced together my poem." He lowered his gaze, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, softly reciting, "In the Peach Blossom Dock lies the Peach Blossom Temple. Beneath the Peach Blossom Temple dwells the Peach Blossom Fairy. Ping Ping and Secretary Shin suddenly held their breath. It was one of the poems they had found. This was the one they pieced together the most. The probability of being correct was the highest. Everyone in the poetry circle widened their eyes. This poem. Which order was correct? The abbot chuckled lightly, then looked towards the 200 dignified tourists seated in the wooden house and waved to the back. Yin Yang, come join me and sing a poem for our visiting poetry friends. As he finished speaking, the tourists finally took the time to observe the peach orchard before them. A gigantic peach tree entered the garden, surrounded by the 4 gentlemen, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, on the outer circle. In the large open space ahead, the table and the abbot sat in the center. Behind them was a small pond, with a half-constructed rockery and a pavilion adorned with carved beams and painted rafters. Inside the pavilion, the gauze curtain was half-drawn, revealing shadowy figures, suggesting that there were many people inside. As soon as the abbot's voice fell, a woman's voice emerged from behind the gauze curtain. Everyone's eyes widened instantly. It was the one who had sung that beautiful tune earlier. She was the Yin Yang that the abbot mentioned would sing a poem. Would she join in and sing together with them? What an honor. Chapter 96. Enjoying poetry and music. Before reading this chapter, you may listen to the Peach Blossom Temple song, Tang Boa Tailor Shop, for a deeper immersive experience. Ding dang. The sound of the gouging became more pronounced, signaling the start. Zhu Shou had already set up his camera in front of him, taking a long breath as he seriously looked ahead. Photography? Forget about it. Just recording would do. We'll deal with it later. As for the others, they didn't dare raise their phones too high. Blocking the view of the people behind at such a critical moment would be perilous. Zhoupa tightly gripped his childhood friend's hand, breathing rapidly with excitement. Damn it. Those days of indulgence and extravagance, what were they called? This is what living is about. Guide Master. The best. In the Peach Blossom Dock lies the Peach Blossom Temple. The man in the blue attire sat there, lightly tapping his knees, and with a lift of his chin, began to sing. His voice was clear and resonant, full of energy. The playful and carefree ending notes brought a long-lost sense of relaxation. In the Peach Blossom Temple, the Peach Blossom Immortal. He turned his head, twirling his fingers in the air. The Peach Blossom Immortal plants peach trees and picks peach blossoms to earn money for wine. The sound of the zither continued as he leaned back, letting his arms hang naturally, and sang to the sky, awake only to sit before the flowers, drunk still under the blossoms. He suddenly sat up straight, looking deep into the peach forest, his voice growing stronger. Half awake, half drunk, day after day. Flowers fall and bloom, year after year. The music of the flute rose swiftly. Behind the gauze curtain, the gentle singing of the female voice accompanied it. I hope to grow old and die among the flowers and wine. I do not wish to bow before the carriages and horses. The dust of carriages and the hooves of horses are for the wealthy. The wine cups and flower branches are for the poor. In an instant, everyone felt a clarity in their hearts. Could this temple master, with his wine cups and flower branches, really be poor? They looked around at the Grand Peach Blossom Temple residents, swallowing hard. If the master was considered poor, what were they? Beggars? But the master did not stop. He raised a hand and waved elegantly. If wealth and nobility are compared to the poor, one is on level ground while the other is in the sky. Then, his voice suddenly deepened, leaning back comfortably. If poverty is compared to carriages and horses, his singing was filled with a smile as he pinched a flower petal. You must rush while I can relax. Wow, good. Zhou Pe and Zhu Shou were clapping wildly in their hearts, but dared not move a muscle, fearing they might disturb the talented immortal. Damn it, this is poetry. How could the poetry circle of the nation overlook him? This is so touching. You must rush while I can relax. What kind of carefree mindset, having gone through countless experiences, can create such poetry? The master continued, drinking a cup of wine, standing upright amidst the female voices singing, his clear eyes showing no sign of intoxication. Others laugh at me for being too mad. I laugh at others for not seeing through it. He turned back, his long hair cascading in a graceful arc. No sight of the graves of heroes at Wuling. No flowers or wine, just plowing the fields. Shun Zhuang slapped his thigh, excitedly preparing to rise up. He was then forcefully held down by Xiao Li, pinned to the ground. Secretary, don't be impulsive. You are a person of status. You wouldn't want to be beaten up here, would you? Secretary Xiao Li secretly sent heart signs to the master while furiously scolding his old leader. That troublesome old dang. Go back and continue drinking that laxative. Perhaps having sung happily, the master raised an arm, fingers together, and struck a pose. He opened his mouth, surprisingly switching to a dialectal opera tone. Others laugh at me for being too mad. After finishing this segment, he seemed to see yesterday's scenery and laughed joyfully, with full energy. One could tell he was a very healthy person who didn't need to drink herbal medicine. The female voice seemed happy too, singing loudly once more. The tourists of the poetic path stared intently, their hearts shouting wildly. Good poetry, good poetry. The good poetry was sung by him. Even better. But they sensed this was not the end. Sure enough, as the female voice ended, the two continued to sing in unison. I hope to grow old and die among the flowers and wine. I do not wish to bow before the carriages and horses. The dust of carriages and the hooves of horses delight the wealthy, while the poor find joy in wine cups and blooming branches. If we compare the rich to the poor, one is on level ground while the other is in the sky. If we compare poverty to wealth, the atmosphere quiets down, with only male voices echoing in the air. The master of the temple slowly opens his eyes and looks at the visitors. You must hurry. He gently raises his cup with a smile. I have the leisure. The room falls silent. No one dares to make a sound. In an instant, only the serene sounds of the pipa and zheng remain, and no one dares to speak. Suddenly, intense applause erupts, nearly overturning the small courtyard. The visitors in the back row stand up, waving their clothes faster than a spinning top. Master, you're amazing. Master, you are my idol. Master, this poem. It's truly a good poem. The scene becomes chaotic, and after savoring a bowl, Ping Ping picks up a notebook to take notes. May 21st. At the Peach Blossom Temple, an audience with a deity. Facing the commotion in the wooden house, the master seems even more interested. He chuckles softly and calls for his old servant. Interesting, friends of song and dance. May I ask if you are qualified for a visit? Immediately, everyone quiets down. And Jopa pushes those around him to sit down, his eyes sparkling. We got it. We really got it. Old man, hurry up and tell us. We have received it. The old servant, living up to expectations, respectfully nods and places fine wine and a famous sword before the master. Then he glances at the pavilion and speaks. Master, they have succeeded. The master of Peach Blossom Temple lets out a long sigh and, after a moment, extends his hand. Bring me my hair tie. Ah, are you going to dance? The old servant feigns surprise, prompting Jopa to feel like punching him. Just do it. Stop talking nonsense. Dance. The crowd watches as the master gathers his long hair, finally revealing his face. With sharp brows and bright eyes. A carefree smile hangs on his face, yet his gaze is calm. Indeed, Jusho immediately zooms in with his camera. A deity. This is how a handsome figure should look. A male deity should be even more handsome. In this suddenly appearing Peach Blossom Pavilion, the master, who drinks, composes poetry, sings, and dances, who could think of him as an ordinary person? He can only be considered a deity from the Wanyuan mountain, showing a bit of favor to the small world. As the applause gradually fades, everyone returns to their seats. The poem is finished, and now it's time for the song and dance. Everyone looks tense, glancing around, unsure how the master of Peach Blossom Temple plans to present the performance. But in the next moment, they understand, gasping in awe. Except for the visitors of martial arts, everyone inhales sharply. The master, with his sword behind him, strolls into the peach forest, turning his back to the visitors. Zhao Yinran tightly grips the hand of the red-haired girl. Zhou Pu and his childhood friend embrace in excitement, while Shun Zhuang and Secretary Shaoli link arms, their eyes fixed ahead. Sword dance. How can it not be called a dance? Boom. A heavy drumbeat sounds like thunder. It begins. Chapter 97. Enjoy a song and dance. Before reading this chapter, play the music breaking the formation for accompaniment. Behind the gauze curtain, in the pavilion, as the drumbeat sounds, the pipa starts to move vigorously. Even the gauze curtain was blown and trembled. Then, a haunting flute sound echoed, and the pipa immediately joined in. The master of the Peach Blossom Temple has moved. Ding! The delicate silver soft sword made a ringing sound, followed by a flash of cold light. The master stood tall and strong, like a green pine, his arms slightly turned, and a beautiful and fierce sword flower bloomed. Inside the pavilion, dynamic Sanxian music surged forth, accompanied by rhythmic drumbeats, and the pipa resonated. Peach blossoms were scattered everywhere. Wow! The master took a slight step, gracefully flipping over. The silver sword emitted a crisp sound, and the sword light flowed like mercury, continuously swirling. What the heck? Zhu Shou was stunned. He thought the sword was merely for decoration, but the master truly knew how to dance. This dance was free and easy, but the sword was filled with killing intent. Ding ding. The flute played melodiously, piercing through the sky like a sharp sword, once again clearing everyone's minds. The master danced even more freely. With a snap, he extended his sword and directly flicked a wine bowl off the table. Gulladong. The crystal-clear wine slid down his throat. The bowl was tossed aside, landing steadily on the table. The master chuckled, a hint of delight in his eyes. Continue. Snap. Under everyone's gaze. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes and leaped into the air. The sword tip pointed directly at the peach blossom branch, and petals floated down leisurely, making him look like a fairy. After a bowl of wine, the master's lips turned rosy, making his complexion appear even more fair and translucent. Just like a peach blossom fairy. Damn it. Shun Zhuang punched the air angrily. He knew it. Those old folks at the National Cultural Institute must have deceived the world. Isn't this just lightness skill? He couldn't help but pull out his phone and take pictures frantically. If he didn't take pictures now, the young master would fly away on his sword soon. It would be too late to take pictures then. Zhu Shou had already moved forward, pressing down. His hefty body stable as a mountain. The camera slightly adjusted, capturing the ethereal figure entirely. The sword light flickered. The gauze curtain danced. The figure and the sword shadow almost merged into one. What is this, a sword dance? This is clearly swordplay. Ha ha. The master leaped, soaring like a swan. Then picked up a bowl of wine, and in everyone's astonished gaze, lightly stepped on the water's surface, landing on the other side of the pond. Wait a minute. Shen Zhuang couldn't sit still. How was Su Jing going to explain this? How to explain? Where's the wire? Come out. There's someone floating on the water. The master held the slender sword against his waist, the sword bending into an unimaginable arc. And he leisurely leaned against a rock, downing the wine in one go. This is real skill. Everyone was silent, only thinking, what the heck? The master's figure did not stop, his gaze deep and focused, his clothes fluttering, seeming both awake and drunk. The fierce sword energy even lifted the gauze curtain. Wow. Everyone's eyes lit up. Inside the pavilion, there were musicians wearing veils. Just one glance. Someone exclaimed, a shakuhachi. That's an ancient musical instrument. I didn't expect someone here could play it. There was also the pipa and sanxian. Wow. So impressive. The master of the temple has his own band. The sword energy flows. Silver light dances from behind the pond to the front. It harmonizes with the music, stirring the hearts of all visitors. They can't help but want to join in and dance. Shaoli holds down Shen Zhuang's leg. Calm down. If you go up, you'll just be a shockingly bad dancer. What are you thinking? Coming to someone else's place to embarrass yourself? Thud. The heavy drums continue to beat, the sword light flashes, and peach blossoms drift down. In the peach blossom grove, only one person remains, with one sword and one bowl of wine. Nothing else. The visitors are entranced, their fists tightly clenched. It feels exhilarating. Each swing of the sword seems like a release of the master's spirit. Each turn is an outpouring of his emotions. His sword dance is not only a visual feast, but also a spiritual cleansing, allowing them to appreciate it while feeling the carefree and unrestrained essence from deep within. The Peach Blossom Immortal truly lives up to his name. After the performance, the master stands with his hands at his sides, looking like a peach blossom, breathing lightly. Yet, this is not the end. He casually flicks his famous sword and pulls out a huge scroll from under the table, then shakes it open. Several meters of rice paper is instantly spread before them. Bring the ink. The old servant, panting, brings a bucket of black water in front of a group of astonished visitors. Then he turns around, revealing a brush rack on his back, neatly holding oversized brushes. Wow. He's going to paint live? Now, those who appreciate painting are excited. Finally, it's their turn. A young artist jumps up, but is pushed down by someone. Don't get too excited. We're even more excited. How can they not be excited? He watches as the master, sleeves rolled up, holding a giant brush, dances across the pristine rice paper. There's no way to stay calm. Live painting. He thinks of the masterpieces hanging on the walls of his study and even entertains a ridiculous thought. What if he became the master's disciple? The red-haired girl is unaware of her brother's renowned reputation. She merely coughs lightly and glances at the excited Zhao Yanran beside her. This girl has been clutching her hand all the way. During the performance, she was almost pressed against her. Does she even know what she's doing? The girl in red sighs, feeling the cool sweat in her palm, and can only return the grip. Never mind, let us just watch the master paint. As the music rises and falls, the master of the Peach Blossom Temple moves back and forth. The giant brush touches the ground, the bristles spread out, and at times, he even scoops up black ink with his hand and flings it out. The music grows more urgent. His movements quicken, and with the final flourish, he takes that last bowl of wine, drinks it down, cheeks puffing out. Puff. It surprises everyone, but after a few seconds of shock, they all burst into laughter. They were narrow-minded. The master is truly a free-spirited person. Why does he plant peach blossoms in the courtyard instead of plum, orchid, bamboo, or chrysanthemum? The four gentlemen are indeed beautiful, but to him, they seem too formal. A carefree person who enjoys the company of flowers and wine wouldn't restrain himself like that, right? If he wants to drink, then he drinks. If he wants to shout, then he shouts. That's who he is. Just like the peach blossom, his passion blooms. Bold and unrestrained, the master of the Peach Blossom Temple. After finishing a drink, the master wipes his lips, smiles, loosens his hair, and waves his hand. Today I'm in a good mood. I'll go take a nap. Yun, see our guests out. Lu Qingyun, after working hard for half a lifetime, ends up with the title of Yun, feeling a mix of laughter and tears as he leaves. The master's figure disappears. A few young attendants rush out to set up a canvas with him. Wow. The crowd gasps. On the pristine rice paper, A massive painting of a soaring eagle against green mountains leaps to life, majestic and spectacular. In the lower right corner of the painting, there is a red seal identical to the one outside. Inside the red seal, the master of the Peach Blossom Temple has inscribed the name, Bo Hu. Chapter 98. Heart attached to Peach Blossom Temple. Unwilling to depart, the master has gone back to sleep. The old servant retreated with the painting. The musicians and performers have disappeared. The tourists are in an uproar. Wow, 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 my goodness. The performance was incredible. Wow. This is what a talented person looks like. This is what a master looks like. Who told him to live in seclusion? Come out and show off your talent. This is terrifying. Proficient in poetry, painting, music, and dance. Is this even human? Oh right, he is not human. He must be a peach blossom fairy. Carp god. Alright. The carp god is impressive. Butterfly fairy. The butterfly fairy is also remarkable. But show me more of this master of the Peach Blossom Temple. This is just too amazing. Can we give him a reward? Shouldn't we give him a hefty tip? If he goes out to be a star, I guarantee he'd be famous across the land in a month, reaching the pinnacle of the world in a year. Oh no, my phone's out of battery. I want to watch it again. Damn it. Oh, Master Guide. You tell me. This is fake. You tell me. The crowd is ecstatic, yet some are lamenting. Everyone is dancing and waving their hands, more lively than the big fat carp in the carp pond. After witnessing such a high-level performance, everyone feels it's absurd. An 80 yuan ticket? Are you crazy? So cheap. Can the scenic area even break even? They've been here since 9:30 in the morning, playing until almost 2 in the afternoon. Did they have a moment to rest? No. Unlike other tourist spots, this place not only lets you explore and play, but also makes you watch. It makes you move. It makes you think. It makes you guess. After exhausting yourself, you still want to see what others are doing. Someone pondered and suddenly shivered, raising their hand high. Comrades. Everyone turned to look at him. I have a hypothesis. Instantly, everyone fell silent, listening intently. Having come this far, no piece of information can be overlooked. Regarding the poetry, I don't know how many poems you've found. But I think, what if the ones you piece together are different poems? Wouldn't that change what the master of the Peach Blossom Temple is singing today? Everyone was startled, exchanging glances with wide eyes. The person continued, saying that the painting seemed to be the key to the final stage, but whether it would change, he was uncertain. He speculated that the path of song was the accompaniment for the sword dance. If you were not looking for this piece, would the sword dance also change accordingly? His expression was serious, hiding a manic excitement. As the next wave of people arrived, would what they heard and saw be different? If they failed, would the program be reduced? If the path of painting failed, would they not find this place at all and just leave directly? His voice trembled with excitement. If it truly was as he thought, then this place was a completely open task world. After he finished speaking, everyone gradually began to breathe heavily. The historical relics enthusiast had long forgotten about the enchanting goddess. He and his companion were now far apart in the crowd. But he couldn't care less, as he was engaged in an excited discussion with a nearby short-haired guy. The young painter was no longer emo. His mind was filled with grand artistic works, and he was eager to take the Peach Blossom Abbot as his master. As for the trio, they exchanged glances and instantly understood each other's thoughts. Since they were doing nothing anyway, if what that person thought was true, they would become regulars at Wanyuan Mountain, exploring the world endlessly. Shen Zhuang had even started looking for online pre-sale tickets, scrolling for a long time before reluctantly closing his phone. Damn. Why did everyone snatch up the tickets? He wanted to come again. He thought, who wouldn't he? Those who managed to grab pre-sale tickets today were all loyal fans of Wanyuan Mountain, right? Who didn't he have a bit of money and time? Not to mention, whether the Peach Blossom Abbot was indeed an open task area, they were just eager to experience the other 3 tasks they missed today. They wanted to come again and have fun. After all, the areas were almost not interconnected, and no one knew what the others' tasks were or how the process went. They just felt that coming here was truly to visit the Peach Blossom Abbot. Pang Pang patted her chest and took out her notebook to continue recording. Peach Blossom Abbot, proficient in poetry, painting, song, and dance, is a person of extraordinary talent. She thought for a moment and added, highly skilled in martial arts, can perform lightness skills, can float on water. But no matter how excited everyone was or how much they discussed, the empty peach forest before them symbolized the end of this outing. Everyone sighed and began to look for a way out. After a while, Uncle Lu Qingyun sighed, stepped out, and pointed at the small wooden sign next to the big peach tree. This is the exit. These folks had such sharp eyes when playing games. But when it was time to leave, they seemed to lose their sight. Did they not want to go? Little Sue was still waiting for them by the river. Looking at Uncle Lu, who was puffing up his cheeks in annoyance, everyone burst into laughter. For hours had passed, and the 200 people here had become like friends, laughing and leaving with their arms around each other. Zhu Shou finally realized and remembered his guide. Oh no, the guide is still waiting for them. Waiting? Ridiculous. Su Jing clapped his hands, listened to the message from the intercom, and threw the chicken bone onto the table. After downing a bowl of rice wine, he patted his pants and stood up, waiting for them. Is he crazy? Those kids are having such a great time. It's obvious they'll be delayed. It's midday. They're laughing and playing. They're not hungry, but he is. Wiping his mouth and hands, Su Jing opened the wooden door and quickly dashed into the peach orchard. He was familiar with this place and would take a shortcut to get there fast. The peach blossom forest was slowly waking up, the area covered again with greenery. And in the distance, the sound of rushing water could be faintly heard. Everyone perked up. They were almost there. The guide should be waiting for them at the end. Suddenly, they felt a pang of sympathy for the guide, imagining him standing there, probably with a sore back. The aroma of roasted chicken was even faster than him. As soon as they spotted a figure in the distance, they could already smell the delicious chicken. The guide. He was breaking the rules. On this day, the tourists who hadn't eaten or drunk a thing finally heard the sounds of their rumbling stomachs. Damn, so hungry. The culprit was still at the end, grinning at them, with grease still on the corners of his mouth. Dear guests, I've finally been waiting for you. Facing a group of hungry tourists whose eyes were glimmering, Su Jing shivered. Brother Tongzi, you will protect the host, right? Ha. He quickly stepped aside to reveal the river behind him. Come on, what are you waiting for? Get ready, we're heading to the next place. Chapter 99. Brave the rapids in the surging rapids. Several small boats were moored at the shore, next to a pile of yellow inflatable kayaks. Zhu Shou, the chubby turtle, poked his head out, wildly taking pictures with his camera. How do we go? Where to? Are we going back to Minghua Village? Everyone nodded and looked at Su Jing. That's right. They all considered Minghua Village their base now. It was their happy home. After spending a wonderful 4 hours in the Peach Blossom Temple, everyone was now so hungry their stomachs were touching their backs. Su Jing chuckled, pointed at the 2 vehicles behind him, and started to roll up his pant legs and sleeves. What is this for? After finishing up, the guide handed each person a piece of plastic sheet. What are you standing there for? Put it on. He urged everyone. Come on. Those who like excitement, get on the kayak. 5 people per kayak. A total of 30 kayaks. The rest, 15 people per boat. Come with me. A few young guys behind him were pulling the boat ropes, grinning in a way that sent chills down the spine. Wait a minute. Jopa was a bit confused. Sit on that. The wobbly inflatable kayak, making popping sounds as it was hit by the rapids, occasionally splashed white foam onto the tourists' faces, bringing a refreshing coolness. Guide, is this safe? Su Jing shrugged. You're all guests. Would I let anything happen to you? If something does happen, there's nothing we can do. Let us just accept our fate. Now everyone started to voice their opinions. Most people want to take a boat. After all, it's safer. But they couldn't resist the persuasion of a few individuals. Just think. Produced by Wan Yuan Mountain. Can there be anything boring? You've even put on raincoats. Are you still afraid of water? This little river isn't deep. Absolutely safe. We're in a group of 5. It will definitely be fine. Didn't the guide say? This waterway isn't long. Will arrive quickly. Summer is just around the corner, and it's nice and cool in the stream. Just consider it playing in the water. After some convincing, the 2 finally got all the tourists to choose the kayak. Mission accomplished. Zhu Shou followed Zhou Pei toward the kayak line, but was stopped by an arm. Guide. The little chubby one looked puzzled. Sorry, sir, you are overweight. You can only take the boat. Zhu Shou was confused. I persuaded you for so long, and now I can't sit? He pinched the fat on his body, feeling a mix of frustration and sadness. How could they be so unfair to the little chubby one? But safety is more important, so everyone quickly formed a line as Su Jing instructed. Come on. A small safety net blocked the yellow kayak. Zhou Pe and the others took the lead, while Zhao Yanran held onto the red-haired girl tightly. The girl had no choice but to bring along the little painter, unable to leave him behind. Are you ready? Su Jing laughed heartily, suddenly kicking the safety net aside, and the rushing current quickly swept them away. Once you arrive, there will naturally be someone to assist you. Don't lean out, and don't unbuckle your seatbelt. Wishing everyone a thrilling journey. Boom. The rapids swirled, and the yellow kayak with the 5 people quickly disappeared from sight. Su Jing revealed a gleaming smile. Next, no one cared how the upstream guide continued the arrangements. The 3 men and 2 women were trapped in the round kayak, gripping the handrails tightly, while the cool mountain breeze lifted their hair, revealing excited expressions. Wow, this feels amazing, Zhou Pe shouted, as the water surged beneath him, lifting him up and then crashing down. The current tossed him back and forth. Icy water splashed into his neck, sending chills down his spine. The other guy also leaned out, half of his body over the edge of the kayak. This is awesome. He quickly pulled his head back, sweat breaking out on his face. I almost got my head knocked off by a rock. See, I told you not to lean out. Zhao Yanran was startled too, rolling her eyes at the red-haired girl beside her. Water splashed on her forehead, but her eyes sparkled, as if she hadn't relaxed and enjoyed herself like this in a long time. The little painter squinted, carefully observing the surrounding mountain scenery. Jagged cliffs and a narrow strip of sky above. The kayak jolted violently, crashing against a dark stone, then spun around and squeezed into a narrow passage. Oh, creak, creak, creak. Suddenly, the light dimmed, a chill swept through the mountains, strange sounds echoed, and the water slowed down, giving the five of them finally a chance to observe their surroundings. What is this place? The little painter observed closely, pondering for a moment before pointing to an opening. If I'm not mistaken, that might be a scenic spot. The cave entrance was dark and daunting, if it weren't for his good eyesight. Zhou Pojin wouldn't have seen it at all. He raised an eyebrow. So are we getting off the boat now? No, the young painter shook his head. The guide said someone would be there to meet us at our destination. Since there's no one here, it means this isn't the final stop. Perhaps this place isn't open yet, or it's just an ordinary cave. Everyone nodded, feeling the towering sky above them as they moved past. And the small kayak quickly accelerated again before slowing down beside a river embankment. Have we arrived? They felt refreshed. Looking at the staff waiting for them at the end of the net, somewhat puzzled. Isn't this Minghua village? Where are we? Zhao Yinran turned her head and pointed to the front right. That's the sacred mountain over there. We haven't arrived yet. She suddenly widened her eyes. Wait a minute. Who said there's only one new attraction? From the beginning, the official sources had never stated that there would be only one new site to present. The group swallowed hard. Isn't the Peach Blossom Temple enough? It was made that way. So stunning. So real. So unforgettable. Isn't that enough? There's actually another new attraction? Has it been hidden from us all along? Or was it just created in the past 2 weeks? That can't be possible, right? Ignoring the group's confusion, the man on the shore pulled the kayak onto the land with a large hook. The 5 of them took off their raincoats, bypassed the makeshift dock, and looked across. Wow. Zhou struggled to swallow. Could this be the new attraction? Back at Su Jing's side, he sent off all 30 kayaks and quickly jumped onto a small boat. Let us get on board. Zhu Shui was the first to dash up with Pingping. Shen Zhuang, being older and still tired from earlier, held on to Xiao Li to stay back on the boat. Xiao Li, smiling on the surface, was cursing inwardly. As for the ancient relic enthusiast, he finally remembered his goddess after a delay. But after going through such a long task, she was no longer reserved. Looking pale and hungry, all 15 people boarded the boat, with Su Jing standing at the bow, his eyes bright with excitement that anyone could see. Wait a minute. Zhu Shou suddenly remembered something. The guide isn't really a person from the Sacred Mountain or the Peach Blossom Temple. He is just a scenic area manager. Just like us, if not more prestigious. A manager this young. Can he even drive the boat? Zhu Shou glanced at the rushing rapids ahead, swallowed hard, and wanted to tug at Su Jing's sleeve. Can you even drive? But before he could lift himself off the boat, he felt the small vessel suddenly lurch. Then the front dipped into the water, splashing everywhere. Su Jing's excited laughter rang out. Hold on tight. Our friendship boat is setting off. Amidst the screams of the crowd, the small boat surged into the river, with 2 boats closely following behind. Damn it. Pingping tightly closed her lips, eyes wide open, gripping the handrails, silently shouting. Guide, row slower. Chapter 100. First encounter at Luoxian Lake, when Su Jing's fleet brought the tourists to the new attraction. The visitors in front had already scattered. Zhu Shou stepped off the boat, his face all scrunched up, feeling like he might throw up. The boat's quality from the guide was just terrible. He looked back at the 2 boats behind them, which were much steadier. But once everyone regained their composure and followed Su Jing out of the dock, they were stunned by the scenery ahead. It was a lush area with green trees, surrounded by mountains, and a vast lake that looked like a sapphire glass mirror. As the wind rose, white herons and wild ducks skimmed over the surface. It was breathtakingly beautiful. For a moment, hardly anyone moved forward. What are you dawdling for? Su Jing's figure, carrying the cool moisture of the water, passed by the crowd, snapping everyone back to reality. The lake was not a single expanse. It was divided into 3 parts by a small, crescent-shaped island in the middle. The lake facing the Tiaojiao River was the largest, occupying almost 2/3 of the entire area. Behind the small island, a stone bridge and a wooden bridge spanned the lake, separating the remaining third into 2 sections, one large and one small. This place was called Luoxian Lake. Su Jing's voice came from behind, calm as he seemed to be sharing the origins of this place. No longer an NPC, the chubby boy thought to himself. And then he heard Su Jing speak. When I was young, I heard tales in Minghua Village. In these Wanyuan Mountains, there was once another ancient site where people lived in the valley, enjoying life and a rich culture. However, it is said that one day, the river water submerged their homes. Those who could escape did, but those who couldn't were left with the village, submerged underwater. Su Jing's expression seemed nostalgic. Later, a deity came here. She couldn't bear to see the villagers' plight, so she cast a spell to allow those souls to rest peacefully and collected their memories, recreating their former lives beneath the lake. Afterwards, I heard that a group of outsiders came to study the secrets of this place. However, not long after, they too disappeared, leaving only traces of their existence. Since then, this place has been tranquil, turning into a paradise. He pointed ahead and smiled. This paradise is right here. We call it Luoxian Lake. Everyone listened quietly, not remembering much about the paradise or the kind deity. What they remembered were the drowned spirits and the souls that remained here. Oh my. Zhu Shou took a barely perceptible step back. Isn't this a tourist spot? Why does it sound like a horror story? He was timid. Don't scare me. Su Jing, unfazed, continued to introduce the area. The area to the left behind is for fishing. If guests are interested, we can consider charging for access in the future. The lake area on the right is used for communication with the deities of Mingyue village and the sacred mountain during the blessing ceremony held every 3 months. These two statements brought great joy to the crowd. The fishing enthusiast pushed through the crowd to the front, his eyes shining brightly. You can fish. Wow. He couldn't hold back his excitement at all. The Peach Blossom Temple they visited before was so much fun. Watching the master's spectacular performance was a blast. But this is a lake. It's not an ordinary river, nor a creek, and definitely not some fish pond set up by a farm. This is a serious lake deep in the mountains. You can catch fish here. They are all wild. Su Jing was taken aback, pretending to be troubled. It's true. But the fish in this lake have no idea how many years they've lived. Some might even be smarter than humans. He hesitated in expression, but his eyes were filled with temptation. With the blessing of the river god, villagers have caught fish over a meter long here before. Anyway, even if it opens up, it probably won't be easy to catch them after all. This is a wild lake. The fishing enthusiasts have already stopped caring about what can or cannot be taken. His mind was filled with the thought of that over a meter-long fish. Wow. Isn't his ultimate dream to go to amazing places and catch amazing fish. An over a meter-long fish, unless it's sea fishing, how many places in the country allow fishing where you could possibly catch such a big fish? All thoughts were instantly pulled back. He looked determined. Guide, when will the fishing area be open? Su Jing smiled slightly. 1 week later. He glanced at the new item he exchanged for in his backpack. Blessing of the Fishing God. Advanced item fishing for over 4 hours increases the success rate by 20. Over 8 hours increases the chance of catching big fish by 30. Over 12 hours activates the passive skill fishing enthusiast. Never go home empty-handed. P.S. Item coverage is 1 square kilometer. Skill resets every 24 hours. Passive skill does not guarantee output. This item cost him 1,000 positive reviews. It would soon earn him tens of thousands of review points. Perhaps Su Jing's smile was too confident. The fishing enthusiast tightly squeezed his thigh, gazing into the distance with tears in his eyes. Luoxian Lake. Wait for me. I will definitely come. But this first piece of news only mattered to him and a few others with the same hobby. The others, however, could not contain their exclamations upon hearing the second piece of news. What does it mean? What do you mean by communicating with the gods of the sacred mountain and the river god? A ceremony every 3 months. Damn. Is that even called a ceremony? They thought of the carp god, the butterfly fairy, the monkey king with a stick leaving behind afterimages, and the dragon children and divine masks in the central square. This is definitely a showdown, right? Once every 3 months. How could they not watch? How dare they not watch? Zhu Shou had long forgotten about those water ghosts and trembled as he spoke. Guide, when will the next showdown? Cough, cough. Oh no. Lake communication ceremony start? In an instant, a group of heads popped out like turtles after rain, all looking at Su Jing in unison. Su Jing didn't keep them guessing. The last one is already ended, but the next one is coming soon. It will be on the 15th of next month. The man raised an eyebrow, looking at the heavy-breathing tourists in front of him, his eyes crinkling with a smile. Looking forward to your presence. He raised his foot, beckoning everyone with his finger, and walked toward a sloped area by the lake. It's getting late. Let us go check out the open attractions. Everyone snapped out of their fantasies, feeling even more confused. Wait a minute. Isn't this the attraction? Where else are we supposed to go? They followed Su Jing to the side of a low hill, where they finally saw a massive black building constructed from concrete bricks, obscured by vegetation. Wow, they were stunned. After being surrounded by ancient wooden courtyards, seeing such a grand, ultra-modern building made them feel like they had suddenly traveled through time. Finally, someone recalled what Su Jing had just mentioned about the outsiders who tried to uncover secrets but suddenly disappeared. Could this building be what they left behind? A man in a blue shirt stood in front of the slowly opening door, oddly yet harmoniously fitting into the scene. Welcome to this special place. At the bottom of the falling immortal lake. Chapter 101. The restaurant under the lake, unlike the fragrance of green trees and grass from the outside world. This building exuded a calm scent of concrete as soon as they entered. The interior layout was unusual. They hadn't walked far before reaching a fork in the path. One path went straight ahead, while the other led downwards. Downwards? Su Jing didn't hesitate and led everyone down the corridor. The dark concrete gradually took on a metallic sheen, and dim yellow wall lights lit up with the sound of their footsteps, leading to the dark end. An absurd thought suddenly arose in everyone's mind. This place, the bottom of the falling immortal lake, couldn't he really be leading them down to the lake's bottom? Could it? What did the guide say before? What's at the bottom of the lake? Ancient ruins? Old villages? Ancient corpses? Damn it. Before the faint sense of horror could fully settle in, laughter and chatter echoed from the end of the corridor. Ping Ping suddenly remembered. Before them, another group had already arrived. Those people were ahead. When they reached the end and turned the corner, a soft light brightened the area. Oh my. In the enormous circular hall, transparent glass surrounded the ceiling. Sunlight poured down, and as the waves rippled, clear water patterns spread throughout the space. A refreshing sensation blossomed in the vast area, making all the visitors feel as if they had entered a dreamy underwater world or a divine dream. Outside the glass curtain wall, the lake water was crystal clear, allowing them to see fish swimming even 10 meters away. The various fish, large and small, swam leisurely, flicking their tails and fins as if teasing the visitors, gliding close to the glass. Behind them, drifting water plants and river stones were faintly visible, enhancing the beauty of the scene at that moment. Zhuzhou gulped. Just 80. Who would have thought that for 80? A price that couldn't eat even buy a hot pot meal in Yong'an City. Here they could not only enjoy the poetry, painting, and dance of the Peach Blossom Master, but also witness such a marvelous underwater view. Zhoupa was too busy taking close-up photos of the glass to pay attention to the new visitors behind him. Pippi Dad, Switzerland? Maldives? Italy? Is this it? Just this? The group fell silent for 3 seconds, then it exploded with activity. Zhoupa put away his phone, too lazy to pay attention to this bunch of locals, staring blankly at the clear lake and the swimming fish. He thought, if only the fish deity were here too. The little artist strolled slowly around the glass, gradually calming his mind. Throughout the day, he had seen everyone's works, experienced amazement, ecstasy, self-reflection, and obsessive regret, finally regaining his composure. A true master, perhaps, should be like this lake, regardless of the surface. Their heart should remain carefree and undisturbed. The previous days of struggling with painting slowly faded away. Behind him, Zhao Yinran followed closely behind the red-haired girl, wandering together. Of course, not everyone was lost in the beautiful scenery. A faint aroma of food wafted into Zhu Shou's nostrils. After taking the last photo, he finally turned to look behind. To his surprise, there was a hidden tiered dining area behind the exhibition zone. It was already filled with tourists, some looking up at the view while others were engrossed in their meals. Food. It was food. The little chubby boy felt like he was about to burst into tears. He touched his empty stomach and rushed up the stairs in a few quick steps. Su Jing also smiled at everyone. The dining area is up ahead. Let's eat first. We can talk about other things after the meal. Upon hearing the dismissal, Shaoli immediately pulled Secretary Shen and rushed up. Bread? That is just a relief food. Now the real feast is right in front of us. No matter the cost. I have to eat, even if I have to pay for it myself. Su Jing glanced at the crowd queuing at the window for food, shrugged, and chose a spot to sit down. Finding a cook was difficult. After all, it was a tourist area. They couldn't just fire up the stove to cook dishes on the spot. He could only follow a fast food model, picking some healthy and filling simple meals. As for later, that would be dealt with later. Mealtimes were joyful. The restaurant beneath the lake quieted down again, the shimmering light dancing on the diners, making even the simplest meal appear exquisite. Ping Ping secretly glanced at the guide sitting next to her, hesitated for a moment, and then leaned over to speak softly. Guide, you're my fan. Su Jing, who had inexplicably become a fan, turned his head, causing Ping Ping's face to flush bright red. What are you talking about? Shut your mouth. No, I mean, I'm your fan. She felt her throat dry, trembling as she took out her phone, showing the group chat of visitors to Wanyuan Mountain. We have many fans of yours in our group. Can you give me an autograph? Su Jing spread his hands and smiled. I don't have a pen. But Ping Ping immediately straightened her back. I have one. It turned out she had brought a pen and notebook every day just for today, with no choice. Su Jing took the pen and quickly exchanged for a calligraphy skill from the system, then elegantly wrote in her notebook. Unable to extract the other person's name, Ping Ping's shoulders slumped, but she still timidly looked up. Can I have your name signed? Su Jing imagined, and once again picked up the pen. The pen danced like a dragon and a snake. Su's guide, it's all good. It's all good. Being able to sign is already great. Ping Ping put away her notebook and watched a man turn and escape from the edge of the chair. Just knowing his surname is already impressive. After taking a few quick photos, she sent them to the group, her face expressionless, but her fingers were trembling. Visitor from Wanyuan Mountain, Ping Ping Wuqi. Image JPG, Ping Ping Wuqi. The signature of the esteemed guide. Ping Ping Wuqi. From today on, I am Ping Ping Wuqi. A second later, the group erupted in excitement. Guide's armpit hair. Ah, you little devil. You actually managed to quietly snatch the pre-sale ticket. My esteemed guide. Li Shen #1 follower. What the hell? You got this. I'll pay 3,000. Sell it to me. Mountain Sweeper no. 1. You're the real fanatic. You're amazing. I'm impressed, sister. Hit me with a stick, please. Sister Ping Ping. Tell us what you saw today, okay? Hit me 95-27 stick. The notebook has water ripple light. Where are you? Li Shun's first fat carb. Wow. The guide's handwriting is so beautiful. Love it. Big-eyed elegant butterfly. I'm going in first. Hit me with a stick. Big-eyed brother is well-rounded. Can rush anywhere. Respect. Ping Ping chuckled, put away her phone, and looked at the dreamlike scenery beneath the lake. She never expected that one day she could witness such unimaginable beauty in this small yeoman city. In this small Qingshan County, Su Jing slipped to the side, looked at his watch, then at the group that was finally finishing their meal. These people are too slow. There are still other things to see. It's almost 5 o'clock now, and if we wait any longer, it will be dark. He clicked his tongue. It seems that setting up hotels in this place is a good idea. These people can't finish exploring. Once everyone is done eating, come over to me. Su Jing spoke loudly. We still have more to explore. Chapter 102. The ruins beneath the lake. Is there more? Those who finished eating and those who in tea wiped their mouths and stood up. Being able to go beneath the lake was already astonishing to them. And the rippling underwater restaurant was even more exquisite. But it's not over yet. Su Jing led the group, rounding the stone wall. As a long corridor continued to reveal itself, he walked ahead while explaining, and several other staff members followed the group, stopping at intervals to provide explanations. This remaining building has been explored by us. The upper 2 floors are living areas, and further down is the observation area prepared by the outsiders. Observation? Xinzhuang was curious. What are we observing? Is there some secret beneath the lake? Su Jing smiled as the downhill path began to flatten. This Luoxian lake was originally a place for habitation, but unfortunately, it was buried by the water. However, it is said that the architectural style here is quite interesting, which is why these outsiders built a research facility here. Suddenly, Su Jing turned around in the cold, dark corridor, his face illuminated by a flickering yellow glow. His voice tinged with an eerie quality. It was said that the study of architecture was a facade. Their true purpose was to investigate the lives of those still dwelling beneath the lake. Everyone froze for a moment, then a shiver ran down their spines. Secretary Li swallowed nervously and stepped forward to blow out the candle in Su Jing's hand. What the heck? Why is there atmosphere props? It's quite frightening. Once the candle was extinguished, the light returned to normal instantly, and Su Jing rolled his eyes before continuing down the corridor. Secretary Li, truly lacking in romantic spirit. He walked on, leaving the others exchanging glances behind him. Zhou Pa, did you understand that? I didn't get it. Xinzhuang, I understood every word. But when put together, I have no idea. Ping Ping, is this the end of the divine meeting? Are we about to meet ghosts? Zhu Shou, I knew it. The falling immortal lake raises ghosts. The bright moon village raises deities. Their gatherings every 3 months. It must be a duel of magic. The young painter, oh. It's a soul. A different kind of soul. Zhao Yinran moved closer, tears in her eyes. Sister, I'm so scared. Su Jing, are we here to see the scenery? Or to see you all? He thought about the props he had set up, feeling a nagging sense that something beyond his expectations would occur. The long corridor came to an end quickly, and dim lights brightened up. The first wave of people finally emerged. Wow. The crowd fell silent. All they could say was wow. Brothers, have you ever seen an ancient city? Have you ever seen an underwater ancient city? The scene before them was too shocking. Something they had never encountered before. Even Zhou Pua and the other wealthy second-generation youths, who usually idled their time away, had never seen a sight of this magnitude. The sunset's rays could not penetrate the emerald waters, and the lake's bottom was deep, barely revealing the scenery a few meters away. But beyond the swimming fish, on top of the green algae, a low and ancient atmosphere spread out. Gigantic stone pillars, though mottled and decayed from the erosion of time and water, still stood proudly. Behind a few massive pillars, magnificent buildings emerged faintly, their walls adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns. Majestic birds in flight, proud lions, and mysterious women with long hair depicted in relief were scattered throughout the architecture. The bluestone path, covered in green algae, wound forward, disappearing into the rippling depths of the lake. On either side of the road, desolate and crumbling stone brick buildings stood tall, unable to hide their past splendor. If one had sharp eyes, they could still see some buildings with inscriptions like XX Shop and XX Hall, carved in front, hidden behind the fish schools. Before Su Jing could speak, the crowd had already dispersed. The underwater architecture seemed different from above. Dark metals gradually replaced the stone, and the entire room bulged outward like a lantern, with arched glass protruding. Perhaps due to the angle and light refraction, the scenery outside the glass appeared even more surreal. There were 2 such rooms, spacious enough for 300 people to wander freely. Zhu Shou was busy snapping photos, suddenly stopping in his tracks, his head peeking out from behind the camera. At the end of his line of sight was a grand entrance that seemed to blend seamlessly with the metallic walls. A natural formation. He squinted and suddenly turned to scan the surroundings. Outside these two large spherical rooms, there are actually 78 similar doors. Where do these doors lead? Can we enter? He quickly approached the curved glass, tilting his head to try to see if there was anything else in the depths of the lake on both sides. But before he could get a clear view, he heard the voice of the guide coming from the announcement above. Dear guests, we are now at the underground second level of the building, at the bottom of the Falling Fairy Lake. The average depth of the Falling Fairy Lake is 678 meters. But the deepest part is even more than that. This research facility is extensive, covering the lake bottom and these ruins, with many passages even reaching the villages. According to the records left here, there were researchers who, during their explorations, saw villagers living underwater. They appeared healthy, speaking normally, and seemed quite content, often seen gathering to drink, recite poetry, and stroll, as if it were real. However, researchers equipped with gear went into the lake for exploration and never returned. A tense atmosphere spread among the crowd, with some wide-eyed looking out while others subtly stepped back, moving closer to the group. The announcement seemed to include a light chuckle. And then the voice cleared its throat and said earnestly, after our careful inspection, it has been confirmed that this research facility cannot accommodate more than 500 people at a time, and visitors are not allowed to explore alone for safety. Of course, the guide's voice carried a hint of dark humor. I've heard that people from the outside usually enjoy thrill-seeking. Perhaps there are some things here that you would like to see. The 8 underwater corridors will officially open in a week. Please stay tuned for the other unknown areas and projects. The broadcast fell silent. Zhuzhou put down the camera, watching the dark lake bottom and the majestic building, accompanied by the mysterious introduction voice. A wide, exaggerated smile crept across his face. There was still a week left. The new promotional video was already in place. He shook his head, as if he could already see the massive influx of visitors. But the next moment, a faint trembling sound came from behind him. Was it surprise or joy? A person had just passed by there. Zhuzhou rolled his eyes, ready to complain. This is just a gimmick. Do you think we're tourists? Can you please keep it down? I was already a bit scared down here, and now this? But the next second, his pupils constricted, and he fixed his gaze tightly on the stone archway ahead. Just a moment ago, a beautiful woman had walked past there, holding a basket and laughing softly. Under the water, there was a splash. The sound of him swallowing caught the attention of Shun Zhuang beside him, who leaned over with curiosity. Let me see. What did you see? Zhuzhou's voice was hoarse and dry. I think we made eye contact. Chapter 103. Coming back next week, the disoriented tourists did not stay long in the scenic area. When they finally emerged, it was already night. Those wanting to go to Mingyue village boarded Uncle Shue's boat, while others pondered for a moment and decided to leave with Su Jing. Inside Wanyuan Mountain, 5 mountains are not connected, and if anyone wants to leave, they can only take a long bridge to bypass the central mountain and exit the park. Along the way, everyone feels a bit dazed, especially Zhuzhou. Ever since he saw that figure, he seems to have lost his soul, no longer filming and not as lively. Watching the guide wanting to say something, but hesitating. This person must be the person in charge of the scenic area, right? And this is definitely a scenic area, right? Then those legends should just be gimmicks, right? If that's the case, could what he saw be an illusion? The wine was drunk by the abbot, not him. So why does it seem like he is drunk? But in fact, he is not the only one who saw the figure. A few others are also pursing their lips, looking strange. If he is not mistaken, they really saw something. The legendary villagers submerged under the lake are not the terrifying water ghosts they imagined. Instead, they are real people with rosy complexions, seemingly oblivious to the lake water. Even their movements and expressions are not much different from ordinary people. Someone uncontrollably remembers what the guide said on the broadcast about the researchers who were attracted and went missing. What to do? They now only feel excited, nervous, thrilled, scared. Is this human nature? Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, yet still heading towards them? Zhuzhou looks at Ping Ping, who is walking briskly ahead and smiling cheerfully, grits his teeth, and quickens his pace. Are you coming next week? Ping Ping raises an eyebrow. Of course. Haven't you heard? The fishing area and the 8 major passages will open next week, and I haven't cleared the Taowan yet, so I definitely have to come again. Wow. The term clearance has come up. How far off is that? Just as excitement surged, Zhuzhou suppressed it, swallowed hard, and tentatively asked, Did you see anything just now? Just now? Ping Ping thought for a moment. Then her face lit up with surprise. I saw the ruins of the underwater village. Didn't the guide later say that? Our perspective wasn't the main entrance, just a side entrance of the village. She looked lost. I can't imagine that there could be such a huge underwater stone city in this remote valley, and we only saw the side entrance. If the side door is like this, what would the main entrance look like? She turned her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. So, what I'm looking forward to the most now is the day the 8 major passages open. Maybe we can see it up close. Maybe we can even see the main entrance. Seeing her so excited, Zhu Shou smiled along, unsure if he should mention what he saw today. Forget it. By the time, who will you go with? If no one else is going, can you take me along? The chubby boy explained. I mean, no offense, I'm a bit scared. But I still want to go. So I thought of finding someone I know. Ping Ping looked suspicious. You're scared? What are you scared of? You were the one taking photos the most happily just now. Zhu Shou found it hard to speak. I told you, don't be scared, okay? You tell me. After a few sentences, even though Zhu Shou described the atmosphere as eerie and terrifying and made the characters vivid, it didn't change Ping Ping's increasingly bright eyes. Are you serious? She leaned closer to Zhu Shou, half threatening and half serious. Before Zhu Shou could respond, an old face came over with even more surprise. Are you serious? Seriously, your grandfather's leg. Xin Zhuang was so startled that Zhu Shou shivered and almost fainted. Who is this old man? How come he's everywhere? He watched Secretary Xiao Li come over with concern, making faces at him. Damn it, this old man is someone to be reckoned with. Zhu Shou pulled his neck in and fell silent. Ping Ping instead leaned over. All right, let us go together next week. Xin Zhuang didn't gather any important information, stroking his beard as he squinted his old eyes. No way, they must be plotting something. He chuckled. Even though I'm a bit older, I'm still clever. Xin Zhuang turned his head and raised his chin at Xiao Li. We'll come next week too. Xiao Li's smile turned bitter. Secretary, we have an inspection next week, we can't come. Xin Zhuang sighed deeply. Can't we postpone it? Xiao Li forced a smile. It's the higher-ups inspecting us, not us inspecting others. You old man, get your act together. You haven't worked properly for a week. Xin Zhuang sulked and obediently walked back. Nearby were Zhou Pa and his two companions. They didn't need to say anything. They had to come next week. The only trouble was that Zhao Yanran kept clinging to the red-haired girl, begging her relentlessly. Good sister, come with me next Monday. After it's over, I'll treat you to something delicious. Haven't you been here yet? Let me tell you. You haven't even visited Minghua Village. It's great. I'll take you up the holy mountain. I heard a new scenic spot will open at the top. The red-haired girl chuckled, glancing at the silent little painter beside her. Are you coming? The few of them turned their heads simultaneously, but the little painter remained silent. What's wrong? Poked by his sister, the little painter finally lifted his head, and the shadow in front of him slowly faded away. Me? He smiled apologetically at everyone. I have some things to do next week, so I might not have time to come. He nodded at his sister. You go have fun, I'll be fine. Really? What about the art exhibition? I already have some ideas. The two exchanged questions and answers, leaving Zhao Yanran and the others confused, but in any case, the result was that she agreed. Everyone laughed and continued walking forward. Behind them, the archaeological brother and the fishing guy were chatting excitedly. What's this about wafting? Are you kidding? What's wafting? What's the use? Do you know what he discovered on this trip? If his observation is correct, what he saw just now might be a brand new, national-level underwater civilization relic. He doesn't know whether the scenic spot owner really doesn't care or is pretending not to know. This is a well-preserved ancient city at the bottom of the lake. It's a cultural heritage building that can cause national shock. Look at those stones. Look at those walls. Look at those carvings. How did such a grand stone city hidden in a deep mountain valley come to be? How was it transported? How was it carved? Where did the residents living there go? Are there any descendants still alive? He needs to rush back to school and tell the professor. After all, he can't believe that this is something a small scenic area can create. Oh no, the explorer stopped in his tracks. He can't be so hasty. In a week, the 8 main channels will open, and a quick glance today isn't enough to determine if this place is real or not. But once the channels open, he will definitely know. He'll invite his mentor to come along. The explorer finally revealed a smile again, while the fisherman beside him was already about to smoke from his phone's keyboard. Never baiting, brothers. Look what I found. Never baiting. Image JPG. Never baiting. Wild. Scenic area. Mountain lake. Perfect for fishing. Never baiting. There are big fish. Never baiting. Most importantly, it's just opened. A single stone created 1,000 waves. The mention of big fish brought many lurking members in the group back to life. Dreaming of fish? Quickly send the address. National fishing. You know what I mean. Just send the location. Bait King. I'm about to take a vacation. Anyone want to join? Golden fishing worker. Looks like a lake? These kinds of lakes usually don't allow fishing. Are you sure it's allowed? The fisherman chuckled. Never baiting. I'm right inside this scenic area. What do you think? It officially opens in a week. Get your tickets ready and set off. Just 3 a.m. Scenic area? Do we need to pay for tickets? Can we take the fish home? Never baiting. All right, let me explain the rules to everyone. What Peach Blossom Temple? What Bright Moon Village? What Holy Mountain? He didn't care at all. Since they specifically designated a fishing area, it meant there were no dangers at the bottom of the lake. Not coming would be foolish. A 1-meter-long big fish. But the accommodation is a problem. That won't work. The fisherman immediately darted over to Su Jing's side. Regardless of whether he was a guide, NPC, or staff member, Since they were preparing to open the fishing area, this issue had to be resolved. Chapter 104. The power of the young painter Su Jing naturally accepted the fisherman's concerns. After sending off the guests, he stretched his neck and happily returned home. With a substitute employee for the guiding work at Bright Moon Village, he no longer needed to stay at that one scenic spot every day. For the next few days, bringing the reservation tourists to see the new attractions was the priority. He collapsed onto his bed, scenes clashing in his mind. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that the tool of the Peach Blossom Temple could achieve such an exaggerated level. For the music, he could bring in members from the Golden Sun Dance Troupe. For the musicians, he could find an outside band to perform. But the soul of the performance had no substitute. He could only try to instill that person's charisma into the system. But how it would be expressed depended entirely on him. He had to admit, Su Jing sighed and covered his pounding heart. He estimated that the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area would soon have another highly popular figure. As for the underwater ruins, he couldn't help but laugh and curse. Damn it. Sensory sharing device, advanced prop within the instrument's range. Based on the appearance of the scenic spot, the senses of tourists will be collectively shared, including but not limited to visual, auditory, tactile, gustatory, olfactory, and imaginative experiences. The advanced prop obtained from the lottery was exactly what he used at the bottom of the lake. As expected of an advanced prop, he had contemplated whether, under his broadcast, if someone began to associate ideas, would those imaginations manifest? If there were more people sharing the same imagination, would the things within it become more and more realistic? Even move? The system's electronic voice timely interrupted, dispelling his unrealistic fantasies. Wanyuan Mountain is a scenic area, not a haunted house. The sensory sharing device is also subject to the system, and the presented things will be rationalized. Thankfully, however, the host is right. The more tourists with similar senses, the more lively and realistic the scenes presented will be. No wonder, Su Jing exclaimed in surprise. No wonder when he was wandering inside, he saw a little girl secretly watching him from within the water structures. Which tourist came up with that? It startled him. But since he saw it, others must have seen it too. Or rather, what they saw was likely more than just this one. Just thinking about it made Su Jing's skin crawl, and he couldn't help but laugh. No worries. After all, it was the tourists who were enjoying themselves. And also the ones who got startled. When that advanced prop truly served its purpose, it would be the moment the true appearance of the lake's ruins was revealed. As for the other location, Su Jing looked up towards the window. The peak of the holy mountain wasn't ready to meet everyone yet. It needed to wait a bit longer. When the weather was just right, it would surprise them. He happily turned over and fell asleep. But the journey back to Yong'an City was anything but peaceful. Zhu Shou's team was already waiting outside. As soon as the van door opened, several fully armed individuals pulled the little fatty inside. Hurry, memory card. Give me the camera. Go write the editing script. Zhu Shou hadn't even had a moment to catch his breath before entering work mode. There was no other way. With the restart of Wanyuan Mountain, Su Jing could hardly imagine how many people were waiting for this day to come. Moreover, the little fatty squinted his eyes, typing quickly. There were already leads on the matter of the river channel being blocked at Wanyuan Mountain. If he wanted to blow this matter up and let public opinion spread completely, then the restarted Wanyuan Mountain would be the biggest spark. He looked at the newly appeared group chat on his phone. Visitors to Wanyuan Mountain, Su Jing let them have so much fun, so they also wanted to use their strength to protect everyone's Wanyuan Mountain. That night, everything was as usual, but it seemed that something was slowly breaking ground. The young genius painter, who was about to hold a domestic art exhibition, quietly posted a blog late at night. Meng Qing. Today, I had the privilege of meeting a true master of ink painting, feeling both ashamed and deeply inspired. I will present a painting soon at the exhibition, paying tribute to the Wanyuan Mountain to a tourist area. Netizens playing on their phones in the middle of the night thought they were hallucinating. Although young, this emerging artist is already considered a master and is now expressing his respect, but has mentioned a certain tourist attraction. Is there a connection between the two? Fans are confused, and the officials preparing for the art exhibition are equally perplexed. Fans are surprised that this usually aloof and high-minded artist actually has a moment of humility. The officials, on the other hand, are overjoyed, especially the major exhibition venues involved in the collaboration. Let's not even discuss what prompted this late-night revelation. But a painting worthy of tribute must be impressive. This will certainly stabilize the audience engagement. Meanwhile, some acquaintances of the young artist are gathered together playing cards. One elderly man stretches his phone out and squints through his reading glasses, puzzled. Old Ming, your grandson has grown up around us. Yet I've never heard him say a word of respect. Who is he paying tribute to now? Another chimes in. Yeah, in the realm of traditional ink painting. We have some top masters here. What does this mean? Are we not considered masters? An elderly lady with silver hair takes a puff from her pipe, frustrated. I've taught him how to paint mountains for over a decade. Not once did he pay tribute to me. Old Ming's grandfather remains silent for a while, then throws down his cards and stands up. I'll call him and find out who this master is. I can't believe it. Watching the old man walk away, the silver-haired lady pauses, then looks down at her cards. Your grandfather. Your cards are terrible. Are you going to quit? The courtyard is bustling. They don't understand what the young artist mentioned about the tourist attraction, but the fans do. Fans nationwide, due to Meng Qing's blog, have turned their attention to this a tourist site, starting to search for what kind of place it is. At the same time, a brief promotional video from Zhu Shou was released in batches. Not much, only 2 clips. One features peach blossoms falling like rain, with celestial swords dancing. The other showcases fish swimming gracefully in an underwater maze. It exploded across half the cultural tourism sector. What is this place? Night owls online who haven't gone to sleep became the first to see the promotional videos. A flood of comments quickly overwhelmed the videos, and likes and shares pushed them to the top of the page. Enthralled viewers watched the videos repeatedly, doubting AI and special effects, and questioning every movie and anime they could think of, until they finally discovered the mention of Wanyuan Mountain Tourist Area in the description. This time, Zhu Shou did not include the 2A label in the promotional video because he firmly believes that Wanyuan Mountain, which boasts Mingyue Village, Sacred Mountain, Taowan, and Luoxian Lake, will soon no longer be just a 2A site. Chapter 105. One night is enough. It exploded. It exploded. The moment Xiao Li arrived at the office. Before he could even prepare tea for Shun Zhuang, the old man pulled him in, excitedly waving his phone. Shinda, look. My Wanyuan Mountain has exploded. How is it still your Wanyuan Mountain? It's Boss Su's Wanyuan Mountain. Huh. Don't mind the details. Shun Zhuang laughed heartily and pressed down Xiao Li's middle finger. I just found out today that among the group of people who went to the scenic area yesterday, there are some impressive figures. He opened another page. Look, Meng Qing, a new generation of young artists. Do you know who his grandfather is? An esteemed master of traditional Chinese painting. I didn't expect him to be there yesterday. Xiao Li's eyes lit up, and he finally became serious, leaning over to look at Shun Zhuang's screen. This guy posted a blog late at night that stirred up half the art world. They searched for Wanyuan Mountain overnight and discovered the recent river management incident. Now this matter has reached the higher-ups. Shun Zhuang put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Can you believe it? Because of such a small artist, the mayor's phone was bombarded with calls overnight. Xiao Li's eyes widened. He really couldn't believe it. Haha. I heard that the elders in his family wanted to see the expert mentioned by Meng Qing, but somehow it got miscommunicated, and they insisted that the person was stuck in the scenic area because the river was cut off. Ha ha ha. Shun Zhuang laughed so hard that tears came out. But you know, sometimes things that seem impossible can actually happen. Not to mention that he is just an NPC. Even if he were a real painting expert, does he not have legs? But those old folks were too difficult to deal with, and under pressure, the higher-ups just asked about the reason. When that casual inquiry reached a small city like Yong'an, it became an authoritative decree. Moreover, the river management issue was already being delayed by them. But no one expected that a trivial matter from a small county could escalate to such heights. Damn it. The mayor was woken up by phone calls and received a scolding. The mayor felt wronged. He didn't know anything. So, the mayor stayed up all night and berated the leaders of the relevant departments. Damn it. What are you doing? If he gets blamed for this, you bunch of useless people can forget about working. Shun Zhuang patted Xiao Li's shoulder. Then those old folks sent people overnight, using trucks and bulldozers to restore the river. Is it really that easy? Xiao Li blinked, suddenly quieting down, feeling a bit like crying. Not for any other reason, just feeling sad for Boss Su, who is wholeheartedly trying to improve the scenic area. He didn't do anything wrong. He was just trying his best. But the results of his efforts were so easily swayed by a few people and a few words. Still not strong enough. He looked up, staring seriously at his old leader. Secretary Shun, you see, Wanyuan Mountain has extraordinary potential. Boss Su is also a super talent. We must do our best to help with the following matters. I believe you might even top the list at the provincial capital by the end of the year. Su Jing had just gotten up, preparing to welcome today's visitors, and received a call from Wang Kai while brushing his teeth. Qingshan Xiaolang Jun was laughing on the other end of the line. I heard that the city issued documents overnight to address the river management issue, and the waterway to Wanyuan Mountain is going to be restored. The tourist attraction you have is truly magical. It seems like you can encounter all kinds of visitors as if aided by fate. Su Jing smiled as he chatted for a while before hanging up the phone, remaining noncommittal. The tourists really helped a lot, but if the attraction wasn't good enough to satisfy them, that help wouldn't come. So the most crucial thing is to have something truly valuable. He believes that Wanyuan Mountain can quickly restore order, not only with the help of that painter, but also with support from many other visitors who love this place. Just like Ping Ping said, their large fan base must be contributing a lot behind the scenes, and he definitely cannot let everyone's efforts go to waste. After making a few calls and receiving apologies, Su Jing left the door with a smile. He wondered how that boss in the red-leafed mountain, who doesn't he like to answer calls, was doing. Now it was his turn to fight back. He guessed correctly. Wanyuan Mountain had been buzzing all night long. First, the painter Meng Qing's blog brought Wanyuan Mountain back into the public eye, followed by two amazing promotional videos from the Chubby Zhu show, which quickly attracted fans curious about what Wanyuan Mountain was all about. Soon, their fans began appearing everywhere, leaving enthusiastic comments to increase the hype. The posts about Mingyue Village and the Holy Mountain also started to regain popularity, reappearing on trending lists. After accomplishing all this, they officially launched their promotion plan. Yes, this plan had been prepared for a long time. They were just waiting for Wanyuan Mountain to re-emerge and attract public attention. Headlines like, Wanyuan River was maliciously cut off. Is there anything wrong with seriously managing a tourist attraction? Because of this, truly good attractions will be buried. Who is the mastermind behind the river incident? Jealousy has distorted other attractions. United against the new attraction. Is it beautiful? If we don't save it now, there won't be good attractions in the future. And this has chilled the hearts of those who genuinely want to do good. Were released from various channels. Among them, a few individuals, including Zhou Pe, even contacted the media to spread some exaggerated information. Riding on the wave of excitement, the image of Wanyuan Mountain, a small attraction that had fallen victim to malicious forces, was firmly established. Song Jiming, the owner of Songhu Park, was gloomily sipping red wine when his assistant kicked open the door in the middle of the night, dragging him out for a meeting. After hearing the news, he cursed loudly. He immediately summoned the public relations department. Damn it, this is defamation. They are defaming him. He hasn't done anything. How did it suddenly become a matter of life and death? For the first time, Song Jiming, who always loved to manipulate public opinion, felt the terror of the media. He was just an honest man, a small attraction owner in a county town who enjoyed sipping wine to show off. Don't misfire on me, damn it. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Jiming decided to change his backing, joining forces with other attractions overnight to direct the blame towards the red-leafed mountain. Sorry, Mr. Chu. This time, I think you're in trouble. There's no wall that doesn't have cracks. As long as someone is willing to investigate, they will always find clues. When there is enough evidence, the defendant's arguments become useless. The large leather chair sits empty, and Mr. Chu looks bewildered in the conference room. Are you saying that the small scenic area that couldn't turn things around recently has, on its first day of reopening, attracted millions of netizens and government departments directly to itself? The lawyers in the legal department hesitated to issue an electronic letter. Mr. Chu, not just that. There's also this. The man lowered his head. How did they find out about malicious competition, illegal construction, spreading rumors, and bribery? A stack of legal letters on the table was ripped open by him. What is going on? Mr. Chu looked at the team he was supporting with hundreds of thousands a year. He hasn't even made his appearance yet. He hasn't seen that small valley completely desolate. He hasn't bought that piece of land yet. And he is out. He thought for a long time and remembered the first key person in his failure. If that idiot Qi Ming had been able to obtain any favorable evidence back then, Wanyuan Mountain would have disappeared long ago. It's all his fault. Useless. Old useless man. He cursed angrily. Thousands of kilometers away, Qi Ming, disheveled and looking like a madman, was shouting outside the biological academy. Why was I expelled? I'm the director. His former colleagues at the entrance couldn't hide their disgust. You can't conduct experiments. You tremble when you pick up a scalpel. You're assigned to administrative work and don't give us approval for experimental materials. Have you gone mad? This is the biological academy. Did you go out and start believing in Buddhism and stop killing? Qi Ming paused for a moment. Something flashed in his mind. But then he was hit by a persistent headache. Nonsense. You are all nonsense. Let me go back. I want to. Just let me go back. Get lost. Two staff members glanced at the security guard, and Qi Ming was immediately escorted out and thrown away. The two clapped their hands and walked back. Did this old man go on an inspection trip and come back crazy? Where did he even go? The ones he took with him didn't say a word. Deep freeze. Chapter 106. A turn of events. Those who were seriously studying Wanyuan Mountain fell silent overnight. Meanwhile, those who were truly researching Wanyuan Mountain found joy in the situation. In Beijing, at the National Cultural Institute, the Department of Ancient Poetry and Culture, Minister Zhu Hong chuckled and called an old friend. Did they really say that? That there's a great master of ink painting in Wanyuan Mountain? The person on the other end laughed heartily. That's right. Teacher Ming, Teacher Wang, and the few teachers they often play with have contacted me, asking me to help arrange a meeting with that master. The other side hesitated for a moment, as if recalling something, suddenly becoming spirited. Oh, by the way, I remember when you came back a while ago, you mentioned that there was a reclusive great poet in the place you inspected. His name is Li Bai, right? Yes, it's Li Bai. Zhu Hong couldn't hide his admiration in his tone. I showed that poem to many of the nominal teachers in our department. And guess what they all said? One word. Amazing. Amazing? Is it miraculous? Not just that. Zhu Hong shook his head vigorously. The wonder of literature. The wonder of artistic conception. The wonder of words. The wonder of the mind. I wonder where such an amazing person came from. I really want to go again. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, then laughter came through. Old Zhu, you have quite the imagination. Since those teachers were arguing too fiercely, our painting department decided to take them and the young kids from the department to Wanyuan Mountain. I wonder if the poetry and culture department wants to join us. It was bustling in the capital, in the provincial capital next to Yong'an City. In a dormitory building outside a university campus, an energetic old man shouted loudly. What? An underwater ancient city? Are you so enchanted by women that you can't tell reality from illusion? The ancient relics guy was taken aback by the scolding, suddenly remembering that his enchanting goddess was nowhere to be found. No worries, let us not think about that. Such a big adult. Surely he can find his way home. He turned back excitedly and shouted into the phone. Teacher, old man, listen to me. I really discovered an ancient city, under a lake in a deep mountain. I heard it used to be a valley. He spoke wildly, and the old man gradually quieted down. Really? Really? More real than the compass hidden in the third compartment of your bag. You little rascal, you snooped through my bag. Teacher, that is not important. Major discovery. The stone city in the valley. Have you heard of it? Have you seen it? There was silence on the other end again. Then the voice suddenly took on a lewd tone. Does anyone else know? According to online news, no one has said anything yet. Maybe it's just us. Did you take pictures? Send them to me. The ancient relics guy was already prepared, sending a series of photos, but the call was abruptly hung up. And after a while, it rang again. My precious apprentice, you're going to make a name for yourself. Wait for me. I'll report this overnight. Huh. He was taken aback. Shouldn't we scout the location first? This kid. How do you talk? We call that an investigation. If others hear it. They ruin me. Stop watching those useless dramas. After scolding, the old man grunted. Next time we go in, it has to be a week later. We'll report it then, and the opportunity will be gone. As long as we can apply for the first batch of investigation qualifications, that's all that matters. The mentor's voice was relaxed. If the underwater maze city is real, your graduation thesis will be settled. Even their theses would be settled. The old man happily hung up the phone and immediately started making arrangements. Meanwhile, in Yong'an City, Zhao Meng, who finally caught up with the online situation, was shouting around the room with his phone in hand. Mr. Su, I finally waited for you. Good thing I didn't give up. Your grievances will finally be cleared. He turned around, his eyes shining, calling over his trusted subordinate. To celebrate the reopening of Wanyuan Mountain. We must have a good drink today. The subordinate sighed. Boss, I just paid the rent, and your account is already empty. Zhao Meng waved his hand. Just lend me some. I'll pay you back later. Go, buy some barbecue, and get 5 boxes of wheat juice. I'm out of money too. So broke. Zhao Meng scratched the back of his head, finally remembering his second subordinate. Go, borrow some from second cannon. The younger brother reluctantly left with his wallet, but then showed a smug smile. Finally, it was the turn of the second artillery. It's about time he bled a little. Once the younger brothers left the room, Zhao Meng rubbed his hands and sat up, starting to edit the travel agency's promotional advertisement. With the reopening of Wanyuan Mountain, it was time for Qingqing Mountain to revive as well. Remembering the sarcasm and mockery from other travel agencies during this period, he sneered. Are they anxious now? Each one of them seems to be in a hurry now, especially the owner of the Earth Travel Agency, who is sweating profusely, calling back his long unemployed think tank. What now? Hongya Mountain has recently announced a suspension of operations, and Songhu Park has also mentioned a reorganization, closing travel agency services, adjusting ticket prices, and only accepting individual tourists. Consultant 1 adjusted his glasses. Why wait until the last minute? Where were they before? Problems have suddenly arisen, and we have already lost several cooperative scenic spots. First, we need to try to appease those tourists who want to withdraw from the tour. Isn't Wanyuan Mountain open? We can definitely add that spot. I've heard that Wanyuan Mountain is quite enjoyable, and with its reopening, new attractions have been added. We estimate that the duration of the visit can completely fill the gap left by those 2 scenic areas. Fool. The Earth Agency owner trembled. If he had the ability to collaborate with Wanyuan Mountain, would he still need to ask them? Looking around, the only travel agency in Yong'an that can cooperate with Wanyuan Mountain is that long worm. Not only are there discounts on tickets, but more importantly, souvenirs can also be discounted. Plus, since that worm went there early, the hotels and inns have already established a good partnership with him. There's simply no way to shake his business. Damn it, eating so much. Aren't you afraid of bursting? What you need to think about is, without cooperating with Wanyuan Mountain, how can we retain the tourists who want to withdraw while also ensuring they have a decent experience? The meeting room fell into an eerie silence again. He is the one who stands and sits in both roles. The Earth Travel Agency is in dire straits, and those agencies that are more closely associated with Hongya Mountain are even worse off. Having lost their main business direction, how can they change routes at the last minute? Besides, they have already lost a lot of business due to the explosive popularity of Wanyuan Mountain. Now with this new situation, will they even survive? Everyone was busy and overwhelmed, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Wanyuan Mountain was in collective cheer, because the water level had started to rise significantly, whether it was due to high efficiency or the approaching flood season. The water level at the entrance of Wanyuan Mountain had already reached the standard for navigation just 2 days after its reopening. Haha, Uncle Shui is back. Chapter 107. Employees of Wanyuan Mountain. Uncle Shui was in high spirits. After having 3 baskets of buns and 2 bowls of rice milk for breakfast, he finally put on his impressive outfit and arrived at his post. The employees of Mingyue Village also finally perked up, with the waterway open. The number of tourists would soon return to peak levels. And with the opening of new attractions over there, news finally began to circulate. What? A group of employees who had initially shouted that they didn't want to go were stunned. The acrobat troupe members were the first to surround Lu Qingyun. Boss, didn't you say you were over there serving others? Didn't you say it was miserable? Didn't you say you had to run around every day, serving tea and water? Turns out it was all fake. Serving others actually meant being the top personal steward. Serving tea and water was just pouring 3 cups of wine for that master. Miserable actually meant being a respected, commanding guide in front of tourists. You old man, you're going too far. You're quite cunning. As for the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe, a group of people was also gathered around women dressed in traditional attire, chattering excitedly. Let me try? It's just acting. I can do that too. Wow. The one you partnered with is so handsome. I also want to be a performer. I need to find the little boss. Oh, the master of Peach Blossom Pavilion is so handsome. But who is this person? I feel like I haven't seen him before. Suwon chuckled, twirling her robe around, feeling quite pleased with herself. Being a performer is not that easy. She hadn't seen that young master before and didn't know if he was a new employee brought in by the little boss. But every time she stood next to him, she felt that despite his cheerful tone and smile, there was an undeniable air of nobility in his words that made her unable to refuse. Outside of her activities, she could only leave after work, during work hours. Whenever she mustered the courage to talk to that master, he would only engage in light conversation with her. Most of the time, he was busy drinking and composing poetry, wandering around the estate. Anyway, since that person hasn't let me leave, I have to stay here. Suwon twisted her waist and boarded a boat to leave. I need to go prepare. You all should get to work too. The others looked at Suwon, who was both happy and proud, shook their heads, and laughed as they turned away, intending to chat a bit more with their teammates. Unexpectedly, Xiao Sun, who was standing aside, also covered her mouth and giggled. Then I'll go prepare too. You all get to work. Oh no, I forgot there's an employee who acts like a deity beside them. Damn it. Jean Na turned her head in frustration, feeling emotional. Is this fate? Clearly, she is the troop leader. Boo-hoo. The Golden Sun and Qingyun acrobat troupe dispersed. Fang Gui and the villagers also gathered around a group of children. So, you're saying you just have to guard the entrance and say a few words? Nothing else? Is it dangerous? Xiaoji chuckled, puffing out his chest. Not dangerous at all. Those big brothers and sisters are really polite to us. Nearby, Meow Meow also nodded. It's really comfortable being there. The master doesn't mind us. Sometimes when we get tired, we take turns to go play by the pond. And the master doesn't get angry when he sees us. She felt a bit regretful. As a small NPC with multiple roles at Wanyuan Mountain, she could only stay there until 3 p.m. before needing to return to prepare for the performance at Mingyue Village. They were happily sharing the beautiful scenery of the Peach Blossom Pavilion with the adults, telling them funny stories that happened when tourists were crazily completing tasks. Someone scoffed. Is it more fun than our Mingyue Village? Are there more tasks than ours? Is it more interesting than ours? Xiaoji waved his hand and took a sip of his drink. The two cannot be compared. One is a solo instance, and the other is a team instance. Both are interesting, but neither can replace the other. What a mess. Fang Gui squinted his eyes, and then stood up. You are not allowed to play mobile games for the next few days. He thought about it for a moment, like someone your age. You should be going to school. I think I need to talk to Xiao Su about this matter, and make you go to school. Huh. Xiao Ji's little face fell, and he immediately couldn't smile anymore. He didn't want to go to school. He just wanted to stay in the scenic area. Nearby, Zhao Long was also briefing his brothers. I am currently working as a coach at Taowan. I've heard from Xiao Su that after this week's preview opening ends, we need to send some people to Luoxian Lake, where they need staff to strictly maintain order. There can absolutely be no mistakes. He glared fiercely. Whoever is willing to take on the role of coach can come and learn, preparing for an exchange. I must go to the security work at Luoxian Lake. Luoxian Lake? The employees who heard of this unfamiliar scenic spot all raised their heads, waiting for Zhao Long to explain. He turned his head and smiled as he told everyone. This scenic spot hasn't fully opened yet, so Deputy General Jiang only asked our people to do some simple tasks. For example, intercepting kayaks and serving meals. But later, there will be dedicated personnel to handle these tasks. They only need to maintain order. Zhao Long had never personally seen Luoxian Lake. but he was already excited by the descriptions from his brothers. His military experience told him that although none of the brothers had seen the bottom structure, just judging by the expressions of the tourists when they came out, one could infer that the lake's bottom might be hiding extraordinary treasures. Therefore, their task was monumental. All right. Zhao Long clapped his hands. Let us end today's chat here. There aren't many tourists these days, so everyone must quickly get moving and familiarize yourselves with all the scenic spots in Wanyuan Mountain. His expression was serious. We need to strive to be able to quickly get into work mode, no matter which scenic spot we are assigned to, and find our positions. Do your best to provide all the tourists with the best experience. Everyone straightened their chests and raised their heads, feeling the weight of responsibility. Understood. In the quiet mind of Su Jing, the scenic area system page floated quietly, and the employees' loyalty once again reached several perfect scores. TSK. This host has gained so many loyal employees without doing anything. Chapter 108. Tremors from all directions. The online buzz caused by the Wanyuan Mountain incident was far greater than everyone had imagined. It's unclear whether it was because the tickets had sold out recently, leaving everyone feeling pent up with nowhere to vent, or if it was due to the increasing number of tourists sharing their experiences, exciting everyone to the point of wanting to jump in and play. Or perhaps it was because more and more media and bloggers started to catch the trend and comment extensively. People began to realize that such a small county scenic area had so many eye-catching things. Whether it's the stilted buildings with sloping roofs in Mingyue Village or the grand deity invitation dance ceremony held in the square, combined with the mysterious sacred mountain gods and the great poet on the boat, as well as the master of the peach blossom temple hidden deep within the peach blossoms. You really think so? The capital, the relevant cultural relics authority. A piece of news directly broke through multiple barriers and reached the hands of the highest officials. The director and deputy directors, along with other leaders, immediately opened the conference room door, and the screen began to display videos and various images. This is the evidence we have currently collected from the public and Professor Tu Hong from South China University of Technology. The location of the ancient site discovery is within a scenic area in Qingshan County, under the jurisdiction of Yong'an City, buried beneath the lake. And it is said to have been discovered recently. Everyone nodded frequently, and an elder who appeared to be highly respected spoke up. Currently, the details show that the stone carvings are very realistic, with no signs of aging or forgery. If publicized as true, the lake bottom should be a complete ancient site. We will immediately report to the authority, contact the local Cultural Tourism and Relics Bureau, and prepare for the investigation. By the way, remember to inform the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area in advance. If this underwater relic is large and intact enough, it should be classified as a new national-level ancient site, right? It should be under national protection. All right, everyone, get ready. We can bring along Professor Tu Hong, since he was the first to provide the information. The reopening of Wanyuan Mountain is far more troublesome than Su Jing imagined. Resolving a minor issue at Hongye Mountain has led to a series of significant challenges. But is he worried? Not at all. At this moment, he is listening to the laughter of tourists outside, sitting in a private room, sipping tea, and chatting with the system. So, I really don't need to worry about those national units like the Cultural Relics Bureau. Do you understand what a system product means? The system snorted coldly. Although what you came up with is indeed a bit tricky, since this great system is here, it will naturally protect you. How do you plan to protect me? There are always more solutions than problems. They want to come for an investigation? Let them come. Even if they want to protect it, they need to find something first. Find something? Su Jing keenly sensed a highlight. You mean they come and find nothing? Oomph. The system remained silent, only laughing continuously. Su Jing thought of that scenario and also found it amusing. That would definitely be entertaining to watch. Gathering his thoughts, he began to organize his schedule. A week later, the fishing area and the underwater relic passage will be opened. At the same time, the top of the sacred mountain and the accommodations in Mingyue Village will officially open as well. The duration of visits will increase. And 2-day and even 3-day tickets will start to be sold. After all, combined with the Peach Blossom Temple and Luoxian Lake, to fully enjoy Mingyue Village and the sacred mountain, one would need at least 3 days. As for the so-called duel of magic, cough cough, the communication ceremony between the sacred mountain and the river god can be discussed later. He hasn't figured out how to handle that yet. The most important tasks right now are 3 points. First, the ticket issue for the fishing area needs to be adjusted, including accommodations for anglers and a separate access route. He envisioned the scenic map in his mind, with the location of Luoxian Lake perfectly situated between the main entrance and the core mountain of the Wanyuan Scenic Area. If only there were a covered bridge to connect the central mountain with the others. After a moment's thought, he realized the scale and complexity of such a project would be overwhelming. Forget it. He glanced at the distant rural road across the lake, abandoned the idea of building a road, and decided to create a dedicated fishing route within the park instead. At that moment, he was unaware of the formidable nature of this group. but he would certainly regret today's decision one day. Hey, accommodations are easy. The first floor of the Luoxian Lake Research Institute is reserved for a hotel. However, it's too expensive and not suitable for anglers. He had already prepared a camping site for this group at the foot of the fishing area's boardwalk. While he wasn't an expert in many things, camping? That's a joke. He was an adventure enthusiast in his previous life. He knew which camping gear was top-notch and which was just useless. He was well-versed in materials that were wear-resistant, cold-resistant, heat-dissipating, what to use for brewing coffee, self-heating pots, lighting, and seating. He was all in. Secondly, there were security issues concerning the hotel and restaurant at the Luoxian Lake Research Institute, as well as the security after the opening of the 8 major access routes. Due to the limitations of the props, he needed to ensure a controlled number of personnel. He didn't want any strange incidents to occur. Therefore, the newly recruited veterans from Xiaolong became quite important. As for the operation of Mingyue Village, it had stabilized, and with the existence of homestays, tourists could enjoy a more leisurely pace of exploration. The third issue was this. He clicked the mouse and sent out an electronic application form. Not long after Mingyue Village became popular, Secretary Shen had urged him to apply for scenic area level certification, which he had delayed until now. After visiting the Peach Blossom Spring, the old man could no longer sit still, calling twice a day to inquire about progress. He finally took it seriously, completed his understanding of all aspects, and submitted the application. The application email quickly received a response. Application received, recommending unit, Yong'an City Bureau of Culture and Tourism. We will arrange for a review team to depart soon for an upgrade assessment of Wanyuan Mountain, a 2A tourist area. Attached are the evaluation forms for each level. Please conduct a self-check according to the requirements. Attached document. Evaluation and classification of tourist area quality. National Standard Assessment Guidelines. Su Jing was surprised by their efficiency and curious about when Secretary Shun had made the recommendation. It seemed Wanyuan Mountain was quite to his liking. This rating was definitely a sure thing. However, as he opened the evaluation form with a smile, his expression gradually faded. What the heck? He could barely score any points just on the first page regarding tourist transportation. As expected, he silently forwarded the document to Jiang Kong. He knew that at this point, being the protagonist of a novel was of no use if the rating did not meet the standards. It simply did not meet the standards. But, watching the information bar where Jiang Song replied with OK, Su Jing couldn't help but grin with pride. Although he couldn't handle everything himself, he wouldn't underestimate the bond within their team. In the small Wanyuan Mountain, there are plenty of talented individuals. After organizing everything, he finally got back into work mode. While collecting feedback from tourists, he also optimized the playability of the scenic area. That young pickpocket, Xiao Ji, truly surprised Su Jing in many ways. Not to mention, just in terms of routes, knowing which paths had better scenery, which were more direct, and which had fewer obstacles. After following Su Jing a couple of times, he quickly sketched out a brand new map. This significantly accelerated the progress of the park's fishing enthusiast special line plan. So, when everything was ready, the official opening time of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area finally arrived. Chapter 109. The Army of Fishing Enthusiasts, revised. In the pitch-black night, where one couldn't see their own hand, strange sounds arose. A burly man, holding a bright night lamp, walked along the path to the entrance of the scenic area. Would there really be people coming at midnight? He glanced at the wristband on his arm, where a rubber ring bore an engraved fishing rod logo. This was the new fishing ticket introduced by the scenic area. 100 yuan for 24 hours. It included a magnetic buckle that could be recharged. Spend 1,000 yuan and get 100 off. This ticket does not cover other areas of the scenic area. The activity range is limited to Luoxian Lake and its surrounding areas. It includes priority use of the Xian Lake campsite, with all expenses at a 20% discount. P.S. The final interpretation rights belong to Wanyuan Mountain. The burly man muttered to himself. A single-day ticket for the scenic area costs 80 yuan. A 2-day ticket costs 150 yuan, and a 3-day ticket costs 220 yuan. Besides the fishing area, one can go anywhere and enjoy everything. Isn't that much more suitable than this fishing ticket? He couldn't understand why the deputy general manager, Jiang, set such a high price for the fishing ticket. Who would come to play seriously? Outside the newly opened side gate number 1, a group of people wearing similar vests and hats, carrying long tubes and various bags, stood neatly and looked at him with bright eyes. Wait, it was midnight. How could there be so many people waiting for the fishing special ticket on the first day of opening? Were they not sleeping? Hey! Someone stood up from a small stool they had brought, patted their backside, and stretched. Staff, we've been waiting for you for half a day. You finally arrived. The burly man checked his watch, confirming he had arrived at 11:58 p.m. So you all are guests who purchased fishing tickets? He forced a smile and took out his phone to scan and distribute wristbands. Please show your tickets, and then put on the wristbands and follow me. A line of fishing enthusiasts quickly finished checking their tickets, and some hadn't even seen the fishing area yet, but had already topped up for 10 days. The burly man was speechless, beginning to doubt whether he had underestimated the capabilities of these fishing enthusiasts. But he remained silent and led everyone inside. Following the new route provided by Xiao Ji, they bypassed Taowu and directly crossed the bridge to reach Tiaojiao River. 2 wooden boats had been standing by, and on one of the boats, a fisherman, who was dozing off with some grass leaves hanging above him, was kicked awake by a burly man. "Stop sleeping. It's time to set sail." The fisherman, still groggy, looked at the crowd of anglers behind his companion, as if he had seen a ghost. Why are there so many people? Each of their boats could hold about 15 people, and if they squeezed a bit, accommodating 20 tourists wouldn't be a problem. But in front of him were over 30 people. Are you crazy? The fisherman didn't understand, although he occasionally enjoyed fishing. He wasn't the kind to spend money to travel far for it. Where did you all come from? As he helped the tourists onto the boats and steered them into the rushing river, he chatted with them. I'm the big brother at the front. One of them grinned. I'm from the neighboring area. The man behind him raised his chin. I'm from the Chishui River. I'm from Tong City. And he asked from Fancheng. You're all from D province? I'm from the neighboring province. We heard there's some wild fishing here in our group chat. And I figured I'd come take a look since I had nothing else to do. Someone snorted. So you're the one who just paid to come here? This is a tourist spot. With the way he promotes it, it might be a scam. The man from the neighboring province remained unfazed. So what? I have money. Those with money are the bosses. Everyone laughed and continued their enthusiastic discussions, leaving the fisherman confused. The technical jargon filled his ears, and he quickly realized that this group were all professional fishing enthusiasts who had traveled a long way to Luoxian Lake. Why? He wondered. But he still quickly drove the boats to their destination. At night, Luoxian Lake was only lit around the boardwalk, with the pavilion and stone bridge emitting a warm yellow glow, illuminating the surrounding lotus leaves and shimmering water. Wow, it's so big. Cheng Hu, who had visited for the first time, stood among the anglers, feeling a sense of inexplicable pride as he heard the gasps behind him. Look at that. Next to him stood several men and women of various heights and builds, all with amazed expressions, unable to hide their satisfaction. You've really contributed to our group this time. I bet that bait fanatic and the traveling lure fishing expert will come here soon. You promised not to bait, right? Let's not fish too close to each other. Wow, I'm already itching to fish. I brought a pack of cigarettes and 8 bags of beetle nut to share. Haha, don't celebrate too early. We still need to see if there are fish, how big they are, and the catch rate. Hey, take us there. The 2 fishermen waved their hands and scratched their heads, smiling innocently. With someone guiding you, you go ahead. I need to check if any others are coming. As he said this, a few staff members came out to greet them. Did we arrive so quickly? He waved his hand. Everyone, follow me. Luoxian Lake isn't very large, but it still took nearly 15 minutes to walk to the fishing area. However, no one complained. They joked that when they went wild fishing, they had crossed mountains and rivers to find a good spot. Far more than this. How could we be afraid of a few steps? Their rich fishing experience spoke volumes. They were given indestructible strength and well-trained legs. On this lakeside path, a guide stopped, turned around with a smile, and introduced the area behind him. This is the Fairy Lake campsite, located about 1 kilometer from the fishing area. There are both free camping areas and designated camping spots. The Camping Service Center offers equipment rental services, as well as a supermarket for purchasing food, tools, and fishing bait. The campsite provides free restroom and hot water services, and there is also a paid shower area. The area above the foot of the mountain is not yet open, so please do not enter without permission. Fishing wristbands will be checked daily by staff. If you need to recharge, you can do so at the Fairy Lake Service Center. Reserving spots or competing for them is prohibited, and please avoid loud noises. If you catch a protected fish species, it cannot be taken away, but staff will assist with exchanging your catch. Lastly, Fairy Lake is home to many wild fish that are quite intelligent. Please enjoy the fishing experience and the beauty of this paradise in a calm and serene manner. The staff smiled politely. Is there anything else you would like to ask? Such thoughtful and comprehensive service has left many anglers amazed. The campsite is purposely located away from the fishing area, ensuring no disturbance to the fish. It's completely normal that national treasures cannot be taken away, and they will help you exchange your catch. But they haven't mentioned other details. Finally, they have a complete set of facilities, and if they truly wish, staying here for a while wouldn't be an issue. Suddenly, Chung, who had a bright idea and raised his hand to ask if we get tired of fishing and want to visit other attractions in the area. How does that ticket work? The staff smiled. As expected from the talented Deputy General Manager Jiang, you've already thought of this. It can be adjusted to a 30% discount on the daily ticket price. The 100 per day fishing ticket isn't cheap, and even if they go to the attractions, how much time can they spend? The attraction tickets can be considered a gift for the anglers. Oh, the staff suddenly remembered. The first floor hotel and the basement restaurant of the Fairy Lake Research Institute are included in the fishing ticket, and everyone is welcome to enter. After explaining all the important points, The anglers could no longer contain their excitement. Upon hearing the staff's command to disperse, a group of them joyfully grabbed their stools and fishing buckets, running out like wild donkeys. They were off to find the best fishing spots. A meter-long big fish. They were coming. Chapter 110. Double happiness in late May. The early morning at Fairy Lake still had a hint of chill, since it was their first visit. Everyone was unsure if there were any fish, where to find them, or where the fishing spots were. So on the first day, this group of people was very friendly, sitting down to chat with each other. Rows of fishing rods were set up. Some were preparing bait of various sizes, while others were checking their fishing rods and lines. There were also people standing up, wandering around to observe, then returning to the group and nodding seriously. It really looked like a wild lake. Although many had come, they initially held a skeptical attitude. Moreover, with so many fellow anglers, they were all thinking of enjoying the outing together, so they set off in pairs. Even if I get scammed, I'll just accept it as a black pit, a privately managed fishing pond. But now, even the oldest and most experienced anglers are saying this, and everyone immediately feels relieved. Really? Chung Hu leaned over and looked at the group admin, whispering slyly. Uncle Jingua, last time I came here, the staff mentioned that someone had caught a fish over a meter long. Do you think that is true? Uncle Jingua stroked his beard, chewing on betel nut, and gazed thoughtfully at the lake. Didn't you say this lake is an average of 6 meters deep? If it's such a deep natural lake, there might really be big fish in it. He pointed with his chin for Chung Hu to look into the distance. The news you shared in the group seems to have been leaked. That person is probably one of them, specifically bringing a big rod. Quite confident, huh? Chung Hu shrugged. He didn't care about that. What mattered more to him was that the owner here said that apart from the national treasure fish, everything else could be taken away. These wild lake fish have never seen bait hooks. Isn't it a sure catch? Isn't he worried about losing? Uncle Jiangua shook his head, casting his line, and ripples spread across the water before it fell silent again. Fishing in the wild is tougher. We're not familiar with this area. Just figuring out the patterns will take time. The old fish are cunning. If you want to catch big fish, they have to be willing to bite. Let us fish. Uncle Jiangua fell silent, no longer speaking. Chung Hu also pulled his head back and began to observe seriously. Fishing tests patience the most. Besides that, attention to detail and observation are equally essential. Chung Hu had seen the bottom of the water. There were indeed fish down there. But whether they could be caught depended on skill. Time passed slowly. The sky shifted from deep black to dark blue. As the first bubble broke the lake's surface, someone lowered their voice, excitedly speaking. There really are fish. It's biting. The bait casting enthusiast sprang to action, lifting the lid of the nearby bucket and began aggressively fishing in the Wanxian Lake. I'm casting. The same action repeated as other quiet fishermen shifted in their spots, creating a ruckus. Su Jing was focused on the fishing area, not having slept all night, lying down to watch the surveillance, chuckling to himself. Wanxian Lake was naturally filled through the system, but it originally had water, and there were fish below the muddy wetland. Plus, with the fish exchanged through the system, even if they let them fish, they wouldn't catch them all at once. Moreover, regulated fishing would only promote the fish in the lake to live better and healthier. His sleepless night watching the surveillance was mainly to see who would catch the first fish and the effectiveness of the fishing equipment. Here it comes. The man in the green vest sitting between the big rocks suddenly tensed, gripping the fishing rod tightly. You've got a fish. He looked at the green vest's face, which was turning red as he struggled to reel it in. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he whispered, "Wow, it's a big one. A big one." His shout immediately drew a crowd around the green vest. Hey, the first rod at the new fishing spot caught a big fish. The angler with the big rod glanced at the green vest's fishing rod and sneered. Insufficient preparation means you won't catch the big fish. Sure enough, that person in the green vest gritted his teeth and held on for a while. But then his line sadly jerked back. It got away. Damn it. He spat, but immediately smiled and continued adjusting his rod and bait. What a joke. It got away? Isn't that pretty normal? But this fish told everyone. There are indeed fish in this lake. And big ones. He glanced at the crowd and grinned. Hurry up and fish. What are you still standing there for? The fishing activity proceeded in an orderly manner under the slowly brightening sky. On the other side, as the sun rose, by 9:30, both gates of Wanyuan Mountain were already crowded with people. University student Zhao sat in the brand-new ticket hall, looking at the two new colleagues beside him, feeling a surge of responsibility. It's okay, no need to be nervous. Just smile, reach out for the money, scan the code, and print the tickets, then say a welcome. He stood tall, looking at the sea of heads outside without a hint of fear. The two young ladies beside him were already dumbfounded. As newly hired ticket sellers, they had never seen such a scene before. Before coming, the director of the county's job market had patted them on the shoulder and said earnestly, Wanyuan Mountain is our county's new hope. You are lucky to be selected. Make sure to work hard and serve the tourists well. At the time, they were somewhat dismissive. After all, it was a scenic area. They were just selling tickets. How busy could it be? Could it be as busy as the aunties rushing for eggs when the supermarket opens in the morning? But the long, orderly line in front of them, which seemed endless, gave them a harsh lesson. From 9:30 in the morning until noon, they didn't even have time to drink water. They heard that their side had fewer people. The side gate on the other side was already overwhelmed. The county chief had to lead a team to maintain order again. In less than 3 hours, the total number of visitors to Wanyuan Mountain reached 100. Due to the limited flow at the Peach Blossom dock, progress was slow. Otherwise, it would have already surpassed 500. However, the visitors who entered this time finally realized the authenticity of the challenges at the Peach Blossom dock. Wow. If we didn't match the poems, we really wouldn't have seen the poetry performance. Stop complaining. At least we got to see the song and dance performance. I heard there was a group that only saw the poems. Later, the gate was directly closed, and the attendant chased them away. Huh. Is that true? The previously disappointed visitors instantly felt refreshed. In the adjacent line, those who only heard the poetry were frustrated and wanted to throw their cameras. These unlucky guys. They couldn't even find all the music. They didn't understand the painting, which meant they could only see one scene. If they had known, they would have followed Ping Ping to the other side. Sob, sob, sob. Ping Ping on the opposite side grinned, but looked more enviously at the middle group. That day, they had sat in the middle, so focused on the performance that they didn't notice that around the sword dancing area of the temple, there were 3 elegant rooms surrounding the peach forest. They were sitting in the front, with a small room on each side. This time, only the fully assembled team sat in the main hall and witnessed all the performances. They were merely a low-status side room. Ping Ping sighed in frustration. Perhaps it was because the song from the Peach Blossom Temple had started circulating online, especially the video of that chubby boy, Zhu Shoufa. If you open this video at 11 p.m. on December 31st, you will toast with the master of the Peach Blossom Temple and enter the new year together. Once this video went viral, the master's smiling face was turned into a meme, spreading across the land. It left the group, who felt so shocked and amazed at the time, with an inexplicable urge to laugh when they later saw the master's face again. But that wasn't the main point. In this search for poetry task, they hadn't seen the poem at all. They thought it would be an easy task, but it ended up dragging on for a long time. As for the other teams searching for music, hearing the completely unfamiliar lament left them even more puzzled. Then came the painting part. This time, the numbered paintings were all new works. The characteristics on them were hard to find, resulting in their inability to piece them together. And they didn't even enter the secret passage, being directly led to the side room by a young attendant. As for the lucky ones in the middle, they walked out with their arms around each other, making space for the new visitors. Zhou Po and his friend were silent, dejected, with red eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao Yanran walked behind, pulled by Meng Zhua, crying uncontrollably. Don't cry, it was just acting, Meng Zhua said, with her red hair tied to one side. Pulling Zhao Yanran close, her eyes also slightly red. It's not acting. Zhao Yanran looked up, her panda-like eyes filled with tears. I thought that poem was about deep affection, about the master longing for someone. That poem made Meng Zhua furrow her brows. Rain beats on the pear blossoms. Deep behind closed doors, wasting youth, losing youth. Who can discuss the joys of life? Under the flowers, lost in soul, under the moon, lost in soul. Frowning all day in sorrow, with thousands of tears, countless traces of weeping. Watching the sky in the morning and the clouds in the evening, whether walking or sitting. I miss you. She also thought it was a sweet love poem. But later, the master drank 3 jars of wine, disheveled, dancing wildly, while the sad melody was sung by the sorrowful voice of the singer. Surprisingly, at such a young age, he lost his parents, his wife and children, and became a lonely figure. Such a talented person, oh no, that is so tragic. Zhao Yanran let out a wail, instantly making everyone unable to hold back their emotions, and they all cried out together. Ping Ping was also saddened, turning her head to wipe away her tears. Everyone was filled with sorrow, having only completed the poetry task, while the chubby boy who had only seen the beginning of the performance was bewildered. Why are they crying? What did they see? I want to see too, damn it. A group of confused and sad people left through the small path behind the Peach Blossom Temple. The newcomers knew nothing and walked in with big smiles. Finally, it was their turn. They had watched the Peach Blossom Temple song online so many times they could almost sing along. This time, they will chant and dance with the master. Master, we are here. Chapter 111. Let us have a relay race. Master, we are off. When a group of tearful tourists arrived at the lake, what Zhaolong saw was such a scene. The tough man was at a loss in front of the tearful little sister and the big brother who was crying loudly. That tissue. After everyone finished enjoying the Peach Blossom Pavilion and the thrilling rapids ride, most were in tears and laughter, sporting puffy eyes, yet full of spirit. Someone pushed Zhaolong's tissue away, and with a voice full of disbelief, exclaimed, "This is the lake from the promotional video." Everyone rushed forward. leaving footprints all over the tough man's new shoes. He really was kind-hearted after all. Zhao Long put away the tissue. Thinking about the limited capacity of 500 people at the lake bottom ruins today, his expression gloomy. Iron Eagle, I will ensure the mission is accomplished. The tourists were unaware that they had hurt the heart of an Iron Eagle. They only knew that the lake before them resembled a fairyland and rushed forward without hesitation. Now that they were here, they had to take a stroll, right? Zhu Shou, holding the camera, thought for a moment and decided to head to the fishing area. Although this was not the main attraction of the lake, there were certainly plenty of fishing enthusiasts. If the photos turned out well, it would definitely attract good traffic. However, when he jogged to the fishing area, he found it already filled with anglers. The expressions on everyone's faces were quite interesting, as if they were excited yet frustrated. As if they were in a showdown. Let us do this. Everyone. Today, we're going for it. But who were they going for? The hotspot radar activated again. And Zhu Shou immediately raised his camera. In the frame, the anglers disregarded their image. What silence? What baiting? What casting and reeling? Forget that. Next to every experienced angler, there were several people gathered around. Those people had thrown their rods on the ground, bait scattered everywhere, no longer chewing betel nuts or smoking, waving their fists and shouting encouragement. What the heck? What on earth was happening? Zhu Shou was bewildered, even if he didn't eat fish. He knew that fishing required quiet, calm, and composure. What were these people doing? He moved his lens, finally stopping at the surface of the water. His face came out from behind the camera, looking at the lake in the distance. The lake, which should have been calm, was now rippling, with silver fish tails and mouths clearly visible, darting in and out around several bait spots. Up and down, one bait moved, then another. But no matter how serious everyone looked or how fast they acted, the bait they pulled back had mysteriously vanished, leaving only a hook that seemed to mock their foolishness. Those fish. Zhu Shou had a ridiculous thought. Were they toying with them? Clearly, his guess was right. The elder brother of the founding nation, Ma Jia, no longer sat, his whole body hunched like a shrimp, holding the fishing rod as if it were a rock. On the other side, a fisherman holding a lure rod was frantically shaking his arm, creating ripples in the water to attract the attention of the big fish. Wow, that fish is really playing with them. Perhaps after spending too much time at the sacred mountain, the chubby guy now thinks, what's wrong with the fish in the falling immortal lake being a bit smarter? Isn't that normal? Next month on the 15th, the river deity will be here to challenge them. If the fish in the lake aren't clever, how can that work? But he is still a man. His fighting spirit was ignited, and before long, he joined in. Wow, don't move. It seems to be coming over. You're doing it wrong. You need to cast further. Hey, keep it down. The fish just came over. A group of older men turned to look at him. Who the hell are you? Only then did the staff realize what was happening. They were so caught up in the excitement that they hadn't noticed a visitor had wandered in. Sorry, this guest. No fishing ticket, no entry to the fishing area. The chubby guy shrank his neck. Damn, caught. He forced a smile, ready to leave, but was stopped by a shout from his right. Wow, it's hooked. Everyone turned around sharply. The staff glanced at the chubby guy, then at the scene, and stomped their foot in frustration. Wait a minute, I'll come to get you. He took off running, and so did the chubby guy. The entire fishing area surged forward like a horde of zombies. Damn it, finally caught it. And it's not just anyone. It's the only other guy with a big rod. No one was laughing anymore. The other fisherman with the big rod was already losing it. The hopes of the entire village rested on him. This fish had toyed with them for the entire morning. Since around 9 a.m., it had surfaced suddenly. It ate 3 kilograms of bait, snapped 6 rods, and even drenched its owner after breaking one of the big rods. Today, it must be caught. Come on. Got it. Tire it out. Don't rush. Don't rush. The man leaned forward and back, almost half his body moving with the rod, then spat out, sharing the glorious moment. Change. It's too strong. I'll do it. One by one, the seasoned anglers showed their muscular arms and bravely stepped forward, starting this unspoken relay race. This big rod, in terms of flexibility and strength, had basically reached its peak. Once the fish was hooked, it was just a matter of the process of their struggle against it. Come on. Change. You go. I'll take over. In the footage captured by the chubby guy, the personnel changed, veins bulged on their necks, and their faces turned red. It gave him goosebumps he couldn't control. This rod seemed to be held by just one person, battling that big fish. But in reality, was there really anyone fighting alone? This was a collective struggle. Come on. Come on. Keep going. Exhausted people stepped back, shouting loudly. Those with muscle strains held their arms, looking excited. The ones gripping the rod pulled hard, gritting their teeth, putting in continuous effort. Finally, the big fish was tired, and the surface of the water slowly calmed down. The heavy creature no longer struggled violently and was pulled over by the translucent fishing line, dragged onto the shore. The guide was right. A group of people lowered their heads in silence, looking at the 1-meter-long big fish sprawled on the ground, robust and hefty. Hee ha! A low chuckle sparked in the field, and everyone finally trembled and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Then, starting from the first person, they took turns. One after another. Methodically, and with all their strength, they swung their arms round and gave that big fish a resounding slap. I told you not to mess with me. Slap. I told you to eat my bait. Slap. I told you to yank my rod. Slap. I told you to swallow my hook. Slap. I told you to break my big rod. Slap, slap, slap. Ha ha. Run, huh? Hee hee. Keep teasing me. They laughed and scolded, leaving the fish bewildered. Wait. You are taking my life. Do you have even a bit of compassion? You bad people. I'm dying. And you still give me that awful slap. The guide watched as the group of men finished their fun, laughed, and jumped together, then shouted loudly. Big brothers and sisters. Come. Hug the fish together. I'll take a group photo for everyone. Chapter 112. Underwater 8 corridors. The smiles of the anglers were preserved by the guide in an album. That 1-meter-long big fish lay peacefully, not really, in everyone's arms. With a smile, the guide left the fishing area before the staff could react. He had also seen the Fairy Lake campsite, and in that huge camping visitor center, it was clear there were all kinds of wonderful things. The guide's products. There has never been anything subpar. Once he finished this busy time, he would have to invite a few friends to come and have fun together. The chubby boy returned the same way and finally stood in front of the entrance of the Falling Fairy Lake Research Institute. Watching the small boats drifting downstream in the distance, he suddenly realized something and quickly dashed inside. Behind him, excited tourists with tear-streaked faces rushed over but were stopped outside by a strong arm. Sorry, it's full. You'll have to wait in line. What's full? Haven Tea, they just arrived? Xiaolong did not crack a smile. They just arrived, but the B2 Ruins Research Institute can only accommodate 500 people. And 2 waves have already entered, so it's reasonable for them to queue. Wait for those inside to come out. It won't be long. Not long. Ping Ping lightly touched the glass, her eyes dreamy. It's impossible to be quick. Not at all possible. She had entered before the chubby boy and had already walked through a long corridor. Terrifying. She had thought that the 8 long corridors would just be like spider legs, stretching out a bit further, closer to the village buildings. But when she looked outside the glass, massive stone pillars stood tall, covered in water plants and shells, with swimming fish surrounding them, resembling an underwater celestial palace. Falling Mountain Village, she murmured, then took out her phone and snapped a picture of that archway. Next to the stone archway, ancient stone pillars stood tall, each topped with a massive and peculiar beast. Some of the pillars were broken, and the stone beasts had rolled to the bottom of the lake, resting just beyond the glass. Right in front of Ping Ping, they were enormous. From a distance, they seemed unremarkable, but when they were right in front of her, she realized that these creatures were almost over a meter high. Is the lake really only 6 meters deep? Ping Ping wasn't sure, as the pillars supporting the stone beasts were still far from the water's surface. How could it possibly be just 6 meters deep? She looked around, noticing that there were people in front of and behind her, all quietly admiring this submerged stone city. Each passage seemed to encircle the city. Some were on the outskirts, while others were within the village. She was walking along the second corridor from the outside in. The outermost corridor showcased the scene outside the village. She saw stone pavilions, stone bridges, and some exquisite sculptures. Next to the sculptures, there were deep pits whose bottoms were not visible, the edges overflowing with aquatic plants, nearly burying that area. There were no fish nearby, just the occasional bubble rising, which intrigued Ping Ping enough to stop and watch for a while. After finishing the first corridor, she coincidentally missed meeting Zhu Shoujing and entered the second corridor. She finally achieved her goal. She saw the main gate of the stone village. The main gate was as grand as she had imagined, magnificent, ancient, and imposing, making it hard to look directly at it. Her gaze stopped at a section of the corridor. Each corridor had a spherical small room, and through the glass, she could only see a ring of metallic outer walls, unable to discern what was inside. The door was locked, clearly not a place they could enter at will. A staff lounge? Or some operational room? A hint of doubt flashed through her mind, but she quickly dismissed the thought and continued walking forward. The entrance was magnificent and spectacular, yet she was still curious about the interior of the village. As she explored, more visitors began to enter the lakebed ruins. Wow, so beautiful. Is that a stone niche? What's inside? This passage must be the entrance to the village, right? I can't believe those outsiders actually built the exploration corridor this deep. Are you out of your mind? This is a scenic area. Do you really think this is some ancient underwater relic? Hee hee, it's just too real. But do you think it's possible? This really could be an ancient relic. The conversations of the visitors faded away as in the middle of the third corridor, a man excitedly gripped his teacher Tu Hong's hands. Both of their faces lit up with excitement. Disciple, this is truly an ancient relic. Master, we're going to be famous. Disciple, our paper will finally have a place. I'll write the main part, and you can write the supplementary. This year we'll make a name for ourselves, both domestically and internationally. Teacher, when is your archaeological team coming? Huh? I was so excited that I only remembered to rush over for tickets and forgot to ask. The two calmed down and leaned in to look outside. Do you think the research team will let us participate when they arrive? To be honest, I'm a bit hesitant. After all, it's an underwater site, which requires a certain physical fitness from the archaeological team. Just look at me, with these old arms and legs. If I were thrown into the water, I'd fall apart. I definitely can't go. Tu Hong squinted. But you. He patted the shoulder of Gu Ji Go. When the time comes, let's see if I can get you into a diving suit to observe. Me? Gu Ji Gu shrank his neck, suddenly recalling what the guide had said about the dead. Su Jing, is my main point about the dead? I don't want to go. I'm really scared. Tu Hong spoke earnestly. You have to go, apprentice. Let me tell you. There are very few underwater ancient relics. They are different from those on land. Even the ones we see through a glass are not the same. He turned to look outside. Out there, you can feel the very real atmosphere of the buildings, and you can experience a strong sense of presence. You might even vaguely see scenes from the lives of the people from the past. The old man's voice paused as he blinked, turning to Gu Ji Gu in surprise. I think I saw a figure. Gu Ji Gu chuckled nervously. Ha! You old man, daring to talk nonsense. He couldn't finish. His pupils dilated as he pointed ahead. THTH, there really is someone. With that exclamation, a wave of voices erupted. I think I saw a figure. Oh my gosh. There are people in the water. Wow. There are beautiful women. What the heck? That's a water ghost. More and more gasps came from Tu Hong, Gu Ji Gu, and several tourists who had suddenly huddled together in the middle. Everyone looked outside at the women smiling and greeting each other as they walked out from different buildings, the children running around the streets, the strong men carrying hammers and axes, and the elderly women gossiping while sitting at the door. There were even barking dogs. What the heck? Is it ridiculous just because there are dogs? Are they dog ghosts? Ping Ping, in a passage, felt inexplicably relaxed. If puppies could turn into ghosts, then even the word ghost wouldn't seem scary. Everyone, she raised her voice. These shouldn't be ghosts, right? Didn't the immortal restore the scenes of the villagers in Luoshan? Our guide should be used to this by now. Maybe they are just enjoying the view from the monitoring room. In the monitoring room, Su Jing had his mouth agape, still smiling, with a table full of sunflower seed shells. What the heck? Has this little girl awakened some kind of spirit? The god of prophecy? Chapter 113, The Villagers of Luoshan. No one knew if she was a prophet. However, everyone did feel a bit more relaxed because of Ping Ping's words. Panic spreads quickly, but so does joy. The terrifying atmosphere in the long corridors gradually weakened, and faint laughter began to emerge. Gu Ji Gu peeked out, looking at the woman walking forward with a pottery jar in the village, his face filled with disbelief. Let us not talk about whether they are ghosts. First, tell me, what is that thing? Tu Hong also stuck his head out. Exactly. And their expressions are too real, right? I feel like I can even see the hair on their faces. Exactly. And in that room, there was a child. Just now they smiled at me. Exactly what? Where's the child? Tu Hong stopped reading. He struggled to squeeze out of the crowd, pressing his face against the glass to look outside, only to lock eyes with a woman coming out of a narrow alley. Tu Hong's face turned pale, and he quickly ducked back into the crowd. What the heck? This place is definitely haunted. Is there anyone to take charge here? She's tempting me. On this side, half terrified and half surprised, the other passages were similar. Ping Ping quickly pushed through the crowd and walked to the middle of the corridor. From across the sculpture square where children were playing, she exchanged glances with the tourists on the opposite corridor. Goodness, it's rare for everyone to encounter such a scene. As the largest square in the village, it was flanked by corridors on both sides, where tourists were exchanging looks, and the panic instantly lessened. The chubby Zhu Shou's flesh rippled in the water, and his eyes lit up as he finally spotted Ping Ping across the way. I'm coming to find you. Ping Ping rolled her eyes. What does she want to find her for? Just play by herself. More and more tourists gathered, and the tension in everyone's hearts gradually eased. The words of the guide echoed back in their minds. The immortal has merely restored this scene. So, these vivid people must also be the work of the immortal, right? Otherwise, how could they be so real, living normally in the already dilapidated village? But everyone widened their eyes, trying to search in the corners of the water plants and in the layers of the buildings for some high-tech instruments that obviously seemed advanced. There must be some high technology hidden within, like an underwater projector or a 3D projector, to restore the appearances of these people. If this were the explanation, people would be more likely to believe it. Zhou Pe and a few others huddled in a corner, wanting to look but not daring to. How could they believe such a reason? If they could produce such a level of projection, then the virtual reality technology in the country should be far ahead of the world, right? But if they say these people are water ghosts, it would be better to believe what the guide said, that it was the immortal's intervention, preserving their life images. However, Zhou Pe opened one eye and saw two villagers bump into each other while carrying something, then laugh and clasp hands before parting ways. The vividness of the images was simply deafening. As for Su Jing, sorry, he also entered the passage to observe. The underwater images were not under his control. Even the sounds they could hear, the texture of their clothing rubbing against each other, were all imagined by the tourists, converging into a collective experience. Perhaps if a different group of tourists came, they would see an entirely different scene. So he was equally curious. The fourth passage was in the middle of the village, where there was a place resembling a hall, and more tourists had gathered here, with soft music echoing in. TSK, Su Jing quietly stood behind the tourists, watching. Beyond the glass, in the hall, was a group of women in flowing dresses, gracefully dancing to the sound of the pipa. In the corridor, everyone had long forgotten about ancient people or the dead. They looked at the scene before them, which was not much different from their imagination. And combined with the serene underwater ambience, they felt goosebumps all over. Someone turned around and saw Su Jing standing there, immediately widening their eyes and speaking excitedly. The scene you created, dear guide, is truly wonderful. They looked back at the girls dancing in the hall, their tone filled with amazement. This scene is just like the dance of colorful garments in my heart. Don't thank me. Su Jing smiled and nodded, preparing to leave. If you want to thank someone, thank yourselves. It is your imagination that brought this underwater village to life, allowing those who never existed to reappear on the streets and in their homes. It is your joy that fills the air with laughter and song. The one who cast the spell is truly yourselves. As the sun officially set, the light dimmed. And soon after, 1 lamp, 2 lamps, 3 lamps lit up in succession. The archway and both sides of the street were illuminated by the warm glow. Inside some buildings, candlelight flickered faintly. The crowds gradually dispersed, and faint sounds of laughter echoed from the stone houses covered in algae. Everyone shook their cold fingertips and wiggled their numb toes. Finally moving again. Beneath the azure lake during the day, it was ancient and grand. At night, the village transformed into a serene little town, and everyone finally eased back from that illusion. The sounds gradually faded, and the images slowly disappeared. Disciple, the mentor said as they walked back along the corridor, with Tu Hong feeling a bit sentimental. Although he didn't know how the designer created those images, they did an excellent job. He gave a thumbs up, marveling at it all. The clothes, the labor, and the play of those people were all perfectly suited to this place. It felt as if those people had come to life. Brother Antiquities nodded and glanced at the buildings outside. What surprised me even more was how well the researchers preserved this ancient site, with hardly any signs of damage. When the investigation team arrives, I hope they will be careful and not destroy this place. Tu Hong pressed his lips together and sighed. That's a matter for later. When they come, this place will definitely be closed off. We should take advantage of these few days to explore and enjoy. The two left one after the other. While on the other side of the corridor, the chubby boy finally reunited with Ping Ping. He chuckled and showed her the contents of his camera. We have a new promotional video now. The guide is amazing. How did they create these images? They look so real. Ping Ping's eyes were wide with amazement as she nodded repeatedly. I was startled at first. It's so realistic. No wonder the records say the researchers were deceived and went into the ruins. But maybe in this Wanyuan mountain, they have seen too many impossibilities. So what Su Jing said struck a chord with each of them. How did those researchers get out? What did they see after they left? Why did they disappear? Ping Ping pondered, stroking her notebook, feeling that some more mysterious speculations flashed through her mind. Where did the missing researchers go? Why did those outsiders leave the research institute and all that data behind? These are all mysteries. The chubby boy waved his hand dismissively as he walked outside. It's nothing. The Luoxian Lake attraction has just opened, and I feel like the guide must be hiding other fun activities from us. Let's wait and see. Chapter 114. The Xinhu campground. When we exited the Luoxian Lake Research Institute, it was already dark. The institute's opening hours are from 10 a.m. to 7 o'clock p.m. So later visitors could only experience the atmosphere at the B1 restaurant. As for the hotel on the first floor, its unique design resembles an ice stone floating on the lake, with 60 of the rooms facing Luoxian Lake, offering a pleasant and comfortable view. So when the chubby boy and Ping Ping, holding their 2-day tickets, planned to book a room at the hotel, they discovered it was completely full. The receptionist smiled apologetically, saying it was fully booked by around 2 p.m. Ping Ping couldn't believe it. Didn't they say reservations weren't allowed online? The accommodations in Wanyuan Mountain only allow bookings at Mingyue Village's guest house, while the Luoxian Lake Hotel operates on a first-come, first-served basis. They hadn't expected it to fill up so quickly. The two sighed and had to turn away. Should we stay at Mingyue Village instead? The receptionist's apologetic reminder came from behind. According to our staff, the guest house in Mingyue Village is also fully booked. If you're willing, I suggest you head straight to the nearby Xinhu campground. The camping facilities there can be rented at a cheaper price than the hotel. The two exchanged glances and took off running. The night at Luoxian Lake fell into tranquility, with bright lights lining the lakeside boardwalk, winding along the path. The pavilion in the middle of the lake and several stone and wooden bridges were adorned with little lights, swaying gently among the lotus pods. On the boardwalk, some people strolled in pairs, Others leaned by the lake taking photos, and some, like Ping Ping and the chubby boy, ran wildly. The number of runners increased, all heading in the same direction, prompting other leisurely visitors to exchange glances and join in. Where are we running to? They wondered. No idea, but let's just run. In this vast Wanyuan mountain scenic area, there's not a single bad spot. As this inexplicable crowd grew, those in front began to panic. What is going on? Are they all rushing to grab tents for accommodation? The excitement grew among those in the back. No need to say anything. A place with so many people must have something good. Meanwhile, the guys fishing nearby, chatting softly, were bewildered by the thunderous footsteps and the approaching crowd. What is going on? This is a fishing area, not a refugee camp. The chaotic scene made them uneasy. Uncle Jangwo stood up and gazed into the distance, suddenly jolting. He turned to ask everyone, comrades, all of us only bought one day's fishing ticket, right? Are you leaving tonight? He swallowed hard. If we're not leaving, shouldn't we extend our time and book camping tents for the night? His exclamation made everyone sit up straight, realizing the situation. Leave? No way. Everyone is either wealthy and free or specifically taking time off to play. Now that they understand the situation at the lake, who would leave? Big fish. No fishing. The big fish that everyone was excited about this afternoon has already been taken away by the staff for temporary storage. After a short break, they immediately started fishing again. Perhaps due to excitement or focus, everyone just now remembered the issues of accommodation and meals. Oh no, we need to hurry. Even the most devoted fishermen need to rest, sleep, and eat. Everyone urged each other to stand up and began to run. Only the wealthy guy with the big rod remained still. Chung Hu thought for a moment. After all, they had fought side by side in the afternoon, so he decided to ask him a question. Aren't you going? Didn't you book for 10 days? The guy smiled and casually extended his hand. A tag on a ring swayed in his hand. Lake Camp Area A, camping tent no. 3. I booked it while using the bathroom this afternoon. The first 5 numbers are VIP tents. There shouldn't be any left now, right? Chung Hu frowned and turned to run. Boo-hoo. This damn clever rich person. He wishes him good luck tomorrow. When Chung Hu arrived late, he saw a long line. At the visitor center of the lake camp, several staff members were apologizing and explaining to the tourists. Sorry, you all arrived at the same time. But fishing ticket holders do have priority for rentals. She glanced at the number of people in line and smiled politely. Moreover, the camp is quite large, and the number of tents is completely sufficient, so please rest assured. Uncle Jangwo let out a sigh of relief in another passage. Luckily, thank goodness they made it. Otherwise, they would have really had to sit on the ground until dawn. However, he and the fellow fisherman looked up at the camp distribution map. There are 4 areas, A, B, C, and D, with Area A closest to the lake and Area D closest to the mountains. There is also a separate Area F, which provides open space where visitors can set up their own tents. Each area has 5 VIP camping tents, and the rest are charged according to the size of the tents. The 200 small tent can accommodate 2 people, the 400 medium tent can hold 3 to 4 people, and a few 600 large tents. Of course, these are all preset tents. If there are fewer people and someone just wants to stay for one night, they can also rent a tent and stay in Area F. Uncle Jangwo and the group of fishermen successfully shared the cost on the spot. They simply paired up and chose small tents. As for the VIP tents, they heard they could only accommodate 1 to 2 people but cost 500 a night. TSK. Who would rent something so expensive? Chung Hu rolled his eyes behind them. Who else? That rich guy over there. The chubby guy and Ping Ping also rented a tent each. The 200 tents come pre-assembled and include 2 bags of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water, which is indeed not too expensive. The 2 of them carried their tags and walked along the small path at the foot of the mountain towards the camp. The continuous groups of tents ahead glimmered with warm and tranquil oil lamp lights, like stars scattered at the mountain's base, creating a beauty that made one's heart flutter in the night. This mountain is so high. Jusho looked up and exclaimed. Several mountains within Wanyuan Mountain each have their own unique characteristics. On the left side of Luoxian Lake, the peaks soar into the clouds, with the mountain range extending endlessly behind. On the right side, Shirtu Mountain features rugged rocks and steep terrain. It is not open to visitors yet, and it's uncertain what one might find on those mountains. After having their appetites whetted by the attractions at Wanyuan Mountain, the 2 individuals have no desire to explore other scenic spots. Who could possibly be better than this place? Buddy, let us not even mention it. Have you ever seen such a real carp deity? The chubby one suddenly recalled something. I heard that the summit of the holy mountain is open now, right? You mentioned there are carp deities, butterfly fairies, and a monkey king below. What could be up there? I don't know, but I'm looking forward to it. Ping Ping let out a light breath, unable to suppress the excitement bubbling inside her. We'll get to see it tomorrow. Chapter 115. Arrival of various departments. Unfortunately, early the next morning, the 2 set off from Minghua village. While passing through the village and filling their stomachs, they noticed a conspicuous sign at the foot of the mountain. Today, climbing to the summit of the holy mountain is not recommended. Not recommended? When is it recommended then? The chubby one scratched his head, looking up at the sky. The blue sky with white clouds felt a bit stuffy, but the gentle breeze was quite comfortable. It only says it's not recommended, without outright prohibiting it. Zhu Shou rubbed his chin. How about we go take a look? Surprisingly, Ping Ping, a devoted fan of the holy mountain, refused. This sign was likely put up by the guide, and there must be a good reason for it. After she said that, she turned and walked away. I'll continue collecting props. I have a feeling I'm close to completing my collection. The girl with the ponytail quickly disappeared back into the crowd of tourists in Minghua village. Zhu Shou hesitated for a moment, but decided to take his camera and head up the mountain. After all, they had come all this way. And he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep if he didn't check it out. The chubby 1S figure also vanished among the tourists heading up the mountain in the morning. Outside the entrance to the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area, as new visitors prepared to enter, several black business vans parked at the side entrance. A few individuals got out, carrying backpacks and nodding at the barren mountains before them. This is what Director Chen mentioned. The underwater ruins are inside. The leading man wore a stern expression, forcing a smile. Today, everyone's identity is that of tourists. So let us enjoy the sights inside. We'll go greet the Cultural Tourism Bureau tomorrow. They must have the contact information for the scenic area manager. And we can discuss cultural relic protection later. The tickets have already been purchased. Just show your ID. Everyone nodded, their eyes filled with excitement. And they proceeded inside one after another. After a while, the sound of engines revving came from outside the side door, and a bus slowly drove in and stopped. The door opened, and an elderly man jumped out first. Teacher Ming, take it easy. A tense voice came from behind as a group of people followed, jumping out one after another. There were middle-aged individuals in formal attire, young people in sporty outfits, and a few elderly folks with white hair and beards, exuding an air of wisdom. Zhu Hong counted the team members following him and confirmed that the poetry department was fully represented. Due to the large turnout, several academicians and renowned literary figures from his department had joined under the guise of tourism, expressing their desire to meet the esteemed teacher Li Bai. With no other choice, he included everyone in the group. As for his old friend, Chang Hu, the head of the painting department, he had brought along most of his staff as well. A few prominent figures in the art community had rallied their friends, and despite only having 3 spots, they ended up bringing 7 or 8 people. What was initially intended to be a trip for a single minibus had turned into a large group of over 40 people. Teachers, please wait a moment. I'll go change the tickets, Zhu Hong said. Today, there was no one of low status present. As the department head, Chang, who was also concerned about the employees, and decided to go with Zhu Hong to change the tickets. The two of them lined up and looked toward the small square at the entrance of the scenic area, where a man wearing sunglasses was waving a small red flag and leading several tour groups. The man clearly noticed the Cultural Institute's group and approached them with the flag. Hey, Zhu Hong was taken aback. Was he calling them? The man in sunglasses nodded vigorously, pushing his sunglasses down to reveal a square, somewhat clownish face. It was Zhao Meng, the local big shot. Which travel agency are you with? Chang Hu frowned. We organized this trip ourselves. It's a company team-building event, Zhao Meng said, his face lighting up instantly. As long as you're not a competitor, that's great. He dramatically pulled out a business card and quickly handed it to Chang Hu. Shan Meng Travel Agency. We specialize in tourism for the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area, and we offer the best discounts on tickets and souvenirs in the entire Yong'an city. Our tour guides are extremely professional. They are both cultured and skilled. I guarantee you will have a comfortable experience. You'll eat safely and shop conveniently. There is absolutely no forced purchasing or guided consumption. If you encounter such situations, you can report me, and I will definitely punish them. He displayed his fist, making a cracking sound. After finishing his introduction, Zhao Meng turned around effortlessly and shouted as he led his tourists into the scenic area. Chang Hu and Zhu Hong stood there, dumbfounded. Were those people really not being held against their will? Was this man a bit unhinged? He looked at the business card in his hand, which had a winding little eel design, while the words Shan Meng were quite prominent. But did you hear that? Souvenirs and such? Didn't you buy anything last time? Zhu Hong waved his hand dismissively. The last time we came, the scenic area was closed for a holiday, and we barely saw anything. This time, it's like we're touring again, he explained. I've already booked a homestay in advance. We'll stay there tonight. Let's head in first. I have the contact number of the person in charge from last time. I'll give him a call later to introduce us. As the two changed their tickets and walked back, the silver-haired old lady waiting grew impatient, striding forward while grumbling. Who was that ugly guy in sunglasses? Do you know him? Old Meng, meanwhile, was busy texting his granddaughter, letting her know he had arrived, completely unaware that she was already inside the scenic area enjoying herself. A group of people walked in with great momentum and quickly disappeared from sight. After a while, a minibus stopped in the parking lot at the entrance of the park. A group of individuals wearing sun hats got off the bus briskly. Come on, everyone gather around, said the leading man, clapping his hands and looking seriously at the employees gathered in front of him. Everyone knew that the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area had recently become quite popular, with many discussions online suggesting that it should not only be rated as a 2A attraction. But today, we must not be influenced by these opinions. The reason we did not inform the person in charge here in advance is to assess the park in its most authentic state. We need to determine its true rating and standard. So everyone, make sure to observe all aspects carefully today, take notes, and ultimately compile the results to provide a genuine and fair evaluation form. The crowd nodded in agreement. Understood. Among them, a youthful and vibrant girl tightly gripped her pen, hiding her excitement in her eyes. Great. I've wanted to visit this scenic area for a long time. Today, I can travel on the company's expense. I thank the heavens, the earth, the people, and the media. However, she still had professional ethics, so she was determined to conduct a serious evaluation today and would not make any mistakes. The group organized their tools and equipment again and marched into the park. In the ticket hall, Zhao University finally relaxed for a moment, sipping tea and chatting with a colleague who was already exhausted. Have you noticed that we received a lot of group tourists today? The two new colleagues were too tired to pay attention, gulping water and making their shoulders crack. After Zhao University muttered to himself for a while, he squinted and decided to make a phone call. Hello? Deputy General Manager Jiang, we've received many group tourists through the side entrance today. I feel like those people look quite unusual. If you have time, you might want to check the situation. It was understandable for him to be cautious. Recently, the Wanyuan Mountain had gained a lot of attention, attracting many envious forces that forced them to close the park for several days. He was genuinely afraid of being targeted again, so he was extremely careful now. Jiang Tsong did not overlook the words of a ticket seller. He immediately checked the surveillance after hanging up the phone and noticed several waves of guests who entered one after another and looked quite unusual. Jinggu, where are you? He simply called Su Jing, who was chattering away on the other end, seemingly busy with something. We had several groups come in today, and I saw an old acquaintance. Do you remember those officials from the departments who came to inspect last time? There's an academic named Zhu Hong, who seems to be from the poetry department. I saw him. If you have time, you should head over there and see what they are up to. Chapter 116. Dreamlike interaction. This place is really nice. Old Meng was accompanied by a silver-haired old lady, with a group of friends including Old Li, Old Wang, and Old Sun behind them. Everyone stood in the peach orchard, their faces filled with amazement. It's almost June, and the peach blossoms here are still so vibrant. Is that normal? The silver-haired old lady waved her hand, brandishing a small scarf while standing under a tree, snapping selfies. There are plenty of unusual things in this world. Just say whether it looks good or not. Old Li took the second position, helping everyone take photos, but soon disappeared without a trace. The team scattered. And in such a large place, it was difficult to have fun together. Changhu and Zhu Hong simply let the young people wander around while they focused on attending to the old honorary academicians. The painters were busy taking photos, and some even pulled out small cards to start sketching. As for the poets and writers, they were different. Peach blossoms bloomed first in the warm spring colors. Who wouldn't come to admire their beauty? One person stood under a tree, waving their hands to recite. The others stood behind the tree to listen. Good poem. Good poem. Brother Yuan's skills only increase. The structure was simple, and the meaning bright. It truly was a good poem. Uncle Yuan clasped his hands, his old face turning red. Oh, too flattering. Brother Lu is the best at composing flower poems. Why not give it a try? Brother Lu shook his head and laughed. Not declining. Then I'll give it a shot. He looked deep into the peach grove. The spring breeze, like an honored guest, arrives and brings prosperity. To sweep away the snow of 1,000 mountains and leave flowers for 10,000 countries. Great. As soon as he finished, applause erupted. Uncle Yuan clicked his tongue in amazement. Not a word about flowers, yet everywhere is filled with them. Leveraging the spring breeze, you depicted prosperity and blossoms vividly. Magnificent. Magnificent. No wonder it's Brother Lu. His skills have advanced again. The interplay of 1,000 mountains and 10,000 countries is brilliant. Impressive. You're the best. The applause grew louder, with praise ringing out. An elderly lady with silver hair held up her phone, feeling quite nauseated. Are they sick or something? She shivered and ran off, clutching her phone. These cultural folks really get on my nerves with their pretentious verses. She dragged along Old Meng, Old Li, Old Lu, and other elderly men as she left. Changhu was at a loss for words. These painters, usually quiet while painting, held countless grand emotions and vast ideas within, all waiting to be appreciated through their art. But the poets were different. They expressed whatever came to mind, and it was normal for them to burst into a few lines of poetry in a moment of inspiration. Ha! How interesting. Zhu Hong couldn't help but chuckle. He had a premonition that these elderly folks might not end up fighting later on, right? The elderly soon finished walking through the peach orchard and entered the peach blossom temple. Just as they had thought, the painters almost entirely chose the path of painting, while the poets mostly opted for the path of poetry. Changhu and Zhu Hong had to ensure the safety of their elderly, so they could only walk separately. He happily recalled a strategy he had seen earlier. It was said that the shortest completion time was just over 2 hours, standing right in front of the temple master. And they had 2 groups of top talents in the world of poetry and painting. They might even break the fastest record. Wow. He had to document this thoroughly. Of course, this was purely a dream. Changhu got tired of standing, casually found a chair to slump onto, and watched his esteemed peers gather together chattering. Uncles and aunties. It's been an hour. We haven't even stepped out of the first room yet. What are we supposed to do here? This painting is different from the previous one. Although it also has blank spaces, the artist just changed a few brush strokes, and the mood is completely different. That's right. That one clearly depicts mist over mountains and rivers, while this one gives off a feeling of a surreal fairyland. I guess this master wants to portray his illusory dream. Oh, the best part is this little figure. Exactly. The person is napping in a thatched cottage, but their soul is already wandering the world. Amazing. So bold. The elderly lady with silver hair dislikes pretentious language. She just threw a big verbal jab at the old man. Wandering my foot. Just say it's a dream. She held up her phone, snapping photos from overall views to details, capturing everything from brush strokes to facial expressions. Master. Definitely a top-tier master. The old lady smacked her lips, glancing at her old friends with a serious expression. Anyway, I think we are all quite far off. No wonder Xiao Meng said that upon meeting everyone, he wanted to paint as a tribute. I actually want to paint something as a tribute too. Exactly. Now I even feel that he deserves a tribute. Shouldn't it be us? Lao Meng. His grandfather is still here. You all are discussing who deserves what. Everyone burst into laughter, finally willing to move on to the next painting. They started moving, and Chang, who was in despair. He finally prepared himself for the scolding and approached. Teacher Ming, Teacher Zhuang, we really can't keep watching here. It's been an hour, and we Haven Tea even left the room. There's a task to complete. Only then can we meet the master of the Peach Blossom Hermitage. There are many more paintings behind. Before he could finish, the silver-haired lady suddenly sat up. Are you serious? Can we really meet this master? You all have been excited for so long, and you didn't even prepare a strategy? That's right. The task the young boy mentioned earlier, we can only find the way and see the complete performance after we finish it. Wow. The old lady waved her arms. So what are we waiting for? Old men, stop looking. Come on, let us do the task. The old men. But you clearly said we should look at each one. They felt wronged, but didn't dare to speak up. The big verbal jab from the old lady hurt too much. Finally, everyone started moving. Chang, who hesitated, wondering how his friend Zhu Hong was doing. Zhu Hong. Oh, he is currently looking for everyone. As soon as they heard that they were searching for poetry, the honorary fellows were all excited. Come, I found another line. Yuan the elder raised a small piece of paper, laughing heartily, but after reading the poem, he was stunned and stared at Zhu Hong without saying a word. What's wrong? Zhu Hong, drenched in sweat from searching, quickly approached upon seeing Yuan the elder's expression. Which poem is it? Is it that good? Wow. The handwriting on the small paper was messy yet bold, but still legible. People today still sing Li Bai's poems. The bright moon is just like it was in Li Bai's time. I learned from Li Bai to face the bright moon. How can white and the bright moon know each other? Zhu Xiaoyu, the great figure you once mentioned to us, could he also be named Li Bai? Everyone was stunned and gathered around. Zhu Hong was also confused. What is going on? Isn't this the residence of the master of the Peach Blossom Hermitage? Why am I still hearing the name of Master Li Bai? Oh my goodness. What a dreamlike collaboration is this? Chapter 117. The crazy researcher. The dreamlike collaboration made everyone even more excited. If the two knew each other, wouldn't meeting the abbot mean they could meet Li Bai? Amazing. Keep searching. Don't stop even if you think you've found enough. Let's maximize our time and find more pieces. The two teams coincidentally sent off 2 waves of tourists, and then merged with the later arriving inspection team. Everyone was unaware of each other's identities. They simply succeeded in finding the right answers and entered the hall together. As for the last team they were with, the elderly lady with silver hair looked disdainfully at Zhao Meng's team beside her. Not this ugly guy in sunglasses again, TSK. He looks so unkempt. Zhao Meng widened his eyes. Auntie, I'm sitting right next to you. We can't just talk nonsense because of age, can we? He showers every day. You know, but no matter what, they had provided the correct answers, and with their combined efforts, everyone happily sat in the main hall. Finally, the appearance of the Peach Blossom Abbot was welcomed. So young, the masters were dumbfounded. No way, the painting and poetry must be done by someone else. This should be a performing staff member. That's right. Everyone nodded and looked over. Although the young man did indeed exude an air of elegance. Sitting there like a celestial being, every movement filled with grace, he was just too young. Goodness, if someone so young can create such high-level paintings and poetry, what does that make us older folks? They thought this, but after listening to the song, watching the dance, and finally seeing him paint live, they were all silenced. Unlike the bold and large eagle painting before, this time he leaned against a small table and painted an apricot blossom on a square piece of paper. Yanu held up the small painting and respectfully spoke. The painting created by the abbot today will be available for sale in the souvenir shop after 4 p.m. Everyone can choose freely. He circled around the elegant room, nearly getting abducted by the elderly folks. Wow, this is a masterpiece. Everyone saw it, right? Live painting. This level? It's a bit absurd. This is more outrageous than my niece's second aunt, who at 70 just had a pair of twins. So, those paintings were really done by him. Let's go ask him. The elderly folks could no longer contain themselves, immediately standing up and disregarding Yunu's bewildered attempt to stop them, wanting to catch up with the peach blossom abbot. Hey, teachers. Their impulsiveness ultimately fell flat. Lu Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief, turning to send off the curious Zhao Meng and his team, who were unaware of what had just happened. Behind him, Su Jing, dressed in a blue robe, blocked everyone's way and chuckled. What are you all trying to do? You can't just disturb our staff like that. The silver-haired lady looked at him, then at the peach blossom abbot who had turned the corner and disappeared, becoming anxious. Are you the person in charge, Su? Zhu Hong lowered his voice as much as possible, but the elderly people around him could hear clearly. Chang Hu tugged at his old friend's sleeve. What? Is this the person in charge? The highest official of the scenic area? Su Jing lightly nodded and then scanned everyone. All right, let us talk over here. So, those paintings and poems were indeed created by the Peach Blossom Temple Master? You mean to say that he wasn't mentally well and thus immersed himself in his own world, unwilling to go out? Sorry about that, Master Bohu. Su Jing felt a moment of regret in his heart before responding with a serious nod. That's right. And how did Master Li Bai get to know him? Goodness. How did they even get in touch? After a brief moment of thought, he quickly realized. My friend enjoys wandering around and once stayed at the Peach Blossom Temple for a few days and wrote a few poems. The master happened to be away at that time, but later, after seeing Li Bai's poems, he became even more obsessed. So, it wouldn't be accurate to say they knew each other. It can only be said that he had heard of him. Zhu Hong immediately jumped on this. Then, can we meet Master Li Bai this time? Where can I get you that? Su Jing forced a smile. He no longer had a go-between. It's unlikely. Brother Li Bai went traveling a while ago and hasn't he been at Wanyuan Mountain lately. However, he did leave behind a few poems. And perhaps you can hear them in different places in the next few days. Oh, since no one can be seen, Zhu Hong, who had initially felt a bit disappointed, suddenly perked up. The other teachers also sat up straight. Can't we see it now? Hee hee. Su Jing smiled. Good poetry is never late. Let us wait a bit longer. All right, we will wait. Everyone finally let out a sigh of relief and left Peach Blossom Source by boat. Su Jing also breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. After a long while behind him, the wooden door of the courtyard slowly opened, and a figure wandered off into the distance. A faint singing voice floated in the gentle wind. The world laughs at me for being too crazy. The group finally left Peach Blossom Source and headed towards Luoxian Lake. However, some people had already been waiting at the bottom of Luoxian Lake for quite some time. Madame was shocked. How is it so well preserved? Wasn't it said to be submerged and destroyed by river water? But looking at these buildings, most of them are quite intact. My expertise tells me this is real, but my reason makes it hard to believe. Not to mention the ancient ruins. Can someone tell me how these lifelike villagers came to be? What the heck? Am I really seeing ghosts? Teacher, I'm a bit scared to go into the water now. Haven't you heard of that lake in the southwestern hinterland? The legends underwater are terrifying. Teams that went to explore the lake bottom said their instruments failed as soon as they went underwater, and equipment easily broke. People who stayed too long would lose their minds. This place can't be like that one, right? Uffed. The teacher gave a sharp retort to the student. How could you say that? There are so many tourists observing normally. It's probably only about 10 meters underwater here. How could anything happen? I don't care. I've already applied for the exploration team. After today, we will immediately return to Yueyang City to submit a cooperation application to the municipal bureau. Fine. As a researcher, I naturally cannot go against the leader's decision. He turned his head to look deeper into the ruins, where the water flowed gently and green algae swayed leisurely, and the massive stone carvings exuded an air of mystery and antiquity. He really felt something was off. In this desolate mountain area, an underwater relic had inexplicably appeared, and a research facility had even been constructed at the bottom of the lake by a scenic area. This situation was definitely not that simple. He just hoped that when the time came for the underwater investigation, he wouldn't have to go along. He was truly afraid of encountering some inexplicable matters. Colleagues from the Cultural Relics Bureau were frantically taking notes, and the investigation team finally arrived at the lake. Chapter 118. The Rescue of Wanyuan Mountain. Although the scenic area scored low on transportation, the pathways and tour route design after entering were quite impressive and could basically earn high marks. Moreover, one man looking at the evaluation form noted that he had not expected this small county scenic area to not only have a good facade project, but also to consider signs for consultation and emergency rescue in the tour map. Indeed, we have evaluated many scenic areas, and many managers have overlooked these facilities. Once a problem arises, it would be a serious blow to the scenic area. A woman beside him nodded in agreement. There were resting facilities, dining options, and souvenir locations. But it was a pity that there were no dining places near the peach orchard, which would deduct some points. A few points off is fine, the leader said with a smile. One thing, has anyone noticed? This scenic area has created a new model in the setting of tour guides and staff. Each staff member serves as both an NPC for the attraction and a half guide for introducing it, while also being responsible for dining and other consumer interactions. This multifunctional approach actually enhances the immersive experience of the place. Hearing this, a colleague burst into laughter. Exactly. The security is also made up of NPCs who double as responsible personnel here. How interesting. Quite clever. They clapped their hands, gazing at the enormous research facility at the lake, and quietly marveled. Next, the focus shifted to the quality of the scenery. How high is the aesthetic value? What about the historical and cultural significance? How rare is it? How large and diverse is it? This score would greatly determine the value of this scenic area. The peach blossom dock they had just seen had already laid a solid foundation here. Not to mention the grand peach blossom manor and its spectacular performances. Just the fact that there were still blooming peach trees in late May already provided rich allure. If the underwater relic could meet a certain standard or receive some certifications from the local cultural and tourism authority, the score could be even higher. Everyone exchanged smiles and walked inside. Half an hour later, 2 teams from the National Cultural Institute noisily boarded a boat and drifted down the river. Kayaking in whitewater rapids was a young person's activity, while the elderly opted for a more leisurely boat ride. However, what Zhu Hong and Chang Hu did not expect was that after both groups of experts boarded the boat, they began discussing the poetry and paintings they had just seen. Before long, their conversation escalated into an argument. His poetry is just passable. The real masterpiece is the painting. With so many masters in your art circle, how can you even regard him? Since ancient times, literature surpasses painting. His entry into our cultural department of poetry and literature is the true display of strength. Literature surpasses painting. Nonsense. The verbose and cliched words you all chew on are monotonous. True masters of painting are few and far between. One of our paintings surpasses 1,000 words from you. You're crude. So what? Lord Yuan pressed down on his face, rolling his eyes. This silver-haired old devil lacks the demeanor of a master. He won't stoop to his level. Soon, when we enter the falling immortal lake, we will part ways. Zhu Hong smiled, exchanging glances with Chang Hu. See, it's happening. They parted just like that. The old lady, not wanting to play with them anymore, walked a few steps and stood there, spouting her pretentious words. She just wanted to remember this beautiful scenery well and paint it when she returned. Everyone dispersed to enjoy, while Su Jing stood by falling immortal lake, looking up at the sky, squinting. It had been a month and a half since he crossed over to inherit this desolate mountain scenic area. The day he had been waiting for was finally approaching. This first time was too precious. If fewer people came, it would truly disappoint him. After thinking for a moment, Su Jing quickly ran to the dock to catch a boat. He called Jiang Tsong, saying they would meet at the Visitor Management Center, inside Wanyuan Mountain. The tourists were scattered. The personnel from the poetry and painting departments quietly admired the scenery at Falling Immortal Lake. The advanced team from the Cultural Relics Bureau was crazily recording and organizing in the underwater passage. The Scenic Area Grading Inspection Department had already drifted downstream to Minghua Village, collecting scoring points all around. Zhao Yanran and others were joyfully experiencing the tasks in Minghua Village with Meng Zhua. Ping Ping was on her own, searching for the remaining plush flower task items with her backpack. As for Zhu Shou, he walked out of the holy mountain with a frown, looking confused. He didn't understand what was going on. The chubby boy looked back at the mountaintop. The view from the summit was indeed beautiful, with an extraordinarily round observation platform standing among the mountains, making his heart flutter. But was that all? Not just him. All the other tourists also showed disappointment and confusion. After waiting so long for the summit of the holy mountain to open, they found nothing particularly special. Although the sign at the foot of the mountain did not recommend climbing today, what difference would that make? It was just a bare platform. There were no waterfalls, no divine spirits, and no miraculous sights. Zhu Shou pressed his lips together, worry flashing in his eyes. Was the holy mountain really just like this? Not just him thinking that. In less than 2 days since Wanyuan Mountain opened, those who had reached the summit of the holy mountain were already posting on various social media. The holy mountain summit disappointed tourists. The spirit of Wanyuan Mountain has run out. After hiding for so long, it turned out to be nothing. Wanyuan Mountain is falsely advertised. Don't be deceived again. Compare the online images with real photos. Guide, is our journey to the holy mountain over? Such posts were seen one after another during Zhu Shou's descent. He wanted to refute, but didn't know what to say. So he ended up posting a photo taken at the foot of the mountain. Today is not suitable for climbing the sacred mountain. I'll wait a bit longer. He was willing to wait, but the critics were not. After gaining attention from Wanyuan Mountain, the small influencers finally found an opportunity, and the critics swarmed in, starting to mock and ridicule. Meanwhile, outside the mountains, Song Jiming was sipping red wine and suddenly straightened up in his chair. Really? He looked at his secretary and let out a sigh of relief. You mean, people online are accusing him of false advertising about the sacred mountain? That's right, Mr. Song. Look, We Haven Tea stirred the pot. This news just came out less than 2 days ago, and other scenic spots have already gone crazy trying to create public opinion. The tourists inside were having a great time, completely unaware of the negative comments about Wanyuan Mountain. Song Jiming squinted, pondered for a moment, then suddenly made a decision that the secretary didn't expect. No, this time we'll take a gamble. You go post this. Wanyuan Mountain is nestled among the mountains, rich in natural beauty, harmonizing with the awe-inspiring craftsmanship of nature. We should approach nature with reverence and appreciate every scenic view. The secretary closed the door with a smile. Wow, Mr. Song's move is quite unexpected. It might actually yield good results. He hurried to post, and the sky over Wanyuan Mountain grew darker. The tourists wanting to see the deity worship ceremony had already arrived at the square. Those who had visited the falling immortal lake were also on the B1 level preparing for dinner. The fishermen had figured out the patterns of this area, and the big fish they caught together became the fish head soup for the first night. After a good sleep, they finally started to feel the tension rise. Meanwhile, other tourists preparing to leave were packing their things and moving towards the entrance of Minghua Village. But in the next moment, everyone suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky together. Hello? Hello. The loudspeakers throughout the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area blared simultaneously. Warm reminder from Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Tomorrow is suitable for climbing. It is recommended that tourists with the conditions can stay here for another night. Repeating once more. Tomorrow is suitable for climbing. All staff at Wanyuan Mountain wish you a happy visit. Chapter 119. Today is suitable for climbing. The morning was drizzly, with fine rain gently caressing every inch of the ancient village deep in the mountains. Between the hills, mist swirled, intertwining with the drizzling rain to form a hazy, mysterious ink wash painting. The tranquil bluestone path appeared even more ancient and weathered under the nourishing rain. In Area B of the village, a quaint wooden lodge stood beside a small path, with the elegant characters Xia Ming inscribed on the plaque. The wooden door creaked open, and a head peeked out. Is it really raining? Zhao Yinran turned back to look at her friends, a bit worried. Did the guide not check the weather forecast? How unfortunate. Yangon hasn't rained in a long time, and it just had to rain when we're about to climb the mountain. Meng Zhua opened the door and handed out several umbrellas, raising an eyebrow with a smile. It seems like this lodge knew it would rain today and prepared plenty of umbrellas for every tourist to take. Hey, it really is. Zhou ran out and quickly opened an umbrella. The pale blue umbrella looked even more graceful in the misty rain of the ancient village, slightly diminishing the mischievous, rich, second-generation aura of Zhou Pippi. This umbrella is quite nice. Where shall we go first? How about we grab some breakfast at Aunt Lu's? After days and nights of hard work, Aunt Lu Yun has finally created a variety of breakfast options beyond her famous rice cakes, becoming the breakfast queen of Minghua Village. The group nodded in agreement, their figures darting away into the alleys of Minghua Village. In Area A, separated by the Emerald River, stood a charming wooden lodge inscribed with the words Spring Melody. Several wooden windows opened in succession, and the guests poked their heads out, taking deep breaths of the pure mountain air. Wow, it's my first night at Wanyuan Mountain, and it just so happens to be raining. I can't decide if that's lucky or not. The rain-soaked Wanyuan Mountain is so beautiful. Our choice of the 4 major lodges in Minghua Village is definitely the best. The location is simply amazing. The newly opened lodges in Minghua Village, Spring Melody, Summer Song, Autumn Harvest, and Winter Retreat, each offer unique views. Spring Melody overlooks water, Summer Song gazes at the mountains, Autumn Harvest looks out onto fields and forests, while Winter Retreat stands high, providing a panoramic view of the entire village. Each lodge has its own charm and beauty, and the facilities and services inside are thoughtful, clean, and hygienic, ensuring that every guest feels comfortable. Guests at Autumn Harvest, upon waking in the morning, heard faint sounds from outside the window. Villagers, wearing straw hats, tended to their fields, where greenery flourished and wildflowers occasionally bloomed, creating a picturesque scene. Meanwhile, guests at Winter Retreat, wrapped in light scarves, enjoyed the fresh morning of the mountain village, watching the rising smoke from cooking stoves amidst the morning mist and light rain, as the bustling, umbrella-filled alleys came to life. At the river and by the lake, fishermen had already left their tents, renting rain gear to head to their favorite fishing spots. With the rain falling, it was the perfect opportunity for fishing. After the last catch of a big fish, no one had managed to reel in anything over half a meter, And now everyone was eager, secretly competing with one another. Other tents finally began to open as the morning birds began to chirp. Ah! A loud cry echoed as Zhu Shou, stretching and yawning, was suddenly knocked down by Ping Ping's kick. What are you yelling about so early in the morning? You'll wake everyone up. Zhu Shou quickly realized he wasn't at home and awkwardly chuckled. But if everyone got woken up, it would be just in time to head up the mountain. After hearing this, Ping Ping rolled her eyes and whispered, "Idiot. Didn't you say yesterday that although the mountaintop platform is spacious, it can probably only hold less than 1,000 people?" She pointed at the hundreds of tents in the campsite, nearly half full. If everyone gets woken up and rushes to climb the mountain, we won't be able to see anything. The chubby guy finally realized and slapped his thigh. Right. It's all the fault of the guide. One announcement. And half the visitors in the park stayed behind. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to worry about overcrowding today. The two quickly got dressed and grabbed the oil umbrella provided by the campsite before rushing out to board the boat. Zhu Shou almost forgot. If it weren't for Su Jing's announcement, he would have already left the scenic area today. Before long, both groups from the inspection team and the National Cultural Institute were getting ready. As for the researchers from the Cultural Relics Bureau, they had just finished examining the underwater ruins and attended a deity invitation ceremony at Minghua Village, feeling quite satisfied and ready to leave. But they heard the announcement just a second before boarding the boat. The other tourists exchanged glances and immediately got off the boat in unison, without a hint of hesitation. This made them doubt their decision. Was it really that impressive? However, after just witnessing the astonishing scenes of villagers' lives underwater, everyone was also hesitant. How about we stay another night? With a command from the leader, everyone felt exhilarated. That sounds great. For those in archaeology, what kind of harsh environments haven't they experienced? Going to Xianhu campsite was already considered a treat for them. They spent the night there, sleeping deeply. And when they woke up in the morning to see the ethereal mist rising over the lake, they felt like their lives were truly worthwhile. Let's set off. The leader, who had also slept comfortably, shouted and immediately led the team to the boat heading for Minghua Village. More and more tourists were waking up, along with new visitors entering the park that day. If Su Jing had been watching, he would have noticed countless green dots on the system map, bustling and flocking towards the sacred mountain. Thanks to an early warning from the boss, the staff at Wanyuan Mountain had already gathered in large numbers at the foot of the sacred mountain to maintain order. As expected, the winding path up the mountain became increasingly crowded. Warriors 1 and 2 did not obstruct today. They stood on the path while the light rain fell on their shoulders. The rain was about to get heavier, and they reminded guests on the path not to crowd or rush to prevent slipping. The Minghua village warriors had already stationed themselves ahead, with one at every 500 meters. Today was special. Guests' electronic devices might malfunction. But there was no need to panic as the phone signal was normal. If any issues or dangers arose, guests were advised to contact them for assistance. If necessary, they could dial the work phone 955-33-5418. There were also rules at the summit of the sacred mountain, which everyone would soon understand. The two gatekeepers stepped aside, and the crowd immediately began to climb upwards. Ping Ping tightened her grip on the umbrella, while Zhu Shou simply donned a raincoat and quickly followed the crowd upwards. Behind them, Zhao Yinran tightly held Meng Zhuo's hand as they climbed, with Zhou Pe and his childhood friend following closely, their hearts racing as they gazed into the deep mountains and dense forests. The two teams from the Cultural Institute, with some of the elderly not being as strong, decided to split into two groups, allowing the younger ones to go ahead while they accompanied the older academicians slowly. Zhu Hong assisted Grandpa Yuan, recalling the girl he had glimpsed at the carp pool that day, feeling a bit nervous. He hadn't seen the fishtail that day and wondered if he would see it today. The rain gradually intensified, the pattering sound accompanying their footsteps, making the sacred mountain appear even quieter and more mysterious, as if in a fairyland. Among the tourists, some held umbrellas, while others lowered their heads. Although they whispered softly, the vibrant energy in their words was undeniable. It seemed as if everyone was climbing a divine path. Chapter 120, The Leaping Carp. The mountain path was concealed by curtains of rain, and the sounds of insects and animals faded away. Everyone moved quietly forward. For all the tourists, climbing in the rain was a first. Therefore, it must be said that after seeing the forest under brilliant sunshine, today's misty rain brought forth a deeper artistic ambience. The carp pond had arrived. Although it was a divine path, everyone tacitly decided to take another look from beginning to end. Strangely, everyone felt that this trip would surely reveal many new things. And the first place was the carp pond. As they parted the curtain, everyone followed inside. The gentle rain splashed against the pond, creating ripples and a soft sound. However, the loudest noise here was clearly not from the water. Zhu Shou, agile despite his chubby figure, squeezed to the front, while Ping Ping, taking advantage of her slim build and familiarity with the terrain, hurried forward before anyone reached the bridge. She vividly remembered almost missing the sight of the carp god on a previous visit. Even now, many visitors to Wanyuan Mountain had never seen the carp god. As the most peculiar deity of the sacred mountain, seeing it even once relied on luck. But evidently, everyone's luck was good today. Tourists who had read the guide knew to maintain order, avoid loud noises, and not linger or shove, lest they offend the carp god. They had imagined what kind of beautiful carp god they would meet. However, they had not expected to see the scene before them. Wow! Plap! Splash! On the stone bridge ahead stood a whimsical girl, barefoot, pacing and jumping on the stones. In her hand was a long lotus stalk, which she was vigorously striking against the water's surface. Did you think those wanting to see a fishtail would be disappointed? No, you were wrong, because the scene before them was clearly far more breathtaking than a fishtail. Boom! Seizing the momentum of the rain, the girl's sharp eyes glinted as she swung the lotus stalk, causing a surge of water to rise from the pond, flowing upwards against the mountainside. Up! With a flick of her toes in the water, a large, plump carp vigorously swam into the current, striving to swim upwards. You too. She rapidly flicked a few more times, then executed a nimble maneuver, smashing the lotus stalk against the water's surface. In an instant, several red and white carps leaped out of the pond, splashing into the current, frantically waving their tails, attempting to swim upstream and break free from their constraints. The crowd stopped, mouths agape, completely stunned. No one moved forward, no one made a sound. All that remained in the carp pond was the sound of raindrops falling like pearls on a jade plate, and the sound of water flowing as the girl waved her hand. Even those who still held a thread of materialistic rationality completely abandoned it at this moment. Have you ever seen a human manipulate the flow of water with their bare hands? Have you ever seen anyone flick their toes and send a fish flying? Have you ever seen a school of fish swimming against the current, battling fiercely? Zhu Shou remained silent, only focused on taking photos. Ping Ping said nothing, merely recording everything. On May 28th, may the carp god assist its people in leaping over the dragon gate. Zhu Shou shifted the camera lens, capturing the moment in her notebook, then peeked out from behind the lens. After all, she was a talented university student, which made her different. However, going against the current was incredibly difficult. Even with the carp god standing behind its people, those carp felt exhausted, slowly losing strength and sinking down. Useless. The carp god raised her eyebrows and quietly scolded. The plump carp swam back to her feet, swimming back and forth in a pleading manner, its tail brushing against her toes. Get away from here. The carp god snorted coldly and kicked it away. Eating so well, and yet can't even swim halfway. She looked up at the peak of the holy mountain, her voice softening. When will I be able to swim there? Gulp. The tourists swallowed hard, and the carp god surprisingly thought, how could these ordinary carp swim to the top of the holy mountain? Is that even possible? Someone tentatively stepped forward, the first to speak to her. My lord carp god, I know you care for your people, but they are too weak to swim against the current to the top. Others nodded in agreement. Carp naturally live in lakes and ponds. How could they possibly make it up there? The girl preparing to jump off the stone bridge paused and turned to look at everyone. Is that really enough? They exchanged glances. The holy mountain once fell silent due to the consequences of Minghua village, and my people are almost extinct. If only we could be stronger, braver. Wouldn't that make it possible to withstand those greedy external enemies? With a wave of her sleeve, she declared, today, you may become like yesterday's them, posing a threat to the holy mountain, and no one can guarantee otherwise. But what I can guarantee is she ran barefoot into the pond, plunging into the dense curtain of water. When she emerged, she had transformed into a massive fish tail, gently swaying and merging into the current, swimming upstream. Wow. Whoa. She soared past the first stone wall without stopping. The enormous golden-red fish tail continued to wave, shimmering with a calm and sharp light amidst the rain curtain. Upward. It was the second tier of stone steps. Then the third. The fourth. The carp gathered in the pond, surfacing, their eyes filled with admiration for their deity. Watching that heroic figure stop at the ninth stone wall, the girl propped herself up, revealing her head, as the rainwater cascading down transformed into a curtain of water, plunging into the pond. I can be the first. Then they can too. A clear and ethereal voice echoed through the mountains, and everyone gazed at the carp god, nearly 8 meters high, in awe and admiration. She could do it. This meant she swam to the peak of the holy mountain through her own efforts and became a deity. Everyone was bewildered. At this moment, they had no capacity for thought. You say this is a scenic area, they understand. You say this is a holy mountain filled with deities, they can comprehend that too. You say this holy mountain's deities need some technology and bold moves to appear more mysterious, and they can somewhat understand. But now this person, this deity, in front of them, the water spell transformed in the blink of an eye, turning legs into tails without anyone even noticing the setup. Who can understand this? This is absolutely ridiculous. Who can explain it? How is this possible? If no one can explain, then could this be considered a miracle? A tourist swallowed hard and pointed at the big carp by the bridge, reprimanding it. You should learn from your gods properly. Big carp. Just a moment ago, you were ready to help me, and now you stab me in the back. Indeed, divine nature, but no fish nature. It's just swimming. It just needs to practice a bit more. The group of carps began their second round of attempts, following the water column that fell from the fish tails. The tourists, with reluctance, watched this magical scene before leaving. Zhu Shou was so excited that his teeth were chattering as he rushed to Ping Ping's side. Oh no, not a single photo taken. Haha, that cursed electronic device malfunctioned. It turns out the brave brother at the foot of the mountain wasn't joking with them. He clicked away for ages, but ended up with nothing. The chubby kid was on the verge of tears. It's okay, it's okay. At least we witnessed a miracle. That's already a huge gain. He turned to look at Ping Ping, only to find her equally excited, covered in goosebumps, completely unaware of her own actions. Come on, take a deep breath. There's more to come. If you keep this up, you might end up like those people before reaching the summit. He pointed with his chin, and Ping Ping finally turned to look. At some point, a group of guards had appeared, carrying the fainted tourists out of the crowd and gathering them to one side for rescue. Next to the pile of unconscious people, a man in a white coat with tiger-like eyes and a square face was frantically rummaging through a toolbox, mumbling something incomprehensible. Goodness. Ping Ping felt her excitement suddenly calm down. Oh no, she definitely didn't want to faint like that group. Although it was indeed a breathtaking experience, she was a seasoned fan. She hadn't even completed half of her pilgrimage. She absolutely couldn't collapse halfway. After pinching herself hard, Ping Ping let out a long breath and stepped forward. Chapter 121. The Monkey King's request. As they followed the small path upward, the rain intensified. A few elderly folks from the National Cultural Institute huddled together in the crowd. Silent and unsteady. Damn it. The silver-haired old lady touched her heart and began to doubt whether climbing the mountain was the right decision. But even if she died from this journey, it wouldn't be in vain. Ugh, ugh, ugh. What am I saying? Old Ming quickly patted her wrinkled face to clear her mind. This is all an act. There must be some technological effect. Don't be too surprised. Keep a calm mind. Faced with the concerned old Ming, the silver-haired old lady could hardly believe it as she covered her face. Are you slapping me? Old Ming couldn't reason with her, so he simply turned and continued up the mountain. Changhu accompanied him with a smile, moving forward. That place earlier was truly astonishing. Teacher Zhuang. Astonishing doesn't even begin to cover it. I've never seen anything so magical in my life. The stories from the mountains in my hometown are just as mystical. As soon as this was mentioned, the attention of the elderly woman with silver hair was immediately diverted. She chattered incessantly, occasionally turning her head with a look of astonishment. This place is truly terrifying. You mean that young person over there is in charge? How could that be? How could they create such a place? They were in an uproar, and nearby, Zhu Hong was frantically explaining. No, it's not real. It's not divine. It's all fake. Master Yuan appeared to be in a frenzy. Then what is real? Tell me, which one is true? Zhu Hong strongly suspected that the old man didn't write poetry because he was busy with nonsense. Just remember, this is a tourist attraction. It's normal to have something eye-catching, right? Is this what you call eye-catching? Master Yuan puffed his cheeks and glared. This is already quite captivating. How can it be played with like this? The old man suddenly felt that the tourist attractions his family had taken him to before were worthless. The other elderly men nearby were also amazed, feeling inspired to write poetry on the spot. Not yet. Zhu Hong quickly covered the master's mouth and urged them to move forward. This place is crowded, not suitable for lingering. Master, you should remember the poem. We can write it when we get back. The master, with his mouth covered, widened his eyes. Is this how things are now? Has he lost all status? Is literary inspiration something that can just come at any time? But he looked at the dense crowd on the mountain path behind him and ultimately decided to move forward. Behind the crowd, Zhou Po abandoned his friends Zhao Yinran and others, his face tense as he stepped forward. They were too inefficient. If he had delayed a bit longer, he would have missed seeing the carp god's ascension. He absolutely couldn't wait for them anymore. He couldn't afford to miss any miracles. As they arrived at Butterfly Valley amidst the pouring rain, the rock walls that were meant for the butterfly fairies to dance on had turned into a natural corridor. The stone walls blocked the falling raindrops, forming a shimmering water curtain. Outside the curtain, everything was silent, and the flowers were bent by the rain, with butterflies fluttering away. The entire Butterfly Valley was much quieter. This was normal. Butterflies definitely wouldn't come out in the rain. The tourists instead breathed a sigh of relief. Having just witnessed such a shocking scene, it was just right to take a break. Everyone orderly tucked away their umbrellas and entered under the eaves, only to be stunned by the scene before them. The butterflies were here. At a glance, beneath the stone wall above, thousands of butterflies were actually hanging upside down. They quietly folded their wings, trembling with each breath, forming a colorful river. How beautiful! Some couldn't help but stop to take pictures, and immediately others followed suit. Just like that, the crowd unexpectedly split into two lines. One group took photos closely, while the other continued moving forward. They did not disturb each other, which satisfied everyone's wishes. The chubby boy snapped photos, then looked at the camera, smiling. This time he got it. He crossed his arms, somewhat suspicious. Could it be that the carp pond was blocked by some signal disruptor set by the guide? That's why they couldn't take pictures. However, the signal blocker only prevents signals from being sent out, yet even taking pictures results in distorted images. How strange. Ping had no desire to take photos. She simply observed the butterfly corridor quietly, and then continued on her way. The chubby boy quickly ran a few steps to catch up, suddenly feeling curious. How many of those new props have you collected? New props? Someone nearby overheard the conversation and immediately perked up. Are you talking about the plush flowers? Yes. The last time I saw you, you had already collected 7. How about now? The girl chuckled lightly. I want to tell you. A tourist in front suddenly turned around, looking frustrated, which startled the two. Why won't you tell me? The frustrated tourist turned back again, determined not to stray too far from the two. Convinced they must have something new. Perhaps it could trigger a new scene. The tourist's thoughts were not wrong. The crowd quickly arrived at the Cliff of Hope. Above the water curtain, the waterfall flowed continuously. Some people looked at the waterfall and then at the foot of the mountain, softly speaking. Isn't the water from the carp pool flowing down from here? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look. Some tourists stroked their chins, analyzed the situation, and then nodded. The water here should be flowing away in a dispersed manner. The water of the carp pool must be gathered from other mountain springs as well to remain so clear. He looked towards the Cliff of Hope. Due to the rain, most of the monkeys had taken shelter behind the water curtain, leaving only a few young monkeys outside playing around. The path up the mountain is open, but after taking a closer look, he was stunned for a moment. Why is the Monkey King there? The tourists gathered at the Cliff of Hope all looked over. At the starting point of the mountain path, under the tree by the wooden sign, a strong macaque was sitting with its back to them, quietly lowering its head. In front of it lay a wooden stick, one end wrapped in metal and faintly engraved with patterns. Seeing the group stop, Ping squinted, seemingly guessing something, and tried to push her way forward. What is happening? The tourist she asked had a strange expression and gestured for her to look for herself. The chubby boy finally managed to squeeze over, leaning beside her to see. The monkey by the wooden sign slowly lifted its head, looking towards the end of the mountain path, then glanced back at everyone. The sign, which previously prohibited ascending the mountain, had been updated today. The summit of the holy mountain is sacred and inviolable. The beings of the Cliff of Hope. If you wish to ascend, you must have divine assistance. The power of the 12 flower gods is gentle yet powerful, able to guide beings onward. Is the Monkey King trying to go up the mountain? It should be, but it seems it can't go up by itself. Some people's eyes lit up. We need to help it get up, as long as we have the power of the 12 flower gods. After he finished speaking, everyone hesitated. But what are the 12 flower gods? The tourists looked puzzled, and it took a while before someone spoke up. I have heard the ancient legend of the 12 flower gods, including the plum blossom, apricot blossom, peach blossom, peony, pomegranate, and others. But where do we find the power of the flower gods? The Monkey King did not stop them from going up the mountain. But the tourists did not continue to ascend. He turned around and shouted loudly to the crowd behind him, I got it. Plush flowers. The new quest items released by Mingwe Village. They are used here. Who has plush flowers? Everyone's eyes lit up, and those who had seen the guide understood immediately. The crowd surged like a wave, and the voices quickly transmitted through the curtain of rain. Someone immediately raised their hand, parting the crowd to step forward. That person looked very familiar. The chubby boy squinted, feeling like he had seen him many times before. Zhao Yanran was also stunned, even letting go of Meng Zhuo's hand. Zhoupa, you have that thing. A sense of betrayal arose in the little fatty. What the heck? When did you collect that? Zhoupa stood tall and proud, wanting to laugh out loud. Just kidding. Who is he? He is a diehard fan of the carp god. A loyal visitor to Wanyuan Mountain. A little fanboy of the guide. Collecting a few plush flowers is quite normal, right? Ping stood in the crowd, her expression obscure, allowing the chubby boy to poke her bag until it burst, but she remained silent. However, when Zhoupa carefully handed over the plush flowers, the Monkey King glanced back at him and then turned away, not saying a word. You don't have enough. Someone with sharp eyes noticed immediately. Zhoupa chuckled and shouted to the back, I have 7. Does anyone else have some? Let us gather them together. His shout instantly attracted several people. However, when everyone presented their collected plush flowers in different colors to the Monkey King, it still refused them. It looked determined, staring at the mountain path. The crowd could see an urgent desire in its eyes, as if it felt that if they didn't go soon, it would be too late. The rain continued to pour heavily. Some couldn't stand it anymore and prepared to leave. After all, it wasn't stopping the tourists from moving forward. They still wanted to reach the top, and the monkeys could wait until later. Next time. Definitely next time. But just as the main group was getting ready to move on, a clear female voice rang out. Ping Ping raised her right hand high, a large cluster of flowers blooming in her hand. Let me give it a try. Chapter 122. Reaching the summit. Awesome. Ping Ping held up the flowers, her heart racing while her face remained calm, slowly walking up to the Monkey King. Pink, yellow, white, red, purple, a variety of colors and styles. A full bouquet was presented to the Monkey King. The anxious eyes turned to Ping Ping and gradually calmed down, then a human-like smile appeared. Zhu Shou had no doubt that in the next moment, the Monkey King would open its mouth and say in a deep male voice, "You have come, my child." Ugh. Damn it. He suddenly slapped himself and continued filming. Fortunately, the Monkey King didn't speak. It deeply looked at Ping Ping, then stood up, picked up a long stick, and held the bouquet. The whole monkey slowly stretched out. Ugh. Squeak. Squeak. Ack. At some point, the monkeys that had been sheltering from the rain behind the curtain all rushed out, raising their arms high, shouting loudly in the water, on the rocks, among the wild trees, and in the flowers. It seemed they were sending off their king. This time, Ping Ping didn't hesitate and immediately lifted her leg to follow. The chubby boy also seized the opportunity, leaping to the front of the crowd, following the Monkey King and Ping Ping forward. Zhoupo was still surprised that the girl had really collected all 12 types of flowers when Zhao Yanran grabbed his hand and quickly moved forward. She held one flower in her left hand and another in her right, while their friend followed behind, looking overwhelmed. Hurry up. This is a great opportunity. The other tourists finally reacted, quickly picking up their pace as they moved forward under the increasingly heavy rain that splashed on the ground. We're almost there. They were finally going to reach the summit of the sacred mountain on a day perfect for climbing. At the peak, the mist and rain blended into a single scene, with clouds pressing down from above, rolling endlessly into the distance. As the first figure appeared on the mountaintop platform, the main group followed closely behind. Ping Ping looked ahead at the Monkey King, who leaped up to a high point without hesitation, standing quietly at the edge, unaffected by the falling raindrops. She then carefully observed the layout of the mountaintop. The massive circular viewing platform seemed to have been leveled by a divine sword, with the ground formed from giant stones creating ancient and mysterious patterns. The deep red colors radiated outward in circles, resembling the veins of the sacred mountain. The area near the cliff was surrounded by railings, with a group of guardians standing quietly to ensure the safety of the tourists. On the side closer to the mountain, there was a cave shaped like a resting dragon. The cave opened wide like a frog's mouth, with the ground inside elevated above the platform, completely dry and sheltered from the rain. The cave's upper edge slanted upward, allowing a breathtaking view of the mountains and the vast sky even from the entrance. Tourists quickly dispersed, and Ping Ping followed the crowd, glancing back at the Monkey King. He remained in the same spot above the frog's mouth, sitting with his arms crossed, seemingly waiting for something. What was he waiting for? Why was he so eager to come up today? Ping Ping squinted, feeling that the answer was just within reach. Hey, are you the one who collected all 12 plush flowers? Impressive. A surprised voice interrupted her thoughts. She glanced at the casual-looking handsome guy beside her, along with two beautiful girls and a crew-cut guy who had approached. She didn't want to engage with them, as she felt something significant was about to happen. So she tightened her grip on her umbrella and tried to leave. Where are you going? Let's go over there to avoid the rain. Tell me how you completed the task. Zhoupo's chatter gradually faded into the wind and rain. Ping Ping suddenly snapped back to reality and looked sharply at the Monkey King sitting at the top of the cave. The Monkey King's expression was solemn, tightly holding onto his long stick as he gazed directly at the center of the square. Perhaps sensing Ping Ping's gaze, he slightly tilted his head and nodded. They're coming. Ping Ping grinned widely. The best viewing spot. The Monkey King had already indicated it to them. The girl took off running, and Zhoupo thought she had agreed to his request, so he followed closely behind. Zhu Zhou and the others were unsure of what was happening, but following their companion was definitely the right choice. A group of people quickly walked over and stopped at the entrance of the cave. The crowd continued to grow, and the elderly members of the cultural group finally paused in their ascent. Hurry, there's a cave. Take me there to rest. I'm exhausted. I can't go on. My old arms and legs. The mountain isn't high, but it is indeed interesting. Rain falls in the forest, and the birds and beasts hide along the paths. The mountaintop is so open, it wouldn't strike me with lightning, would it? Ha! If you keep laughing, the next one to be struck will be you. Master Yuan suddenly fell silent, glaring coldly. How is this silver-haired, old demon everywhere? You all made it up here too? Zhu Hong forced a smile, relieved that if we had taken a few more steps, we would have had to wait for the next group. Chong Hu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Is there a limit on the number of people climbing this mountain? Zhu Hong shook his head and nodded. I asked the guard. There's no limit to going up the mountain, but there is a limit to the number of people at the top. He stopped with two members in a cave, observing the surroundings. Deep inside the cave, there was a screen set up, with a wooden sign next to it that read no entry ahead. The rest of the surroundings were clear. Zhu Hong lowered his gaze, pondering. realizing he had figured something out before those who just play with brushes. Let us step back. I feel like something is about to start. Boom. Accompanied by a flash of purple-white lightning, a deep thunder rumbled across the sky. All the tourists at the mountaintop were taken aback, looking up in unison. Oh no, is it going to thunder? My goodness. Standing this high, we won't get struck. Right. Seriously, this is ridiculous. They say rainy days are suitable for climbing mountains, yet we struggled to get up here just to wait to be struck by lightning? Is this for real? It really seems like it's going to thunder. I'm a bit scared. How about we head down? A commotion arose among the tourists. And among the guards, one person suddenly stepped forward, removed his half-covered helmet, shook his head, and took a horn to announce with a smile, "Good morning, everyone." The tourists were momentarily stunned, and those familiar with Su Jing instantly recognized the voice of the guide, looking up in anticipation. The guide is here. Ping Ping adjusted her glasses and quickly spotted the handsome man holding the horn. Wow, when did he come up? Su Jing shook his head, gazing at the sky before continuing. The rare event at the summit of the holy mountain is about to begin. Please all tourists enter the cave to watch. Please note, during the ceremony, do not leave the cave. Please take care of your children and elders, and do not run around. Tourists with heart disease, high blood pressure, cataracts, glaucoma, etc., please head down now. Our guards will escort you. Once again, I must reiterate, if there are any concealments, the scenic area will not be responsible for the consequences. Next to him, the military doctor, Brother Situ, stood with a first aid kit, looking calm. With him around, these people would be safe. Su Jing scanned the area, ensuring everyone had entered the cave before signaling to the great sage. The Monkey King shook his head and quickly slipped away with his stick. Damn it, getting drenched. If it weren't for that roasted chicken, 3 meat sandwiches, and sweet strawberry cake, he wouldn't be here in the wind and rain. Ahem. Though the reverent gazes of that group of humans were quite satisfying. Confirming that all the audience was in place, he tilted his head to the intercom and said, "Get ready." Then he turned to wave at the other guards, who nodded and all swiftly entered the cave below. He walked over in the rain, holding an umbrella, blending into the crowd, and looked up at the sky. Get ready. It's about to begin. Chapter 123, The Land of Thunder Tribulation. Before reading this chapter, it is recommended to play the music Dark Heaven, Yangbing Yin. 325 version. If you struggle with the rhythm, feel free to try again. Buzz. A huge buzzing sound came from an unknown source, leaving all the visitors feeling dazed. Then, accompanied by the resonating sound of the pipa echoing through the cave, a group of strangely dressed warriors suddenly emerged atop the massive platform. They broke through the curtain of rain, their legs like nails, standing firmly in the center. Shaking their hands and legs, their muscles, washed by the rain, appeared even more valiant and fearless. Whoa! The high-pitched swona burst forth, raising the tension in everyone's hearts. Roar! The warriors shook their arms. The red cloth ropes swung violently in the air. Huh! The swona sounded again. The warriors lifted their feet and stomped on the water's surface. Splashes flew everywhere. Ping Ping suddenly turned around, looking at the enormous screen behind the crowd in the cave. That's it. She widened her eyes, gazing at the guide with intense focus. He was actually up here on the mountaintop. He had assembled a band. More and more people noticed. Behind them, the sound of drums surged. The strings of the zheng echoed. The natural acoustics of the cave transformed into a massive sound tube. The overwhelming momentum from deep within the cave surged out, infecting each and every one of them. The sound of the shao was haunting, yet it conveyed a sharp sense of urgency. The layered drum beats crashed like ferocious waves, drowning them in excitement. Then, boom! In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened suddenly. Layers of gray clouds piled up, and purple lightning streaked through the clouds, sealing the mountaintop tightly. The rain poured down in torrents, and within a few breaths, the water on the platform grew deeper. Then, accompanied by a rumbling thunder that approached from afar, a massive purple-white lightning bolt struck down like a needle between heaven and earth. Sizz! Purple snakes danced. Lightning crackled. Raindrops splashed. The cave was instantly filled with continuous screams. Don't be afraid. Look outside. Amidst the thunderous sound, the guide's voice cut through the lightning, waking everyone up. And they turned to look outside the cave again. Oh my goodness. Zhu Shou's massive body went limp, kneeling down with a thud. Ping Ping's joints turned pale, almost breaking her notebook. Zhou Pippi and the others were left dumbfounded, and Zhao Yin ran, not knowing when she had let go of Meng Zhuo's hand, leaned out halfway, only to be yanked back fiercely by the red-haired girl. The elderly folks fell silent. The curses were stuck in their throats, and the poetry was forgotten. Master Ming clutched his heart, feeling it race wildly. Master Yuan held his pants, feeling an urgent need to relieve himself. Zhu Hong and Chang Hu leaned tightly against each other, trembling with excitement. The other tourists were no better off. The archaeological team that originally planned to leave swallowed hard, suddenly struck by an absurd thought. It seemed like this place was not meant for them. The reviewers from the panel stretched their necks, eyes wide open. Evaluate? How could they evaluate now? What was there to evaluate? Who would dare to evaluate? What the hell is happening here? Between the flashes of purple lightning, the brown patterns on the mountaintop ground seemed to have been activated, glowing with a dark red aura, surging like blood beneath the shallow water. The dancing warriors have vanished, and the space here feels frozen, with all the raindrops sparkling with faint electric light. Just like that, they are suspended in the air, and in the next moment, something even more astonishing occurs. The raindrops slowly gather and merge, forming a flowing stream in the air, dancing up and down, swaying side to side, meandering through the rain curtain, beneath the electric light. Oh my! Someone rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. Brother Situ looked outside with one eye and the tourists with the other, giving a few slaps to bring them back to their senses. The tourists gradually woke up, filled with gratitude, and quickly turned back to watch the spectacle outside. The water stream continued to swirl in the air. He grinned, rolled his eyes again, and fainted again. This time, Situ didn't bother with him, scooping him up with his strong arm and setting him aside. TSK. Don't let him miss the transformation of the water dragon. Ping Ping was too engrossed to pay attention to the sounds of people fainting behind her. She was fixated on the front, witnessing a scene she might never see again in her lifetime. But the spectacle seemed just to be beginning. Accompanied by intense drumbeats, another thunderclap echoed, and purple-white lightning struck down, directly hitting the water stream. It shattered the stream into pieces. Someone screamed. Some were worried. The water stream had just gathered. But the screamers suddenly fell silent, their eyes filled with fervor, unable to utter another word. The water stream, struck by lightning, fell onto the platform but was reborn in the shimmering water. The reappearing stream had clearer patterns, even with some protrusions forming. Boom! The thunder grew louder. The clouds darkened. Black and purple light flickered within the cloud mass, and a tingling sensation spread through the air. But the water stream surged again. This time, someone recognized it. It's a dragon. Yes, a dragon. The reformed water stream finally took shape with limbs and a dragon head, although still a blurry water form. It was enough for them to recognize what this guardian beast of their country for thousands of years was. Roar! The dragon head lifted, splashing water on the massive platform, with raindrops dancing around it, seemingly declaring war on the heavens. What cannot be struck down will only grow stronger. Boom! The clouds thickened. The thunderclouds weighed heavier. Lightning flashed wildly. It seemed to be extremely angry with the formed water dragon. Strike it! Shatter it! Boom! 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 The tourists turned pale, watching as 3 bolts of thunder struck down, scattering the water dragon, crushing it, shaking it into foam. The entire peak of the sacred mountain reverberated with the wrath of the heavens. Is it over? The platform fell silent, only the sizzling electric light flickering. Raindrops pounding the ground, no longer stirring a single wave. No, is it really over? Ping Ping's heartstrings tightened, nearly bringing her to tears. The literati and artists in the Cultural Institute at this moment were all thinking of rushing into the curtain of rain to angrily denounce the heavens for their unfairness. But the mountaintop was quiet. Only the sound of everyone's breathing could be heard, until a loud shout of "Go for it!" made everyone turn their heads. A bald man with red eyes choked up and raised his hand, shouting again. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and everyone widened their eyes in shock. Go for it! One more time! You can do it! We are all behind you! Boom! The thunderclouds let out a satisfied sigh, ready to disperse. But suddenly below, a sound of a swana burst forth. Woo! Roar! In the puddle on the platform, raindrops turned into hammers, forming a dragon's roar. The majestic and awe-inspiring dragon head broke through the water's surface, exploding with electric light, surging forth. With bristling whiskers and an ancient, mysterious pair of dragon horns. Like the wind sweeping away the clouds, the waves surged, and the massive dragon body charged into the sky, carrying thunder and lightning. It rushed toward the dark cloud mass. Your thunder. Now, it's back to you. Boom. This time, the lightning did not come from above but swept in with the overwhelming water force, flooding in. In an instant, thunder and water collided, turning the sky white. But was this strike enough? The water dragon raised its head, its horns carrying sharp water arrows and thunderous lightning. It rolled and charged again toward the sky, delving into the clouds. In a moment, amidst the dark thunderclouds, flashes of golden lightning appeared, making the wind and rain sway, thunder booming like drums. Damn it! Let's do it! Break it apart! Dragon brother, you are the best! Boom! The lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, the rain's momentum shifted. The sky, which had been as dark as ink just a moment ago, instantly exploded with a purple lightning bolt. The water dragon surged, standing above the clouds and mist, with fine rain falling like silk. Its dragon eye was enormous, radiating an ancient and majestic divine light. locking eyes with the tourists from afar. Then, with a fierce flick of its tail, it rode the mountain wind, flying toward the distant snow-capped peak. It disappeared into the mist of the mountains. Chapter 124. The Dream of the Monkey King. As the rain began to lighten, the mountain mist started to spread again, and the air was tinged with a slight electric charge. The background music finally ended, and behind the screen, it was still quiet, as if the magnificent and passionate atmosphere just now hadn't come from there at all. Is it over? The tourists were stunned, staring at the distant mountains shrouded in mist, unable to recover. What the heck? Did they just witness with their own eyes the scene of a true dragon crossing the tribulation and being born? Could they even see this? What the heck? One after another, the tourists' legs went weak, and they could no longer stand, collapsing like a wave. Phew. Hoo-hoo-ha. Master Yuan and Elder Zhuang supported each other, looking at Zhu Hong and Chang, who slumped on the ground, laughing heartily. You always say your health is good. Look at me. I can stand straight even after seeing a real dragon. Exactly. Always bragging. When you finally see the real deal, you get weak. The two burst into laughter, then turned to each other in surprise and quickly let go. Damn. They actually ended up hugging each other. So embarrassing. Zhu Hong half knelt on the ground, his heart racing like thunder, even more intense than the storm clouds from earlier. How could this happen? How is this possible? He dared not breathe as he looked towards the guide standing nearby, only to find that the person in charge had long since disappeared. What the heck? He needs an explanation. How did the thunder come? How did the lightning strike? How was the water dragon formed? Fine. I'll just assume this place has some special cloud formation. I'll think of it as having a big lightning rod on this mountain. I'll accept that there is some strange, inexplicable natural electromagnetic field here. But how can you explain that the water dragon took shape in such a vivid manner? With the force of a thunderous water arrow and raging waves, vanishing into the dark clouds? What the heck? You kid. His eyes flickered with shock and uncertainty. Acting like this could get you taken away by the authorities. But then his expression gradually became more complex. If this scene was indeed instigated by that kid, what was behind him? Could Wanyuan Mountain still present such a magnificent sight after taking him away? Would there be another group of people to witness such a fantastical scene like the one from novels or movies? Since ancient times, literary figures have been sentimental. Just imagining it made his nose tingle, almost bringing him to tears. If the authorities came after him, his voice hoarse, he looked at his old friend beside him, who understood his thoughts in a single breath. Let us protect him and give it a try. All right. Zhu Hong smiled, recalling the wandering Master Li Bai and the Peach Blossom Abbot. We must protect him and give it a shot. They embraced, laughing and crying, while Ping Ping quickly steadied her trembling legs and walked up to the platform, turning back to look. The Monkey King. The Monkey King is still here, she exclaimed, which reminded everyone of the Monkey King who had been standing atop the mountain, exposed to the thunderous storm from the very beginning. It's still here. Is it alive? People helped each other, regardless of whether they knew one another, stumbling out and turning to look up. What the heck? Zhou Pepipi covered his mouth, eyes wide, staring at the mighty monkey standing atop the boulder, holding a staff. Struck by lightning, its fur stood on end, slowly falling with a light rain and gentle breeze. But in its human-like monkey face and eyes, it gazed directly at the sky, at the direction where the water dragon had disappeared. What does it want to do? With a sudden exclamation, the Monkey King moved. Boom, 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 boom. The dense drum beats sounded as the Monkey King swung its long staff, the metallic patterns at one end seeming to still hold electric light. And it began to perform with the staff amidst the thunderous beats, sometimes bending down, sometimes twisting. Its long tail danced wildly, like a hook or a whip, following its movements. Zhuzhou stared wide-eyed. It is mimicking the actions of the water dragon. Everyone was jolted into realization. The monkey's paws transformed, its hands spread wide, cutting through the air along its majestic chest, with the long staff pointed straight ahead. It was also challenging the heavens. The gray clouds in the sky moved quietly, seemingly sneering at the small creature below, showing no concern at all. Roar! The Monkey King stomped his foot, letting out a fierce roar that echoed through the mountains, prompting the group of monkeys below to respond with their own cries, cheering for their king. With a whoosh, the long staff spun faster and faster. The monkey danced more and more agilely. Water splashed, and stones echoed. The strength of his strikes grew, and his fur became fluffier, as if channeling lightning. Snap! Wow! The tourists stepped back in unison, watching the Monkey King above the cave, raising his hand to examine the broken staff, his chest heaving intensely. He bit his lips a couple of times, looking at the crowd, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. What did he want to say? But in the end, the Monkey King did not speak. He glanced at the crowd, then at the distant mountains, shifting his gaze, and finally leaped away, carrying the two broken pieces of the staff, disappearing into the dense forest behind the mountains. Wow! Zhu Shou quickly snapped pictures with his camera, capturing the departing Monkey King clearly. In just a few minutes, he had already envisioned a 10,000-word legend tailored for the Monkey King. He truly wanted to become a deity. Everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having just witnessed the transformation of the water dragon and the brave crossing of the thunder tribulation, they felt an immense sense of ambition. They no longer cared whether the strange sights here were mythological tales or part of a tourist attraction. All they knew was that in this holy mountain, if a carp deity could emerge, if a butterfly fairy could arise, if a true dragon could transform, then why couldn't there be a Monkey King who achieved sanctity in a physical body? If only the Monkey King had a stronger, indestructible staff. If only he had armor that could withstand lightning. And it would be best if he had shoes that could propel him into the sky. Then we would crown him and witness his ascension to divinity. Ha ha. Everyone chimed in, growing more excited and animated. In the end, they all burst into hearty laughter together. How interesting. So interesting. Zhu Shou listened intently, his heart swelling with enthusiasm, wishing he could help the Monkey King create a complete outfit right now. But they couldn't stay there forever. The warrior brother in the corner stepped out, holding a megaphone and shouting. The Thunder Tribulation ceremony has concluded, and all tourists are requested to descend the mountain in an orderly manner. Please do not push or trample, and refrain from loud noises. The path down is slippery, so please pay attention to safety. At the foot of the mountain, in Mingyue Village, the tourists who had climbed the mountain today were enjoying the delight of exploring the village on a rainy day. Someone looked up towards the holy mountain. Hey, what is going on over there with all that popping noise? Are they setting off fireworks in the rain? Ha ha, aren't they afraid of being struck by lightning from so high up? Let us go, let us continue to stroll. Chapter 125. Elevation of thought. The people at the bottom of the mountain were leisurely content, while those descending were chattering away. Ha ha, I just realized. The chubby kid was wandering beside Ping Ping, while Zhou Pippi was excitedly sharing his experiences with a few buddies. That lightning strike was so intense that our hair is all static. Indeed, the people descending the mountain looked exactly the same. As long as there's hair. Everyone now has an afro, with their hair standing up like a black dandelion army on the move. Ha ha, come take a selfie. Take another one. This is so interesting. Do you think those villages at the foot of the mountain can do business? I feel like a free spirit should live in such a beautiful place. Exactly. Teacher Yuan. I was just thinking the same. When the time comes, the two of us can live here. And we can go find the Peach Blossom Hermit for a couple of jars of wine and exchange a few verses of poetry. Ha ha. If we're lucky, we might run into Master Li by returning from his travels. That would be even more delightful. The silver-haired old lady glanced at the commotion over there, then looked at the elderly men around her, each with their heads down, eyes trembling, and fingers dancing wildly in their sleeves. Humph, old dang. She could see at a glance that these people were inspired. Back to work. 1 month deadline. Let's see who finishes first. Are we competing or not? Old Ming was the first to lift his head in surprise. Oh, you see what you're thinking, I'm not. Those who don't participate can't paint for a month. All right, it's settled then. You old rascal. A month will drive us to our graves. No way. I have to go home soon. I need to quickly get my ideas down on paper. Oh, old son, don't rush it. My son has been missing you for a long time. I'll have him come to drink with you when I get back. Zhu Hong and Chang, who were both amused and helpless. Clearly, these old men and women had found inspiration from the earlier scene on the mountain. It's worth noting that some of them had already considered putting down their brushes, and despite being persuaded many times, they had not budged until now, unexpectedly reigniting their creativity just from visiting a scenic spot. However, this is indeed not just any scenic spot. Here, it's even more astonishing than they imagined. The two exchanged glances, instantly feeling that their earlier tacit decision at the mountaintop was incredibly correct. Meanwhile, the leader of the Cultural Relics Bureau, along with his subordinates, stumbled down the mountain. You guys say his voice murmured, making it hard to tell if he was talking to himself or asking everyone. Are we in charge of mythological stories? If miracles reappear, can our bureau participate in the investigation? His subordinates were all dizzy and confused, hardly in the mood to listen to their boss's ramblings. Having witnessed the true dragon today, they even began to doubt. Were the ancient village ruins beneath the immortal lake real or fake? What if it was real? Could they, who recklessly disturbed the investigation, even make it back out alive? They fell into deep self-doubt, but the team behind them was even more disoriented. Boss, are we even qualified to comment? One of the assessment team members struggled to swallow, tremblingly raising a hand. How do we evaluate the carp deity, the water control technique, the Monkey King, and the dragon that crosses tribulations? They were now experiencing what was said online. Monks do not speak falsehoods. Their assessment team didn't dare to misrepresent either. Rating? Do they even have the right to evaluate? This place, this miracle? What qualifications do they have to judge? If they're not careful, the dragon god might emerge from the clouds and give each of them a slap. What if they don't even show up and just get struck dead by lightning? Mere mortals, behold my true form. So what if they don't worship? How dare they comment on you, Lord Dragon? The boss's empty pants are shaking with excitement, not fear. Just the lingering thrill. Critiques are definitely in order. Would giving a perfect score of 10,000 be acceptable? A subordinate gave him a light slap to bring him back to his senses, coughing a couple of times and sighing. Since they dared to showcase this performance, it must have been reported to the higher-ups. There's no need for us to worry too much. Let's just rate it normally. We can give full marks since we can't do anything about the scenery. After some contemplation, everyone felt a bit more at ease. Exactly. If they dared to present it in front of so many people, the techniques used must be known to the authorities. Otherwise, they would have been taken away long ago. No worries, no worries. Let's give it a perfect score and move on. Everyone finally let go of their burdens and, with their wild hairstyles, smiled as they headed down the mountain. The mountaintop was finally cleared, and the next wave of tourists left behind in Butterfly Valley were finally allowed to proceed. At the mountaintop, clouds and mist began to gather again. Su Jing didn't linger. He felt goosebumps all over after witnessing this scene and retreated to handle other matters. The rainy Minghua village would bring many troubles. For instance, the rain could affect the evening's deity worship ceremony bonfire, the paper props could get soaked, and the misty hair props couldn't be dragged on the ground, etc. After enjoying the perfect ceremony at the mountaintop, he had to immediately organize personnel to address issues in other areas. That evening, after Wan Yuan Mountain completed all performance projects and sent most tourists away, the staff finally got to rest and entered dreamland alongside the people from the Goose Houses and Xianu Camp. But what they didn't know was that after the tourists left, the online world changed dramatically. The Holy Mountain is, after all, the Holy Mountain. Have you ever seen a dragon, buddy? The 12 flower gods. The new props from Wan Yuan are actually used on it. Drop a 1 to support the Monkey King. What other weapons or equipment do you think it needs next? The only non-deity on the Holy Mountain will eventually battle the heavens. Where did the true dragon go after leaving? The water dragon soars into the clouds, and that hidden mountain range seems to be within Wan Yuan Mountain. Place of Tribulation. Battle of the Tribulation. Who will compete? Can anyone tell me what song the band played during the tribulation? Is there really a deity on the Holy Mountain? Is Wan Yuan a scenic area? Or the birthplace of the myriad gods? Is anyone managing that? There are deities there. Yes, the kind that can use magic. The kind that can fly. Another top-notch scenic area emerges in the land. The Holy Mountain is a place everyone must visit at least once in their lifetime. Come to Wan Yuan Mountain on sunny or rainy days. You won't regret it. Desperately seeking guides for the 12 flower god props. I think the Monkey King will want to go up again to witness the tribulation. Seek knowledge, one after another, on all social media platforms in the land, including Douyin, Xiaohongshu, Slowfoot, and Blog. They all lit up simultaneously for the first time. In the trending discussions, the same place keeps appearing. Countless people, filled with curiosity, clicking to see what everyone is talking about. But once they enter, they can't get out. Chapter 126. The legend of Wan Yuan. Visitors familiar with Wan Yuan Mountain are frantically reading the new guide, regretting it deeply, and angrily venting in the comments section of the Scenic Area's official website. The first big fat carp under the carp god. Come on. Can you stop updating so fast? We, the last batch, are still stuck in the carp god era. It's only been half a month. And now the version has already updated to the dragon. He is not alone in his complaints. Shasab I Love Low, from next door. Are you all playing so extravagantly now? I'm still stuck in the Minghua Zhai era. Crazy inserting 3,000 times. I just finished visiting Taohua Temple and Luoxian Lake yesterday. And you tell me there's a new area opening the next day? Are you guys even human? Fishing to God. Is there any anomaly today? I don't know. We are all fishing next door. Gazing at the stars. I overslept. Overslept. Your tents are too comfortable. I ended up sleeping in. I missed everything. When I went out, the rain had stopped. You owe me a real dragon. No matter good or bad, I will report. Reported. The authorities said it's not permitted to become a spirit. But today, the visitors who successfully witnessed the thunder tribulation are not having it. Pippy Dad, a bunch of fools, you didn't have this luck. I, on the other hand, got to lock eyes with the Dragon Lord. 3 wars on the Qinhuai River. Well, actually, there's not much to see, just the thunder going boom boom boom. The rain pouring down like crazy. The water dragon rising with the wind, breaking through the thunderclouds for just 9 miles, nothing special. A stick breaking the sky. Type 1 to wish for my Monkey King to ascend. Ping Ping has wonders. 1. Ping Ping has wonders. 2 divine encounters today. 1 demigod, waiting for the day the Monkey King crosses the thunder tribulation. The first fanatic of the carp god, Woo Woo. I really want to see the documentary of the carp god swimming upstream to the mountaintop. Damn it. Maybe she was struck by lightning too. I feel for my carp god. Carp god's husband. Feeling for one. The first fanatic of the carp god. Who is this delusional creature? You will pay for your foolishness. Lightning-resistant piggy hand. The delusional film of the Holy Mountain is out, You can visit my homepage to watch. Crossing Thunder Tribulation. I cross Emotional Tribulation. Who knows where the Dragon Lord flew off to? I see it's also within the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Take my stick, for those wanting to come later. The Monkey King needs new items to ascend the mountain. Each person must collect them all for it to be effective. Hurry and gather. Take my 9527 stick. During this time, I plan to stay in Mingweizhai. I must gather enough items. Wish my monkey brother good luck. Loyal players and lucky players are passionately debating, with happiness written all over their faces, leaving those who have never been there confused. What is going on? They're talking nonsense. What are they saying? On this vast land of 9 million square kilometers. What are you rambling about? What gods? What fish? What monkey king? What dragon? How come you recognize every word, but when they come together, it makes no sense? In front of the screen, Zhu Shou's eyes lit up, and he immediately called his studio members. Hurry. Collect all the iconic attractions and activities of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area since its opening. Arrange them chronologically for a compilation. The chubby guy is just enthusiastic and cheerful, but not foolish. His pupils gleam with excitement. Our great fortune is coming. 2 hours later, a compilation with a bold title has already appeared on the promotion pages of various software. The Transformation of Wanyuan. Those who haven't clicked might think it's a newly discovered historical war or an archaeological documentary. But when a group of people followed the traffic link to enter, whether they had heard of it or not, they were all engrossed in watching. From the ancient wooden villages appearing among the mountains, to the divine invitation ceremony under legendary tales, the bizarre and extravagant masked dance, followed by the gradually opened sacred mountain where deities emerge, to the artificially blocked river in Wanyuan, where the talented and graceful master of the Peach Blossom Temple once again made headlines. Then there's the waterfall lake sent by the rushing current, the mysterious outsiders, the abandoned research institute, the ancient underwater village, and the underwater phenomenon where 2 rabbits walk side by side, making it hard to distinguish between male and female. Finally, there's the wildly popular sacred mountain in the rain, the land of thunder tribulations. The true dragon contends with the heavens, and the monkey king dances with a stick. One scene after another, one performance after another. An exhilarating and mesmerizing show that completely astonished those who had never heard of such wonders. SM Kid, wait. Aren't you saying the rain carp defying the current and the true dragon stuff has no photos or videos as proof? Ping Ping has wonders. That's a miracle. Do you understand miracles? Can you just take pictures? Just being able to see it is already great. Wind passes without a trace, so there's no evidence. It's just a scam. Eat my stick. Exactly, it's a scam. Don't go, it's already crowded. Even locals have to line up to play. Damn it. How come there are so many people not working? SM Kid, I'll buy tickets tomorrow. Although the pictures and videos online are not comprehensive, those who are genuinely interested can always find some clues. More and more posts are being unearthed, and countless mentions of Wanyuan Mountain 2, a tourist area, are coming to the forefront. No way? Only 2A. I heard from my uncle's son's third cousin's second aunt's neighbor that Wanyuan Mountain has submitted an application for scenic area level evaluation, and it might change levels soon. What level could that be? There are dragons appearing. Can 5A satisfy that? No way, it's just a gimmick. If there were real dragons, wouldn't they have been investigated long ago? From a professional standpoint, just looking at these online messages, Wanyuan Mountain definitely won't pass the evaluation. The transportation aspect won't score well for this scenic area. No matter how good it is inside, poor transportation outside won't help. That's right, the person above understands. The scenic area's capacity for visitors also has requirements. Many places in Wanyuan Mountain have restrictions, and once there are too many people, lines will start, making it hard to enjoy fully. No way, there are many scenic areas in the country with lines. It shouldn't affect the scenic area rating just because of waiting, right? Everyone has their opinions, but within just one night, this scenic spot from a small county in Yong'an has already gained fame across half of the region. As for the owner of this mysterious site, Su Jing, he is currently lying in bed, happily looking at the system interface. Personal attributes: host, Su Jing, male, physical quality, B scenic spot achievement, rising fame, renovation speed increased by 20. Reputation value, 916002. Number of positive reviews, 72340. Backpack, stabilizer 1. Invincibility potion 1, electric resistance helmet, roast chicken 1, meat sandwich 5. Lottery chances, 0. Evaluation. The operation of the scenic area is thriving, and the remarkable results have attracted widespread attention. If he can handle this sudden fame, the scenic spot is bound to do even better, but if he can't... Su Jing touched his nose. Well, it seems to have its own sarcasm too. He knows that he is in a bit of danger right now. Whether it's the underwater ruins or the mountaintop thunder tribulation, he actually can't explain it. But there's nothing he can do. The conversation has reached that point, and he can't just ignore the good things, right? Dealing with the inquisitive Jiang Song has already been quite troublesome. He can only hope that no one comes looking for trouble too soon. It's a pity, though. The current reputation and number of positive reviews haven't broken through a threshold. Although the reputation has advanced to rising fame, and the renovation speed has increased again, he would like to gain another round of lottery chances. TSK, if only there were a way to double or increase the lottery chances. Su Jing thought happily, and then clicked on another page. A huge ink wash painting unfolded, with several icons flickering with a soft glow. Scenic spot attributes. Left peak, Sacred Spirit Mountain Range, 78. Attractions, Millennium Bright Moon Village 1, Carp Pond 1, Butterfly Valley 1, Wish Cliff 1, Thunder Tribulation Area 1. Attraction props, Thunderstorm Magnetic Field, Advanced, 1, Sensory Amplifier, Basic, 1, Tool Person 1, Mysterious Veil 1, Fish Luring Stone 1. Firefly Light 1. Projects, visit Millennium Bright Moon Village, 3 stars. Visit Carp Pond, 3 stars. Monkey Mountain Road, 2 stars. Observe Thunder Tribulation, 4 stars. Permanent employees, Qingyun Acrobatics Troupe, excluding Lu Qingyun, Tian, Physical Quality A, Abilities, Resilience, Great Strength, Loyalty 100, Lu Yuan, Physical Quality C. Abilities, Affinity, Loyalty 81, Residents of Bright Moon Village, Feng Gui, Sun Ming, Chu Xiaoxuan, Physical Quality B, Abilities, Charm, Loyalty 100. Props, Butterfly Dance, Temporary Employees, Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe, excluding Chu Xiaoxuan, Su 1, Jin Na, Temporary Orchestra 1. Service Facilities, Standardized Public Toilets 12. Emergency Center 1, Standardized Warehouses 2, Visitor Service Center 1, Souvenir Shop 1, Standardized Dock 1. Evaluation. This mountain has been developed carefully and finally presents a surprising appearance. Although there are still some areas that can be further refined, it is believed that the host will soon complete it. And we look forward to the day of its full presentation. Left Lake, Falling Immortal Lake, Progress 80. Attractions, Research Institute 1, Underwater Ruins 1, Fishing Area 1, Immortal Lake Camp 1. Attraction props, Sensory Sharing Device, Advanced, 1, Blessing of the God of Fishing, Advanced, 1, Misty Domain 1. Projects, Beauty of Fishing, 3 stars. Exploration of Underwater Ruins, 4 stars. Lakeside Celebration, Incomplete. Full-time employees, Zhao Long, Wang Gang, Lu Jianjun, Physical Fitness A, Loyalty 100. Temporary employees, Chef 8. Hotel Waitstaff 10. Service Facilities, Themed Visitor Center 1, Lakeside Hotel 1, Underwater Restaurant 1, Themed Dock 1, Themed Public Toilets by the Lake 4. Evaluation. This muddy area has been fully developed into a beautiful lake, but it seems that some places have been preserved. Looking forward to the complete presentation in the future. Streamside Forest, Peach Blossom Dock, Progress 90. Attractions, Peach Garden 1, Peach Blossom Temple 1. Attraction props, Sensory Amplifier, Low Level, 1, Tool Person 1. Projects, Visit to the Master of Peach Blossom Temple, 4 stars. Full-time employees, Lu Qingyun, Physical Fitness B. Ability, Flexible, Loyalty 100. Xiao Ji, Physical Fitness C. Ability, Spatial Sketching, Loyalty 100. Su Wenin, Physical Fitness B. Ability, Voice of Hua Country, Loyalty 100. Temporary employees, Folk Band 1. Service Facilities, Themed Public Toilets 4, Themed Warehouse 1. Evaluation. This area is temporary. Although the transformation is quite advanced, it still needs to be connected to a main mountain range. If not selected for a long time, the scene's completion will decrease. Note: due to the distance of the scene, only the middle mountain range or the left 3 mountain range can be connected. Once bound, the next unlock area will be automatically determined. Chapter 127. Performances from all sides. The map of Wanyuan Mountain has been released. A picture will be attached below this comment. And the author mentioned that there will also be an attachment from that side. Div data Fankita image source user suddenly remembered I upgraded to V4 can return to illustrate. Div 3 attractions. The current completion rate is already very high. The only thing that surprised Su Jing was that the Peach Blossom Dock is not an independent attraction. It must be integrated within the range of a certain mountain. However, binding means deciding the next unlock area. But he hasn't figured out which area to unlock yet. The underwater expedition team hasn't arrived yet, and the communication ceremony between the Holy Mountain and the Falling Immortal Lake hasn't started either. As the open areas expand, the number of props needed in each area is increasing, especially with the upcoming celebration. The vision he imagined must be originally created. Talent is also an urgent need. Once the lightning disaster occurs, it's likely that the authorities will soon come knocking, and he needs to see what the situation is. Until these matters are resolved, he doesn't want to rashly decide on the next area. Just like the comments from netizens, the speed of scenic area development is faster than how they play. He can indeed take a little breather. With that in mind, Su Jing scrolled through the messages on his phone, ultimately selecting one and dialing it. Hello? The voice on the other end carried a hint of hostility. Hello, big brother. My parents owe you 1 million. I checked the date. And this month is the deadline. Su Jing glanced at his personal account. A long string of numbers gave him confidence. How should I transfer it to you? The other party was silent for a long time, and the sound of paper rustling came through the phone. Then the man answered with a smile. Su Zhangshan's son? All right. It's the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, right? Including interest, you need to repay 8,994,721. I'll round it off. Just transfer 9 million. Those who lend at high interest would have to call him grandpa. Just send him to northern Myanmar directly. There's no need to develop in this country. This place is still too limited for him. Let me think about it. The other side laughed. Don't think about calling the police. We neither stole nor robbed. And we definitely didn't cheat you out of a penny, so there's nothing you can do to me. Su Jing looked at the phone and then hung up. It seemed the background was quite significant. No worries. Let us see how it goes with the background first. He hung up the phone and looked out the window. The rain had stopped, and the holy mountain was peaceful again. He also needed to tidy up and prepare for the operation of the scenic area. After some twists and turns, the evaluation team finally returned to the city of Yong'an. After experiencing a thrilling dream, they sat in the hotel conference room the next morning, looking both exhausted and excited. How is it? Has everyone calmed down? The leader clearly hadn't slept well, but he looked spirited and energetic in front of the evaluators. All right, we are all ready. The leader nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and the theme for today was written on the whiteboard. Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area Rating Meeting. We will go through each item, removing the highest and lowest scores. And the average score will be the final rating for Wanyuan Mountain. He reined in his smile. The rating of a scenic area is crucial for local development, economic growth, and culture, and he hoped the evaluators would be fair and objective, treating this evaluation seriously to give the most just scores. Received. Voices rang out in unison. And the sound of writing followed closely. First major point, third major point, second section, third section. This evaluation took up the entire morning. Until the sun was high in the sky, and everyone was parched and hungry, the leader finally put down the documents in hand and looked at everyone. The final result has been reached, and our task is complete. After the final evaluation, the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area was rated as. They finished their work and strolled around Yong'an before returning to headquarters. Meanwhile, in Yong'an, a serious-looking advance inspection team from the Cultural Relics Bureau passed by them and entered the Yong'an Cultural Tourism Bureau. Boss, should we really write our report exactly as is? The boss gave his confidant a smack and rolled his eyes. Of course. What are we here for? No matter what we saw or its value, we must submit it truthfully to facilitate the approval for the archaeological team. The leader stopped, looked at the wooden door in front of him, and knocked a few times. Come in. The wooden door creaked open, revealing several faces inside. Among them was a familiar one to Su Jing, Xin Zhuang. The old man wore a friendly smile, his gaze subtly probing the members of the archaeological team. Although he had envisioned this scene the moment he first saw the underwater ancient village, he was still surprised at how quickly a scenic spot in a small county had mobilized them. So, the central authority has approved your underwater exploration team's application? Xin Zhuang shifted his leg and rolled his eyes. However, our archaeological team's equipment and personnel capabilities might still be lacking. No worries. The central authority has dispatched a professional team from the headquarters, arriving the day after tomorrow. Xin Zhuang chuckled, feeling a thunderous shock in his heart. Damn, that fast. I was hoping to buy some time for Su Xiaojing. Looks like I need to change my approach. That is indeed quite fast. But the headquarters team might not be very familiar with this area. Some of our team members have just visited the site, and there are a few strong young guys among them. How about we let them join your team? They could lend a hand. The leader on the opposite side stared at Xin Zhuang for a moment before breaking into a smile. Having locals from Yong'an helping will definitely make things smoother. Once they successfully integrated their people, Xin Zhuang began to ask the question he cared about the most. But does your bureau really believe that the underwater ancient village is a genuine relic? He smiled innocently. To be honest, this is a scenic area, and 90 of it is just a gimmick. There's really no need for the headquarters to go to such lengths to send a team. The leader nodded, unwavering. Better to be wrong than to miss out. Every ancient relic is a national treasure, and I believe those in charge think the same way. We need to be cautious. Don't you agree? At this point, Xin Zhuang had nothing more to say. Speaking too much might imply there was some issue between him and the people from Wanyuan Mountain. However, he could still ask one question. If it is confirmed to be an ancient relic, will Wanyuan Mountain need to close its park? The leader shook his head. Only Luoxian Lake needs to be closed. Once the inspection is over and the restoration and research work is completed, the state will assess Luoshan Village. And it can only reopen after that. Unfortunately, after reopening, it was uncertain whether this area would still belong to Wanyuan Mountain. Xin Zhuang forced a smile. I see. Mainly because Wanyuan Mountain has been quite popular recently, with a large base of support. Our city's cultural tourism also relies on Wanyuan Mountain to stand out among other provinces. I understand Secretary Shin's feelings, but the inspection is a decision from above. Unless there are any insurmountable obstacles, the inspection will definitely take place. After saying this, he quickly delivered some good news. There are a few leaders who have heard the rumors here and shown great interest. They might come to visit in the near future. Haha, thank you for the good words. After sending off the inspection team, Shun Zhuang made a quick arrangement and then hastily called Su Jing. This is bad news. Your hideout is about to be uncovered. Chapter 128. Initial descent at Luoxian Lake. Su Jing covered the phone that was about to explode with static. Looking disgusted. So you're saying the archaeological team is arriving the day after tomorrow? That's not the main point. After the inspection, your scenic spot is going to be shut down. It won't belong to you anymore. Shun Zhuang anxiously paced back and forth in the room. What should we do? How about you pay some money? Let's see if we can. Oh no, that's bribery. Su Jing chuckled, feeling a warmth in his heart. Regardless of whether Shun Zhuang was doing this for him or for his own future, he was genuinely concerned about the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area. Don't worry, they won't find anything in the water. The voice on the other end of the phone paused. Then Shun Zhuang tentatively asked, are you saying that those things underwater are fake? How could that be? With such ancient stone statues and buildings, how could Su Jing possibly create them? He suddenly jolted, recalling his long-unheard mysterious investor. That investor could revive Wanyuan Mountain, so it's certainly possible they could create lifelike underwater ruins. But if this were true, wouldn't the inspection team from the headquarters get a serious scolding? Professional archaeologists couldn't even tell the authenticity of the ruins? Su Jing didn't know what he was thinking, but he knew it was definitely different from his own thoughts. Well, it's probably not too bad, so you don't need to worry too much. That's good to hear. I heard your scenic area assessment form has already been submitted. Shun Zhuang's voice finally relaxed a bit. I don't know what they've seen, but I estimate you can definitely get above 3A. What about 5A? Shun Zhuang chuckled. 5A isn't that easy to get. Just look at the terrible roads in your county. If you have money, you should fix the roads yourself. Just in terms of transportation, that's enough to deduct points. After chatting with Shun Zhuang for a while, they finally hung up. Shun Zhuang sighed in satisfaction, turned around, and found his secretary staring at him with wide eyes. Hey, you scared me. What do you want? Little Lee rolled his eyes. The difference between them wasn't just a title. It wasn't his turn to take charge. What did Su Boss say? Will there be any issues with the scenic area? What to do? Hearing that someone from above is coming. I'm so nervous and scared. Su Boss worked hard to manage the scenic area so well. Teo Wan, Luoxian Lake, Mingyue Village, and Shengshan are all indispensable. Shun Zhuang laughed heartily and patted Little Li on the shoulder with a pat that felt like a hammer. Don't worry, Xiao Su told me there's no problem. They won't discover anything. Little Li let out a long breath. That meant the scenery inside should all be created by Su Boss himself. But he looked at the secretary humming a little tune, recalling what he had seen that day. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could such a level of scenery really be created by humans? Even if it could, how should the villagers moving around in there be explained? Little Li didn't expect it. He would soon get feedback on the question. That day, he stood by the lake, dumbfounded and belatedly realized. It turned out that what Su Boss meant by not discovering anything was quite literal. Today is June 1st, a day of celebration for children running about joyously. The Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area has temporarily closed the Lushan Lake area and welcomed a group of uninvited guests. Dressed in black with small hats, the underwater exploration team members, carrying large and small bags, were already standing quietly by the lake, waiting for their leader's instructions. Their leader adjusted his attire and nodded at several nearby archaeologists, some older and more experienced. Turning around, he glanced at the slightly uneasy Professor Tu Hong standing nearby. Professor Tu, are you sure you want your students to go underwater with the team? Ignoring the repeated gestures from the archaeologist, Tu Hong nodded excitedly. Yes, I'm sure. The archaeologist's shoulders drooped as he looked at the azure lake, feeling a tremor inside. Although he could dive and had seen relics underwater before, he felt an inexplicable panic facing this lake. According to what his teacher had once told him, if one felt uneasy before entering a tomb or conducting archaeology, they should stop immediately. Today, he shouldn't have been involved. However, this opportunity was hard-earned by his teacher, a chance for an initial investigation. If they came back later, things might change down below. So he had to go. He turned to look at another group of people nearby. The leader of that group also turned and nodded respectfully. Secretary Shun, your team will be diving with us. The water conditions are complex, so I hope everyone will take care and signal immediately in case of any accidents. Secretary Shin swallowed hard and nodded woodenly. To be honest, their Cultural Tourism Bureau and the Relics Bureau had maintained an underwater archaeology team for quite some time, but they had never really utilized it. After all, Yong'an City was not a cultural ancient city or a civilization site. They were basically just for show. If it weren't for Su Jing's scenic area, he wouldn't have impulsively insisted on wading into these murky waters. Today's large-scale operation made him feel a bit anxious. Only the strong and energetic youngsters were eagerly awaiting this day. Secretary Shun turned to look at another group of people in front of the crowd. The young man leading them was smiling brightly at them. After confirming everything, the leader turned to the overly enthusiastic scenic area manager, a hint of disdain flashing in his heart. Fortunately, this place was discovered early. If it had stayed in this person's hands for much longer, it might have been damaged. After all, how could such a small local scenic area know about the methods of protecting and preserving relics? Su Jing looked at his face, smiling silently, with a deep gaze that was hard to decipher. Su manager, our team is going down now. Su Jing nodded and extended his right hand. Go ahead. Splash. Splash. One by one, everyone jumped in, some even bringing equipment with them. The archaeologist was at the back, gripping the handle of the propeller tightly. It wasn't he until everyone had jumped in, and only he was left that he gritted his teeth. Let us go. Even if it was bad. This was still a scenic area, and so many people were with him. What could possibly go wrong? How could anything bad happen? Just before entering the water, he instinctively looked at the guide. He saw a terribly malicious smile. Damn it. His vision went dark, completely submerged in the deep lake. All right, now he was certain. Something bad was definitely going to happen. Su Jing stood on the shore, followed by a group of senior employees. He clapped his hands and somehow produced a folding picnic chair. Come on, everyone sit down. I ordered 2 sheep. It might take a while. So let's eat while we wait. Chapter 129. Underwater mist. The turquoise lake was clear and slightly cool. As the expedition team entered the water, they immediately perked up. Whether it was archaeology or exploration, the first rule was never to underestimate any environment. This was the best way to maximize their safety. The team leader slowed down the propeller speed, scanning the area underwater, raising his hand to signal everyone to stop. A group of team members wearing flippers halted in the water. Strange. The leader looked around and then at his wristband. Neither his eyes nor the instruments showed any signs of an underwater ancient city nearby. But he clearly remembered that the official data indicated that the average depth of Luoxian Lake was just over 6 meters, yet this area was clearly much deeper. He gestured to his subordinate to lead the team to move left a bit. He remembered that the research facility was to the left in the direction they entered. Once they found the research facility, they would quickly locate the underwater ruins. He thought this was a good plan, but just as the team was preparing to leave, they suddenly retreated, and his close aide turned back, fist raised. The leader was taken aback, but the relic expert quickly dashed to his side. There's an unexpected danger, was what that gesture meant. He knew it. So what happened? But he didn't have time to think, because, accompanied by the swift retreat of those team members, a mist began to spread from an unknown location. How could this happen? The leader frowned and immediately became cautious. They had seen such mist during underwater operations before, but it usually occurred due to bad weather or light refraction. The second scenario typically involved hydrogen sulfide clouds, which would generally appear in deep water areas of nearly 20 meters. Moreover, it wouldn't spread like this, almost like threads reaching towards them. This place was unusual. In an instant, he made his judgment. Go up. The gesture was quickly communicated, and the relic expert looked relieved. Great. He knew this place was not good. It was definitely not going to be easy to explore. Just looking at the strange smile of the guide confirmed it. Go up. Once he was up, he immediately took off his gear. Whoever wanted to come could come. He wasn't going to gamble with his life. The mist spread faster than they had anticipated. As everyone paddled upward, the wisps of mist had already wrapped around their ankles and arms. What the hell is this? The leader furrowed his brow, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. He waved his arm to disperse the mist, watching as visibility in the lake diminished within moments, and signaled again. Full speed up. Beep, beep, beep. The team members also noticed the mist rising from the water, which even obscured some of the sunlight on the lake's surface. But 10 seconds, 20 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes passed. Stop. A group of explorers in black finally came to a complete halt in the vast falling immortal lake. The leader's eyes shrank. It seemed like something had gone wrong. With everyone's swimming speed assisted by propulsion devices, 2 minutes of full effort should have been enough for them to swim nearly 50 meters, especially while ascending. They had only been down for a few minutes. How deep could they dive? And how deep could this lake be? How could they still not get out of the water? The archaeologist's lips turned pale as he looked at the floating corpses in the water, cursing inwardly. Damn it. The old man said not to go into the water. This is it. They must have run into trouble. The guide mentioned that there was a river god in this place. The gods of the holy mountain often cooperated closely with this area. Here they were, a group of outsiders, messing around without a care. They were done for. They would be stuck here, and they thought they could explore ancient ruins. They would end up becoming part of the village here, trapped in an unknown danger. He even thought about the missing researchers that Su Jing had mentioned. This time, they were probably going to disappear too. The whole team sensed something was wrong, exchanging glances. Their flippers anxiously moving, panic spreading rapidly. Stay calm. The falling immortal lake is this big. Could it really keep them inside? Keep ascending. Maintain oxygen consumption rate. After issuing several commands, he began to lead the team upward again. The lake's surface was right there. How could they not get out? But the more they swam, the thicker the mist became. Eventually, they couldn't even see 10 meters underwater. Everyone immediately took out ropes to connect with each other. The leader glanced at his oxygen gauge. There was still 120 bar left. Although he wasn't sure how deep they were, it seemed their oxygen consumption was still normal. They had to try breaking through from another direction. In this water mist, light had been swallowed up nearly entirely. They could see nothing. Continuing to stay would not only cause panic among the team members, but also deplete their oxygen. Follow me. The mist enveloped the lake below as the group followed the compass into the fog. The archaeologist gritted his teeth, looking at his clearly malfunctioning electronic gauge, and followed them into the mist. On the shore, a barbecue grill was set up, and a whole lamb was sizzling away, dripping with oil. The inspection team was on high alert, tense and frantic. What is going on? The signal recovery was abnormal. They couldn't see the footage. They had been circling in one spot since the beginning, and then the screen went dark. How deep had they dived? Why couldn't I see the ancient city? Did something go wrong? They needed to come up quickly. Come up and handle it before going back down. The leader of the expedition team glanced at the group of people on the shore, his expression dark. What exactly happened beneath the lake? Professors, let's wait a bit longer. No need to rush. The members of the sturgeon exploration team are experienced and will definitely solve the problem, he said loudly, seemingly addressing Su Jing. But over there, Su Jing was saying, Shingu, come have some lamb chops. The lamb we picked today is tender. You can definitely chew it. Secretary Shaoli. Don't just stand there, come and eat something. Sungzi, cut some for Secretary Li. Where's my seasoning? Someone bring me 2 plates. Hey, this plate of roasted garlic is meant for General Su. Don't eat it. He doesn't like it. Just leave it here. Fonga loves it. TSK, you little rascal. Trying to sow discord? Go back and write 3 essays on your pictures. Smoke was rising by the lakeside, bustling with activity. Su Jing sat there with a smile. Surrounded by employees from Wanyuan Mountain, he stood like a mother hen protecting her chicks, not allowing the leaders from the capital to boss around his people even a bit. As for what was happening beneath the lake, he cast a glance at the surface, where occasional bubbles broke, indicating the underwater activities were safe. The exploration team? He was most familiar with them. They were using standardized AL-80 aluminum oxygen tanks, filled to 200 bar, which could last about an hour and a half at depths of around 10 meters. Since these people were professionals, they would definitely remain calm and try to conserve oxygen. Therefore, they could hold on for quite some time. The man chewed on the lamb tendons, subtly glancing at the small stones by his feet. Letting the system take over directly would make him look incompetent. So, he moved the fog domain over to assist a bit, placing it underwater. With 3 hours of the fog domain, he would keep an eye on things. At least he wouldn't let anyone from Wanyuan Mountain lose their life. But a bit of suffering was necessary. Half an hour passed. The shore was bustling with cooking sounds, while the professors and leaders were silent. An hour passed. The shore was filled with clinking glasses, with all the professors and leaders gathered by the water's edge. An hour and a half passed. The shore was lively with singing and dancing, and the professors and leaders were getting anxious. Su, what is going on here? It's been an hour and a half. Our team members Haven T returned. A leader, with a hoarse voice, rushed in front of them. The Sturgeon Exploration Team is the most elite group in our bureau. If something happens here, you can't just brush it off. Su Jing found it amusing. You didn't think to consult me when you came to Wanyuan Mountain for the investigation, but now that something has gone wrong, it suddenly becomes my problem? He stood up, smiling but with a mocking glint in his eyes, stepping forward. Leaders, things can't be handled like this. Feeling an inexplicable pressure. The man instinctively wanted to retreat, but thinking of the team members still underwater, he was anxious and didn't know what to do. So what do you suggest? Can you send someone down to take a look? Go down. Su Jing spread his hands, laughing even more absurdly. Wanyuan Mountain has not been fully developed yet. We don't even dare to let our own people casually enter the immortal lake. Only during the grand ceremony do we send employees into the water. He blinked. How about this? You let them wait a bit. The ceremony is next month, and I can send more people down to look for them then. Next month? By then, we might only be fishing for bodies. The leader was furious, reaching out to grab Su Jing by the collar, but was bumped aside by an old man a second later. Boss Su, honored guide. Tu Hong was panicking, genuinely panicking. The student had repeatedly told him he didn't want to go into the water, even looking at him right before entering. What if something really happened to him? How would he explain it to the parents, or to himself? My student is a loyal visitor to Wanyuan Mountain. He has been here many times. He always praises this place. Tu Hong held Su Jing's hand tightly. It's my fault. I forced him to go down. He didn't want to go at all. I beg you. Please help us. Let them come up, okay? Su Jing's malicious smile slowly faded as he and Tu Hong stood there in a standoff. Then he slowly turned to look at the leader. The leader was surprisingly calm, as if he could actually resolve this issue. Which lake doesn't he have a few fatalities every year? Su Jing's expression was emotionless. My Wanyuan Mountain doesn't lack this one attraction. I just don't know if you lack these team members. He threatened him. The leader's expression was extremely unpleasant, but he glanced at the water, then at the time, and finally, with gritted teeth, his shoulders slumped in defeat. Mr. Su, can you think of a way? Of course, Su Jing shrugged. He certainly wouldn't let anyone die in there. Fortunately, they softened up. Otherwise, he would have to force them out himself. Feeling the thrill of the drama, he exchanged glances with Jiang Tsung behind him, who immediately understood and whispered instructions to the back. Prepare for the performance that Su Jing had arranged last night. Su Jing let go of Tu Hong's hand, frowned, and took a step back to look at the lake's surface. The immortal lake is mysterious and unpredictable, usually undisturbed, which is why it has become the gem of this deep mountain. Your malicious intrusion must have angered the river god. It's very likely that they have been detained for a long time. He looked at the people behind him, then at the distant holy mountain, and let out a long sigh. I can try to communicate, but it's probably not enough with just my strength. Su Jing waved for all the employees behind him to stand up, then stared at the leader. If you want the river god to release them, our efforts are part of it, but the most important thing is you. I will build a communication bridge. Let us bow together 3 times. With sincerity, perhaps the river god will release them. The leader's face turned as if he had eaten something unpleasant. This strange talk, what do you know? His professors behind him slapped him hard. Are you kidding? In places where science cannot explain, you should quickly believe in mysticism. Don't you know that what they fear most in archaeology are these things? Su Jing's words convinced them faster than anyone else. Hurry and bow. An old man took the lead and knelt down with a thud. I'm worried those kids won't be able to hold on. Indeed, the leader's expression changed. And he ultimately yielded, even kneeling down. You go kneel at the back. I reckon the river deity doesn't like you. Damn it. The leader cursed inwardly, and then obediently went to kneel at the back. Su Jing immediately took on a serious expression, standing at the front of the crowd, making a strange gesture with his hands and closing his eyes. Bow. He kicked away a stone beneath his feet. Bow again. An invisible force instantly dissipated. 3 bows. A loud sound echoed by the edge of the lake, and the surface of the lake suddenly collapsed. Then, one after another, splashes of water rang out continuously. Huh. Hoo-ha. Damn it. We made it out alive. Wow. Damn it. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. The heavy breathing made everyone look up. Several old professors were in tears. Great river deity. Your efficiency is amazing. Just finished bowing, and the children were sent up. The leader was also stunned. So effective. Quick. He rushed forward, his expression tense and excited. Get up here. Is everyone all right? Without him saying it, the members of the White Sturgeon expedition team paddled with all their might towards the shore. When the team finally made it to the shore, panting heavily, the captain gasped, his face full of fear. Something's off underwater. He struggled to swallow. There was an unknown mist that trapped us until now, no matter how we moved. We couldn't get out. Sanzi and Dajo almost ran out of oxygen. We barely held on together. The leader's eyes widened in shock as he glanced at the employees of Wanyuan Mountain who had already stood up, then cautiously asked, Did you see the underwater ruins? The captain shook his head with a grim expression. No, we didn't see anything. What about the research institute? We didn't see that either. The leader, unable to believe it, let out a breath. So, you were trapped since you went underwater until just now. A nearby team member revealed a look of relief. Exactly. The mist in that lake was incredibly thick. We couldn't see anything. If it weren't for the captain timely tying us to a rope, we might have gotten lost. Another person chimed in. We were in despair, but then the mist suddenly cleared, and we followed the light to come out. He cautiously looked at the leader and several professors, then noticed them bowing. This kid, why does he say everything? The captain flicked his forehead and then collapsed exhausted on the ground, feeling the bone-chilling cold. If they didn't get back up soon, they might have faced hypothermia. As for the young people sent by the local Cultural Tourism Bureau, they anxiously hid behind Xinzhuang, no longer having the eagerness to try. Meanwhile, the archaeologist, with tears and snot, rushed to Tu Hong's side. Teacher, I told you I wasn't going. Boo-hoo. I almost didn't get to see you. He glanced at the seemingly amused guide, shrank his neck, and swallowed his words. Boo-hoo. That guide isn't a good person, boo-hoo. All the underwater equipment malfunctioned. But it worked fine once they came up. No one from the White Sturgeon expedition team dared to go down again. They left the scenic area dejectedly without even catching a glimpse of the ruins. Su Jing stood at the entrance of the scenic area, watching everyone board the bus. Speaking earnestly, leaders, we are just a small scenic area. Many of the sites here are actually created through some means. In reality, there's not much to see. So it's not worth the effort from above. He smiled cheerfully. But today you all came and saw it. Luoxian Lake seems to be unwelcoming to outsiders. We could help this time, but it may not be the same next time. The leader's expression was worse than if he had eaten something unpleasant. Clearing his throat, he forced a smile and said, Thank you, Mr. Su, and all the staff. I hope we have the chance to meet again. Su Jing did not refuse. Instead, he smiled back. Next month, there will be a celebration on the lake. If everyone has time, You're welcome to come and witness it. Chapter 131. Emerging after seeing off the archaeological delegation, Shun Zhuang and Secretary Li returned, following Su Jing into the scenic area. Impressive, kid. How did you pull this off? Su Jing waved his hands repeatedly. No, Secretary Shun. I can't achieve this level. He gestured. Since I took over the scenic area, I've been favored by tourists. They don't go anywhere else. They just come here. So I thought, I can't let everyone down, so I planned this place well. And I found out it really has some mystery. He was quite excited, and Jiang Tsong, unaware of the situation, hurried over to eavesdrop. Some of the employees are ones we hired, and some involved some technological means. As for the rest, we truly don't know. His voice grew deep. I remember when I was a child, my parents took me to play and told me there are many deities in these deep mountains, and I must hold them in awe. Especially this Luoxian lake, it's really deep. The more Shun Zhuang listened, the more goosebumps he got. Could it be that this place actually has some stories? What about the villages underwater? Shun Zhuang's eyes widened. That's all technology. Su Jing waved his hand. Why do you really believe that? Really? Shun Zhuang followed along in a daze, while Secretary Li looked skeptical. This is just something to fool that old man. Eating laxatives for years must have messed up his brain to believe this little fox's nonsense. He felt there must be something special about this place. Perhaps it really was the river god causing trouble. Shun Zhuang smiled, glancing at his little secretary. Shaoli, you're still lacking experience. Do you think your leader is someone who can't see through things? But does he care? Not at all. As long as Su Jing can keep things together and develop the scenic area, he will always support this kid. Cultural tourism is a great job. It integrates consumption, culture, and local promotion into one. If done well, the influence will be significant. If Wanyuan Mountain becomes famous, it will benefit the entire Qingshan County and even Yong'an City. It's a true case of one person achieving success and everyone else rising with them. When that day comes, not only will the mayor favor him, but even the provincial secretary will pay more attention to him. If that day really comes. Damn, what's little Shun Zhuang in comparison? Su Jing can guide him east, and he wants to go west. So, Shaoli, you don't understand. Shun Zhuang is the most clear-headed person here. He chatted cheerfully with Su Jing, feeling a bit guilty since someone from above had come today, causing the business to close for a day. He didn't want Su Jing to hold this against him, so he planned to put on a brave face and entertain the younger generation. Su Jing accepted his kindness and enjoyed himself that evening, sending the old man and Secretary Shaoli off. The scenic area still needed to continue operations, and he had to discuss the next steps with Jiang Kong. The first troublesome matter seemed to have passed without much incident, and next, Wanyuan Mountain was about to receive a surge in attention. The first to take action were the cultural and tourism units and various cities in their province. Provincial Cultural and Tourism Bureau, Director's Office. Are you saying that this small scenic area is now ranking in the top 50 nationwide in terms of online popularity? A middle-aged man in simple attire asked curiously in a clean and straightforward office with redwood flooring. To be precise, it's entered the top 30. A subordinate beside him replied with a complex expression. Last year, when Yong'an's Cultural and Tourism Department attended the meeting, their city didn't have a single notable scenic area. Unexpectedly, just half a year later, such an outstanding one had emerged. The man nodded. It seemed that Shun Zhuang had been looking forward to this for a long time, which was why he had fully promoted and supported the development of that small scenic area. However, the subordinate shook his head again. To be accurate, it has little to do with the city's cultural and tourism department. From what I've gathered, the scenic area has mainly relied on visitors to promote it themselves, along with word of mouth spreading its reputation. Moreover, many mythical legends and cultural new stars seem to have emerged from their deep mountain forests. As a result, many official organizations are continuously expressing their interest. The middle-aged man nodded and put down his notebook. In any case, it is a scenic area in our province, so we should promote it. Let's connect with Yong'an's Cultural and Tourism Department and see which advantages we can highlight. With the Provincial Cultural and Tourism Bureau's endorsement, other scenic areas in the province naturally wouldn't take further actions. However, it was essential to have a private chat with Shun Zhuang. Yo, old Shun. You finally turned things around. Look at you, so proud. Did you treat the official account of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau like a social media post? Shun Zhuang covered the microphone and grinned at Shaoli. Hey, you're anxious. Shaoli cleared his throat. Mind your manners. Only then did Shun Zhuang respond to the caller. Oh, turned around? The person in charge of that scenic area is just a kid barely over 20 with a head full of wild ideas. We're just following him around cleaning up after him. It's exhausting. Really? His youth is indeed a problem. How about you let him come here to develop? It could also help our scenic area think of some ideas. Hee, look at you. He's busy. If there's anything, just tell me. Old Shun, I'll definitely help. The call was directly hung up. Looking for you? Don't even mention the scenic area. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau would be overwhelmed. After putting down his phone, Shun Zhuang did nothing but stare blankly. Sure enough, shortly after, the phone rang again. 109321. Tap. Oh, Liang, what brings you here? Too proud. You're too proud. The person on the other end of the phone fell silent, then expressed disappointment. It's only been a month. Who knows what will happen next? I see it this way. What rises quickly can also fall quickly. Xinzhuang was not pleased. You old man. Your words are too harsh. What? Last year we were at the bottom, and now you're afraid if I rise, no one will keep you company? Hey, don't worry. This year, Zhu Datong and the others in the city are having a rough time. He'll keep you company on the cold bench. The old man on the other end was silent for a while before finally speaking. Old Shun, we've been friends for a while. Can you teach me how you did it? Is there someone behind you giving pointers? Coughing, Xinzhuang straightened his back. Come, let me tell you the story of how I and Wanyuan Mountain became what we are. In one day, Xinzhuang received countless phone calls. Most were congratulatory, some envious, with a few trying to get tips from him. On the surface, Xinzhuang said, come, good colleague, let me tell you. But in reality, he thought, come, buddy, let me brag a bit. He had no idea what the secret was. Wanyuan Mountain became so popular, aside from Su Jing's brilliant ideas. It was also thanks to the mysterious investors behind it. It was nothing more than the combination of wisdom and money. This could solve most problems in the world. Putting down his dead phone, Xinzhuang finally felt what it meant to hold one's head high. He took Xiao Li and a few friends out for drinks. And by the way, sent a few cans of his treasured tea to Su Jing. He was enjoying the happiness that fame brought, completely unaware that more good things were yet to come. Far away in the capital, at the National Cultural Institute, scholars, masters, and leaders from the poetry and painting departments had spent 2 days carefully crafting and refining a report that highlighted the significant cultural value of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. In a low-key yet luxurious courtyard, the aroma of tea wafted through the air. Outside the courtyard, several men in formal attire stood with their hands clasped, while a circle of bodyguards in black stood both visibly and invisibly around them. So, those masters expressed that the scenic area, it has significant cultural value? The man sitting at the head of the table smiled, his robust figure exuding a subtle pressure. I've recently heard the name of that scenic area a lot. Xiaozhang from the Cultural Relics Bureau mentioned it a while ago, saying they discovered a new underwater relic, but there hasn't been any news lately. He touched the edge of his teacup and looked at the group across from him. What does everyone think of that place? The old foxes pondered for a moment, smiling. But no one was the first to speak. Only a much younger man broke the silence with a smile. I heard that the scenic area was developed by a young person. To transform an abandoned place into what it is now in such a short time is commendable and has great potential. He paused, glanced at the leader's expression, and continued. Since the teachers at the Cultural Institute like him, it shows that the scenic area has some cultural promotional value. This represents a fresh perspective for our country's current cultural tourism, and it should be supported. An old man beside him leisurely spoke up. The village in the scenic area and the underwater ruins look impressive. Shouldn't we investigate further? A younger man smiled and nodded. If it's possible to investigate, the government will help maintain it. If nothing can be found, let them operate it well. Having the courage to take on such a difficult task and promoting it seriously is commendable. We shouldn't discourage young entrepreneurs. Everyone fell silent again until the leading figure chuckled and nodded. Let's proceed with that. The government also needs fresh blood. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau mentioned that if this small scenic area continues to develop, it has a good chance of entering the top 20 by the end of the year, and may even make it onto the World Scenic Rankings. It's worth noting that aside from a few well-known scenic spots, the country hasn't made much of a mark globally in a long time. Understood. It's indeed excellent. It should be supported. Cultivating such talent benefits both his school and hometown. If they can continue to develop well, we can arrange an interview or a program later to inspire cultural and tourism sectors in various cities to stay motivated and not slack off. Soon, the tea house was filled with laughter again. After this tea gathering, less than 24 hours later, the mayor of Yong'an City, nearly 1,000 kilometers away, after a satisfying meal, fell asleep with his wife. Just as he was about to drift off, his phone buzzed, waking him up. Seeing the rarely called number, a series of past events flashed through his mind, and he hesitantly answered the phone. Hello? Yes, that's right. His wife sat up, looking worried. What's wrong? The mayor covered her mouth and continued listening intently. Really? Oh, haha, great. No problem. Sure. You can count on me. His expression relaxed more and more. Eventually unable to hide his joy. With a snap, he hung up the phone and suddenly hugged his wife. It seems your husband is about to embark on a new chapter. His wife jolted awake, grabbing his ear. How shameless. You think you can start anew? With whom? Ouch. The mayor straightened up, shaking off her grip. Let me tell you. Do you know who just called me? He waved his phone. Secretary Wu. His wife squinted. The provincial leader? Exactly. He praised our city's recently popular scenic area and said they would support local cultural tourism and economic development, encouraging young entrepreneurs and promoting traditional culture. He leaned closer to his wife, smiling proudly. Do you understand what that means? His wife grasped his hand tightly. Wanyuan Mountain. After a night passed, what the mayor pondered in his study remained unknown to everyone, but the next day, the county head of Qingshan and relevant departments like the Cultural and Tourism Bureau were as happy as if they were intoxicated. Soon after, policies for road and bridge construction were issued, along with promotional documents. Su Jing was at the scenic area when a call came in. Hey, Xiao Jing. In just a few days, Shun Zhuang's way of addressing Su Jing changed more frequently than one changes underwear. He chuckled as Shun Zhuang spoke up. Have you been busy these days? Would it be convenient to go out for a meal? It seemed unnecessary to have a casual chat over dinner. Oh, can I provide you with so much unnutritious stuff? The main thing is that there has been a lot of good news from above. And I thought I'd take this opportunity to let the city leaders and colleagues get to know you. Colleagues, sure, you can arrange it. Great. It's settled then. I'll send you the time and place. Just come if there's no problem. Shin Zhuang indeed organized a banquet, and it was quite upscale. When Su Jing arrived at the hotel parking lot in his old pickup truck, the doorman couldn't help but glance at him a few extra times because of his vehicle. Of course, at a high-end hotel, the staff wouldn't be so dramatic as to not recognize someone important, causing some small story to unfold. The guide respectfully opened the door to the private room for Su Jing. Dressed in casual clothes and sneakers, he stood under the bright lights, greeted by a wave of applause. Welcome to our main character today. Shun Zhuang strode in, laughing heartily, and escorted Su Jing to the main seat. Could he really sit there? Looking at the circle of older gentlemen and ladies around him, Su Jing hesitated but eventually took a seat. Then, Shun Zhuang launched into a passionate 15-minute speech. He started by introducing the big leaders from various departments in Yong'an City, ending with the somewhat reserved heads of the scenic area sitting at the lower end of the table. Wow. Song Jiming, holding a glass of red wine. Couldn't he help but sneak a glance at Su Jing. Finally, with 5 years of friendship and his recent decision not to kick someone when they were down, he had successfully participated in this banquet and met the legendary head of the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area. Incredible. So young. It was astonishing that someone so young could make all these veterans feel defeated. Scary. Yet, while everyone was busy with toasts, Song Jiming discreetly observed. Why did he feel this person looked so familiar? It seemed he had seen him somewhere in the scenic area before. After a few drinks, he finally found a moment when Su Jing was alone and quickly filled a glass of red wine to approach him. This was a dinner table, not a wine-tasting event. Bringing a glass of wine over could lead to comments. Although Su Jing's glass had hardly been emptied since he arrived. Su, right? Su Jing was pondering the next scenic spot when he suddenly saw an older yet handsome face getting closer. I'm Song Jiming, the person in charge of Songhu Park. As soon as the older brother finished speaking, he directly downed a glass. Su Jing naturally recognized this former colleague, although he had never really paid attention to him. However, he didn't expect this guy to come over and chug a drink right away, which made him more likable. Come, sit down and talk. Chapter 133. Online Chaos. Song Jiming sat down awkwardly, losing the arrogance he once had. Since the establishment of Mingguezhai and the emergence of Luoxian Lake, this person, who merely liked to drink a bit of red wine to show off, finally became more humble. He sincerely expressed his apologies and made a big fuss about the dirty and lowly behavior of the owner of Hongya Mountain. Then he downed 2 more drinks, showing his full sincerity and eagerness to please. His face seemed to convey the message of bro. Can I have a sip of soup? Shin Zhuang watched from a distance and appropriately came in to smooth things over. Yong'an Cultural Tourism is, after all, a single entity. And apart from the person in charge who had previously bullied Su Jing, he didn't invite anyone else. Song Jiming, who is flexible and doesn't act too harshly, can still help ease the relationship. Su Jing thought about it and felt it was fine. He understood the dynamics of this dinner gathering. Zhu Hong, along with a group of elderly people from Wenhua Academy, praised him extensively, and combined with recent news reports and trending videos about Wanyuan Mountain, the higher-ups specifically indicated their strong support. His visit today was just to get acquainted with the relevant units in the Cultural Tourism Bureau, which would be significantly aiding the road construction and cultural promotion for Wanyuan Mountain and Qingshan County in the next 6 months. Therefore, forgiving someone like Song Jiming, who hadn't actually done anything wrong, was no big deal. Su Jing picked up his glass, clinked it with the handsome uncles, and took a sip. He then mentioned that he would contact these 2 individuals, showing friendliness by giving him the phone numbers of Jiang Tsong and Zhao Meng. Yong'an should develop well. It's a win-win situation for us. However, it was certain that Songhu Park would have to endure some losses in the early stages. After jotting down all the leaders' phone numbers, Su Jing left the dinner satisfied and took home a few roast chickens. Song Jiming sat back in his chair with satisfaction, while Shin Zhuang looked at him with a smile. Thank you, Brother Shin, he said. Shin Zhuang shook his head, patted his shoulder, and called Secretary Xiaoli to leave. No need to thank me. Just write about your own character for not being too ruthless. Starting from the next day, After the first promotional article from the D Province Cultural Tourism Bureau titled A Pearl Hidden in D Province, Huanyuan Mountain was released. Yong'an's cultural tourism and major media outlets began their crazy promotional plans. Su Jing didn't need to do anything, and Huanyuan Mountain was once again trending. Although this momentum lasted less than a day, it was enough for major cultural tourism attractions in the country to take notice. A pearl that stole a significant amount of their spotlight. Although the Labor Day holiday had passed, the upcoming Dragon Boat Festival, National Day, Mid-Autumn Festival, and other holidays promised a huge influx of visitors. They were currently in a challenging preparation phase and would absolutely not allow a small mountain in a county to overshadow them. Soon, various scenic spots began their promotional efforts as well. The first to strike was H-City, where the Municipal Cultural Tourism Department showed no shame and posted on their official account the message, "Ancient towns, ancient cities, and ancient villages experience 1,000 years of beauty. It has to be H-City's Nanhua Ancient City." Similarly, other ancient villages and scenic spots also issued statements. Xianfeng Ancient City, the 1,000-year Phoenix Dance Night, coming soon. Qingtan Ancient Village, experience a different atmosphere of the ancient city. Feel the most original ecology of the ancient city, nestled among mountains and rivers. Enjoy the beauty of the countryside. Xiangnan Water Town, water flows into the city, a southern paradise. Welcome your arrival. Just for Huanyuan Mountain's Minghua Village. There has been a surge of ancient city and village scenic spots emerging one after another. Aren't they just real-life NPCs? Although they can't afford to invest heavily, they can still hold some festive activities to attract visitors. Isn't it just about performances? Huanyuan Mountain has that certain dance, and they have other attractions too. For example, they could invite some famous internet celebrities or stars to hold concerts, meet and greets, or showcase their talents, which would definitely draw a large crowd. As for the promotion of Luoxian Lake, it is even more extensive. Dongshan Lake is picturesque, with a lake that twists and turns, offering different views everywhere. The beauty of Yipo Lake is unparalleled. There are dozens of islets in the lake, and hundreds of bird species. Above is the Milky Way. Below is Song River, with beautiful scenery on both banks. During boat rides, one can see fish and wildlife. Jinling's beauty is all at Qinhuai, where elegant words resonate throughout the South. On June 15th, a grand performance titled Poetry and Paintings of the South will be held on the Qinhuai River. Stay tuned. After the lake and river-themed performances, mountain and river scenic spots follow suit. 1,000 peaks stretch endlessly, with 100 different rivers. Come to Nanli Forest Park to experience the true beauty of mountains and rivers, and the perilous wonders of unique peaks. You won't understand Huangfeng's beauty until you visit Huangfeng City, not seeking gimmicks, not engaging in frivolous matters, only to present the most authentic, beautiful mountains and rivers to visitors. The Deer Wall. Climb high peaks, appreciate strange rivers. Height determines one's mindset, altitude determines one's perspective. The Grand River welcomes you. In addition to the calls from small scenic spots in various provinces, surprisingly, a couple of major scenic spots have also joined in. A discerning eye can easily tell their intentions. All living beings have a path. The pulse of a nation nurtures all creatures, and even nourishes the path of humanity amidst the peaks and clouds, all within Laojun Temple. Universal salvation, experience boundless Buddhist teachings by climbing mountains, calming the mind, debating scriptures, and seeking the way. Tongshan 5 Buddha Temple awaits those destined to come. Jiang Tsung held his phone, quickly flipping through for Su Jing, angrily slapping the table. This is simply nonsense. They are just raising themselves high while stepping on others, colluding together, mixing honey with oil. Su Jing covered his mouth. That's enough. Continuing would make him seem uneducated. It's fine. Jiang Tsung frowned. Is this really fine? Of course, it's fine, Su Jing laughed. Didn't you see them rambling on and on for half a day? Most of it is just about small cultural tourism spots, right? Their complaints stem from genuinely losing their customer flow and feeling anxious. Besides, they are just speaking some harsh truths. Our lake really doesn't have that many pavilions. Our mountains aren't that steep, and our ancient villages aren't that large. But he pointed at the screen, smiling. Look at them. Would they dare say our sacred mountain is not good? Has anyone mentioned the underwater ruins? How about a showdown with the Peach Blossom Abbot? He focused on a flashing message on the screen. But among the truly notable cultural tourism spots, apart from those 2 sacred places, no one else has stepped in. The truly top 30 scenic spots hardly pay attention to us. They can accommodate tens of thousands of visitors in a day without considering holidays. Compared to them, we are still far behind. The ones making noise now are just small players. There's no need to pay them any mind. With a wave of his phone, Jiang Tsung put it away. Although their clamoring is harmless, it does provide me with a good new idea. A new idea? Jiang Tsung's eyes lit up. Are you going to develop new attractions? He quickly visualized the scenic map in his mind. Which mountain? The range behind the sacred mountain? Or the one between the 2 rivers? No rush, Su Jing said with a smile. What's most important right now is to recruit staff for Wanyuan Mountain in preparation for the upcoming lakeside celebration. Jiang Song nodded, somewhat curious. I've always wanted to ask. When you say the 15th, do you mean the solar calendar or the lunar calendar? Haha. Su Jing laughed heartily. Since other scenic spots aren't pleased, we must go out and grab the tourist flow. Are you saying? Exactly. He nodded enthusiastically. The 15th of the solar calendar is the 5th of the lunar calendar, Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 135. Promotion of Wanyuan Mountain in the face of this new star scenic spot. Opinions online are varied. However, most people maintain a positive wait-and-see attitude. After all, a new and fun scenic area is beneficial for everyone. Over the years, these scenic spots have become stale. The lakes have all been seen, and the mountains climbed. The pitfalls in the commercial ancient towns have been experienced. Now suddenly, a new and affordable place has emerged, stirring excitement among many. Some have even started planning their time and routes in advance. In the comments section of Dole, even foreigners have appeared. Sweet Callie, is this a scenic spot in Huagua? Does Huagua have such fun places? DDD David, I suspect it's special effects. I've never heard of such a scenic spot. Lisa South, I'm currently in Huagua. I plan to check it out and expose this lie. Despite the usual sarcasm among Huagua people in the comments, when it comes to national pride, they react differently. Panda Baby, not having seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Do you know how vast Huagua is? Official account of Wadongzi. Fake? You'll probably want to stay here after visiting. Little Carp Hug. Up there, forgot to switch accounts, right? Chinese potential. Go see it. And you'll know that in Huagua, even the scenic spots in the mountains are much more fun than those on your so-called rankings. Su Jing didn't pay attention to the online arguments and excitement, and Uncle Sean was even less interested. He simply brought a report about Wanyuan Mountain during a peak internet period and sent it soaring. Latest rating report, Wanyuan Mountain tourism area upgraded to 4A. Once the report was released, everyone was taken aback. The small scenic spots that had been clamoring to compete with Wanyuan Mountain looked at their own 3A and 2A plaques and quietly closed their mouths. Song Jiming was hiding at home, enjoying a glass of red wine while reading the report over and over again. Look, they are a 4A attraction. Their small 3A counterpart lost, but it's no loss at all. It's completely normal. Songhu Park will henceforth be known as Wanyuan Mountain. They set the standard. As for other 4A attractions online, he frowned. Is it really that easy? Did they bribe someone? I heard the research team sent was the 9th team, so there shouldn't be any issues. The strictest one? Are you kidding? If the strictest team can get a 4A rating, wouldn't a second team easily push it to a 5A? No way, no way. Su Jing smirked and organized the staff to hang up the 4A sign. He was already quite satisfied. After all, the pothole-ridden roads around the scenic area were beyond his control. Fortunately, the municipal government had already sent a team to start repairing the roads. Otherwise, facing a large influx of visitors later would be even more challenging. However, before the road repair team from the government arrived, Su Jing took the initiative to find a construction team to start building the entrance and road at Luoxian Lake. He admitted that he had underestimated the fishing enthusiasts. These people, they were absolutely obsessed. Perhaps the previous group caught big fish and had a great experience. So they heavily promoted the place, which allowed them to stabilize the basic operational funds of the park just by collecting fees for fishing and camping. Eventually, he even had to limit the number of visitors. Otherwise, the fishing rods would fill the lakeside. The fish underwater would have no living space left. Su Jing, who thought the fishing enthusiasts were promoting heavily, had no idea how they were doing it. Never fish empty. Look at what I caught after 12 hours. Never fish empty. One broken shoe JPG. Baiting Maniac. This is already pretty good. At least yours is still wearable. Look at ours. Baiting Maniac. A broken bowl that even a beggar wouldn't use JPG. A big fish is coming. I really envy you guys for catching useful stuff. Unlike me, who only caught useless half-meter sturgeons and half-meter grass carps. A big fish is coming. Image JPG. Fishing everywhere. Don't say? I found this place quite mystical. As long as you're tired of fishing, it always gives you some goods. Never fish empty. Haha, I love it. No matter what comes up. At least I really haven't fished empty anymore. Never fish empty. A river clam with a big pearl JPG. Only catch big fish. Wow. Brother. This pearl. This luster. This diameter. You caught a clam. You're lucky. Baiting Maniac. Wanyuan Mountain let you take it away? Never fish empty. They really let you. One day I got tired of fishing, bought a ticket to play, and went to the research institute next door. There's actually an ancient city down there. Never fish empty. Let us keep fishing. Maybe we can find some treasures. The discussion among everyone was fervent, and rumors quickly spread, with images of the stone axe circulating in various gathering spots of fishing enthusiasts. From that moment on, this place became famous. Su Jing welcomed the influx of fishing lovers, methodically upgrading the prop crafting skill to a high level and then sharing it with the new employees he had recruited from Jiangkong. The prop maker uncle, who had come with his apprentices looking to earn a living, Didn't he understand why his skills had skyrocketed since entering the scenic area? And his apprentices seemed to have suddenly grasped their craft as well. Their efficiency was astonishingly high. He only knew that whenever he wanted to leave the scenic area for bigger jobs, his abilities would immediately become mediocre. The uncle stroked his chin, staring at the large props on the ground, squinting and mumbling to himself. Was my fate to be the chosen worker of Wanyuan Mountain? The apprentices, with bright eyes, were too busy to listen to their master ramble, their hands moving furiously. Haha, is this what it feels like to be a master? It's so exhilarating. This place is thriving for them. Meanwhile, Su Jing gathered He Yunong and other employees to officially finalize the promotional activities for the Dragon Boat Festival on the 15th. He then contacted the official promoter, Zhu Shou, the chubby guy. Finally, after discussing with the big supporter, Shen Zhuang, the activities for the Dragon Boat Festival at Wanyuan Mountain quickly took off like wildfire. Announcement for the Luoxian Lake Grand Ceremony. The lake celebration held once every March will commence on the day of the Dragon Boat Festival. The celebration will last for 3 days, from 18 to 2100 hours. Confirmed guests: all villagers from Mingyue Village, the Butterfly Fairy of the Sacred Mountain, the Peach Blossom Hermit. Stay tuned for more guest announcements. An announcement was sent out. Those who weren't familiar with the scenic area were merely curious. However, visitors who had been to Wanyuan Mountain were already going crazy. Chapter 135. Celebration preparations. Are you saying that the celebration on the lake will last a full 3 days? Not only that, but the residents of Mingyue Village will also attend, and a deity from the Sacred Mountain has already confirmed their attendance. Everyone recalled the rivers filled with fluttering butterflies, swallowing hard. It was already a stunning sight, but they were astonished that the reclusive Peach Blossom Hermit would also be there. With other guests still to be confirmed, the fans of Wanyuan Mountain were nearly fainting with excitement. The residents of Yong'an City were preparing to pop champagne in celebration, but they soon received new information. Considering that visitors may have difficulty determining when they will arrive due to distance, the scenic area tickets will be available for both online and offline purchase. Visitors can purchase tickets based on their travel times. The scenic area has a daily limit of 30,000 visitors. Online tickets are pre-sold at 10,000 per day. Once sold out, remaining tickets must be purchased offline. Please pay attention to the official WeChat account of Wanyuan Mountain. We will notify you in a timely manner once the visitor capacity reaches its limit to avoid unnecessary trouble. Additionally, fishing tickets will be sold normally until they are sold out. Once the announcement was made, those nearby were no longer worried, and those farther away were also at ease. Although it felt a bit like a concert pre-sale, considering the capacity of Luoxian Lake, limiting the flow of visitors was a very reasonable decision. After all, too many people would make it difficult to enjoy the performance rather than just the crowd. Su Jing did not want such a situation to occur. After discussing work with Jiang Tsung and other staff members, he sought out Lu Qingyun, the team leader. You want to teach us something new? Lu Qingyun exclaimed, his eyes wide. Since the opening of Mingyue Village, they had settled in the park and become longtime employees. However, as time went by, the performances of dance and Iron Flower had long ceased to satisfy everyone. The teachers from the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe had been entrusted with important tasks one after another, while they felt increasingly marginalized. Not much different from ordinary NPCs like Feng Gui, this was not what they wanted. Although the visitors were still filled with anticipation for the performances and amazed by the Iron Flower, they wanted to do more. They wanted to become an indispensable pillar of Wanyuan Mountain once again. And now, the long-absent Xiao Su had finally found him again. Lu Qingyun was so excited that he felt it had been ages since he had communicated face-to-face with Xiao Su about work. His eyes were red with excitement. Calm down, Su Jing said, looking at him. Since the acrobatics troupe arrived, they had always been ready to move wherever needed, never complaining. Even when the over 50 team leader had to serve at Taohua Temple, he had never heard a single word of complaint. To say he wasn't team moved would be a lie. He sighed softly, rubbed his slightly sore cheeks, and smiled as he spoke. You should have heard about the lake celebration in half a month. 3 days of performances, each day different. I need you all. Lu Qingyun jumped in eagerly. We can do it any day? But the man in front of him shook his head, causing him to immediately close his mouth. Not any day? Then will they handle security? A hint of disappointment flashed in the elder's eyes, but he quickly perked up, ready to listen to the arrangements. I need you all to participate in the performances for 3 days, and each day will have different programs. Lu Qingyun's mind momentarily short-circuited as he looked up at Su Jing, a bit taken aback. 3 days? All needed? Does that mean we are the main characters? Not just supporting roles? Seeing Lu Qingyun's eyes light up, Su Jing felt happy as well, but he maintained a serious expression and said, time is tight. And the tasks are heavy. Each day's performance is different. Some are opening acts, some are intermissions, and some are finales. I need your entire team to participate together. If there aren't enough people, feel free to borrow from Feng Gui. Upon hearing finale, Lu Qingyun was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. No problem, no problem. What will we perform? Is it fire play again? What will we perform? Su Jing quickly pulled out a piece of paper from behind him, smiling mysteriously. Not only playing with fire, but also with water. They might even have to fly. On the other side, Jin Na has finally gained the favor of the emperor. Mr. Su, you said, as long as we can learn it, we will definitely perform well. Su Jing looked at her team members and pondered for a moment. Teacher Xiao Sun and Teacher Su still needed to stick to their posts, while the others had to prepare to rehearse a few dances. There were only 15 days left, and all the teachers had to work hard, practice more, and ensure that there were absolutely no mistakes in the performance. Are you kidding? How could Jin Na allow that? Do you know how many invitations the Jin Taiyang dance troupe has received since the success of Wanyuan Mountain? Not only from the top theaters in the county, but even those who previously scoffed at them from Yong'an City are now frequently emailing to invite them to perform. Of course, they have signed a contract with Su Jing, and the dance cannot be shared outside. Plus, they know very well that without Wanyuan Mountain, there would be no Jin Taiyang today. They just want to learn as much as they can here, and leave only when they can no longer keep up. So, when Su Jing was able to find her today, she was actually overjoyed. She had heard from Jiang Tsong that several well-known dance troupes wanted to collaborate with Su Jing. But so far, Wanyuan Mountain has not accepted any of them. Since Boss Su trusts them and recognizes them, they must live up to those expectations and fulfill his requirements. There are a total of 3 dances, but the performance forms and locations are different. I will send the teaching videos to everyone tomorrow. 3. A smile could no longer be contained on Jin Na's serious face. This meant that they would participate in all 3 days of the celebration and perform at different locations. Thinking of the stage, like a pearl amidst the earth, even she, who had seen many grand occasions, couldn't help but feel excited. No problem. We will rehearse as soon as possible, and you can review it then. Besides Jin Taiyang and the Qingyun acrobatic troupe, the largest group of performers is the villagers from Mingyuezhai, led by Fang Gui. They are not just standing there watching. They are also part of the performance. After arranging everything, Su Jing found Zhao Long's veteran security team to issue tasks. After a whole day of busyness, he finally finished giving instructions and returned to his small home. Sigh headache. Su Jing collapsed onto the bed, looking at the system mall interface, starting to think. Although he had put the word out, he still didn't know what to do. The most challenging part was the guests for the celebration. I wonder if everyone still remembers the setting of the tool person. Tool person can determine form and function according to the host's wishes, possessing basic intelligence. Note, can only be used within the scene, is a one-time prop, cannot be damaged, and becomes ineffective once collected. A tool person that can only be used within the scene cannot leave the scene, just like the carp god cannot leave the carp pool. And the Peach Blossom Temple Master cannot leave the Peach Blossom Dock. Teacher Xiao Sun can run around with the props from Butterfly Dream. But how can the other 2 be brought over? Brother Tongzi, come out and help, I'm out of ideas. Oomph. The cold electronic voice carried a hint of uncontrollable pride. I can't believe you still remember me. Su Jing's eyes lit up. Do you really have a way? Chapter 136 Celebration Prearrangement 2. The system store gathers countless treasures from various timelines. How could you understand everything just by flipping a few pages or searching for a keyword? The system's voice was filled with pride. If I had known what you were worried about, I would have found it for you long ago. As the shop interface transformed into a halo in his view, it finally landed on page 157320, and the sound of footsteps echoed. This is it. Mirror of reflection. Who could possibly find this? Su Jing forcefully held back his urge to curse and clicked to check the item attributes. Mirror of reflection. When placed in different positions, the submirror will take on the characteristics of the location and project in real time what the main mirror reflects. P.S. Projection duration 3 hours. Can only be used once a day. Price 10, 0, 20 positive reviews. Su Jing let out a long breath. This is too expensive. Cheap goods are never good. You understand? Understood. Good items are not cheap either. But can this really bring the Carp Deity and the Peach Blossom Temple Master here? The system responded with a hum. Produced by the system. No deception, no matter the age. If you have money, buy 2. If you're reluctant, just buy 1. At worst, they can appear on different days. That makes sense. Su Jing actually wanted to buy it with positive reviews, but he was reluctant. For this celebration, he had many other items to prepare, including reputation points to enhance and optimize some buildings and vehicles. He now had a treasure trove, but did not dare to spend recklessly. After redeeming 1 mirror of reflection, he tossed it into his backpack and continued to click on the system interface. Ding. The host has merged the Peach Blossom Dock by the creek with the left 3 mountain range. The next open area has been determined. Left 3 mountain range. Unnamed, development level 10. Attractions, Peach Blossom Dock 1, Plum Garden 1. Attraction items, Sensory Amplifier, low level, 1, Tool Person 1. Projects, visit the Peach Blossom Temple Master, 4 stars. Enjoy the plums in the Plum Garden, half star. Full-time employees, Lu Qingyun, Xiao Ji, Su Wan, etc. Temporary employees, Folk Band 1. Service facilities, specialized public toilets 4, specialized warehouse 1, latrine 1. Evaluation. This mountain reaches an altitude of 2192 m. Even with the completion of higher-level attractions, it is still very difficult to develop, making it a challenging project. The system observed coolly and, after a while, casually remarked, "Are you sure? That mountain is quite hard to manage." Su Jing lazily leaned back on the wooden bed. What's there to be afraid of? He rolled over. And the old wooden bed creaked under the strain. Even if it's costly, difficult, and slow to progress. Isn't that what they said? Who said that? What did they say? The system was confused. They said that Wanyuan Mountain is just a little hill, uninteresting. He rolled over again and softly said amidst the creaking sounds, "Then I'll give those noisy people something interesting." After showing off, Su Jing wrapped himself tightly in the blanket and closed his eyes. Damn it. He was a big boss now. I need to hurry up and pay off the money, then move to a better house, at least get a good bed. The creaking every night makes it sound like the nightlife is very rich. Sigh. He turned over again and fell into a deep sleep. Far away, more than 10 kilometers away, a burly man with a black face and tattoos of dragons and tigers was kneeling humbly on one side, his right cheek swollen. Sitting on the opposite sofa was a man in a well-tailored suit. Money. What a joke. Just return the principal and apologize sincerely, and we can settle this matter. The man was still fuming and raised his arm again. Do you know who is backing Wanyuan Mountain now? It's at its peak. He looked down at the younger man gripping his arm, his anger boiling even more. You dare to block me? The man who had been so arrogant on the phone with Su Jing was now looking pitiful, lowering his head submissively. Big brother, can we switch sides? That side hurts too much. Big brother laughed in anger, suddenly breaking free, then exerting force with both hands. Smack. Handle this properly. If anyone comes to trouble me, you're done for. Su Jing didn't know that his 8 million interest had already been wiped out. He was just quietly asleep, dreaming under the moonlight. In his dream, he was back to the scenes of leading an expedition up treacherous peaks in his past life. Hanging over a vertical cliff, he looked back at the abyss below. They were just a group of adventurers, mere ants in the grand scheme of nature. Su Jing had this dream all night. Like a whirlwind, revisiting many perilous places he had been and wonders he had seen, so that when he woke up, he was still a bit dazed. But soon, he sat up in bed, all laziness gone, and sat at his desk, waving his hand vigorously to write down an entire page of plans. Let us get started. Starting from June 5th, the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area began to change strangely. First, the employees of the Qingyun acrobatic troupe, who usually planned it on time, got up 3 hours earlier than usual. After hurriedly watering the plants, they all rushed to the back mountain and disappeared until the tourists arrived. Then there was the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe. The usually gentle and graceful teachers suddenly seemed to lose their minds. After performances at night, they completely vanished. Even during work hours, they would suddenly start laughing foolishly and wriggling as if they had worms. Strangely enough, even Xiao Sun and Su Wan, who usually held special roles, had stopped showing off lately. Their eyes were filled with resentment, and some even saw Su when applying to be replaced in her role. TSK. Something's off. Too off. Tian stood with her hands on her hips, leaning against a cart, puzzled. But then she became happy again. After all, she had also changed recently. For instance, she had switched jobs. The incidents of losing earrings and rings were deemed unskilled by Xiao Su, who said it wasn't suitable for her. So he specifically arranged for her to pull a cart, moving props, and carrying wood instead. Xiao Su earnestly praised her strong physique and healthy routine. Hey. She was very satisfied. Oh no. She let out a false scream, collapsing with a thud that shook the cart. I can't push it anymore. Come help me. Kind tourists. The mother bear shouted. The surrounding visitors looked at each other, hesitating before cautiously walking over. Are you sure? If you can't move the cart, how can we with our slender arms and legs? As for the others, they had already begun their systematic training. Feng Gui specifically warned everyone. Don't underestimate the power of the crowd just because you're playing a role. Xiao Su always said they are crucial for the performance. The atmosphere at Wanyuan Mountain was charged, with silent tension spreading. Everyone wanted to prove that they were the indispensable backbone of Wanyuan Mountain. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of the emotions was busy setting up equipment at the foot of the left third peak, looking up with anticipation. To transform, one must thoroughly understand the foundation. It had been a long time since he had gone on an adventure, and he was feeling quite excited. Chapter 137. The path up the mountain chattering away. Su Jing pushed through the branches and walked forward, stepping unevenly. Everyone referred to the left third peak as the Great Mountain, with no other name. Just knowing it was very high. Since his parents took over the scenic area until he grew up, this mountain range had seen the least development. One reason was its steepness, which required significant investment for development. Another reason was that it was said there weren't many beautiful sights here. at least none that would interest his parents. Su Jing stopped, his thoughts fading as he looked ahead. If he guessed correctly, this was the plum garden mentioned by the system. The two bare, crooked trees with sparse green leaves were truly a sight to behold. The system's half-star rating was indeed generous. Perhaps after spending so much time with the system, his expectations had risen significantly. A spot like this dampened his desire for transformation. He would rather replace it entirely. After commenting, he continued forward. Beyond the plum garden was the path up the mountain. The rain had dried, but areas where sunlight couldn't reach were still difficult to traverse. His past adventure experience finally proved useful as he quickly assessed the small path ahead, determining the most suitable direction to ascend. This kind of path led to a steep dirt and stone road. Although it was a bit troublesome, it was still easy for Su Jing. He used both hands and feet, reaching the top in less than 20 minutes. However, when he arrived at a new turn, the forest opened up and his progress finally halted. There was no path ahead. The man leaned against a tree, looking up at the mountain. He hadn't expected that from this point onward, there would be no path. A chilling mountain breeze rushed towards Su Jing from the thicket behind him. As it passed through the shadows, it transformed into a howling energy ahead. His gaze lifted. He stood at the edge of the slope, with only stubborn boulders in front of him. If he wanted to continue upward, he was faced with sheer cliffs, layer upon layer, clinging to the towering mountain. It was a bit troublesome. Su Jing's gaze lingered on one rock outcrop after another, estimating his chances of climbing up. He had already examined two other paths to ascend. One path led directly to a sheer cliff, while the other was a steep, protruding boulder with an incline exceeding 90 degrees. Only this path seemed somewhat feasible. Without hesitation, he put down his backpack and began to put on his gear. This body had only recently started training and was far from meeting the standards of his previous life. So he still needed to rely on a full set of climbing equipment. At this moment, the only things that could help him were calmness and experience. He had to get it done. "Take care of me," he said. After finishing his words, Su Jing took a deep breath and began his first climb in this new world. The rock face was not easy to navigate. While it looked like there were many footholds, they were mostly illusions. Many spots were not interconnected, and using incorrect force could easily lead to slipping. After 30 minutes, he had only climbed about 13 meters. He looked up, realizing that the next resting point was still some distance away, and he needed to hurry to reach it. Clenching the rock face again, he slightly swayed his body and soon stepped onto a new outcrop. Su Jing looked down at the rock beneath his feet and squinted. Had someone stepped on this stone? Not only had it been stepped on, but the shine on the surface indicated it was a frequently used spot. Besides them, were there other people here? A gust of mountain wind hit him, causing him to stumble slightly. Su Jing quickly dismissed the thought and continued climbing. This time, he found the first stone path, then the second, and the third and fourth, making it easier to navigate. The experience of those before him was indeed a great help to Su Jing, aside from a few stones that were too far apart, leaving him wondering how others managed to go up and down. He quickly reached his destination by relying on the paths forged by those before him. Bang! The man collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Climbing requires minimizing unnecessary rests. The principle of 1 time, 2 times, then fatigue, 3 times. Exhaustion is well understood by everyone. But he expected this path to be so high and so tiring. He raised his hand, feeling the faint mist slip through his fingertips, then turned to look outside. This mountain was indeed tall. Although he couldn't see the other mountain ranges from this angle, he could clearly see the sacred mountain. Even the outline of the Thunder Tribulation site at the summit was vaguely visible. However, looking up, Su Jing realized he had climbed less than half. He had set off at 6 a.m., and it was now nearing 10 a.m. He had already spent over 3 hours just to cover half the ascent. It seemed that once the path was established for tourists, it would take even more time to climb. Of course, that was a matter for later. Su Jing unfastened his gear and opened his backpack to take out supplies to eat. He needed to replenish his energy to continue climbing. To transform and develop the mountain range, he first needed to understand the terrain and landscape here before he could appropriately optimize and improve it. Gigi. Su Jing paused mid-bite, turning his head to look back. On the platform, close to the inside, a monkey cautiously stood at a distance, curiously staring at the food in his hand. "Hey, are there monkeys here too? Is it from the same group as the Great Sage?" He immediately activated his ability to communicate with animals. "Hello? I'm a human from down the mountain. Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat?" But his sudden attempt at communication clearly startled the monkey. The monkey let out a sharp scream, its fur bristling, and suddenly disappeared into the forest behind. TSK. A bit timid, huh? Su Jing found it somewhat amusing, but didn't mind. Monkeys are intelligent. If it was hungry, it would surely come back. Sure enough, after a few minutes, the brownish-yellow figure cautiously emerged from the forest again. "You can talk? I want to be your friend, so I can say a little." The little monkey tilted its head, skeptical. "What do you eat?" Su Jing directly reached out and offered a piece of bread. "Here, have half." Clearly, half was not enough. The monkey took it, finished eating, and its eyes brightened a bit as it stared at the remaining piece in Su Jing's hand, clearly eager. But it restrained itself and sat quietly in place. Su Jing chewed on the bread while observing the monkey. It seemed to be a different species from the great sage. Its slender limbs had white fur at the ends, and there were pretty flame-shaped patches of white fur near the edges of its face. It's a girl. After realizing the monkey's gender, Su Jing's gaze softened a bit. Unlike the great sage, who was always grabbing roasted meat sandwiches, this one quietly enjoyed a small piece of bread without being greedy or pushy. Here, you can have some more. Su Jing offered another piece, watching her finish it in silence. Are you here by yourself? The monkey blinked, and after understanding his question, stepped back a few paces. I have companions. So, that means there's a monkey group on this mountain? Su Jing noted this point. He would need to pay extra attention when preparing to modify the mountain later, so as not to scare them. After finishing the bread, he packed up his gear and trash, slung his bag over his shoulder, and looked at the monkey. I'm leaving. The monkey didn't understand the goodbye gesture. She simply watched as the man's figure slowly disappeared into the jungle. Then, she raised her foot and followed him. Chapter 138. Above the snowy waterfall, Su Jing, who was climbing ahead, gradually stopped and looked back, somewhat surprised. You want to follow me? The monkey's gaze flickered, but she didn't deny it, closely trailing behind him. Haha, then let us go together. He didn't expect that the lonely climbing journey would bring a new companion. Su Jing continued upward with a smile. After passing through a small section of primitive forest, he reached a steeper cliff face. There was no choice this time. If he wanted to go up, he had to take this path. The monkey was not afraid of the rocks. Its small size and strong climbing ability made it a powerful aid for Su Jing in ascending the mountain. After some simple exchanges, the monkey quickly understood what kind of foothold Su Jing needed. She jumped around on the cliff, stepping here and there, then pointed out the best spots for Su Jing. In addition, the number of stones that had been stepped on by someone began to increase, which made him even more curious. Could it be that someone really lived here and frequently went up and down the mountain? How had they never been discovered? The system promptly provided an explanation. Areas with a development level below 20 cannot conduct biological tracking. Once you transform this place to meet the standards, you will know if there are people here and where they live. Su Jing understood. It was reasonable for there to be people living here. After all, the mountain range extended far and connected to various small villages, which was quite normal. He continued climbing. The man and monkey ascended quietly, with only the faint sound of chiseling and monkey calls beyond the vast cliff. After nearly an hour and a half of stopping and climbing, they finally reached the top of the slope. Wow! Su Jing was stunned, and the monkey beside him observed curiously. Indeed, high mountains bring extraordinary sights. If it wasn't beautiful enough, it must be because it wasn't high enough. As the morning mist gradually thinned and dispersed, sunlight broke through, illuminating the slope in a blend of golden green. It turned out to be a vast alpine meadow. The grass was knee-high and robust, with occasional yellow and white flowers blooming, the green waves rolling with the slope, a breathtaking sight. So beautiful. This meadow needed little transformation. It was enough to leave tourists, exhausted from climbing steep peaks, mesmerized by its beauty. Let's go, he called to the monkey, which was unusually excited, jumping onto his shoulder and wrapping around him as they moved forward. We've never been up here before. It's a bit cold, and the mountain wall is long. Su Jing patted the monkey's white fur on its head, tossed aside his trekking pole, and walked forward through the green waves. There were a few crooked trees here, but the atmosphere was completely different from that at the foot of the mountain. As the man and monkey circled around a large tree and continued forward, they suddenly shrank back behind the tree after taking a couple of steps. Whoa! He peeked out from behind the tree. What was that? Oh, a giant deer lifted its head from the meadow, looking towards the distant crooked tree. Oh! With a call, several other deer also raised their heads and slowly moved towards the crooked tree. There was no way to hide. Su Jing glanced behind him and swallowed hard. Brother system, you will protect me, right? A good man won't die from a few bumps. Go on. With the ruthless response from the system, he could only grit his teeth and step out. The deer were timid. He planned to avoid using animal language to communicate, fearing that it might scare them and they would charge at him with a violent stampede. But unexpectedly, the deer looked at each other, then lowered their heads again. It's a human. Looks just like them. No need to pay attention. Let us continue having tea. Is it their time to come down now? Strange. They? Su Jing tentatively took a few steps, and the giant deer showed no intention of attacking. So he brought the monkey along and quickly crossed the meadow to leave. It was now confirmed that there were definitely other people in this mountain, and it seemed there was more than one. The giant deer had seen this many times before and were already accustomed to it. He looked up towards the front, and beyond the dense forest, a rumbling sound approached. But he didn't need to think about what that sound was. He had already seen its true form. Boom. A massive waterfall, filled with water vapor and coldness, cascaded down from the high mountains ahead. Above the high mountains, there were even higher peaks. He finally laid eyes on this waterfall certified by the system. He didn't expect it to be so grand. Both he and the monkey raised their eyes in disbelief. In this area, there really was a snow-capped mountain. It was unclear whether it was the mist at the mountain top blocking the cold air, or if the peaks were simply too high. As the frost spread forward, when they reached the waterfall, it had already turned into a mottled snowfield. The azure waterfall also left behind massive ice pillars and crystals on both sides. It was truly beautiful. Su Jing took out his notebook, and the breath he exhaled had turned slightly white. He quickly recorded the scene. As long as the path up the mountain was fixed, this place alone would be enough, even without any modifications. Continue upwards. Looking at the waterfall at the end of his line of sight, he had a premonition that as long as he ascended, he would meet those strangers. Of course, even if he couldn't see them, he would still have to return after going up. The descent was far more dangerous than the ascent, and he needed to get down before dark, otherwise, the risks would increase. Let's go. Facing the surging vapor, Su Jing put on his mask and began searching for the path to the waterfall. But evidently, those people had already prepared a route for him. Climbing among the icy rocks, Su Jing finally spent another hour reaching the top of the waterfall. At this time, it was already 2 p.m. The sun was slightly slanted. Warm and pleasant, but it couldn't penetrate the cold here. He took out a thermal jacket from his system backpack and felt much warmer immediately. The monkey stared with wide eyes, curiously observing the surroundings, clearly feeling a bit of fear. Yet, it was still unwilling to leave. So Su Jing could only take it along, cautiously following the river. The banks were lined with wild pines, and occasionally, a few dead branches lay across the ground, where faint shoe prints were still visible. Passing through the cold mist, the water gathered, forming a thin ice pool at a concave bank. Isolated wild trees stood at the edge, with a light layer of fallen snow on top. The cold mixed with water vapor formed river mist, echoing from the surface and revealing a vague figure on the bank. Dressed in simple linen and cotton clothes, wearing a wide-brimmed hat. A makeshift bamboo pole stood in front of him, with a thin line hanging from the tip, dipping into the cold water. It was a scene of tranquility. Su Jing was amazed by the beauty of the solitary figure fishing in the cold river snow, but he also remembered the purpose of his journey. He slowly approached the figure by the riverbank and cautiously spoke up. "Hello? What are you doing?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Jing wanted to hit himself on the head. Had the cold made his nose run? How could he say something so awkward? Fortunately, the fisherman did not let him feel embarrassed. He slowly turned around and stood up. The hat obscured his face, but his hands were clearly clasped together in front of his chest. The young monk Ming Zhen was here contemplating the path. He raised his head, revealing a pair of bright, somewhat mesmerizing eyes. "You have arrived." Chapter 139. The Ruined Temple. After speaking, he stood up and gestured for Su Jing to follow. "Are you not going to use your fishing rod?" he asked. Monastics are compassionate. The man turned back, and in his larger movements, one could vaguely see the scar on his bald head. "I'm not here to fish." "Then what are you here for?" Su Jing tilted his head to look into the pond. Though the lake's surface was covered with thin ice, the plump fish swimming below were still lively. It indeed didn't seem like he was there to fish. The fish could be easily caught by hand. The monkey, no longer wandering around, clung tightly to Su Jing's shoulder as they followed the monk deeper into the wild pine forest. After climbing up the waterfall, the temperature dropped sharply. The snow-covered mountains and fields were rarely visited, and Su Jing's steps crunched loudly on the thick snow. Ming Zhen looked back at Su Jing and sighed lightly. "Benefactor, you can walk in my footprints." "That's all right, I quite like this sound." It seemed that he didn't share the same sentiment. Su Jing shrugged and finally returned to the flattened path. After about 10 minutes, they passed through the last patch of woods, and a building finally appeared before Su Jing. "Goodness," he said, standing there. The monkey had somehow slid down and stood awkwardly beside him with its small paws tucked in. The sign read 10,000 Buddha Temple. But the characters were somewhat faded, especially the belly of the character for temple, which was almost worn away. Where did the 10,000 Buddhas come from? Ming Zhen nodded lightly at Su Jing. "I will go and invite the abbot out." "Huh, no need." Su Jing glanced at his watch, wanting to say he actually had to leave, or he wouldn't make it in time. But Ming Zhen didn't give him the chance. Although he was dressed in heavy cotton clothes, his steps were light, and he quickly slipped into the ruined temple. Before long, several monks in shabby cotton robes emerged, surrounding an older monk dressed in even more tattered clothing, with white eyebrows, a long beard, and a pair of twinkling eyes. "You have finally come." They seemed to be waiting for him. Su Jing was bewildered. "Do you know me?" The old monk shook his head. "I have never seen you." "Then why are you waiting for me?" "It should be you." "How can you be sure?" The old monk smiled and turned toward Ming Zhen, who nodded in agreement before he spoke. "The Buddha has decreed that a fated person will arrive soon." "There's a monkey." Su Jing instinctively glanced at the monkey beside him. "It can't be this one, right?" The old monk seemed amused and cleared his throat. The Buddha said he would cross mountains, climb peaks, and tread through snow to come. Living beings will revere him and follow him. He is easygoing and will help keep the Buddha's incense burning. Goodness, this isn't a Buddha. This is a prophet, right? Su Jing chuckled, but it sounded just like him. Even pinpointing his purpose. He had come here to transform the mountains and forests. Even before seeing the temple, he had this plan in mind. Not to mention, he was now face to face with it. What if this fated person comes here with the intention of tearing down the temple to rebuild it? The Buddha has long made arrangements. If the names were slightly changed, then it would be destiny. What if you all had to live outside for a while until the temple is repaired before coming back? Young benefactor, that's a bit much, isn't it? The old monk finally opened his squinty eyes a little wider, staring intently at Su Jing, and after a long pause, spoke. It's something that cannot be helped, he chuckled. You're really kind, helping him avoid a big issue. 3. But still, he felt curious about this group of monks. Why do they live here? Since when? Has this temple always been here? Why was it built here? What do they rely on for their livelihood? The group entered the dilapidated temple. Although it was broken, it wasn't particularly drafty, just a bit chilly. But once the charcoal fire was lit, it became noticeably warmer. The old monk and Ming Chan sat with Su Jing while the monkey stayed by the fire, not running around or making noise. So, you usually go down the mountain path to ask the villagers for food? The old monk added. We also grow crops, but not in this place. Su Jing was taken aback. They had been here longer than the original owner's parents had bought the land. However, they hadn't developed the area. So this group of monks didn't know that this desolate mountain already had an owner. He thought for a moment, not stating this, but curiously observing his surroundings. So, if you hadn't met me, would you have planned to stay here? Although the incense offerings are meager, since we are here, we will always continue to offer and propagate the teachings, helping the world. The old monk's sense of belief was indeed strong. It's a pity that there aren't many people in this desolate mountain to propagate to. Propagating isn't a problem, but aren't you called the 10,000 Buddha temple? Why do I see so few Buddha statues? The old monk's squinty eyes curved up again. The Buddha resides in the heart. Then, he opened his eyes to look at Su Jing, his expression ambiguous. The rest depends on you. All right. Su Jing understood. He would be responsible for building the temple. And naturally, he would also find the Buddha statues. Since the Buddha entrusted this task to me, I will take care of it. But you all better not have objections when the time comes. Everything is by fate. Su Jing nodded and checked the time. It's really time to go. The scenic area below the mountain is run by me, and in a few days, there will be a celebration. If you are free, you can come and take a look. He thought about the steep cliffs and wanted to take back his words, but it was too late. However, the old monk did not refuse. He smiled and nodded. Then I thank the benefactor for your kindness. It's getting late. Ming Chan, you take the young benefactor down. Su Jing hurriedly declined. The way down the mountain was so perilous. How could he let these people accompany him through such hardship? But Ming Chan received the instruction and immediately stepped out. Young benefactor, follow along. Returning to the snowy waterfall, Su Jing stood at the cliff's edge looking down at the mountain. The sun had already set, and in less than an hour, it would quickly get dark. A faint mist surged up, and he looked at the vaguely jumping river at the cliff's bottom, hesitating. Brother Tongzi, what do you think about me drinking that invincible potion and then jumping down? The system's voice was cold. It's a busy time for tourists now. What if you jump down and hurt someone? Even if you don't seriously injure anyone, if someone sees you, well, you might find yourself on the operating table soon. Young benefactor, hurry up, it's getting late. I'll quickly escort you down. Ming Chan leaped lightly off the edge of the snowy waterfall, the sound echoing through the pine forest. I have evening practice later, and I'm afraid I won't make it back in time. Goodness, Su Jing hurried to catch up. 2 hours later. At the foot of the left 3 mountain range in the plum garden, Su Jing leaned against a crooked tree, tilting his head to wave at the departing Ming Chan. How terrifying. Who said lightness of body is just for show? That bald kid jumped faster than a monkey on a nearly 80-degree cliff. While jumping, he even had the presence of mind to guide him on which stone to step on. He was going crazy. Is being a monk this impressive now? Stronger than him? A former adventurer? However, he squinted. Ming Chan had mentioned on the way down that there was a higher mountain south of the Wanfo temple. It was said that there were even villagers living there, but because it was too cold and remote, they had never been. If the young benefactor is interested, you could take a look. Su Jing's mind flashed to the scenic area map. If they continued past the Wanfo temple, that mountain peak should be closer to the Xinhu campsite. When he has more time, when his body is stronger and his gear more complete, he could try climbing up that way. Ming Chan floated back the same route, while Su Jing rested for over half an hour before recovering. He rubbed his sore thighs and stood up, glancing to the side. Why aren't you leaving yet? That monkey had been following him since the beginning. Still hungry? Su Jing pulled out a few pieces of bread and 2 bananas to offer it. It took them, looked at them, then devoured the bananas greedily. Returning the small bread to him. I want to go out and take a look with you. Is that okay? Su Jing quietly observed it. It had said it had companions before. Why not go back? Did something happen? Overthinking wasn't Su Jing's style. He crouched down, extending his arm, signaling it to come up. I have a friend like you, on another nearby mountain. Do you want to come with me for a stroll? Chapter 140. Meeting the carp god carrying the monkey, Su Jing stealthily chose an empty small boat to sit in. The good thing about being an NPC guide in the park every day is that you become familiar with the area. There's no way some clueless employee would accidentally bump into the boss. Going downstream, Su Jing had the boatman stop at a small path on the other side of the holy mountain, then quickly climbed up with the monkey. He certainly couldn't take the monkey out of the park, since it wanted to leave. The best place to take it was to the great sage's side. After all, it was a little girl, and with his instructions, the great sage shouldn't bully her, right? Consistent with his general direction of thought, there were only slight deviations. The great sage was very curious about the newly arrived beauty. Perhaps it was because she had just come down from the snowy mountains, with the cold air carrying a hint of pine fragrance. Anyway, he was just delighted to see the new beauty. Where did this beautiful girl come from? Don't worry about that. Just take care of your people and don't bully her. She has support. The great sage turned to look at the monkey and asked, "What's her name?" Su Jing stroked his chin. Not exactly a bad taste. Just found it quite fitting. Let's call her Xiaoxia. All right. The great sage turned and shouted over, "Xiaoxia, what do you want to eat?" Bam! It received a knock on the head, and Su Jing rolled his eyes. It's Xiaoxia. What else with the big chin, small chin nonsense? So messy. The monkey looked around, pointed at itself, and quickly accepted its name from the peach offered by the great sage. Xiaoxia. Quite a nice name. The color is just like the red, but of a monkey at sunset. Su Jing felt relieved as he left, estimating that with the lure of food, Xiaoxia would likely integrate well into the new group. Of course, if she couldn't fit in, he would send her back. After finishing the task of delivering her, he finally returned home. After climbing mountains all day, his body ached, and he fell asleep on an empty stomach. All the scenic spots and staff in Wanyuan Mountain were orderly preparing for the upcoming celebration. Meanwhile, the ticket rush from the outside world had officially begun. The ticket price for the 3-day celebration was set at 100 yuan per day. At midnight, as soon as the clock struck 12, ticket links on major websites opened instantly. The yellow software was the first to be hit. Boss. Wow. The link crashed. Add the remaining 10 together. Boss. The regional section exploded. The server is lagging. Boss. I need a few more hands over here. The Xiaomi software stood tall among the crowd. Quick. Bring out all our skills. Add another module. Identify scalpers. We can't let them get the tickets. No tickets left? So soon? He Yunong had foresight. Knowing that the official website of Wanyuan Mountain would surely be overwhelmed by the frenzy of tourists, so she had sent out all the tickets in advance. At the same time, the Shanmeng Travel Group, closely cooperating with Wanyuan Mountain, successfully obtained 300 group tickets. Zhao Meng had barely looked down for a week, strutting around every day as if ready to take off. The first wave of people who grabbed tickets had already started booking flights, high-speed trains, and hotels. On the trending list of Dole, the Wanyuan Mountain tag made a comeback. The post for the pre-sale of Wanyuan Mountain celebration tickets had, in just 3 hours, accumulated over 2,000 comments. Knock 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 Luau? I want to buy tickets for the 15th. I'll pay 300. Need 2 tickets. Super heavy tank, boss. Give me a ticket for the 16th. I'm willing to do anything. I hate work. Who got the 3-day pass? It's me. Food nest. Shit nest. Road of light. Big brother upstairs. I'll pay 1,000. Sell it to me. Muji, what are you buying? Is it a concert? Folk version of Luoshan Village Research Institute. Comrades, I have a hypothesis. The official only said there would be performances for 3 days. But didn't he specify what would be performed each day, right? Thinking of you, Dio, do you mean? Could there be different performances over the 3 days? What the hell? If it's really different, then I want to see it for 3 days. Anyway, I've heard them say that Wanyuan Mountain is huge, and it takes around 2 days to explore normally. The newcomers who came to join the excitement were confused. How big is this mountain? Does it really take 2 to 3 days to play? The team quickly seized the opportunity and immediately pulled these newcomers into the promotional video for Wanyuan Mountain. Others continued to grab tickets. Seasons Dairy Ching. I agree with the previous comment. I also want to buy an extra day, at least a 2-day ticket. Just in case it repeats, it would still be fun. If it really is different, then I would make a huge profit. Carp God, locals aren't afraid. I will set off at dawn, waiting for the gods on the lake. Baiting Maniac. Hee, we anglers have already set up camp here. The performance is right across from us. Dragon of Greatness. Big Pretender. Just want a ticket. The comments and bullet screens suddenly quieted down, leaving only a group of outsiders and newcomers continuing to ask questions. As for others, Yellow Software. Did the fishing tickets suddenly sell out? Official public account. Fishing area tickets for the 15th, 16th, and 17th have all sold out. Those who have already prepared their gear and plan to go on a fishing trip with family and friends during the Dragon Boat Festival. Wow. What a bummer. With the tickets sold out, where can I go fishing now? Su Jing was unaware of the ticket situation. When he woke up the next morning, he felt refreshed. Early in the morning, he entered the scenic area and headed straight for the holy mountain. Carp God. Su Jing pushed aside the vines and began calling for the deity from a distance. Since it wasn't time for tourists to enter the park yet, everyone was unrestrained. In the clear carp pond, a small golden-red carp shimmering with silver light swam swiftly, then leaped up, transforming into a human shape amidst the splashes, landing on the grass. Even after seeing it many times, Su Jing was still shocked by this scene. Such a sight absolutely cannot be seen by tourists. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain. What do you want me to do? The young girl stretched lazily, sitting cross-legged on the grass, brewing tea with floral dew and lotus heart. Su Jing looked at the steaming tea, blinking. Would the carp turn into boiling water fish if it drank hot water? What am I thinking? Cough, cough. He quickly shook his head and awkwardly sat down. If she finds out, I'll probably get hit by a big fish's tail. I'm here today to tell you something. Oh, the girl leaned against a soft cushion, raising her eyebrows and smiling. Is it about the lake celebration a week later? She knows? Su Jing was taken aback. What? There are so many people who come here. Even if I don't want to hear it, I still know about your celebration. She sipped her tea with her eyes lowered, her tone seeming very relaxed. It's okay. I know I can't go. Those days will happen to be a bit easier for me. Chapter 141. First trial of the mother and child mirror. Su Jing could clearly hear the disappointment in her tone. Although she was a tool, the system had also granted her basic intelligence. Staying in one place for a long time without being able to go anywhere. If she were a real person, she would probably have gone crazy by now. At least the Peach Blossom Temple Master was a later arrival, and the Peach Blossom Dock was spacious. Plus the temple had everything, so they could be comfortable staying in their hometown. Only the koi god at the beginning was bound to such a small area. With the bed being a broken cave, just bringing her a portable stove to brew tea could make her happy for a long time. Damn. Su Jing felt more and more heartbroken, wishing he could slap himself on the spot. It's just not human. What are you thinking? The koi god sipped some tea, with offerings of fruit pastries sent by the staff of Mingyue village beside her, smiling as she waved her hand. Is she really soft-hearted now? She actually knew her identity, so she didn't dare to wish for much. Every day, when she was in a good mood, teasing the little fish in the pond and the visitors who came here was quite interesting. Only on rare occasions, when the moon was bright and the stars were few, would she look at the birds flying over the koi pond and couldn't help but wonder what the outside world was like. Something like this. Su Jing was also very busy and didn't want to trouble anyone. Including today, he didn't want to see Su Jing sad. The girl leaned over. But every time he came, he would bring some unexpected surprises or interesting stories. So what brings you here today? Su Jing chuckled. Fortunately, he came prepared, otherwise, he would have been hurt by his own feelings. Look at this. He swiftly pulled out two items from behind his waist. A mother and child mirror, and a phone. The girl's eyes widened as she picked up the smaller mirror and fiddled with it. It doesn't reflect very clearly, huh? Where did you find this street vendor stuff? Look, why are you still scolding while playing? Su Jing took the mirror back, holding one in each hand. This mirror is not simple. The smaller one in my left hand is the mother mirror, meant for you. The larger one in my right hand is the child mirror, used for positioning. The girl changed her posture, placing her legs into the pond, and the big fat koi immediately swam over. What is it used for? Su Jing pondered for a moment. Simply put, the mother mirror is placed in front of you, and it reflects you. Then I place the child mirror in a position, and within the area reflected by the child mirror, you can project yourself. Project? The koi god contemplated the meaning of this, and then suddenly trembled. Her legs transforming into a huge fish tail, slapping heavily against the water's surface, startling the big fat koi. Really? Su Jing rarely saw her so happy. Her joy made him genuinely happy too. Really? He quickly replied. However, this mirror can only be used for 3 hours a day. Because there are other beings like you in the scenic area, so we can discuss later how to arrange the time, okay? Su Jing felt a bit shy, but the koi goddess reaction was much happier than he expected. Can it be used for 3 hours? That's great. She flicked her tail, and Su Jing's eyes blurred as the mother mirror and phone ended up in her hands. No problem. We'll arrange the time later. Let us experiment now. Seeing the lively koi god, Su Jing checked his watch and smiled as well. All right, I'll leave the phone with you. And the mother-child mirror needs to be activated simultaneously. When I get to the place, I'll call you. Without delay, after finishing the conversation, Su Jing immediately took the child mirror and left the sacred mountain. Since they were going out to have fun, why not take the koi god to an interesting place? Half an hour later, as footsteps crunched on the branches, Su Jing crossed the peach orchard and arrived outside the residence of the Peach Blossom Abbot. Perhaps sensing his arrival, he had barely stood there for a moment when he heard footsteps approaching from afar. A man in a green robe, holding a sword, smiled as he walked over. It had been a long time since they last met. Su Jing had lost a bit of weight, Holding a small mirror, he stood there, looking at the ancient-style handsome man across from him, feeling inexplicably like a carefree drifter who had just wandered in from somewhere. Fortunately, he raised the mirror in his hand and began to explain the situation to the abbot. The man opposite took a step back, frowning slightly. Is there truly such a miraculous object in the world? In such a vast world, there are wonders beyond belief. Su Jing chuckled. If you don't believe me, I can show you right now. This time, there was no room for doubt. He took out his phone, quickly operated it, and then threw the mirror into the peach orchard. As the fluttering peach blossoms halted the abbot's exclamation, the mirror vanished into the air, while the petals formed a delicate stream flying upwards, spinning and twisting. They gradually coalesced into a flower mirror. The petals that made up the mirror's surface floated in the air, standing upright before the two of them. The abbot rubbed his eyes and focused again. He exclaimed in astonishment. This was also Su Jing's first time seeing the activated mirror, and he held his breath, wide-eyed, not daring to relax for a second. In the next moment, a slender, rounded finger emerged from the flower mirror's surface. Then came an arm, adorned in exquisite golden-red clothing, rounded shoulders, and a charming, lively smile, followed by a huge golden-red fishtail that swished out. However, as the tail hit the ground, it quickly shrank, transforming into human legs. The peach blossom abbot stared, his eyes wide, and after a long pause, finally managed to utter a phrase he often heard from tourists. Wow. Ignoring the long-haired man beside him who was in a daze, and Su Jing, who was full of astonishment, the carp deity turned back to look. Is this the peach blossom forest? So that's why the mirror's surface is made of peach blossoms? She tried to walk behind the mirror, but found an invisible ripple blocking her. It seemed she could only move within the range of the mirror. She looked back, and the grand peach blossom abbot stood tall. I'm going to check it out inside. The peach blossom abbot quickly grabbed his sword and followed her. Su Jing, I'll go take a look too. Wait for me, miss. A man and a woman disappeared into the peach blossom abbot, while Su Jing turned to look at the flower mirror. Is this thing really that amazing? Can it go anywhere within its reflection? He thought to himself. But after a few minutes, he saw the carp deity run out dejectedly. No way. After the mirror wall, the mirror can't reflect, I can't go in. But she quickly showed a smile. Just flip the mirror around and point it that way. How do I flip it? Su Jing looked at the large flower mirror. His hands clenched tightly, and finally mustered the courage to step forward and push the mirror frame. The petals scattered, and the sensation under his hands felt as light as a feather, making him feel like the mirror might shatter at any moment. Fortunately, nothing happened. The carp god closely followed the mirror into the peach grove and then let out a shout, running in barefoot. Su, that young lady is truly bold. The abbot glanced at the other person's bare feet, feeling a bit embarrassed, and turned away, but after thinking for a moment, he turned back. But this mirror really has such extraordinary effects. Amazing, amazing. He looked at the peach blossom temple behind him, and then at the carp god who had already dashed out to have fun, and cautiously asked, where did that young lady come from? If she can come, can I go out too? Chapter 142. Beyond the mountains, of course, he could. Su Jing brought the carp god and the mother mirror here today to tell them that both of them could go out and have some fun. After calling the carp god back, he discussed the upcoming celebration with the fish and the person before leaving with the mirror. With the issues of the two tools resolved, the preparations for the celebration were also progressing in an orderly manner. With Jiang Tsong overseeing the situation, the old employees were managing the details. Su Jing felt relaxed for the first time. With that in mind, he decided to climb the mountain again in the next few days. He needed to roughly survey the Zhuasan mountain range before the celebration arrived. Without hesitation, he made overnight preparations this time, emptied his system backpack, and filled it with various climbing gear, leaving only the invincible potion aside. Then, with his large and small bags, he set off for the foot of the Xianhu camp before dawn. This time, he planned to start from this side. The figure disappeared among the ridges. At the foot of the mountain, in the fishing area, several anglers casting their rods looked up towards the back. Uncle Jianguo? I think I saw a figure going up the mountain from the camp just now. Uncle Jianguo was there for the second time. And this time he was better equipped, aiming to catch a big fish. Shouldn't he be wrong? My dynamic vision is quite good. I also saw someone going up the mountain. Really? A curious young man turned his head. Isn't that mountain range closed? Who can go up there casually? Is it an employee of the scenic area? I don't know. But speaking of which, for the upcoming celebration, are you planning to stay here? Oh, my friend asked me if this fishing ticket can be transferred. Wow, I got a bite. Go for it. Aside from the fishing area, where night lights were still shining, the campers at the site were peacefully asleep. Su Jing officially began his climbing journey. Unlike the mountain path over there, this side started with a complete ridge-wild path. There was no shortcut on this path. He could only rely on himself to find footholds and climb upwards. But no matter how difficult it was here, at least it didn't have the sheer cliffs of the other side. Here, it was just climbable, while over there was a direct danger. The journey was tough and arduous. TSK. Su Jing clawed at the rocks, his hands covered in dirt, still having the energy to complain about the other side. Last time he reached the mountaintop just around noon, so he directly saw the sunlight. But this time, when he reached the mountainside, the sun was just about to rise. And a light mist enveloped the area, casting the tree shadows in a vague manner. Having seen many tourists trapped in the foggy domain, Su Jing now felt a bit apprehensive upon seeing the gray mist. Brother Tongzi, is this fog okay? Just focus on climbing your mountain. Stopped by the system from overthinking, Su Jing took a look around and decided to rest on the platform to the upper right. Climbing this mountain isn't easy, especially with the thick fog. He couldn't see the direction up the mountain. If he took a wrong turn, it would be a wasted effort. So it was better to wait for the fog to clear a bit. He gripped a protruding rock, pushed off with his foot, and was about to leap onto the platform when he suddenly pulled back as soon as his head popped up. What the heck? There's someone up there? Could this be what Ming Chan mentioned, that there's a group of little friends on the other side of the mountain? Their arm strength is impressive. I should leave now? Or do you want to hang around a bit longer? Su Jing hurriedly pushed himself up, then quickly pressed against the rock wall, sizing up the man in front of him. Wearing cloth shoes, a dark blue short jacket, and with a pale face and bright eyes, he sported a small pointed hat. Wow, is this guy a Taoist priest? Looking at this desolate mountain, no wonder it hasn't been developed. It seems like the residents here are quite mixed as well. He understood in his heart that this must be what Ming Chan was referring to. The Taoist priest was completely unfazed by the presence of a stranger behind him. He took a couple of steps forward